Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to spend the next half hour listening to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, the world-famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. As for me, I'd like to leave you with one thought. Namely, the best way to begin a good meal is to start it off with a glass of Petrie California sherry. While you're waiting for dinner to be ready, just sit back, take it easy, and sip some of that wonderful Petrie sherry. Now, there's a wine. Hold that Petrie sherry to the light and look at that rich amber color. It smells good, too, doesn't it? And just wait for that first sip. What a flavor. No kidding, you'll find that Petrie sherry can turn the usual before-dinner lull into a real event. Petrie sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. Try it. And say, if you like your sherry dry, not sweet, just ask for Petrie California Pale Dry Sherry. But no matter how you like it, you're sure to like it if the label says Petrie. See for yourself. And now for the weekly visit with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Tonight we find him on the stage of the Paramount Theater in Hollywood. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. If you've bought a victory bond, you're welcome.
I have, Doctor. Now, what's the recipe for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Well, now let me see. Take equal parts of beautiful English countryside and black villainy. Mix them, add a dash of romance, a sprinkling of danger, season well with the usual theatrical condiments, and you have the case of the accidental murderess.
Sounds like a tasty dish. How did the story begin, Doctor?
On a beautiful summer day in 1895, Holmes had just concluded his famous investigation of the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca, an inquiry which was carried out at the express desire of His Holiness the Pope. And in consequence, the great man felt that a couple of weeks' rest in the heart of Warwickshire would be a pleasant change after our rather strenuous adventures in Italy. And so, Mr. Bartell, we went to Stratford-on-Avon.
Oh, the home of Shakespeare, huh?
Quite right, my boy. As a matter of fact, that was the reason that decided us to go there. Holmes was a great lover of the drama, and at the time my story begins, the Shakespearean festival was in full swing. For the first week, our life there was calm and peaceful. During the daytime, we visited the local places of interest, such as Anne Hathaway's cottage and Shakespeare's birthplace, and the evenings found us at the theater. It was on a Tuesday, I remember, during our second week's stay, that the trouble began. Holmes and I had gone for a walk through the nearby forest of Avon. He was in unusually good spirits that morning, and there was a distinct twinkle in his eye as he said,
Watson, for once I begin to wish that I were a man of wealth.
Oh, and what makes you say that, Holmes?
The beauty of this place, old fellow. I'm perfectly certain I'd be happy in retirement here. It's rather depressing to think that in a week or two the sordid necessity of making money will demand my return to Baker Street in a world of criminals.
No, I must say that in an environment like this, it is a little hard to think of crime. How does the old saying go? Where every prospect pleases, and only man is vile.
Yes, but Shakespeare puts it even better, old chap.
Oh, really? What's he say?
Oh, surely you remember the speech in As You Like It? We saw the production 2 nights ago.
Oh, I don't remember the speech. How did it go?
In this setting, it's really remarkably apposite. Are not these woods more free from peril than the envious court? Here feel we but the penalty of Adam, the season's difference. Don't you remember? Sweet are the uses of adversity, which like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in his head. And this our life exempt from public haunt finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. I would not change it.
Upon my soul, you read that much better than the fellow on the stage the other night.
Don't tell me I adopted the wrong profession, Watson. Oh, dear me, wait a minute. Path seems to end here. Nothing but dense trees ahead of us.
There's another path over there. I think it leads down to the river.
Well, let's follow it. The Avon is always...
Great Scott, that was a... Holmes! Holmes, you hurt?
Yes, I think I am. Bullet hit my shoulder. I think it's only grazed it.
Well, get off your coat quickly. Let's have a
Well,
look.
it's only a scratch. First, let's find out where it was fired from. I heard the thud of a bullet in the tree behind me. Yes, here we are. Give me a penknife, old fellow, will you?
There you are.
Thanks.
Do you suppose that shot was deliberate?
Well, I can't imagine someone mistaking me for a rabbit, Watson. By the way, there was a curious echo to that shot. I don't know whether you noticed it. Uh-huh. Here's the bullet. Now, let me see. I was standing there. A line from this bullet hole in the tree through the spot where I was standing would indicate that the shot was fired from that cluster of trees over there. Come on, Watson. Let's see what a search discloses.
Well, I wish you'd let me look at that shoulder before you start galloping all over the countryside, Holmes. You're bleeding quite profusely.
Oh, plenty of time to look at it when we... Hello. Look over there.
A man and woman running towards us across the clearing.
Yes, and carrying guns.
Yes, it looks as if it was an accident after all.
Was anyone hurt?
Yes, sir. My friend was hit in the shoulder.
Oh, how dreadful. It's not a bad wound, is it?
Oh, it's only a scratch, madam, I hope.
But the blood on your coat.
Well, just, how did this accident happen, sir?
Well, we were out rabbit shooting. I was teaching my wife to use a rifle.
I saw a rabbit scurry across the clearing. I raised the rifle and fired. It seemed to me, Geoffrey, that as I did so, you jolted my arm.
Yes, I'm afraid I did, Alice. I was going to fire too, but as I raised my rifle, I jolted your elbow and sent your shot wild. I can't tell you how sorry I am, sir. Here's my card. Of course, we'll take care of any expenses that may be entailed.
Well, the first thing to do is to find out how much damage has been done. You'd better take your coat off, old fella.
I don't think I can.
Oh, he's badly hurt.
No, it's just that...
The man's fainted.
Oh, this is dreadful. I have a horse and trap down the road.
Excellent. Give me a hand with him, will you? I must get him to a hospital as fast as possible. Holmes, you feeling any better?
Has the nurse gone?
Yes. She's bringing in the house surgeon.
And the man and his wife?
They're down in the hospital waiting room.
Oh.
I found out their name. It's Markham.
Then we're alone.
Yes, old fella.
In that case, I can stop behaving as if I were at death's door.
Holmes, you mean that you shammed that collapse just now?
Yes, I did, Watson.
Oh,
But spare me a little pity, old chap. My shoulder's confoundedly painful, I assure you.
Well, I'm sure it is. But what made you pretend to faint?
I recognized this Mrs. Markham, and I think she recognized me. It's important she assume I'm out of action for a while.
Oh?
Mrs. Markham. Why? Well, Mrs. Markham is, in reality, the notorious Mrs. Dangerfield. You remember the Dangerfield case?
The Dangerfield? Great Scott, yes. She was tried for the murder of her husband by poisoning, wasn't she?
Yes, she was, old fellow. She was acquitted when the jury decided he was an habitual arsenic addict who happened to take an accidental overdose.
Well, didn't you have some connection with the case?
It was I who tracked down the sale of the arsenic she claimed to have bought for cosmetic purposes.
Well, if you ask me, that shot at you was no accident.
Oh, of course it wasn't. I'm certain that I was recognized. In any case, her record is a bad one. Prior to her husband's death, there was an episode in which her uncle was killed in a shooting accident on a grouse moor in Scotland. An uncle who left her a large fortune on his death.
And I suppose Mrs. Dangerfield was a member of the shooting party when the accident happened.
Yes, she was. She's something of a femme fatale, Watson. I must plan my actions very cautiously. I'm up against a dangerous opponent.
Well, you'll have to stay in the hospital until your wound's being examined and dressed.
That's true, old fellow. And while the local staff are taking care of that, I want you to shadow the Markhams.
Of course I will, Holmes.
Stick close to them, old fellow. Make them believe that I'm going to be kept here for some days. Find out as much as you can and then report to me.
Right, I'll do my best. It's awfully kind of you, Mrs. Markham, to insist on having me back to your house for lunch.
My dear Dr. Watson, after injuring the famous Mr. Holmes, it's the least I could do.
Of course it is.
Geoffrey, dear, will you bring us some sherry? It's Ada's day off, you know.
Very well, Alice. Is anyone else coming to lunch?
Only Dennis Bromley.
Oh, Lord, that fellow seems to live here. Well, I'll go and get the sherry.
Sit down, won't you, Dr. Watson?
Oh, thank you, madam. Thank you.
You say that you think Mr. Holmes will be in the hospital for some days.
I'm afraid so. The wound wasn't serious. He lost quite a bit of blood.
Oh, I feel perfectly dreadful about it.
Well, you mustn't blame yourself too much, madam. It was an accident.
Yes, but I might so easily have killed him.
Well, you haven't, and that's all that matters. Did you say that Dennis Romney was coming to lunch? Is that the actor fellow from the Memorial Theatre?
Yes. Have you seen him on the stage?
Yes, several times. Holmes and I have been going to the festival regularly since we came down here.
A fine actor, isn't he? A shame they give him such poor parts.
Well, it was really good.
Imagine them letting that frightful Basil Grant play Hamlet last night, while Dennis only played Laertes. Dennis is 3 times a better actor.
I suppose he is.
He's coaching me in acting.
Oh, coaching you? Really?
Yes, he thinks that I may be able to get small parts here next season. I've always had a great urge to go on the stage, but no one's ever encouraged me before. Oh, here's Geoffrey.
This sherry's rather special, Doctor. Jerez de la Frontera. Only a few bottles left.
Oh, that's very nice of you, sir.
Oh, that must be Dennis. I'll go let him in.
We might as well have a drink. You'll find it'll help making this actor fella more tolerable.
I take it, Mr. Markham, that you're not an admirer of Mr. Dennis Romney.
Can't bear him. He's always quoting Shakespeare and behaving generally as if he were another Irving. He's got Alice completely fooled. Here's a glass, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you.
Dennis, I want to introduce you to Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Romney?
How do you do, sir? Hello, Geoffrey.
Want a glass of sherry?
Thanks. That'd be very nice. Are you a disciple of the theatre, Dr. Watson?
Well, hardly a disciple, sir, but I've been attending the festival during the last week. I enjoyed your performances immensely, if I may say so.
Oh, you may say so, Doctor. Here's your sherry, Dennis.
Oh, don't be crotchety, Geoffrey. And please remember that Dennis is our guest.
Oh, it's all right, Alice. I know that Geoffrey's bark is a good deal worse than his bite.
And what play are you appearing in tonight, Mr. Romney?
King Lear. I shall once again portray the thankless role of the King of France. While that incredibly bad actor, Basil Grant, tears a multitude of passions to tatters in his rendition of Lear. Oh, horrible, horrible, most horrible.
I thought his Hamlet was atrocious last night, Dennis.
Wasn't it? When he came to his final line, the rest is silence, was as much as I could do to prevent cheering.
I felt rather the same way when you were killed in the duel, Dennis.
Oh, Geoffrey, you're being intolerably rude. Why don't you take Dr. Watson upstairs and show him your butterfly collection? Then at least you'll know what you're talking about.
Are you interested in butterflies, Doctor? I have quite a rare collection.
Oh, really? I'd like to see them very much.
Come on, then. I think we just got time before lunch.
Try and bring yourself down with a few better manners, Geoffrey, dear.
I'm really quite an easygoing man, Doctor, but the arrogance of that fellow Romney infuriates
Well,
me.
I must say he does seem to have rather a good opinion of himself.
Don't put too much weight on that balcony rail. It's absolutely full of wormholes. Part of the attraction of an old house, my wife tells me. But I regard it as confoundedly dangerous. Yeah, and this is my little museum. In these cases, I think you'll find some of the finest specimens of Lepidoptera you've ever seen. It's my hobby, and I may say that, with the exception of the Natural History Museum, I doubt if you'll find a finer collection.
It must have taken you years to collect them.
It has. Many years, many disappointments, and a great deal of patience. Look at this fella. He's my prize specimen, a North American monarch.
North American monarch. Beautiful, beautiful.
Isn't he? And this is an admiral.
Yes, of course I know
Very
him.
rare. And this is a perfect bee-hawk moth.
Bee-hawk
and
moth.
Here's an emperor. Ever see more exquisite markings?
Well, never. Tell me, Mr. Markham, when you captured a butterfly, how'd you kill it without marking it in any way?
With poison.
Oh? What poison?
Cyanide.
Not arsenic?
You heard me say cyanide, Doctor.
The only reason I mention it is that a friend of mine collected butterflies once, and I'm certain that he always used arsenic to kill them.
Why'd you keep talking of arsenic? You're trying to hint at something.
No, my dear fellow. I was just curious, that's all.
Yes. Trifle too curious, perhaps. There's the luncheon gong. Let's go downstairs again.
So, man, I didn't mean to offend you.
Oh, of course you didn't. But my nerves are a little on edge today. Must be that accident to your friend that's upset him. I really must get that balcony rail mended. Shh.
What is it, sir?
My wife and young Romney. They're going into lunch. Listen.
But, darling, why won't he understand?
How can you expect him to, Jeffrey? Jeffrey has no imagination. He's never understood me.
Well, Doctor, they say that listeners never hear good of themselves. You know, sometimes I wonder if my wife wouldn't like me out of the way. Let's go down to lunch, shall we?
And so, Holmes, that's the story up to now.
A very interesting one, too, Watson. So you think that Mrs. Markham is planning to kill our husband, eh?
Oh, it's obvious. She's in love with the actor fellow, Dennis Romney. Her husband's in the way, and if she doesn't want to use poison this time, there's a perfect setting for murder in that crumbling balustrade on the landing.
Mm-hmm.
One push when he wasn't looking, and it'd be the end of him. And no one could prove that she did it.
A charming household. And Mr. Markham became very evasive, you say, when you mentioned arsenic.
Yes. I said it deliberately, of course, to see how he'd react. If you ask me, he knows that his wife has arsenic in the house. And he was trying to protect her.
You've exerted your charm sufficiently to arrange to see them again, I trust.
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I have. They're taking a picnic tea and going boating on the Avon this afternoon. They asked me to join them. Of course, I agreed. I just rushed back here to the hospital to report to you first.
You've done splendidly, Watson, splendidly.
Oh, thanks so much, Owen. But I've been so busy telling you what I've found out that I haven't asked you about you. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm fine, old fellow, fine.
What did the house surgeon discover?
A very interesting fact. Look in the drawer beside my bed, will you?
Great Scott, it's a bullet.
A bullet that the house surgeon removed from my shoulder.
But we found a bullet in the tree also.
Precisely. Therefore, 2 bullets were fired.
But, good Lord, that means...
It means, old chap, that we have a dangerous task ahead of us. Not to solve a murder, but to prevent one.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's unusual story in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you that good cooking becomes wonderful cooking if you serve your good food with a Petri wine. If you like a red wine, say with meat or any meat dish, try Petri California Burgundy. If white wine's your favorite, then you'll love Petri California Sauterne. It's wonderful. But Burgundy or Sauterne, whichever you prefer, it's just bound to be good if you see the letters Petri on the bottle. Because Petri wine is always good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what happened next? We left you at Sherlock Holmes' bedside in the hospital. Did the picnic with Mr. and Mrs. Markham prove an exciting one?
No, it was rather unpleasant, as a matter of fact. The 3 of them kept squabbling all the time, and just as we were coming home, something unforeseen occurred. Mr. Markham fell into the river.
Well, pardon the old question, Doctor, but did he fall or was he pushed?
It was hard for me to say. I had my back to him when he fell. Of course, we fished him out and rattled him back home in a trap as fast as we could. He changed his clothes at once, and as we sat round the fire a little later, I could see that he'd caught a chill. In fact, I recommended that he go to bed and stay there. Mrs. Markham agreed with me.
Jeffrey, dear, I do wish you'd follow Dr. Watson's advice and go to bed.
For the 5th time, Alice, I will not go to bed. I'm perfectly all right. No, it's no thanks to you and Dennis.
What do you mean by that remark, Jeffrey?
You know perfectly well what I mean. It wasn't an accident that I fell in the river just now. One of you 2 pushed me when I was struggling with the punt pole in the long reeds.
Jeffrey, you're talking rubbish.
Am I? You were in the boat, Dr. Watson. Didn't you see what happened?
No, I didn't, sir. My back was turned to you when you fell in.
Oh, well, then we'll call it an accident. An accident that happened by a curious coincidence, just where the river is deepest and the reeds thickest.
Jeffrey, I don't like your tone. You can accuse me of anything you like, but when you start suggesting that Alice...
If you don't like the way I talk to my wife, I suggest that you don't come to my house. I'm going to get a scarf. I'm chilly.
Dr. Watson, I must apologize for my husband's behavior. I don't know what's come over him.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mrs. Markham. I quite understand.
Well, I wish I did. I don't mind him yelling at me, but he's being so abominably rude to you, Alice. The last couple of weeks, it's been getting worse than ever.
I know. Ever since we had that argument about the insurance policies, he's been unbearable.
Insurance?
Yes, Doctor. We took out quite large policies on each other's lives recently.
You didn't tell me that, Alice.
Well, it was his idea. And yet when the insurance man came here, you'd have thought I was forcing him into taking out the policy.
Insurance? Great Scott,
You what, Doctor?
Nothing, Mrs. Markham. No, nothing at all.
Sounds as if you don't approve of insurance, sir.
Oh, it's not that, Romney. It's just that
Who can that be? I wasn't expecting anyone. Answer the door, Dennis, will you?
Yes, sounds as if Jeffrey has already done so.
Alice, we have a visitor.
Holmes, you shouldn't be up.
Good evening, Mrs. Markham. Hello, Watson.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Mr. Holmes. Though I understood from your friend that you'd be in the hospital for several days.
The constitution of an ox and the obstinacy of a mule, two characteristics of mine, have combined in making possible an early departure from the hospital. How do you do, Mr. Romney? I think I've seen you at the theatre. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do, sir?
You'll stay to supper, I hope.
If it's not inconvenient, Mrs. Markham.
Of course it isn't. I'll go in and arrange for it.
Upon my soul, Holmes, I'm glad to see you.
And are you, old fellow? Let's take a stroll on the terrace, shall we? It's rather warm inside this evening.
You can go out through the French windows.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Markham.
Holmes, are you quite sure that you're well enough to go walking about?
Of course I am. You must tell me, Watson, what the latest developments are. In the meantime, I myself have not been idle. Yes, Watson, I think our stage is set, and I have a feeling that I may contribute to a rather dramatic last act curtain.
A delightful meal, Mrs. Markham.
Oh, well, thank you, Doctor. Mr. Holmes, you're not eating very much.
My appetite is a trifle jaded. The mental fencing that we have indulged in during the meal has been somewhat disturbing.
I don't understand you.
Oh, come now, madam. I know that you were once Mrs. Dangerfield, and you know that I know it. Why keep up the pretense any longer?
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But we needn't converse in lowered voices. I'm sure that you've told Dr. Watson whatever there is to know, and perhaps more.
I admire your courage, madam.
Jeffrey, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
I want you to listen to this. Mr. Sherlock Holmes knows that I was once Mrs. Dangerfield. He's apparently under the impression that this is a dark secret of mine. Mr. Holmes, Jeffrey knew and loved me before I ever married Mr. Dangerfield.
Of course I did, Holmes.
He stood by me during the horrible trial after my first husband's death. And I told Dennis about the whole miserable business months ago. So I really don't see that you've uncovered any great secret.
Not yet, Mrs. Markham, but I have a feeling that it's only a matter of moments.
So you haven't got any secrets from Dennis either, eh?
There's no need to shout, Jeffrey.
And there's no need for Dennis to be in my house. Get out, Romney, and stay out. This business between you and Alice has gone far enough.
I'll go when Alice tells me to.
Well, if you won't go, then I'm not going to sit here. I'm going upstairs.
You're shaking like a leaf, sir. You've got a fever. Don't you think you'd better go to bed?
Mind your own business and leave me alone.
Mrs. Markham, I really think you should persuade your husband to go upstairs and lie down.
Don't worry, Mr. Holmes. I know how to handle him. I'll take him up. Put an arm around my shoulder, Jeffrey. Come along.
We should follow them, Holmes. They have to pass that crumbling banister on the landing. With him in that state, she might try to...
What are you suggesting, Doctor?
Come and watch, both of you. We can observe them both from the foot of the stairs here.
They're on the landing. She's on the outside. Look. Markham stumbled against her. He's pushed her against the railings. Look out! Come on, up the stairs.
Alice, are you all right?
Yes, but Jeffrey tried to push me through the railing.
That's a lie.
No, it isn't, sir. The three of us were watching you from below.
But the railing held. I don't understand.
I can explain that, Watson. This afternoon, while you were all at your picnic, I came here with a local carpenter. You had informed me, old fellow, that it was the maid's day off, and I took the liberty of reinforcing that decaying woodwork.
What the blazes do you think you've been up to, Holmes?
Preventing murder, sir, and finding the true solution to the Dangerfield case.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes? The true solution?
Surely it's obvious to you, Mrs. Markham. You have told us that your present husband loved you before you married Mr. Dangerfield. It was he who accidentally killed your uncle so that you might inherit a fortune. It was he who accidentally gave your first husband an overdose of arsenic. Arsenic that he obtained for the purpose of destroying butterflies.
Yes, and it was he who tried to send you to your death by pushing you through those railings. And all the time, Mrs. Markham, I thought that you were the potential murderer.
You fellows have got hold of the wrong end of the stick. All I've been trying to do is to conceal the fact that my wife was a murderess.
Geoffrey, how can you say that?
Markham, if you wait...
Just a moment, Mr. Romney. I'm not through with him yet.
This talk is all very dramatic, Mr. Holmes, but I wonder how you're going to be able to prove it.
Dr. Watson, Mr. Romney, and I will testify to the attempt that you've just made on Mrs. Markham's life.
Yes, and what about the attempt on your life, Holmes? Obviously, it was Markham who fired at you in the woods.
But my wife has already admitted firing the shot.
True, sir. But 2 shots were fired. The one that your wife fired, we found in the tree. The one that you fired was extracted from my shoulder in the hospital.
Then the 2 shots were fired simultaneously.
You remember, Watson, that I commented at the time on a curious echo. Mrs. Markham told us that her arm was jolted as she pulled the trigger. That was when the other rifle was fired. Mr. Markham didn't want me on the scene when he staged his latest accident, and so he tried to kill me.
What kind of a devil have I been living with all these years?
I think I'm going to kill you, Markham.
Don't come near me. Keep him away from me.
Leave him to the law courts, Mr. Romney. British justice may be slow, as indeed it was in the Dangerfield case, but in the long run, it is sure. You'll find that out, Mr. Markham, on the gallows.
Well, tell me, Doctor, did Mr. Markham finally end on the gallows?
Yes, he did. And it might interest you to know that Mrs. Markham and Dennis Romney were married. A nice chap and a fine actor, that boy.
Maybe that's what I should have been. An actor. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer... Well, what's the matter, Doctor? Don't you like it?
The words are beautiful, but your delivery of them...
Not good, huh?
Not good, Mr. Bardell.
Okay. I'd rather talk about Petri wine anyway. Now, there's something to really talk about. Petri wine. A wine with generations of winemaking behind it. That's a fact, you know. The Petri family started making Petri wine generations ago. Way back in the 1800s. So they've had the time to develop the art of winemaking, and they've been able to hand down that art from father to son, from father to son. Yes, the Petri family really knows how to turn luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. And those letters, P-E-T-R-I, on the bottle, are the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of Petri wine is good wine. It's got to be. Because don't forget, Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you going to tell us next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you an exciting adventure Holmes and I had in North Africa. It begins at the headquarters of the Foreign Legion and ends with a strange death in the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs. I call the story Murder in the Casbah.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Black Peter. Music is by Dean Fosler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. This program originated in the Paramount Theater in Hollywood for an audience of Victory Bon Buyer.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine. invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And now for our weekly visit with the good Dr. Watson. Let's see if he's expecting us.
Come in.
Ah, good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Campbell. It's about time you got here. Draw up a chair and make yourself comfortable.
Oh, thanks. Well, you have the old black dispatch box out again, I see. I suppose you've been going over your notes on tonight's adventure.
That's right, my boy. And this may interest you. Mrs. Watson figured prominently in the story.
She did?
Yes, in fact, if it hadn't been for some remarkably quick thinking on her part, Holmes and I might have... well, there I go again, telling you the end of the story before I've begun it.
Well, how did it begin, Doctor?
On a winter evening in 1887. I'd been married some months, and in consequence I hadn't seen much of my old friend Sherlock Holmes.
Well, you're still living at Baker Street, I suppose.
Yes, my boy, but we couldn't persuade him to come round and see us. From time to time I'd heard some vague accounts of his doings, of his summons to Odessa, in the case of the Trepoff murder, and of his clearing up the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers. But to get back to tonight's story, my wife and I had just finished an excellent dinner. I remember had settled ourselves down for an evening of pleasant domesticity. She was stitching away on a piece of extra petit pois, and I was at my desk balancing figures in the family account book. After a few moments, my wife looked up to me and said,
John, dear, don't look so troubled.
"Oh, was I looking troubled?"
Well, you've been scowling at that account book for 10 minutes now. What's the matter, dear? Don't the figures add up correctly?
Oh, yes, they add up correctly. In fact, they tell a very pretty story. After buying my practice and setting up all my outstanding accounts, I find that we have nearly £150 left of the diary that Mr. Sholto settled upon you.
160, isn't it, dear? I was doing the same sum this morning.
Oh, well, but it is 160. In any case, Mary, dear, the point I was going to make is that we don't need the money just now. My practice is picking up splendidly, and I was thinking that we might invest it in something really sound, of course.
Who's been talking to you, John? Dr. Wilson again.
Well, as it happens, I did bump into him at the hospital today. He can put us onto something very good in Peruvian silver. What do you think of the idea?
Well, John, the fact is, I'd almost decided to make a business investment with it myself. I thought I'd surprise you.
Well,
now let me tell you about it, John.
Oh.
Yesterday, when you were out on your rounds,
Yes?
a most charming man called here.
Okay.
Mr. Ted Barber. He introduced himself as a friend of Mrs. Cecil Forrester's.
What?
He said he was certain we'd be interested in his new company. And he talked so convincingly that, well, I'm afraid I almost promised him I'd buy some stock in the company.
Did you really? What sort of company is it?
Well, I didn't quite understand that part of it, but it sounded wonderful. He left a prospectus. It's in the right-hand drawer of the desk. It's something to do with a wonderful new metal that's been discovered by an American chemist called PARADOL or Paradis or something.
Oh, let's have a look and see what it says. A company formed to exploit the amazing new metal discovered by Dr. Paradis. Paradol preferred stock. The potentialities of this new alloy are immeasurable. The fourth dimension has been conquered. What? Spital dislocation is an accomplished fact. Oh, gracious me, my dear child. This prospectus is absolute poppycock.
And now, John, you mustn't be stubborn. I think at least we should investigate it. The man said that if we went to the laboratories, Dr. Paradis would give us a demonstration himself.
But Mary dear, the fourth dimension. I mean to say, it's obviously fraud.
That's what everyone says when a new invention comes out. This might be an opportunity for us to make a lot of money, John.
Mary, I do wish
To
that...
please me, dear?
Well, I can't argue with you for very long, Mary. All right. I'll take you to the laboratory in the morning, but I warn you, I'll show this Dr. Paradis up for the charlatan that he is.
Dr. Paradis will be with you both in a moment.
Thank you, my man.
She's just concluding an experiment.
She?
Dr. Paradis is a woman, then?
Oh, yes, madam, and a very brilliant one, too. Excuse me.
Oh, it's the last straw. The whole thing sounded like an obvious fraud, and now we get here and find there are woman doctors at the back of it all.
Just because she's a woman, it doesn't mean to say that...
How do you do? I'm Dr. Paradis.
Oh, how do you do, madam? I'm Dr. Watson, and this is my wife, Mrs. Watson.
Oh, yes. Come into the laboratory, won't you?
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Paradis.
Oh, I'm afraid we're just wasting your time. We're not really interested in this at all, you know.
John, don't mutter.
Mr. Barber told me that he had called on you, Mrs. Watson, and that you were very interested in my invention.
Oh, yes, I am. That's why I persuaded my husband to come down with me and see a demonstration.
I'll be most happy to show you everything I can. Here's a practical example of the application of my work. This chamber you see in front of you is made completely of my new alloy.
Oh, what's the thing do? It's just a great metal box with a lot of dials and switches and things. Why is it so big? Do people get inside it?
They can.
What?
Though if they do, they're liable to find themselves transported many miles from here. Come inside, won't you?
Oh, what a lot of nonsense.
Now, John.
Before I give you the demonstration, I want you both to see that there is no exit from inside this chamber. No trapdoors or anything. The only exit is the door we just came through.
Yes, it's just like an airtight metal room.
Stuffy in here, isn't it?
Now let's go outside again. I'll show you how the machine operates. Albert!
Yes, Dr. Paradis.
I'm going to demonstrate the PARADOL chamber to Dr. and Mrs. Watson.
Very well. The usual time?
Yes, please, Albert. Now, my assistant goes inside the chamber. I close this metal door on him, so.
What are you going to do with him?
Within a matter of seconds, he will be 7 miles from here.
Oh, really, madam, you
Please,
can't
Dr.
expect
Watson,
us to believe.
you're a scientific man. At least give me the opportunity of demonstrating my work.
I'm sorry.
Now, I adjust these dials, turn on the electrical generator, and...
Good Lord, what an amazing business.
Now open the door, Dr. Watson, and look inside, please.
Great Scott, he's gone. I don't believe it. Dr. Paradis, will you explain this to me?
Gladly. My metal PARADOL is an unnatural alloy.
What?
It causes a dislocation in the warp of space and enables us to enter the 4th dimension. You see, time is a dimension. Any object in the past, present, or future can be described precisely in 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time.
Yes, but this machine of yours...
The alloy of PARADOL, combined with the great forces of electricity, has created a new force. This element is controlled by these dials, and it is possible to move in 4 dimensions at once. Thus, bodies or other objects can be transported great distances away, all in the twinkling of an eye. I've coined a word to describe the process. Teleportation, I call it.
Teleportation? Well, I'm completely confused. All my scientific training tells me this is impossible, and yet... I wonder if you'd give us another demonstration.
Certainly. Perhaps you yourself would like to be teleported somewhere.
Certainly not. Good gracious me, no.
No, I think John would be very unhappy in the 4th dimension. He wouldn't belong.
Yes, you said that any objects could be moved. How about that brown paper parcel on the table over there?
Certainly. It only contains some company circulars. I suggest you write your initials on it so that you can identify it later.
Oh, very well. J.H.W. There you are.
Where do you want it dispatched to?
Send it to my house. I'll give you the address.
That won't be necessary.
Mary, this is an amazing business.
Isn't it, John? Exciting, too.
There we are. Now I adjust the dials once more, and... The parcel is already at your house.
Oh, it's impossible. Come along, Mary. Let's get a cab and race back there as fast as we can. Well,
Yes,
goodbye,
dear.
Doctor.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Now, dear, John, you must admit you're just as excited as I am.
Well, I confess that I'm enormously intrigued. Let me just get my latch front door key up. Here we are. Dr. Paradis is a devilishly clever woman. Even so, my intelligence tells me it's impossible for the package to have reached here before us. Here we are.
There you are, Master. Mum, just in time for lunch.
Tell me, Annie, did a package arrive for us?
Oh, yes, it did, Mum. I put it on the hall table.
Great Scott! How was it delivered, Annie?
Well, now, that's the funny thing about it, sir. I don't know. I went out to polish the brass on the door knocker a few minutes ago, and there was the parcel, lying on the doorstep. No one had rung the bell or anything. I didn't know how it got there.
Thank you, Annie. You can go now.
Yes, Mum.
Well, John, what do you say now?
That a miracle's been performed. I don't believe my eyes. Look, there are my initials on the package. Mary, I think that if you don't mind, after lunch
You'll go round to Baker Street and tell Sherlock Holmes about this.
Oh, do you mind, dear?
Of course not, dear.
Good. It'll be nice to see Holmes again anyway.
Dr. Watson, how nice to see you again.
Hello, Mrs. Hudson. How are you, my dear?
Oh, I'm just fine. Oh, you're looking grand, sir. Marriage agrees with you, if you don't mind my saying so.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Is Mr. Holmes in?
Aye, sir. And I'm very glad you're seeing him. He's no been acting like himself lately.
Oh, really?
Locking his door and only unlocking it for me when I give him a password. And he's hardly touched his food for the last 3 days. To tell you the truth, Dr. Watson, I'm awful worried about him.
Really? Well, I'll go up to him.
He'll be glad to see you, I'm sure.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Watson.
Watson? Oh, possibly. I'm not taking any chances.
Holmes, this is ridiculous. Surely you know my voice after all these years?
John H. Watson. Tell me what your middle initial stands for, and I'll let you in.
It stands for Hamish.
Watson, my dear fellow. How are you?
I'm fine and delighted to see you again, Holmes. Incidentally, why all this rigmarole about locked doors and passwords?
Well, Professor Moriarty has decided that it's high time to settle his score with me. There have been several attempts on my life lately. Twice I've been attacked in the streets, and only yesterday a shot was fired at me through the window you see broken there.
Lord Holmes, you must be careful.
I am being very careful. That's why I indulged in what you refer to as all this rigmarole. But, well, enough of my problems. What's on your mind? There's a sparkle in your eye and an air of excitement that tells me that you've some news to impart.
Well, I must say there is something.
Of course there is, my dear fellow. Come on, tell me about it.
You ever hear of a new metal called PARADOL and its inventor, Dr. Paradis?
Oh, yes, indeed I have. I received a prospectus concerning it the other day.
Well, what do you think of the idea?
Oh, obviously it's rubbish designed to fool a gullible public into buying shares. Don't tell me that you were taking advice.
Oh, no, of course not, Holmes. Naturally, as a scientific man, I knew it was rubbish. My wife, however, had become a little involved in the concern, and so today, to prove to her that the whole thing was a fraud, we went down to the laboratory and met this Dr. Paradis.
Oh, did you indeed?
In the first place, let me tell you, this Dr. Paradis is a woman.
Oh, a woman?
As you can imagine, I didn't have any difficulty in discrediting her theories. In fact, I'm afraid I made her seem rather stupid. However, we did stay there long enough for her to give us a demonstration. The way that it was, Holmes. When we got back to our house, the initial package was there, waiting for us.
Oh, childish trick. Obviously, the Paradol chamber contains an ingeniously hidden trap door, through which the assistant disappeared and later the package. A fast cab then took it to your home before you could get there.
Oh, yes, oh, really? Well, yes, of course, that's exactly how I explained the thing to Mary.
Was she impressed with the feat?
Yes, she was. But you know how women are. I tried to tell her the whole thing was a fraud. She's very obstinate. I was hoping perhaps that you will help me expose the concern.
Oh, hardly seemed necessary, old fellow. Such an obvious fraud. However, for your sake, I'll be glad to do anything I can.
Well, I thought we might go down to the laboratory late tonight when nobody's there and take a look at that Paradol chamber a little more closely.
Yes, it's rather a good idea. After being cooped up here for 3 days, it'll be a pleasure to get some night air and indulge in a little simple burglarizing.
Well, shall I call for you here?
No, wait a minute, dear fellow. It's much too dangerous. I'll be in a hansom cab outside your house about 11:30 tonight. How's that?
Splendid. Quite like old times, isn't it, Holmes?
Yes, 'tis, old chap, though I think that this time, for Mrs. Watson's sake, I must try and keep you out of trouble.
Midnight, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. Signs that only concerned old bachelors like myself should be wandering the streets of London.
Oh, rubbish, Holmes. You talk as if Mary was a tyrant.
Now, don't get angry with me, old chap. I was only being facetious. Is this, Dr. Parady's laboratory?
Yes. I'd like to be seen. I don't imagine it'll be very hard to break in, though.
Strike a match, will you? I took the precaution of bringing this lantern.
There you are.
Thanks, old fellow.
Is the door locked?
Yes, but I think a skeleton key will do the trick. Hold this lantern for a second, will you?
Yeah.
Oh, this is child's play so far. Come on.
Yes. There's the Paradol chamber over there.
Uh-huh. Give me the lantern again, old chap, will you? Thanks. Mm-hmm. Quite an elaborate contraption.
The door's been left open. Let's go in and take a look at the inside of it.
Not both of us, Watson. If this is the only entrance, and the two of us walked in, it'd be too easy to slam the door shut on us.
I suppose so. You go in and I'll keep watch out here.
All right. Oh, I trust that in a few minutes I won't find myself lying on your doorstep.
Holmes, there are times when your sense of humor is a little strained. Holmes, you all right?
Watson!
What is it, Holmes?
The body of a dead woman. She's been shot. Unless I'm much mistaken.
Let me come and look. 1,000 to 1 is Dr. Parady's. Yes, it is.
Watson, get out of here. Don't you see that?
Good Lord, someone has slammed the door shut on us.
Yes, my dear fellow. We walked into a trap very neatly. I'm afraid that we're imprisoned in what appears to be an airtight metal chamber, and the only person who can help us to get out of it again is a corpse.
Now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. It is in the early hours of a winter's morning in 1887. The famous pair, while investigating the mysteries of a scientific laboratory in the East End of London, have been trapped in an airtight metal cabinet, their only companion being the dead body of a woman scientist. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes and his old friend Dr. Watson are listening intently as footsteps approach what appears to be their metal coffin.
There's someone outside. They're sliding back the mental panel.
Good evening, gentlemen.
That voice. It's Dr. Parady's assistant. Let us out of here.
Or should I be more precise, Mr. Holmes, and say good morning?
Hello, Moriarty.
Moriarty, you scoundrel. I can just get my hands on him.
Dr. Watson, I wish you could get over your dislike for me. For my own part, I'm genuinely sorry that my trap had to catch you, too. I've often felt unhappy that you're not on my side. Such slavish admiration of you given your friend Sherlock Holmes must be highly gratifying.
There's never mind about all that. What do you think you're up to?
It's obvious, my dear Watson. The whole scheme was a plan to lure me out of my safe hiding by presenting an intriguing problem, and one that victimized the wife of my old friend. You knew it would get back to my ears, didn't you, Moriarty?
Yes, exactly.
But why did you murder this Parady's woman?
That's equally obvious, my dear Watson. It served her purpose in presenting a most convincing scientific front. As soon as the trap was baited, she was a liability. She might tell tales, and so she was killed. Like so many other of your accomplices, my dear Professor.
Precisely. Now, my dear fellows, I'm afraid that I must close this panel and say goodbye. Quite sorry to have to kill you, but you're becoming dreadfully in my way.
And how do you plan to kill us, Moriarty?
By doing nothing more than closing this panel. I could be frightfully dramatic and release deadly gases into the chamber, or poisonous snakes, or something equally colorful. But quite frankly, it seems so much simpler just to shut you in. Your oxygen supply won't last very long, you know. And for your benefit, Dr. Watson, I may tell you that Paradol, whatever its other shortcomings as a metal, is bulletproof. Goodbye, you meddling fool!
Oh. There seems nothing for us to do but look around and ascertain our chances of escape.
Holmes, I don't like this. We're in a very nasty situation.
My dear Watson, sometimes you're a master of understatement. Just as I thought.
What have you found, Holmes?
Sliding panel. Just behind the dead woman. It leads us to a passageway. A passageway that has been bricked up only within the last few hours. But long enough, I'm afraid, to make it impossible. No, there's no escape here. Hold the lantern a little higher, will you, old chap?
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, what are we going to do now?
I was just estimating the cubic capacity of this chamber. The air supply should last comfortably for at least another 8 hours. I recommend a brief sleep to refresh us and also to conserve our oxygen supply.
Sleep? Who could sleep at a time like this?
I can and you can, old chap, if you discipline yourself.
Well, I'll try, Holmes, but I know perfectly well I shan't close my eyes.
Wake up, Watson, wake up.
Yes, Mary dear. Is it you? We're still in this infernal trap.
I'm afraid so, old chap.
What time is it?
Just after 7 in the morning.
How long did you estimate our oxygen supply would last?
Probably about another hour.
Well, it's just possible that some worker will come to the laboratory early and let us out.
I shouldn't count too much on that if I were you.
No, I suppose not. I'd say, Holmes, I'm famished.
Yes, I thought you would be, my dear chap. So I saved you this half of a bar of chocolate. I ate my own share just before you awakened.
Oh, thanks, my dear fellow. Did you sleep too, Holmes?
No, I didn't, Watson. I employed my time in conducting a minute examination of this chamber. I was trying to find some possible way of getting out.
Then you failed, eh?
I'm afraid so.
Holmes, this looks like the end, doesn't it? Well, if it is my time to die, I'm glad that we're together again. Although I blame myself entirely for letting you into the trap.
Come now, my dear fellow. Don't take it as badly as that.
But you admitted you're defeated and that there's no possible way out of this destiny.
I meant that there's no way out from the inside. So my plan worked.
Good gracious me, what on earth?
The star, there you are.
Mary! Mary, you dear little thing, you must have been frightened to death.
Hello, John. Oh, poor dear, you must have spent a miserable night.
Well. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson have been getting themselves in trouble again, eh?
Sir, this is no time for your heavy-handed badinage. There's the body of a murdered woman inside that chamber. She was killed by Professor Moriarty.
Professor Moriarty?
It's too bad you didn't get my message sooner.
Your message?
Oh, bless myself, Holmes. I wish you'd tell me how you got your message to Scotland Yard.
Well, ever since these recent attacks on my life, I've had my delightful band of ragamuffins, the Baker Street Irregulars, watching my house in fixed watches, 2 at a time. I gave the boys instructions to follow me whenever I went out. And if ever I did not reappear within 3 hours, they were to report to our friend Lestrade at Scotland Yard.
Holmes, you're amazing. You think of everything.
Just a minute, gentlemen, just a minute. I didn't get no message from any of your Baker Street Irregulars.
Oh, you didn't?
No, sir. Though I did find a couple of the boys tied up when we came in here just now.
If you didn't get a message from them, how did you come here so opportunely?
That's an easy one. Because Mrs. Watson here came and fetched me.
You did, Mary? But how on earth?
Go on, Mom. Tell them.
Well, it's really very simple. When John came back from seeing you yesterday, Mr. Holmes, he was over-elaborately casual in his references to the PARADOL chamber. So, of course, I knew at once the two of you were going to investigate the matter. I also caught him oiling his revolver after dinner. I didn't know that you slipped out last night, John. But as soon as I woke up this morning, I realized what had happened. So I went straight to Scotland Yard for Inspector Lestrade and brought him here with me.
Why, Mary, you clever little thing. Isn't she a clever darling, Holmes?
Mrs. Watson, this has been a salutary experience. Will you allow me to congratulate you on your deductive ability?
Well, that's very nice of you, Mr. Holmes, but I really don't deserve any compliments, if you don't mind my saying so. It was elementary, my dear Mr. Holmes. Elementary.
This is Bob Campbell saying good night for the Petrie family. This program comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Arch Oboler's Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Oboler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
Oh, what time is it?
10 minutes more.
Gee, it's been a long day, hasn't it?
I'll say so. If I never see another script or typewriter, it'll be too soon.
You were the one who wanted to get into radio.
Radio. Sitting at a typewriter 8 hours a day, making stencils.
You were the one who said it'd be a shortcut. Some director'd walk into the script department, see you behind that typewriter, and say, where you been all my life?
Mary, stop it, will you? You think you're so cute, I don't see anyone wanting...
Bernice, Mary. After all, this is a place of business.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like to be the disciplinarian, but this is the third time that I found you quarreling with each other rather than working.
We weren't quarreling.
Perhaps not, but it sounded like it. You're setting a very unfortunate example for the other girls. I'm going to ask both of you a simple question. Do you or do you not want to continue working here?
We do.
Yes, of course we do.
Very well. No more of this nonsense, then. There's a script that must be mimeographed first thing tomorrow morning, so the stencils will have to be out tonight. It shouldn't take you long. What's the matter with you girls? Have you any objections to working late tonight?
Oh, no, I'd love it.
Very well. All right, the rest of you girls, time to go home.
Yes, I'd love to stay overtime if I could type over her dead body.
Hush, hush, she'll hear you.
Here's the script, girls. 20 pages. Divided up between yourselves.
Yes, ma'am?
When you're through, leave the stencils on my desk and lock the door behind you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good night. Don't forget to turn out the lights as you go.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, girls, let's get out of here quickly so that Bernice and Mary can finish their work.
Of all the knock-kneed, blab-eared, long-necked, pot-heeled...
Oh, stop it, will you? Let's type the darn thing off and get out of here. Well, what do you know?
What's the matter?
Look at the script we're supposed to type.
Lights out. One of those things.
Yeah.
So what?
I don't like to type them. They scare me.
Are you kidding? Typing's typing, no matter what you're typing.
Well, not if it's one of those lights-out plays. Blood and people dying and murderers and worms. Oosh.
Forget it. Just words on paper.
It scares me.
Type with your eyes closed. Will you listen to this? Note to the sound department. At this point in the play, I want the sound of a body being turned inside out. I suggest the use of a wet rubber glove to plant the picture of a human being deliberately turned.
Oh, stop it, will you?
Oh, for Pete's sake. It's only a sound effect. I was just reading.
Oh, will you type your script and let me type this? Don't go reading any of it out loud.
All right. I wonder what kind of a screwball he is.
Who?
The fellow who writes these plays, you know.
Arch Oboler?
Yeah.
Oh, I like him.
Well, what are you talking about? You never even met him.
Well, I like him anyway.
But you just finished saying you don't like this.
Oh, I like his other plays. You know, the ones he does for the government. With sense to them.
Well, personally, I think he's a wolf.
Oh, what are you talking about?
You know, one of these werewolves. I bet he eats his young.
Well, don't talk like that. He's got a 10-month-old baby. I saw a picture of it. And it's real cute.
Well, I still think...
Well, for heaven's sake, just because the man writes fantastic doesn't mean he's fantastic.
Will you look who's talking? Why, you're even afraid to type him. What are you afraid of, that the ghost will pop out of the pages and turn you inside out?
Oh, stop it, will you, if you don't stop it?
All right, let's type. Well, how do you like that?
What's the matter now?
My typewriter's jammed. Can't move a key.
B?
What's the matter with you?
Mine is too. My typewriter is too.
Like the fellow said, c'est la guerre. Everything's falling apart. Suppose we'll have to use one of the other machines. Just when I was getting comfortable. I'll use Anita's.
Here, I'm going to use Evelyn's. She won't care what I do with it. She's going to be a wave anyway.
Mary, this one's jammed too.
Yeah, so's Evelyn's.
I'll try Elle's machine. She's always boasting about how fast it is. Why, it's jammed too.
Well, so's this one.
Well, what do you know? What is it, the typewriter gremlin? Mary, what's the matter? Your face.
Let's get out of here.
What's the matter?
Let's get out of here.
We've got overtime.
I tell you, let's go home.
Well, just because a typewriter jams up is no reason to have a fit.
Well, I'm getting out of here, and you better come with me.
Oh, you're crazy running out. What's come over you? What?
Bernice!
What's the matter with you now? What are you standing at the door with your back to me for? Stay or go?
Bernice, come here quick.
Oh, for Pete's sake. What's the matter with you? What are you standing there for with your hand on the knob?
It's locked.
What?
Locked.
Oh, you are crazy. Huh, let me at it. Let me try.
Why is it locked?
Because some screwball janitor thought everybody had left and locked the door, that's all. Say, somebody out there, let us out of here. We're locked in, hey!
It won't do any good.
That's what you say. I'll wake the dead. Hey, are you deaf or deaf or whatever it is? Somebody get a key and let us out. Hey, we're not slave labor. Let us out. What's the matter with me?
Where are you going?
All I've got to do is pick up the telephone and call communications. They'll get us out of here.
Oh, yes, call them right away. Tell them we're locked.
All right, I'm calling him. Hello. Hello. Answer me.
What's the matter?
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh.
Stop that. The operator thought we'd all gone home, so she disconnected the wire, that's all. Oh, for Pete's sake, of all the nincompoops, what is there to cry about?
Oh, I'm afraid.
So you're afraid, so I'm Queen of the May and there are roses in the air. What is this all about? What's all the hysteria?
You don't understand.
Don't say I don't. You stop crying.
No, something terrible is going to happen.
What are you talking about? We're in the script department of a broadcasting company, remember?
Oh, something jammed the typewriters. Something locked the door. Something...
What do you mean, something?
Something, I tell you.
I tell you, you're crazy. I think I've known you all these weeks and never knew you had bats in your belfry. There's absolutely nothing that's
Why did you stop talking? Answer me.
The telephone cord. The end, it's torn off.
Yes.
But I talked on this telephone only an hour ago, remember?
Yes.
How could it have gotten torn loose?
I told you.
Oh, shut up. All right, maybe there is something screwy, I don't know. But I do know there's nothing to get hysterical about. This place only had windows I could call out. On modernistic air conditioning. Will you stop moaning?
Well, you're scared, too.
I'm not. Series of coincidences, that's all. What could it be? Answer me what? Who ever heard of anything happening in a place like this? Well, what are you looking at me like that for? This is no haunted house. You and me and a lot of other girls work here, remember? So if we're locked in and have to stay here all night, so what? The door's locked from the outside. The watchman downstairs, remember? So who could get in here to hurt us?
What if the locked door won't do any good?
What?
You heard me.
Oh, you're a crazy kid. Look, desks and chairs, fluorescent light, modern design, remember? We're not in a haunted house. Get that through your head. We're not in a haunted house.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter now? Get all through explaining. What's the matter?
Something happened.
Happened?
Something in the air. What are you...
Oh, for heaven's
Over there at the end of the room.
The light must have burned out.
Oh.
I was right. Goes to show you how crazy you've been. A couple of natural things happen and you start acting out a ghost story. You should join the Actors Union.
Bernice.
Well, one of the lights burned out, so what? There's one thing the script department's got, plenty of light. Mary, why are you...
Another light. I saw it go out.
Are you dreaming?
I tell you, I saw it go out.
You're crazy, it didn't.
I saw it.
Now, look here. There are 2, 4, 6, 8 lights in this place. See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, don't give me any more of that lights out.
Another.
You're absolutely crazy. I'm scared just staying here with you.
Count them.
Why should I?
Count them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7.
Not 8. 7.
Gee.
I told you. Oh, no. What?
Another one out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Stop it.
Another one there.
Gosh.
Over next to Miss Winton's desk. Another one.
What?
Only 4 left. Only 4. What'll we do?
Only 4.
Who's putting them out?
I don't know.
Another. Oh. Only 3 more. If they go out, I'll die.
They won't go out. They can't go out. It's a switch. That's it. I'll hold the switch. No one can turn out the lights if I hold the switch. It's all right, Mary. See? I got hold of the switch. Nothing
Another one.
But I was holding onto the switch. 2 lights. 2 lights in the dark.
Bernice. Oh, Bernice, hold me. I'm scared. Oh, gee, I'm scared.
It's all right. There's still 2 lights. See? 2 lights. They'll stay on. They will. I know they will.
They're both out. We're in the dark. Bernice. Where are you? Let me out of here. I'm afraid of the dark. Let me out of here.
Stop it. Isn't it bad enough without you driving me crazy? What's the good of your crying? There's a reason. There must be for this. Everything's got a reason. I know it.
I can't stand it. I can't.
Candles. Those blackout candles. Stop crying and let me think. Miss Winton had some blackout candles in her desk. I know she did.
Oh, don't leave me alone. Don't leave me in the dark, Bernice.
Will you stop it? I found them. Candles, matches. There. 3 candles like this one. And this one. See? Plenty of light now.
Who's there?
Nobody. There's a reason for everything, I tell you. I know what it is.
What?
The electricians, that's it. The electricians didn't know we were up here, and they were testing the lights. They'll go on any minute. Wait and see.
You think so?
Of course. Look, what'd I tell you? There they go on again.
Look at the ceiling. Oh no. Green. The light now is green. Green. All the lights. Green. You lied to me. You said it was the electricians. Look at the light. It's green. It makes your face look green. You look dead. You hear me? Dead. You'll be dead and I'll be dead. We'll be dead.
Stop it. You're not going to drive me crazy. Just because there's something wrong with the electricity. You look around. Everything's all right. Nothing's wrong here. Nothing.
Is that typing? I heard typing.
So did I.
Typing?
We just must have imagined.
Typewriters. Look at the typewriters.
Typing. And there's no one.
Who's typing? Who's typing?
I'm so tired. Me too. I wonder if it's day. I don't know. I don't think so. Sooner or later, someone will come along.
It'll be too late.
Don't say that.
Nothing's happened these last hours, has it? Nothing.
It will. When I get out of here, I never want to talk to you as long as I live.
As long as you live.
Stop talking like that, or do I have...
Oh, don't hurt me.
I'm not hurting you. No one's going to hurt you. Or me. Trick. It's some kind of a trick. The typewriters. Electric ones, aren't they? Power. Something. It's got to be a trick.
You don't believe it, do you?
Believe what?
There's something in this room with us.
Where?
I don't know. But it's here.
What are you trying to do? Make me scared as you are scared?
There's something in this room.
Where? Answer me where? Just you and me, that's all. You're not going to scare me. I'm not going to let myself get scared anymore. I want to get out of here, and I'm going to get out of here. My head's still...
Yes. I heard it, too.
What?
Something. Desk. Look. The desk moving.
Look. That one moved. And that one.
Mary, take your hands away from your eyes and look. Look, the desk. All of them moving. Mary, look. All the desk was moving. Stay back, you. Stay back. Mary, all the desks in the room. They're moving down toward us. Mary, open your eyes. Please. You're not dead. You can't see.
I'm all right.
Oh.
I thought... I'm all right.
But what happened? You fainted. Did I?
Yeah. The desks were...
They're all around.
All around. You're the one who's scared now, aren't you?
Right. I am.
I'm not.
Not scared? You?
No. It's very nice. What's very nice?
You know.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
You know.
I don't know. Tell me.
So warm.
What's warm?
The sun. So warm. Sitting in the sun.
What?
Nice.
when the sun is warm, isn't it? I always wanted to sit in the sun. Oh, no. You can sit in the sun if you want to, Bernice. It's all right. Mary, you don't have to shout. We'll go home soon. As soon as the sun goes down, we'll go home. Oh, Mary. I was scared before. Wonderful the way it is now. Out here in the sun. There's no reason to be scared when you're sitting in the sun.
Oh, Mary, I'd rather you'd be afraid. Do you hear me? I'd rather you'd be afraid.
No. The sun.
There is no sun. We're right here where we were in the office. And the light is still green, and the desks are moved all in around us. And we can't get out. Mary, be scared. Please stop looking at me the way you are and be scared.
You say we're not sitting in the sun?
No.
You must be crazy, Bernice. Because we are sitting in the sun. Are you crazy, Bernice?
All right. If that's what you want. We are sitting in the sun, dear.
I knew it. I used to be so scared. Now I'm all right.
You were right before. When you said there was someone in the room. There is. I can't see anyone. But there is someone.
The sun is so nice.
First the typewriters. And then the lights. And then the moving desk. And now waiting.
Who's waiting?
It's waiting.
Will we go home soon?
Yes.
When?
Soon. I think very soon.
I was very scared.
Yes. When you get scared enough, you can't get scared anymore.
The sun is very nice.
I think I'm getting that scared now myself.
You hear something?
What?
Something?
There's nothing. No, there is something.
I told you.
Listen to me. Who's here with us? Who? Answer me. What do you want of us? Please answer me. What do you want of us? I will sleep. Like Mary's asleep. When you sleep, you don't think. Not gonna think anymore. If I think about it, get like Mary is. No one will think. Sit here till morning with my eyes shut. And when it's morning, they'll get here. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. Eyes closed. Green light still shines through my lids. How could green light turn with... No, stop thinking. Gotta stop thinking. Green light through my lids. Go. No light. Open my eyes. Dark. The lights are gone. Dark again. Mary, wake up. Mary, the lights. Please wake up.
I'm not asleep.
Oh. I thought...
Sun is very nice. Isn't it?
The sun. You still think... Mary, don't you know? Can't you see we're sitting in the dark?
Dark.
Stay close to me. If days only come.
I know. He'll be here soon.
Who?
In the dark. He'll be here.
Who are you talking about? Who?
Any minute now. Do you hear him?
Here?
I think he's coming now. Yes. He is.
No, please, no.
You're right. It is dark. Very dark. is kind of dark.
Stop talking like that.
You can stop him. No one can stop him. What's the use of being afraid?
If something had only come.
I've been telling you. Someone is coming. Right now. And he's sitting on the desk, looking at us. I'm glad he's here. He'll make my head stop hurting. He'll take me home.
The floor. It's lifting.
Yes. I feel it.
The room. It's turning. Stop it. Stop turning the room. Let me out of here. Let me out of here.
Total of 15 Axis planes shot down in the Mediterranean theater of war. So much for the war news. Now to news of local interest to you early morning listeners. If you've been wondering why those dishes in the kitchen started to dance last night, the answer is an earth trembler, earthquake to you, of 5 seconds duration. The material damage was very slight, but 2 deaths are indirectly attributed to the earthquake. Bernice Saxton and Mirabelle Pressler, employed by the Broadcasting Company, were found dead this morning in the script department where they'd been doing overtime work. Cause of the death is believed to have been heart failure induced by fright. The girls had been accidentally locked in the office, and when there was a failure of electric power followed by earthquake, it is believed the young women were frightened to death. This concludes our morning broadcast.
It is later than you think.
Ghost stories, weird stories, and murders too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The house on Lost Man's Bluff, eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
For heaven's sake.
What is it, Denton?
Out of gas?
Couldn't be, Charles. Denton filled up at the last stop. What is it, Denton?
For heaven's sake, Nan, how do I know? Well, that's that.
Ooh, I hope we don't get stranded in this forsaken territory.
Well, that'd be something, wouldn't it? We haven't passed a house in the last 3 hours. Well, I might as well get out and see what I can do. You want me to take a look at it, Denton? No. I'll tinker with it a while. You and Nan sit down on the side of the road. I might be able to find the trouble for you, Dad.
Charles was only trying to help, Denton.
Never mind, I say. I'll have the thing going in a moment. Do as I say. Sit along the road. I'm going to work.
Come on, Charles. Let's do as he says.
Just as you say, Denton.
Here's a nice place to sit, Charles. We can look right down into a valley from here.
Why, it is nice, isn't it?
See? You can look all over the valley.
Wonder what they call this place.
I wouldn't know. Oh, look. We're not so far from civilization as I thought.
A town at the lower end of the valley.
Yes.
Now, that's still a long way away. You see? The road takes a roundabout way along the rim of the valley.
Uh-huh.
Say, I bet that's where I'm going to work.
Do you think so?
I'll just bet you that's where the job is that Denton got for me.
Way out? Away from everything?
Oh, I don't know. Looks like a nice little town. I'll make out all right.
I hate to have you leaving us, Charles. I'll be terribly lonesome.
Oh, I'll get back to the city occasionally.
You must be sure to do that.
Sure I will. Man, Denton can't hear us talking from here, can he?
No.
I have a feeling that he managed this job for me way out here because he didn't want me living with you two anymore.
Oh, no, Charles. Why should he object to my own brother living with us?
You've got me there. I can't figure it out. When I first came to stay with you, Denton talked of getting me work close by.
I know he did.
Man, there's something strange about it.
I don't know exactly what you mean, Charles.
Yes, you do. Ever since Denton came back from that road trip, he's acted strange.
Now that you mention it, I think I have noticed something different about Denton.
He was jolly and friendly enough to me when I first arrived. And now, all of a sudden, he's changed.
Maybe we're imagining it all.
Doesn't seem that he'd be jealous of his wife's own brother, does it?
No. Denton's not like that.
But he has been for the last 10 days. Morose, sullen, sitting most of the time staring at me.
Maybe he feels I've been paying more attention to you than to him.
Maybe that's it.
It's only natural that I'd be solicitous of my own brother, whom I haven't seen for so many years.
We won't talk about it anymore. All I hope is that he isn't ill, that you aren't going to have trouble with me so far away.
You said we mustn't worry about it. We won't.
No.
I do wish he'd get the car started.
He wouldn't let me help him. Fairly pushed me away.
Denton's frightfully independent. But I wish he'd hurry.
Nervous?
I think we're going to have a storm. We should be getting out of these hills and down into town quickly.
Say, the sky is getting black and gloomy.
Look over to the west. The clouds are piling up fast.
Something of a wind coming up, too.
Denton just stands there looking at the car as if he didn't know what he was doing.
Maybe he doesn't. Well, let's go back over. Maybe you'll let me help him now.
All right.
Watch your step. There are jagged pieces of rock here.
That wind's getting stronger every minute.
It sure is. Looks like we might be getting a tornado. How are you making out, Denton? What? Located the trouble?
We should hurry, Denton. There's a terrific storm coming up fast.
Can't make the car go if it doesn't want to.
Look at the sky, Denton. We're in for a real storm.
Wow. There goes my hat. No use chasing it now.
Please, hurry. Get the car started.
All right. All right, get inside. Maybe it'll go now.
Let's hurry.
We'll have to drive like mad to get out of these hills and into the village before the storm breaks. I know these roads. I'll get you out all right.
Denton, don't be so cross. Jump on every word Charles says.
Then don't give me orders.
Oh, look. God was lighted by that streak of light. Now look how black it is. Turn on the lights of the car, Denton.
Easy. You'll never be able to keep the car on the road with a wind like this.
What are we going to do, Denton? It'll blow the car off the road and hurl us down the hill.
Wow. That was a peal of thunder.
Denton, we can't drive on in this.
No, we can't. What are we going to do, Dan? Can we sit in the car and be safe? We aren't going to sit here. We're going to make for shelter.
But where?
There's a house sitting up there on the rock.
It's so dark I can't see it.
There's a house up there. I got caught in a storm the last time I was through here. Climbed up to that house and stayed until it blew over. Can we get up there all right? We can make it. We'll have to. Get out of the car. We've got to start right away. Hurry, climb out. Give me your hand, Dan.
It's in the middle of the afternoon and black as night.
Now, we've got to climb fast. We'll all take hold of hands and start up the rock. We've got to get to that house. We've got to get there. Give me your hand, man. Let's go. Hurry. Come on.
On the door, Dan.
We don't have to knock. We walk right in.
What?
Hurry. Get inside. Oh. Boy, what a relief. I thought for a few minutes we might not make it. I'll bolt this door so the wind won't rip it open.
Who owns this place? Doesn't anyone live here?
There was no one living in it when I stopped on my way through here last time.
It must belong to someone. It's completely furnished.
Whoever owns it hasn't been here for a long time, then. Everything's covered with dust and cobwebs. I can see them even in this pale light.
It's so dark in here. Can't you find a lamp or something, Denton?
I'll get a light. There's one in this room off the hall.
Come on, Charles, let's follow him. I don't like standing in this dark hole.
I found a lamp. I'll have it lighted in a moment.
Oh, it's so damp and cold in here. Ooh.
There. Huh. Light makes it better, doesn't it? Some.
Maybe. I don't like the looks of this place.
At least we're out of the storm, Nan.
You stopped here on your last trip through, Denton? And there was no one living here then?
That's what I said, wasn't it?
But it's completely furnished. Surely someone lives here now.
Maybe they do. They aren't here now.
Almost like a dungeon in the room. Windows are built so high.
Something like a fort. But it's grand Denton knew of this place. Its shells were out of the storm. The wind couldn't blow this building over.
Denton?
What?
What are you staring at?
What?
You heard what I said. What are you staring out into the hall for?
Say, Dan, are you all right?
Don't clench your hands that way. What do you see?
Did I say I saw anything?
What's the matter with you?
Don't keep asking me questions. I've got you out of the storm. Isn't that enough? Now leave me alone.
Where are you going? Where are you going, Denton? Stop him, Charles.
Don't you think we all of us sit in here? When the storm blows over, we can drive on.
What's wrong with him? He's moving like a person in a trance. Get him to come back in this room.
Are you ill, Denton? Is there something we can do? Stay right where you are. Both of you.
What is it?
I'm going into that room across the hall.
But why don't we all stay together? It's dark in here. I don't like it. I want you to stay near me.
I said I'm going into that room across the hall. And I'm going alone. Your brother Charles will take care of you. You prefer his company, don't you?
Is that what's wrong with you? Why do you act this way toward my brother?
You might as well make up your minds. Both of you. That we'll stay in this house until morning. I'm going into this room to sleep.
Denton?
It's no use.
He is ill.
He's got it in for me. Come on. Let's go back where the lamp is.
Listen. You hear what he's doing?
Barricading the door.
What does all this mean? Oh, Charles.
Let's get back to where the lamp is.
It's as if he's lost his mind.
Sit down. It's been coming on him for some time. Ever since he made that last trip through here. We know that.
What shall we do? Why did he go into that room and leave us?
As soon as we get into town, we'll persuade him to see a doctor. Let's make the best of it now. If he wants to leave us and sleep, let him.
Oh.
It's tough on you, Nan. I'm sorry I brought you all this trouble.
Denton's never been this way before. There's something dreadfully wrong. What was that?
Oh, is that Denton laughing?
No, it can't be. He's never laughed like that in his life.
Oh, it's coming from the room Denton went into. That's for sure.
He's going mad. Oh, Charles.
Come on. You'll have to let us in.
Denton, what is it?
Let us in. Dan, let us in.
Locked?
Bolted and barricaded.
Denton, please let us in. It is coming from in there. But it's not Denton. It can't be. Oh, what are we going to do? What shall we do?
Everything's all right now, Nan. He's quieted down.
He answered you the last time you went over to the room?
Yes. He said, I'm all right. Go away.
Oh.
I think he's going to sleep now. We might as well do the same.
I can't sleep in this horrible house.
Yes, you can. It'll only be a few hours before morning.
But what if Denton refuses to come out of that room in the morning?
He'll be better in the morning. The storm's passed over, too. Everything will seem different in the morning.
Leave the lamp burning. I'm scared.
Sure. I'll set it on the mantel. It won't bother our eyes, but it will shed some light.
Yes, that will be all right. You think Denton will sleep?
I think he's asleep now. I'd break the door down, Nan, if I thought it would do any good. But I think it's best to let him get over this spell by himself.
I'll never believe it was he laughing.
Who could it have been but Denton? Oh, now don't worry anymore. Try to get some sleep. If he calls out, I'll wake you up.
It seems like a nightmare, doesn't it?
It will in the morning. Everything will be different then. Go to sleep now. You need the rest. What is it?
Wake up! There's someone standing over you.
What?
Wake up! There's someone standing over you. They're going to kill you. Go!
Good heavens. What is it? What was that?
Oh, Charlie. He stood right over you with his hands reaching out for you.
Who?
And when I screamed, he ran.
For heaven's sake, who?
He was going to kill you.
Who stood over Charles ready to kill him, eh? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now, back to the hermit.
Terror-stricken Charles and Nan stand in the middle of the room in this strange house on Lost Man's Bluff, wondering who tried to kill Charles. Listen.
You mean you think it was...
I know it was Denton.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Denton trying to kill me.
I know it was he. With his hands reaching out for your throat.
Oh, no.
And when I screamed, he ran back into that room and closed the door. Charles, where are you going?
I'm going to get him out of that room before something really happens.
You mustn't go near him.
I've got to. No, you stay here.
Never. I'm going with you.
I'm going to make him let me in there.
He may try to kill you again.
I don't think he will. You stay behind me. Denton? Denton!
Denton!
The door's unlocked. Denton? Stay back, man. I'm going to light a match. Great heaven. Denton.
What is it?
Get back. Don't look.
Why are you closing the door? What is it, Charles? What did you see?
No. Denton's...
Something's happened to him. Something's happened to Denton. What is it, Charles? Tell me quick. What is it?
Denton's hanged himself. Keep hold of yourself, Nan. We've got to get out of here. Down into town and get the authorities here.
Denton, hang yourself.
Let's hope the car runs. We've got to get into town. The laughter again.
Look. Up at the top of the stairs.
What is it?
In this faint light, it looks like the figure of a man.
Yes, but you can see right through him. He's disappeared.
Standing there at the head of the stairs, pointing at us. Then vanished.
That same laughter.
Charles, you're not going up there. We're going to get out of the place right away and get help. Quick, hurry, we must get help.
But I tell you, it's urgent. You've got to go up there right now.
Go up to that house on Lost Man's Bluff before daybreak?
Right now.
Oh, no, not me.
But my husband is dead in that house.
Would never enter the door of that house at night. No, sir. Neither would anyone else in this town.
Denton is dead.
He ain't the first one to die up there.
What do you mean?
Ain't never heard of the house on Lost Man's Bluff?
No. We don't live around here.
Oh, well, that explains that.
What did you mean when you said that Denton was not the first man to die there?
5 years ago, fella that owned that house killed his brother, then hanged himself.
What?
That's right. But hanging didn't seem to take him out of this world. Now, I ain't the only one that's been there, passed there at night and heard his wild laughter. It's fit to make the hair stand right up on a man's spine. Other folks tried to live in that house. But you know what happens to them when they go in a certain room in that house?
The room Denton tried to sleep in?
The desire to kill enters in them. And the laughter of him that belongs to the other world drives them mad. They can't get away from it. They return to the place.
Charles, that's what happened to Denton. He said he'd been in that house before.
They try to kill if there's anyone near to kill, and then they take their own lives. It's happened to 3 other people. One man got back to town and told his experience, but he went back up there a few weeks later and took his life, hanged himself. Oh, no, sir. You'll have to wait till morning. Won't get nobody to go up there in the night to that house on Lost Man's Bluff.
terror from the house on Lost Man's Bluff continues to pierce the night. Don't ever go near it after sundown. No. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Tonight, from his notebooks of the strange and sinister, Dr. Fabian tells you the story of The Bride Vanishes.
Terror doesn't strike only in dark places. There, on the sunlit, fabulously beautiful Isle of Capri, one woman had already vanished without a trace. And they warned Lucy Courtney, the lovely young American bride, that she looked too much like the other woman, that the terror would again strike from nowhere on that balcony of death. Would you have dared to step out upon that balcony alone, as Lucy did?
CBS brings you another strange and incredible tale of mystery and murder by the world-famous best-selling mystery writer John Dixon Carr, directed by John Dietz. Now, here's Mr. Carr's famous Dr. Fabian to tell you his tale, The Bride Vanishes.
Blue water, a dazzle under the sun. Behind you, the bone-white beaches, and Vesuvius, dull purple in a heat haze. And the island of Capri, 20 miles out across the Bay of Naples. As I bade goodbye to Tom and Lucy Courtney on the deck of the Mauravania, I wished I were going with them to Capri. I didn't hear the story of the horrible events which befell them until we returned to Naples again, a story that began soon after they boarded the small harbor steamer that chugs across the bay toward Capri.
It's the most perfect place for a honeymoon, Tom.
Oh, it's heaven. With you along, Lucy, I'll become the best painter in the world in less than 2 weeks.
Well, I hope you'll take some time off for me.
Don't worry, darling. There'll be lots of time for us. Even with all the colors in the world at hand. Even with all the fascinating models available here in Italy.
If you ever have another model but me, I'll scratch your eyes out. I'm warning you, Tom.
Listen, dear. Do you honestly like it here in Italy?
I like Naples. I love the way they run around singing Neapolitan songs to each other. And I like the color and the sailboats and the little lights going up Vesuvius at night. Only...
You shivered. What's wrong?
Ever since we got aboard this little steamer, people have been staring at me, Tom.
I can't blame them for that.
No, I mean in a funny way. Even your American friend, what's his name?
Granger?
Mr. Granger. When you introduced him to me at Naples, I thought his eyes were going to pop out.
He's standing over by the rail now. He lives at Capri.
Why does he persist in wearing that white 10-gallon hat here in Italy?
You know, before Granger made money in oil wells, he was a real old-fashioned cowpuncher. And he's proud of it. Good fellow, too.
Well, he's too polite to say anything, but he keeps looking around at me.
Well?
He looks frightened.
Frightened? This isn't the time to start imagining things, Lucy.
Oh, I know. Maybe I'm just so happy, I'm afraid it can't last.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, but wouldn't it be awful if something did happen, Tom, and we weren't together any longer?
Hey, wait a minute. Hasn't our ship stopped?
Oh, yes, I hadn't noticed.
Seems a funny place to stop. No sign of a harbor, only rocks and little gray cliffs. Oh, Miss Granger. Mr. Granger?
Yes, young fella?
Do you happen to know why we're stopping here?
Well, that's an easy one, son. We're stopping so that you and your good lady and anybody else who's curious can get a look at the Blue Grotto.
The Blue Grotto? Where is it, Mr. Granger?
Shade your eyes with your hand, ma'am. You see that tiny little arch under the cliff?
Yes?
And all the little white rowboats coming out toward us?
Yes.
Now, when the first boat comes alongside, you climb down that iron ladder and get in. The boatman will row you out and through the arch into the grotto. It's a great, big, dark cavern. The water in there looks as though it's lit up underneath with blue fire.
Would you like to go out and see it, Lucy?
I'd love to.
Well, let me give you a little tip, Mrs. Courtney. The current's pretty fast out there. You'll go shooting under that arch like 60.
Oh, are we likely to upset?
No. But the arch isn't as high as your head. When you see it coming, lie back flat in the boat. That is, unless you want your head knocked off.
Thanks, Mr. Granger. We'll remember. See you later. Easy on the ladder, Lucy. Don't look round yet.
I'm all right, darling. I'm just as good a swimmer as you are.
I'm in the boat now. Take one more step.
All right.
Steady. Now, turn around facing the boatman and sit down here beside me.
Oh.
All right, boatman.
Tom, what's the matter with the boatman?
Easy, man. Do you want to upset us? Sit down.
You come back, yes?
Come back? Well, I've never been here before in my life.
Push off, man. Start rowing. The other boats are piling up behind you.
You come back.
Start rowing, can't you? And Dali Subito, faster.
Tom, he can't take his eyes off us.
I wish he'd watch out where he's rowing.
You come to live at the Villa Borghese, yes?
Tom, how does he know that?
This lady, she's not dead?
Dead? Of course she's not dead. What are you talking about?
She never come to Capri before?
Never.
Then I tell you, she will disappear just like the other one.
Disappear?
See. I rest on my oars, I tell you.
Tom, aren't we moving rather fast?
Yes, that's the entrance to the grotto ahead.
I tell you, there was a lady, so much like you. Oh, for the back, it's here.
Look, old man, I don't want to teach you your business, but you've got your back to that grotto.
Take this lady back where she come from. Don't take her to village of Borghese.
Down, Lucy. The current's taking us into the grotto. Flatten your back, down.
Senor, I'm sorry. I almost make you to get hurt.
You know you nearly got your own head knocked off.
Excuse me, no, I'm used. Now, I will row you around the Blue Grotto.
I don't think I like it much, Tom.
Neither do I.
It's dark, except for that blue light under the water. It's transparent. You can see the fishes swimming.
Just a minute, boatman. This lady who disappeared from the Villa Borghese.
2-3 years ago, she disappeared.
You say she looked exactly like my wife?
Si, senor. She was going to be married. She was trying on, a wedding dress. Her mother and sisters, they was in the room with her. She walked out on a balcony over the sea. You know what I mean by balcony over the sea. And nobody ever hear of her again.
You mean she jumped over into the sea?
Oh, young girl going to be married to kill herself? No.
Then what did happen?
Senor, I do not know. But sometimes they say you can meet her ghost in here. She float just under the water where you can see her. And it turn over and over. And the wedding veil is still around her face.
Tom, let's get out of here.
You want to go? Yes?
Lucy, if this fellow is stringing us along...
He is not stringing us along.
Then somebody ought to know what this means. If we've inherited a haunted balcony where people disappear like soap bubbles, I say it's too much. Let's get back to our steamer and talk to Granger.
Mr. Granger?
I'm aboard, ma'am. You too, young fella. The ship's starting in half a second.
Hey, give me a hand, Lucy.
Yes, dear. Oh, didn't anyone else go to the Blue Grotto?
Well, ma'am, no. The other boatman refused to take them after they saw you and Mr. Courtney go. I'm sorry,
It's all right. We've just heard the story.
I ought to have told you about it myself. All the way out here, I've been cussing myself and thinking what an ornery old badger I am for not telling you when I first met you in Naples.
The girl did vanish, then?
By a first-rate miracle, yes. In broad daylight, within 20 feet of her mother and sisters.
You don't look like a man who'd believe in miracles, Mr. Granger.
I'm not, son. I'm just telling you what happened.
But why is everybody so excited? Somebody must have thrown her off the balcony.
Josephine Adams was all alone on a balcony 40 feet up a cliff, smooth as glass. She didn't fall, and she wasn't thrown, because there was no sound of a splash. And she didn't come back from the balcony because her mother and sisters were in front of the only door. Yet within 15 seconds, 15 seconds, mind you, she just vanished.
You believe that?
Sure, I believe it, son. It's a fact.
Did you know the girl's family?
Very well. We got a real English-speaking colony here. Oh, we're pulling in. About a half a minute now, I'm going to show you your new home.
Oh, can you see it from the deck here?
You sure can, ma'am. It's on the edge of the cliff. Professor Davis's house on one side of it, and my shack's on the other. That's why I want to ask you a question.
Well, of course. Ask anything you like.
I'm an old stager, ma'am. Not exactly up to high-tone society around here, but... You trust me?
Yes, I think so.
Then promise me something. Unless you're with somebody you do trust, keep away from that balcony.
Do you honestly think there's danger?
I don't know, son. If I did, I wouldn't have to talk this way.
That sounds like a dog barking. I thought I heard it before.
It is, a big police dog. And led by a very handsome woman, if you ask me.
Oh, Lord, I didn't know she was aboard. Oh, the Countess. She lives in our colony.
Why, she looks like an American. You take your eyes off her, Tom Courtney.
She is an American. Married a Count Pachisi or something like that. Just call her Nellie.
My dear Harry Granger.
Hello, Nellie.
It's true. Everybody told me so, but I couldn't believe it until I saw her. She does look exactly like poor Josephine Adams. Just as small, just as dainty.
Please. Is everybody trying to give me the jitters?
Nellie, I want you to meet some friends of
Oh,
mine.
you don't need to introduce me. I know who they are. You're the nice young couple who've taken that villa. I'm Nellie Lucchese, and this is my dog, Tiberius. Named after the wicked Roman emperor, you know, who used to live at Capri. I must confess I'm terribly fascinated by wicked things. Aren't you, Mr. Courtney?
Lucy, stop kicking me in the ribs. I haven't done anything.
No, and you're not going to.
But Tiberius seems to have taken quite a fancy to you, Mrs. Courtney. I've never known him to go up to a stranger before.
Well, I only wish I could borrow him. He might be a charm against... Oh, I don't know.
We'll be at the harbor in a few minutes. Then you must let me drive you up to the villa. You won't be able to get any servants, I'm afraid, because they won't stay here. But you can camp out. Oh, look! Look, there's your villa. We're passing it now.
Oh, where?
On the cliff where I'm pointing.
Hey, wait a minute. There must be some mistake. That's not the Villa Borghese.
It sure is, son.
But that's a palace. Like all the other houses there. And I rented it furnished for about $25 a month.
Can't you guess why you got it so cheap, son? If you take my advice, you'll turn around and go back to Naples for the next steamer.
Oh, Harry Granger, don't be an idiot. Let's have some excitement. Let's have some excitement.
Tom, it is beautiful.
Yeah. Too infernally beautiful, if you ask me.
Oh, there's the balcony.
Well, it's all right but daylight. Marble and tapestries. But at night, when you've got to put out the lights, and you start thinking about what happened there, you...
The moon over Capri makes a deathly daylight. You could actually see to read on that balcony if anyone should go out there. Frosted glass doors open out on it from a big room on the ground floor. And two deliberately calm persons and a dog sit looking at one another.
Lucy, stop it.
Stop what?
Stop looking over at that balcony.
I'm sorry, darling.
Why are we sitting here anyway? There's an inner room that's much more comfortable.
It's like having a toothache, Tom. A very little toothache.
I may be dense, Angel, but I don't follow you.
Well, you put your tongue against the tooth to see if it'll hurt. You know it will hurt, but you go on doing it just the same. That's us.
And maybe you're right.
Oh, Tom, did you ever think we'd have a lovely house like this?
Well, the house is all right, yes. And then they have to go and spoil everything. Our honeymoon with this blasted Tommy around about...
Oh, please, Tom, you're just as jittery now as I was this afternoon. Why, even Tiberius is jittery.
Yeah, I guess I am. Easy, boy, easy.
Well, there's whiskey on the table. They call it Vicky. Here, mix yourself a drink.
In a minute, not just now. Lucy, there's nothing wrong with that balcony. Suppose you walked out on it this minute.
I've had a horrible longing to try it. Just because I know I shouldn't.
Well, nothing could attack you. All you'd have to do would be yell. That would bring Granger out on his balcony like a shot. And the neighbor on the other side of us would... who is on the other side, by the way?
A brain specialist.
A what?
A specialist in brain disorders. Professor Davis. He's English. Listen.
Somebody in the inner room. Easy, Tiberius, easy.
Tom, I'm afraid.
It's all right. You hold Tiberius's collar while I open the door.
Here, boy.
We don't want him to fly at anybody. We're going into the other room and stay there. You ready?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Courtney. Good evening, Mrs. Courtney. I am no ghost, though you appear to regard me as one. I am merely your neighbor, Professor Rutherford Davis.
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Granger mentioned you.
I trust you will pardon this intrusion. No one answered my knock, so I ventured to come in.
Oh, it's no intrusion, Professor Davis. We're a little disorganized here, that's all.
Oh, naturally. Mr. Courtney, I wish I could say welcome to Capri. But I have a very different message.
Well?
If you value Mrs. Courtney's life, you'll go back to Naples immediately.
Not you, too.
I do not say that as a ghost hunter, sir. I say it as a specialist. May I sit down?
Oh, of course. Please do.
Thank you. We seem to be forgetting our manners, Professor Davis. Will you have a drink?
Thank you. Perhaps a small whiskey.
I'll get it, darling. You sit down and talk to Professor Davis.
You're not going back into that room alone.
I'm only going to get the drinks, Tom. And I promise to be good. Tiberius can come with me, can't you, Tiberius?
Oh, I see. You've borrowed Tiberius from the Countess Lucchese.
Yes, she was kind enough to offer him. If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll be back in just a minute. Come on, Tiberius.
I hope this is all right, Professor.
No, sir, it is not all right. Your wife is in very great danger, sir.
But why? Because of that balcony?
No, because she looks exactly like the late Josephine Adams.
I don't get it.
Mr. Courtney, did you ever hear of paranoia?
Some kind of mental disease, isn't it?
Yes. The paranoid begins by imagining that he or she is being persecuted by someone. Persecuted by the most unlikely and harmless kind of person as a rule. First, he hears things. A voice in his brain whispers, "You'll be killed, you'll be killed, you'll be killed." He hears it in the tick of a clock, in the rattle of a train, in the footsteps on a street. There are holes in the walls through which his enemy is always watching. Invisible speaking tubes bring him messages. There are pains in his joints and nightmares of attempts to poison him. His brain bursts and he kills. Oh, excuse me for speaking so strongly.
But how does this affect us?
Mr. Courtney, will you examine the sheet of paper?
What is it?
A fragment of a typewritten diary. I found it on the cliffs months ago. Don't ask me who wrote it, but I know that a criminal lunatic on this island imagined that poor, inoffensive Josephine Adams was his enemy. So he killed her.
Killed her? How?
I don't know.
And what happened to the girl's body?
I'm not a detective, sir. The body was carried out to sea, perhaps, or washed along the cliffs and into the Blue Grotto to be lost. But don't you understand the danger to your wife?
You're not suggesting
To
that...
somebody's cracked brain, your wife is Josephine Adams created all over again.
Kill Lucy? What couldn't be done?
It was done, my friend. Listen.
That sounded like a dog howling.
Miss Courtney is rather a long time in getting that whiskey.
She wouldn't go near the balcony. She promised not to go out on the balcony.
People do very perverse things, my friend, when they know they shouldn't.
Lucy! Lucy!
That seems to be Tiberius out on the balcony. I can't see anything else from here.
She's gone! She's gone! She's gone!
An empty balcony, a howling dog, and a sea turned clear silver under the moon. That was how it was pictured to me with such intolerable vividness that I seemed to have lived through it. Then, after the tumult and the shouting, there are other pictures. Don't you hear the noise of that motor launch with a half-demented young man at the wheel? 3 other familiar figures are gathered round it. Don't you recognize the white 10-gallon hat of Harry Granger, and the neat pointed beard of Professor Davis, and the brunette prettiness of Nellie Lucchese?
But what on earth is he going to do?
I'd like to know that one myself.
Listen, please, all of you.
Take it easy, son. We're with you.
What time is it?
Time?
Yes, what time is it?
It's 2:30 in the morning, going on for 3.
12 hours. Then the tide ought to be just where it was this afternoon.
What's the tide got to do with it?
A whole lot. Somebody set a trap and made Lucy fall off that balcony. I know it.
Oh, that's absurd.
If Lucy's been carried out to sea, there's nothing we can do about it. But if she's been carried along with the current and into the Blue Grotto...
The Blue Grotto?
One moment, sir. You're not proposing to run this big launch under that arch after dark?
Yes, Professor, that's just exactly it.
Oh, go on, do it. I'll back you up. Let's have some excitement.
It will be exciting enough, I assure you. Mr. Courtney, have you got some wild hope of recovering your wife's body?
I've even got a wild hope she may be alive. Lucy's a very strong swimmer.
You're acting like a nut, son.
Get set, everybody. I'm going to swing around.
We're in the current now. Better hold tight.
I've got to duck my own head when we go through. Everybody else flop down.
I still protest against this. Don't you understand, Mr. Courtney?
Get ready. Here we go.
What on earth's wrong? There's no Blue Grotto. It's black as pitch.
My dear Nellie, I kept trying to tell all of you. The Blue Grotto effect is caused by the sun's rays. There never is one except when the sun is out. Just how does our friend propose to find anything in here? Listen.
Oh, something's got hold of the boat. I heard it move.
There's a hand there. A wet hand. Lucy.
She's out alive.
Mr. Granger, help me lift her up over the side. Right, easy. Don't hit the boat. Lucy. Lucy, darling. Are you all right?
Tom.
Are you all right, Lucy? Can you hear me?
All right. Just exhausted. I got in here, couldn't swim out against the current.
Well, don't try to talk.
Got to talk. Going to faint. Tom, who's with you?
Only our friends.
Who's with you? Somewhere with you?
A pleasant prospect to be shut up in the dark at 3 o'clock in the morning with a criminal lunatic.
Who spoke then?
Lucy, don't hold me so tight. Let go, dear. I'll get the boat started and have you out of here in just a second.
Who spoke then?
Only Professor Davis.
Tom. I've got to tell you. You know that girl, Josephine Adams, died. Almost killed me.
Has anybody here got some brandy? Or a flashlight?
I have a flashlight, my friend. Will you allow me as a medical man to examine Mrs. Courtney?
I'd better keep back for just a second, Professor. She's hysterical. Give me the flashlight.
I walked into
other room. No one with me. All alone except Tiberius.
Yes, Lucy?
Somebody called my name from the balcony, I thought. Very soft. Mrs. Courtney. He said, Mrs. Courtney.
Did you recognize the voice?
Yes. That's why I went.
Hadn't you better start up this boat and get out of here?
Oh, stop that.
Don't pay any attention to them, Lucy. Nobody can hurt you now.
I went out on the balcony. Bright moonlight. Bright as day. There was nobody there.
Nobody on the balcony?
No. I looked out over the sea, and something came at me, Tom. Something flew out of the air and came at me.
Just one moment before Mrs. Courtney goes on. Is anybody in this boat carrying a revolver?
Not that I know of.
Excuse my mentioning it, but I felt something metal brush past my hand.
It was only the flashlight, probably.
Will you please let Lucy go on and finish? Lucy, you were on the balcony, and something came at you.
Yes, like a snake, sideways, out of the air. It went over my head, fastened around my neck. It was a rope with a noose in it.
A rope?
That's it, a rope. It was thrown from another balcony. I'm small and light like Josephine Adams, and it pulled me sideways over the rail, and I fell.
Take it easy now, darling. You're perfectly safe.
Is she perfectly safe?
The murderer, he let her fall on the rope. But the rope was jerked tight long before she struck the water. That broke her neck, and the murderer lowered her softly.
So there wasn't any splash?
No.
And the current took her away, rope and all?
That's it. It would have happened to me, only the rope slipped through the murderer's fingers.
Through whose fingers?
Somebody in this boat has got a revolver.
Who's overboard? Somebody went.
Switch on that light, my friend, and shine it on the water.
All right, Professor. There's your light. Look at it. Turning over and over. The water in the blue grotto is red now.
Tom, come back to me.
It's all right, Lucy. I swear you're safe now.
Did he shoot himself?
Yes.
Did who shoot himself?
Who had a balcony exactly like ours on the house next door? Who began life as a cowpuncher and would have known how to use a lasso?
Who knew Josephine Adams well and got it into his maniac head that Mrs. Courtney was Josephine Adams all over again?
Harry Granger. Look. There's his 10-gallon hat floating away.
And so ends my story, which, while your own honeymoon may have ended, you may do well to remember next time you plan a vacation in sunny, carefree, whatever its name is. But next week, we shall find terror lurking in a very different sort of spot, in a storm-surrounded cottage in the remote English countryside. It's the story of a girl who married a man she knew too little about, a tale of poison, and of a rat that played the accordion in a cupboard. And so, next week when I tell you this strange tale for which I use the phrase, "Till death do us part," won't you join me, Dr. Fabian, in my cabin B13?
From Cabin B13, CBS has brought you another strange and sinister tale of mystery and murder, written by the world-famous best-selling author John Dixon Carr and directed by John Dietz. Arnold Moss is featured as Dr. Fabian, and in tonight's drama, Joseph Curtin appeared as Tom Courtney, Mary Patton played Lucy, and Rod Hendrickson was heard as Mr. Granger. The music for Cabin B13 is composed and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Join us again next week, same time, same station, for Dr. Fabian's tale, Till Death Do Us Part. More great drama comes to you on CBS tomorrow night and every Monday when Lux Radio Theater presents Hollywood's great stars and great plays. Tomorrow night, Monday, December 13th, Ingrid Bergman and Robert Montgomery will co-star in The Seventh Veil,
a powerful drama of a girl pianist and the strange man who fostered her career and then fell in love with her. Be sure you're with CBS tomorrow, Monday night, when Ingrid Bergman and Robert Montgomery create these stirring roles for you in the Seventh Veil on Lux Radio Theater over most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Dark Venture. Of mortal men come many shadows. Shadows of greed and hate, jealousy and fear. Darkness is the absence of light. So in the sudden shadows which fog the minds of men and women are to be found the strange impulses which urge them into the unknown. Dark Venture. Broadcasting Company presents Carl Harbord in The Man in 206.
I paused on the threshold of room 206. Inside the room was the killer, playing the piano in the dark. I struggled to hold my nerves in check, alone in the house, with him. My fingers closed around the small axe as I slowly turned the doorknob. And then, as it is with a drowning man, everything that had happened these last few weeks, everything that had brought me to this door, flashed through my mind. Began that night the reporter came. The fourth murder in the neighborhood had occurred only the night before, and the papers were full of it. They were calling the killer the executioner, and they said he killed only the helpless. I read all this as I sat in the lobby of my rooming house, and the thought wouldn't leave me. Could it be Fraser? Could it be the man in 206? Oh, I was letting my nerves run away with me. I was letting my hatred for Fraser warp my mind. It was just that everything was falling apart and I couldn't stop it. I remembered how grateful I'd been when Aunt Martha had willed me this rooming house. A chance to make something of my life. Sure, a fine chance. In less than a month, I was on the verge of bankruptcy. 3 more tenants had left me today, and all because of Fraser. The outside door opened, and a young man came in, shaking the rain from his hat.
Good evening.
Good evening. What can I do for you, sir?
I don't know. That sign on the door intrigues me no end.
How's that?
The sign that says vacancy. I didn't think they printed signs like that anymore.
Oh, you want a room?
Yeah. But I also want a story.
I beg your pardon?
My name's Martin. I'm a reporter on the Globe.
A reporter?
Yeah. Every day on my way to the police station to hear the latest exploits of our friend, the executioner, I pass this rooming house. Every day I see that strange little sign. Vacancy.
I'm afraid I still don't understand.
In this city, hundreds of good, solid citizens are living in chicken coops and garages. All-night theaters or streetcars because there's no place else to live. And yet, here in their midst is a vacancy. But no one accepts the vacancy. Why?
Well, most of my guests are transients. They come and go, so I always have a vacancy. That's all there is to it.
In times like these? Why do they come and go?
Now, look here.
Your place looks clean enough. I don't imagine your rates are too high.
Look, if you want a room...
And also, why are you so upset? Yeah, there must be a story here. Let my fellow reporters worry about the executioner. I'll tell the story of the vacant room.
But I tell you, there isn't any story. As I said...
Yeah, I know what you said. Yeah. I also saw how pale you got when you said it.
Look, I'm very busy tonight. When you came in, you said you wanted a room. Do you want it or don't you?
Sure. I'll take a room. Make it for a week. Or do you think that's long enough to find out what drives people away?
I really shouldn't have rented the reporter a room. But with so many of my rooms vacant, I just couldn't afford not to. After I'd showed him to his place, I decided to see Inspector Garland. After all, he'd been living here in the rooming house for the last 8 years, and though I didn't know him very well, Aunt Martha had always considered him her prized tenant. I went down the hall to the inspector's room. I had to talk to somebody. I was desperate.
Come in.
Inspector, I'd like to speak to you, if I may.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, come in. Don't tell me I've forgotten to pay my rent again.
Oh, no, it's nothing like that.
Don't be bashful to tell me, man. I've got no memory for details. Your poor aunt was always hemming and hawing, trying to get her money without embarrassing me.
Inspector Garland, it's not the rent. I need your advice.
Advice?
Yes. Oh, what am I going to do about him?
Him? I don't understand.
Well, Mr. Fraser, of course, the man in 206.
Mr. Fraser? I don't think I know him. What about him?
Well, didn't you hear him last night?
I've been working nights for the last 3 weeks trying to find some trace of this creature the newspapers call the executioner. You'll have to bring me up to date.
Well, this Mr. Fraser, he must drink or something. He usually comes in after midnight and begins to pound on an old piano I have up there till he's wakened the whole building. Because of him, I've lost every one of my old tenants except you, Inspector.
Well, for Pete's sake, why don't you tell him to leave?
Well, that's just it. I've never even seen the man.
What?
My housekeeper, Stella, rented the room to him a week before I came. He paid for 2 months in advance, and no one's seen him since. Well, if you'd been here at night, you'd certainly have heard him.
Did you ever try leaving him a note, ordering him to behave himself?
Yes, last night. I left a note in his door. This morning, the note was torn to shreds.
Well, I guess the only thing I can suggest is to wait until the next time he creates a rumpus and then call one of our boys to come in and arrest him for disturbing the peace.
Inspector, I'm afraid to wait until next time.
Huh?
Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it's just my imagination. But...
Yes?
Each time Fraser's gone into one of his rages, there was a murder reported in this neighborhood. The next day. I think Fraser might be this executioner.
And your housekeeper is the only one who's seen Fraser?
Yes.
All right, come on, let's talk to her.
You won't say anything about what I suspect. It'll only upset Stella.
No, I won't say anything.
Ah, here's her room. Stella, it's me, Mr. Wilson.
Come in, Mr. Wilson. Oh, Inspector Garland.
Why are you packing, Stella?
I was just going to tell you I'm leaving.
Leaving? But why?
Well, I'm not at all well, you know. I've been under a doctor's care for the last 5 years, and now this excitement. Well, it's just too much.
You mean Fraser, Stella?
Him and that killer, too. I'm worried and frightened all the time. It's just too much.
Well, where are you going?
To my sister's place. I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson. Before you took over, I'd worked for your Aunt Martha, God rest her soul, for 8 years. But I've got to think of myself.
But I'm trying to get rid of Fraser.
You'll never get rid of him.
Why do you say that, Stella?
That's just how I feel. Oh, I'm just a bundle of nerves, that's all I am.
You're the one who rented Fraser's room, aren't you, Stella?
Yes, I'm sorry to say. It was just a few days after Martha died, and Mr. Wilson hadn't come yet to take over the place, so I was in charge.
Did he seem like the kind of fellow who would carry on like this?
Oh, no, he was real nice. Paid 2 months in advance. Gave me a good tip when I showed him his room. He seemed fine.
And when was the first time you heard him go into one of these rages?
Oh, please. I told my sister I'd be at her place in an hour. I've just got to finish packing.
Stella, Inspector Garland is trying to help me. I'm at the end of my rope. Now, please tell him what you heard.
Well, all right. I'll tell you about the first time I heard him. It was just about 10 days after he'd moved in. I'd gone to bed early, like I usually do, and it wasn't long before I was sound asleep. First, I didn't know what had awakened me. Then I realized it was somebody playing the piano. I looked at my dresser clock. Why, it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I put on my robe and went to the door. It was Mr. Higgins, one of our tenants.
What kind of a place do you people run here? Listen to that racket. How are people supposed to sleep?
Well, where's it coming from?
That new guy, Frazier, in 206.
Well, I'll go tell him to stop.
Yeah, do that. He's got the whole building awake.
I hurried down the hall to 206. There was something so wild about that piano playing. It kind of gave me the creeps. Now I'm standing in front of the door. Mr. Frazier? Mr. Frazier, I want to see you a moment. Suddenly, the piano stopped. Then I happened to look up at the transom, and I realized there was no light in the room. He'd been playing in the dark. Then I heard him walking real slow to the door. The strangest feeling came over me. Everything was suddenly so quiet. I looked down the hallway. All the doors were closed. Mr. Higgins had gone back to his room. Mr. Frazier had unlocked the door. My heart started pounding frantically. But why should it? Then the door started to open. But I couldn't see anything except the darkness of his room. Suddenly, I turned and started running down the hall. That's the way it happened to me. I can't explain why I ran away, even today. But I just couldn't stand there. I just couldn't.
All right, Stella, all right.
That's why I've got to leave. My nerves aren't what they used to be. Maybe after I rest up for a while at my sister's, maybe I'll be all right.
You see what he's done, Inspector? I've got to get rid of him.
How many times has something like this happened, Stella?
I've heard him play like that 4 times, and always the same song. But after that first time, I've never gone to his room again except to clean it twice a week during the day when he isn't there.
The room's down the hall, isn't it?
Yes.
You got the key?
Yes.
Oh, come on. Let's take a look at it.
Wait, Mr. Wilson.
What?
I don't want him to hear.
Well, what are you talking about?
I'll be leaving in a few minutes, but when I get to my sister's house, I'll call you.
Coming, Miss Wilson?
I've got something to tell you.
What?
You'll hear from me.
Well, are you coming?
Yes, I'm coming.
Frazier's room.
Yes.
A nice piano. The place looks all right. Where's that door go?
A small dressing room. It's part of Frazier's place.
Why is it locked?
Well, it shouldn't be.
Got a key to it?
Yes, I think so. It's right on the string. Here. This one should open it.
Let's look inside. Good-looking clothes. He must have money. What's this bundle in the corner?
Looks like dirty clothes.
Look at this shirt.
Blood.
And these trousers.
All bloody. And I was right. It is Frazier. He is the killer.
Well, maybe not. I'll have to have the blood analyzed.
But if we wait until he comes back, it may be too late. This.
Come on.
It's him. He's come back.
Hello, gentlemen.
Martin, what are you doing in this room?
Didn't I tell you? I'm a frustrated Paderewski. How come I don't have a piano in my room?
Haven't I seen you around headquarters? Aren't you a reporter with the Globe?
That's right, Inspector. I'm also a fellow tenant in Mr. Wilson's establishment. Does this room hold the mystery?
What mystery?
Of the little vacancy sign. Or maybe of the executioner. There you go, getting pale again, Mr. Wilson.
I was terribly upset, but I tried not to show it until after the reporter and Inspector Garland had left. Most of my life, I bummed around the world doing everything imaginable. Stevedore, clerk, worked in nightclubs, everything. I was in a hospital clear across the country, recovering from a barroom brawl, when I'd learned I'd inherited the rooming house. It was like a godsend. And now this frightful thing was happening. And if I didn't make a go of my rooming house, I'd be right back where I started. Then, at about 11:15 that night, the phone in the lobby started ringing. Yeah, hello.
Hello, Mr. Mr. Wilson. This is Stella.
Oh, yes, Stella.
I told you you'd hear from me, remember?
Yes, what did you want to tell me, Stella?
I wouldn't want to say it over the phone, Mr. Wilson.
Well, then why didn't you tell me before?
I couldn't. Not with the inspector around.
I don't understand.
I lied to the inspector. That night when all the noise was going on, I did see something in Mr. Frazier's room that I didn't want to tell about.
Why?
Because I don't think I really understand it.
What did you see?
Well, like I said, I don't want to tell you over the phone, Mr. Wilson. You come over to my sister's house and I'll tell you.
But there's nobody here to watch the place.
Just the same, you come along, Mr. Wilson. It's 354 Westover Place. It's only about a mile.
Oh, well, all right. 354 Westover. There's not much doing here. I'll be over in half an hour.
Fine. I'll wait up for you. And don't you tell Inspector Garland you're coming. Understand?
Yes. I understand. But after I'd hung up, 2 people came in for rooms, and I was busy with them. And then it started raining again, and I couldn't walk through the rain. I tried calling a taxi, but there weren't any available. And when I looked at my watch again, it was after midnight. Then I tried calling Stella to tell her I wouldn't be able to make it that night and not to wait up for me. But I didn't know her sister's number. At 12:30 I went to bed, and I couldn't fall asleep from all the excitement. I finally got up and took some aspirin, and within minutes I was dead to the world. Huh?
Wilson!
Yes?
Wilson, open up!
Oh, all right, just a minute.
Come on, Wilson, hurry!
Inspector Garland, what's wrong?
Been another killing, only this time it strikes home.
What?
Your housekeeper, Stella. She was found on the porch of her sister's house, strangled.
After Inspector Garland told me about Stella, I told him about her phoning me earlier and saying she'd seen something unusual in 206. Then the inspector wanted to see the rooming house register. I took him downstairs and he thumbed through the pages till he found what he wanted.
William Frazier, here we are. Registered November 2nd.
And the first of these killings was around then, wasn't it?
Yeah. Home address, Spokane, Washington. Business, salesman.
Not much help.
No. If there were an address in California, maybe we could trace him. But we don't have any description to go on. Stella's the only one who's ever seen him. Wait. Here's that reporter. I don't want him to know we suspect Frazier.
Say, that Stella Falvin, the woman who got killed tonight. She worked for you, didn't she, Mr. Wilson?
Yes?
Why do you suppose she was murdered?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Looks like the work of our friend, the executioner. Inspector?
Perhaps.
Being a reporter's worse than being a milkman. My paper sent a kid over here at 3 o'clock to wake me up and have me cover this killing. A fine life. Trouble was, I'd just fallen asleep about an hour before. You didn't tell me about these piano recitals, Mr. Wilson.
Piano?
Take it easy.
When I saw you two in room 206, I figured it was vacant.
It is vacant.
No. Some guy was inside 206 hammering on that piano. And I mean hammering. Is that what chases all the tenants away, Mr. Wilson?
I told you.
Yeah, I know what you told me. Oh, well, I'm going to hit the hay for a while. I'm dead.
He's gone to his room. Come on. Let's go upstairs to 206. Quick.
You think Frazier's in there now?
There's a chance. Give me a pass key. He's not here.
But he's been here. Look at this room. Torn to pieces.
Yeah. Now, look. I don't want that reporter to know about Frazier. If he finds out about him, he'll plaster the story all over the front page of that paper of his.
I guess that doesn't matter anymore.
No, but it does matter. Frazier's some kind of a nut. I'll bet anything on it. And he'll be coming back to this rooming house if he doesn't find out we're wise to him.
Do you think so?
You're getting a guest tomorrow.
A guest?
I'm planting a man in this house to watch it day and night. And one of these nights, if we're lucky, we're going to hear that piano again.
But we didn't hear the piano again. And Inspector Garland didn't seem to make any progress finding Frazier.
I checked with all the California police chiefs.
Any luck?
None. He's not wanted for anything, that's a cinch.
Maybe he uses a false name.
Maybe. Well, that makes it even better. You sure he's never come back to the room?
I'm sure.
Well, I guess we'll just have to keep waiting.
I lost all interest in the rooming house. I wasn't able to hire another housekeeper. Although there was no more piano playing, one by one, my other tenants left me.
I'm checking out, Mr. Wilson. Prepare my bill.
Yes, Mr. Higgins.
This certainly isn't the same kind of rooming house your aunt used to run.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Higgins. Finally, the only tenants left were Inspector Garland, the policeman he planted in the house to watch for Fraser, and Martin, the newspaper man.
I see you took your vacancy sign down today.
Yeah, I'm thinking of closing my rooming house.
Looks like I'm not going to get my story after all. Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, it looks that way, Mr. Martin. I placed the rooming house up for sale and started cleaning the rooms and getting everything in order. And it was while cleaning Fraser's room that I made a discovery that sent me running to Inspector Garland's room. Inspector, look what I found.
What is it, a snapshot?
Yes, a man and a woman. And look what's written on back.
Huh? Belle and William Fraser, Stockton, California, 1942. Where'd you find it?
It was in one of the dresser drawers underneath the paper Stella had used to line the drawers.
This is what I needed. We're going to find Fraser at last.
That was 3 days ago. Then tonight at about 10:30, Inspector Garland got a telephone call. He was out. He'd been gone all evening. But the policeman he'd planted in the house took the call, and when he hung up, I could see he was pretty excited.
When Garland comes in, tell him I went to headquarters. Tell him he'd better get down there, too.
Something happened?
Yeah, they just located your roomer, William Fraser.
You mean they've arrested him?
Not exactly. His wife just came down from Stockton and identified his body.
His body?
Fraser checked into your rooming house on November the 2nd, didn't he?
That's right.
Well, on the night of November the 2nd, he was killed by a hit-and-run driver.
I don't understand.
Why we're waiting for him to start playing that piano. He's been lying on a slab in a county morgue waiting to be identified.
Then Fraser couldn't have been the killer.
You're catching on fast, Mr. Wilson.
After the detective left, I was all alone in the rooming house. I locked the front door and went up to my room. My head was pounding. It had never been Fraser. Fraser was dead, that's all I could think. I stretched out on my bed in the darkness, my mind searching for an answer. If it wasn't Fraser, who was it? Why had I ever accepted this rooming house? Why had I ever come to this place? Why... The piano. For a moment, I thought my imagination was playing some crazy trick. I clamped my hands over my ears to see if the music was in my head. No, it was real. The killer had returned, and there was nobody in the house but me. I don't know how long I crouched on the bed. I was terrified. What was I going to do? The music went on and on. Then finally, I couldn't stand it any longer. I was going to see who was playing that piano. I was going to find the killer. But I needed something to protect myself. I remembered the tool cabinet in the service closet in the hallway. I left my room and hurried over to it. I snapped on the light, and there, on top of the cabinet, was what I wanted, a small axe. Then I started for room 206. I saw through the transom that there was no light in 206. He was playing the piano in the dark, just as Stella had said. Now I was standing before the closed door. My nerves were at the breaking point. My hand closed around the doorknob. I turned the knob ever so slowly. The door was unlocked. I gripped the axe so hard my fingers ached. Then quickly I flung open the door and snapped the light switch. You!
Are you shocked, Mr. Wilson?
You killed those people. You're the one they're looking for.
This should make you a big man, Mr. Wilson. But what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to call the police.
The telephone's downstairs. Do you think I just wait here while you call?
And I'll stay here with you until Inspector Garland comes back, and I'm warning you, don't try anything.
Is it okay if I play the piano?
Why did you kill them? They were all so helpless, so defenseless.
Maybe I couldn't help myself. Maybe I didn't even know I was the killer. Maybe it was a sickness in my head. They've got a name for that, you know, for a guy who kills and doesn't know he kills. It's called schizophrenia, or something like that. And if a guy gets overtired or too excited, he can get an attack, even from something as simple as a song.
Well, you killed Stella, too. She was a good woman. She worked hard all her... Must you play that same infernal tune over and over again?
I like it. It's got kind of a strange rhythm to it when you think about it, hasn't it?
I don't care about its rhythm. Just stop playing it.
Listen. Kind of gets inside you, doesn't it?
You're trying to confuse me. That's what you're up to.
I hear you once played the piano in nightclubs.
I asked you to play something else.
Yeah. I hear this tune was your introduction number. I hear you were playing it that night you got hurt in the brawl. It's a good song.
What are you doing? What are you trying? What are you doing?
I'm just playing the piano, that's all.
I tell you, stop! Stop that song! Stop it, I tell you, stop it!
Hey, take it easy. I've stopped.
You're all alike. Always trying to outsmart the little guy. Always trying to destroy the sick and the helpless. But you can't outsmart me, can you? I don't let you get away with it, do I? I don't let you trample the helpless into the dust. I bring them rest and sleep. I bring them peace everlasting. It's your kind who hurt them. But you won't hurt anyone anymore. I'm going to kill you. Like I killed all the others.
He's dead, Inspector.
I'm sorry I had to do it that way.
Why are you sorry? Isn't it best for him?
Yeah, maybe it is.
Oh. For a minute there, I thought you were going to stay in that dressing room until he scalped me.
It was the only thing we could do. I had to get a confession.
When did you first suspect him?
And I found out he was the only one in the rooming house who'd never heard the music. And, of course, when I found out that Frazier had been dead all along. But I had to prove it.
Why do you think he killed Stella?
Stella had called him and told him she'd seen something in 206. You know, that sickness he had is a strange thing. He had an attack that night. And though he became a completely different man, he still remembered Stella's call and was afraid she'd seen him. So, he went and killed her.
Kind of makes you feel woozy, don't it?
Yeah.
You know, after this, people are going to start saying I'm nuts, too.
What do you mean?
From now on, every time I see a vacancy sign, I'm going to run like the devil.
Over the minds of mortal men come many shadows. Shadows of greed and hate, jealousy and fear. Darkness is the absence of light. So in the sudden shadows which fog the minds of men and women are to be found the strange impulses which urge them on to their venture in the dark. Dark Venture is written by Larry Marcus and directed by William T. Johnson.
In tonight's Dark Venture, Carl Harbord was heard as Eddie. Ben Alexander is the reporter. Herb Butterfield is the inspector. Leora Thatcher is Stella. And Harry Lang is the policeman. John Lake was the narrator. Original music by Basil Adlam.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro Goldwyn Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Now, let me have a look at your throat, Mr. Carlton. Open your mouth as wide as you can, please.
My throat hurts, I told you. I just can't sit still. I feel terrible.
All right. All right, you can get up and move around if you want.
You've got to do something for me. Dr. Gillespie examined me. I don't see why you have to waste time going over the same thing again.
I'm only doing it at Dr. Gillespie's request. Now, just how long ago were you bitten by the dog?
4 days ago. It's hurting worse all the time. I can hardly stand on my leg.
Well, you'd better get back into bed.
Well, aren't you going to help me? Aren't you going to give me any treatment?
You'll be taken care of as soon as I've consulted with Dr. Gillespie. I'll be right back.
My mother's in the waiting room. Why can't she come in?
She can come in later.
Yeah? Oh, come in. Come in, Jimmy. Come in.
I've just examined Mr. Carlton.
Well, Jimmy, what did you think?
I diagnose it as the onset stage of hydrophobia.
4 days after being bitten by a dog?
Well, I know the usual period of incubation is from 3 to 8 weeks.
Or longer.
Or longer, yes. But just the same, all the symptoms are present. Anxiety, depression, discomfort in the area of the wound.
But he has no fever, Jimmy.
Nevertheless, we'd better prepare for Pasteur treatment.
Well, I guess there's no choice about that in any case. Until we're certain. Well, we'd better tell his mother. Parker!
Parker isn't here, Dr. Gillespie. She's off duty today.
Oh, well, Diana. Is Mrs. Carlton out there?
Yes, she is.
Yeah. Well, will you show her in, please?
Of course. Doctor will see you now, Mrs. Carlton. Well, I must say it's about time. Well, Doctor?
I'm afraid we may have to start Pasteur treatment on your son, Mrs. Carlton.
I knew it. I told him. I knew something would happen the day that child next door got that mongrel of his.
You mean your son wasn't bitten by a stray dog?
No. That dog belongs to a boy named Bobby, a spoiled little brat. I knew that animal would bite somebody, and now my poor Edward is here because
You say the boy lives right next door to you?
Yes.
Thank you. Your son is waiting to see you. He's in room 209. Miss Verner will show you the way.
Oh, my poor boy. My poor Edward.
Jimmy, you better call Wayman. He can drive out in the ambulance and pick up that dog.
Yes, we'll need him for observation.
With Carlton showing symptoms of hydrophobia, we don't have time for observation.
Huh?
We must have an absolute diagnosis.
Well, that means the animal will have to be destroyed so we can make a microscopic examination of the brain.
The dog has to die before we can discover whether Carlton's suffering from hydrophobia, as you think, or hysteria, as I think.
Hey, Doc. There's a kid and a dog playing in that empty lot.
I'm afraid the dog we're looking for isn't going to be as playful or as healthy as that one, Joe.
Yeah, guess not. But maybe that kid can tell us where the kid we want to see lives.
We'll ask him.
Hey, jump now. Come on, Big. Come on.
Hello there, young fellow.
Oh, hello.
It's a very smart dog you have there.
He ought to be smart. He's 1/4 collie.
Oh, that makes him very smart then. What's the other 3/4?
Nobody knows. Whatever it is, it's good.
I'm sure it is. Oh, we're looking for another boy around here and owns a dog, too. His name's Bobby.
Well, that's my name. Spot's the only dog in the whole block.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Watch out for that animal, Dick.
Bobby, has Spot been acting strangely lately? Like he hasn't been feeling well?
Why do you want to know?
Well, you know Mr. Carlton, who lives next door to you?
Who are you? Are you the dog catcher?
No, Bobby, I'm a doctor. Mr. Carlton is very sick, and he claims Spot bit him.
Sure Spot bit him. Because that big lug Edward chased me with a broom when I went to get my ball out of his yard.
Bobby, don't get excited, please.
He sent you to take Spot away from me, didn't he?
Oh, okay. Don't flip your wig.
You can't take him. I got a license for him and a new collar and everything.
Oh, Bobby, I'm sorry, but we have to take him. For your protection as well as Mr. Carlton's.
I'll put a muzzle on him, mister. I'll keep him in the house all the time. But don't take him away.
I got him, Doc.
Watch your hands, Joe. Bobby, I'll come back tomorrow. I'll drive you over to the dog pound, and you can pick out another dog. One that's half collie, maybe all collie.
I don't want another dog. I want Spot.
Shall I put him in the ambulance, Doc?
Yes, Joe, put him in.
Oh. That's the ferocious beast you brave hunters stalked through the jungles of Manhattan.
Well, I didn't stalk him, Doc. I just followed him until I caught him.
Too bad he didn't take a chunk out of you.
Oh, I wasn't worried about that, Doc. I figured if he bit me, you'd take care of me.
Wayman, if that dog had bitten you, I'd have to treat him for ptomaine poisoning.
Now, Dr. Gillespie, I admit the dog seems to be all right, but we can't overlook Carlton's symptoms.
The dog can't give rabies unless he's got rabies. Why doesn't the dog show some symptoms?
They just aren't manifest yet, I guess. Carlton showed the symptoms early. The dog may develop them late, but he's capable of infecting. Dr. Gillespie, the dog has given some indication of being rabid.
Where? When? What?
Well, when Wayman and I brought him into the ambulance entrance, I tried to give him some water. He backed away from it as though he were afraid.
Now, Jimmy. What reaction would you expect from a dog when the dog's been taken away from the master he loves, the boy who feeds him and takes care of him?
Well, that's one possibility, of course.
I'm telling you that Edward Carlton's suffering from pseudo-hydrophobia, an imaginary ailment brought on by hysteria.
Have you ever seen a case of pseudo-hydrophobia before?
No, confounded, no, well, I haven't. But you know it isn't exactly rare. Give the animal some consideration.
Well, I want to, Dr. Gillespie, but we've got to consider the patient, too. Pasteur treatment isn't any fun.
Well, neither's being killed. The dog won't enjoy it. Oh, look at the poor thing, licking my hand. I could give Carlton a worse bite than he did. Well, you're right, Jimmy. The patient comes first. Take the dog to the lab, chloroform, and call me when you got the brain ready for examination.
Gee, Doc, can't you call somebody else to hold him? He keeps looking at me with them big brown eyes like I was a bookie who wasn't paying off on his bets.
Yeah, and I keep thinking of that boy, Bobby.
So think later, please. Make with the chloroform and get it over with. I feel like I'm helping to murder my grandmother.
All right, Joe. Hold his head steady.
Oh, Doc, will you hurry? I'm telling you, in a minute I'm going to be boiling, and I'll get that stuff so diluted it won't be able to put a flea to sleep. Now what's the matter?
Joe, I can't do it.
Well, don't look at me. I ain't going to do it.
I'm going to hold him for observation instead.
Good boy, Doc. You hear what the doc said, boy? How about that, huh?
There's a chance Dr. Gillespie is right. But we can't keep the dog here.
Why not?
Well, if Carew found out about it, he'd make us destroy him. Under the circumstances, it's the prescribed thing to do.
Well, you want I should hide him out while he's hot?
How could you in a rooming house?
I got a girlfriend in the Bronx. Got a big house and a yard with a kennel cage, and she's nuts about dogs. Matter of fact, she's kind of a dog herself.
Well, would you tell her to keep the dog caged and stay away from him?
Oh, sure. I can go up and feed him myself.
All right, you go ahead. But if he starts to act strangely, you let me know right away.
Sure thing, Doc. Come on.
Dr. Gillespie, you better be right, for both our sakes.
Jimmy,
Hmm?
you better come.
Well, what is it, Diana?
Dr. Gillespie wants you right away.
Something wrong?
Well, it's Mr. Carlton. He's worse.
Oh, I see.
He's paralyzed and behaving very strangely. He sounds like he's growling. In here.
Jimmy, over here. Come on, over here.
Oh, he looks pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm afraid you were right, Jimmy.
Oh, but it could still be pseudo-hydrophobia, as you said.
Not with these advanced symptoms. The pseudo cases don't go beyond the common symptoms they've heard about. They don't know enough about the disease to simulate the paralysis stage.
Okay, we'd better start Pasteur.
The moment we finish examining the brain of the dog. Is he ready?
Dr. Gillespie, I sent the dog away, alive, with Wayman.
You said... Oh, we gotta get him back, Jimmy. He's a menace to anybody who gets near him. We've got to get him back here and destroy it.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, we can start as soon as Wayman gets back here with the dog.
If we could only wait and observe just a few days.
Oh, too dangerous, you mean?
I can't help feeling that your first diagnosis is right. I don't know why.
Doctor, I gotta see you.
Well, Bobby.
I tried to stop him, Jimmy, but...
It's all right, all right.
Well, Dr. Carew saw him and said children weren't allowed.
Oh, we'll take care of him, Diana. Just tell Carew that I was expecting him.
All right, Jimmy.
Bobby owns the dog that bit Carlton, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, I see.
Doctor, I sold my bike. And tomorrow, a fellow's gonna buy my skates if he can get the money. But I got $6 right with me. Here.
Oh, but Bobby, money can't...
Maybe if you tell Edward that I'll pay his bill for being sick, maybe he'll tell you to let Spot go.
Boy, come over here by me. Come on. Bobby, we all have a lesson to learn in this life. And it's a hard lesson. A lesson that teaches us that money won't buy the things we want most. You're being forced to learn it very early with your dog.
Then can't I give Edward some of my blood? A fusion? That helps sick people to get better.
Oh, Bobby, that doesn't work in all illnesses, you know.
Bobby, don't think I'm a cruel old man. Will you listen to the truth?
Yes, sir.
Your dog can cause terrible illness if he goes on living. He can harm other people as he's harmed Edward. Would you want that?
No, sir. But Spot wouldn't harm anybody.
He already has, Bobby. He can't help it. He's a sick dog, and what he has can't be cured for. Now, will you believe me when I tell you that we're only doing what must be done?
Will it hurt him?
No, it won't hurt him.
Will you go home now, Bobby? I'll come to see you tonight.
All right, Doctor.
Good. Bobby, remember, boy, the things we lose in this world aren't lost forever. What we love comes back to us.
I know, Doctor. That's what my pa told me when my mom went away.
Well, Jimmy, what are you looking so glum about?
Same reason you are. Dr. Gillespie, you aren't fooling me. I've known you too long.
You're just catching a little cold.
My diagnosis is you're suffering from a small boy under the skin. Dr. Gillespie, give me 1 day. Just 1 day.
Jimmy, we can't. We've taken the same oath. And sentiment can't interfere with it, or medicine would go back to the Dark Ages.
All right, then give me an hour. 1 hour.
Oh, what can you do in an hour?
Talk to any doctor who might have treated Carlton in the past, get his medical history, prove to you that you were right in the first place and that I was wrong.
If only he weren't going into the paralysis stage, Jimmy. I might try it. But a layman wouldn't know enough about hydrophobia to simulate advanced symptoms.
He'd mind if he'd been told about it since he was admitted.
Nobody on our staff would alarm him by giving him such information.
No, I'm not thinking about anybody on our staff. I mean his mother.
Oh, Jimmy, she just might be the type to pry into a medical book and try and outguess the doctor.
1 hour, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, all right, Jimmy.
Thanks.
You get the information if there is any. I'll send for Mrs. Carlton. But be back in an hour, or I won't be able to wait. All right, Diana. You don't have to strap him down. Give me the scalpel.
Oh, Dr. Gillespie, can't you?
Dr. Gillespie. Jimmy, where have you been? I expected you 20 minutes ago.
Oh, Dr. Gillespie, the dog, have you...
No, he's only chloroform.
Oh, good.
But I was just going to start. Carew has been screaming for the test, and Mrs. Carlton's backed him up.
We won't have to make it now.
Oh, Jimmy.
You mean you got some information?
Yes. Edward Carlton has a history of asthma since he was 5 years old.
That isn't necessarily psychosomatic, Jimmy.
Well, I think it is in this case, and so does the doctor who brought him into the world. A chronic asthmatic is usually born with some evidence of an eczema rash.
If the asthma is hereditary.
Carlton's asthma is primarily caused by an allergy to dogs, though.
Well, that does make a difference. And it didn't start until he was 5 years old.
That's right. And I think I know why.
So do I. Come on, let's have a talk with Mrs. Carlton.
Did he want a dog? Why, of course he wanted a dog when he was a child. He didn't know any better.
You ever let him have a dog?
Of course not. I wouldn't have one in the house.
Didn't you have a dog when you were a child, Mrs. Carlton?
No, I did not. My family wouldn't have permitted it.
Oh, didn't you ever want a dog? Well, when you were a child, I mean?
Well, I may have wanted one, but I never got one.
How old was your son when he started to want one?
Oh, how should I remember that? 4, 5?
Wasn't his desire for a dog strongest just before he started to get asthmatic attacks?
I don't know.
And didn't you fill him with a lot of poppycock about dogs being dangerous and unclean?
Well, they are.
Why are they? Because you had to turn your mind and heart against something you couldn't have?
That isn't why Edward is ill. He's ill because a vicious beast bit him.
Vicious?
And Mrs. Carlton, I want an honest answer to one more question. Now, what did you do between the time your son was admitted this morning and the time you came back to visit him this afternoon?
You marched straight over to the library and read everything you could find on hydrophobia, didn't you? And then you came back and told him what he was facing.
Well, I thought he should know how sick that dog had made him.
How sick you'd made him. When you told him he'd come to a paralysis stage, he displayed that symptom immediately.
I think we'd better go see Edward right away, Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah. And don't you move out of here till we get back, Mrs. Carlton. I got a few more things to say to you.
Hello, Doctor. I feel sort of...
You've been under sedatives for a few hours to quiet your nerves.
Have you started the treatments yet?
Treatment's all over.
How long have I been out?
Only a few hours.
But it takes from 15 to 21 days for past-year treatment. My mother told me.
Your mother told you too much. You haven't got hydrophobia.
I was bitten. You saw the bite. It's right here.
Well, for a fellow who was paralyzed a few hours ago, you can sit up pretty quickly and throw those covers back, can't you?
Carlton, you need treatment for neurosis, not hydrophobia. Get up out of that bed and get your clothes on.
But where am I going?
Home, so we can have that bed for somebody who's really sick.
You mean you're not going to do anything to help me?
Oh, we'll help you all right, sure. I want to see you for an hour a day, every day for the next month. It'll take you that long to realize what a sap you've been.
Take it easy, Spot. You'll be home soon.
Yeah, and I'll bet you're in for the best dinner any dog ever had.
Oh, he won't even think of dinner until he's tried to lick every freckle off of Bobby's face.
And that was a mess of freckles if I ever saw one. Oh, look, Jimmy. There's the boy now.
Yeah, sitting on the steps of his house with his head in his hand. Bet he hasn't eaten much today either.
Doesn't even look up.
He will. I'm just going to open the door and let Spot out.
Jimmy, there aren't many living things that glad to see each other.
I can't tell which one of them is wagging most, boy or dog.
Look, he finally saw us. He's coming over.
Well, everything all right now, Bobby?
Oh, gee, Doctor. Gee whiz. Can he stay?
Well, he can stay if you want him.
Oh, I want him all right. Honest, I do. Honest.
Do you believe him, Jimmy?
Oh, I think he might be telling the truth.
Well, I guess you can keep him, Bobby. But we're sending you something you're going to need.
It's a new bike, Bobby, to replace the one you sold.
A new bike?
Yeah.
Gee.
Well, goodbye, Bobby.
Goodbye. Come on, Spot. I got a big bone for you.
He didn't seem too happy about the new bike.
Oh, he will be later, Jimmy. Not now. All he cares about now is that his dog's home again.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. Once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Jimmy, when I think how close we came to ruining that boy's life, it gives me goose pimples.
It was close, and wouldn't be easy for a young fellow to get over.
Well, Mrs. Carlton and Edward won't give him any more trouble.
I noticed Mrs. Carlton when they left here.
Come in.
Hi.
Oh.
Dr. Gillespie, I have the ticket you sent me for.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Just put them down there on the desk, Diana.
2 for the dog show and 2 for the new play at the Mohawk tomorrow night.
Well, my dear doctor, does this mark the opening of your private social season?
Well, I thought I'd relax a little, Jimmy.
Good.
But I just remembered I can't go to the Mohawk Theater tomorrow night.
Oh, well, that's too bad, Dr. Gillespie. Shall I take the tickets back and get a refund?
Oh, no. I hate people who buy things and keep on returning them. Here, Jimmy, you take them. You're free tomorrow night.
Oh, but I...
Oh, I'm sure one of the nurses will be happy to go with you. Perhaps Nurse Verna.
I'd better get back to my patient.
Oh, sure, yes. Run along.
Dr. G.
Well, confound it, Jimmy, you don't want the tickets to go to waste, do you?
Dr. G, there are times when you're as subtle as an outbreak of bubonic plague.
Well, she's a nice girl.
All right. You win. And thanks. Well, what about those other tickets for the dog show?
They're for Edward Carlton and his mother. Who knows, they may buy a dog. It'd help make them better human beings.
Certainly would. But I know something they won't find in that show. They'll never find a smart dog that's 1/4 collie.
No, Jimmy, I'm afraid they won't.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Joel Murcott and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Georgia Ellis, Ed Max, Isabel Randolph, Jeffrey Silver, Perv Pullen, and Vic Perrin. Dick Joy speaking.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call I Won't Die Alone. Our story begins in 1931. Two young men are speeding along in a car on a lonely West Virginia road at 70 miles an hour. There's a tight, tense look on the face of the driver, Steve Martin, as he takes the curves on the road without slowing down. His companion, Chuck Williams, wipes the perspiration from his face with trembling hands. He turns and watches the road behind fearfully, now and then glancing at Steve's face for reassurance.
Turn on the radio, Chuck. Let's see if they got an alarm out yet.
Yeah, okay. Oh, well, what do you think our chances are, Steve?
Hard to say. All depends on how fast the cops spread the word.
The two men robbed the Third National Bank of Louisburg of over $250,000 shortly before closing time. Word has just been received that the two bank robbers are now driving east on Highway 6B toward the Allegheny Mountains.
That's not good.
State Police Car 9 take up position at junction of Highway 11A and River Road.
They're moving fast.
State Police Car 10 take up position at junction of Highway 3 and Highway 6B.
Steve, Highway 6B, we're on it.
Yeah.
That is all. Stand by for further orders.
Steve, you gotta turn back. We're headed for a trap.
Take it easy, will you? There's still a chance. 20 miles ahead, there's a small dirt road that'll detour us right around them.
20 miles? We'll never make it, Steve. Isn't there any other road we can turn off on?
No.
Are you sure?
I was born in these parts. I know every inch of the country.
Steve, let's ditch the car and cut toward the mountains on foot.
Are you crazy? It's 40 miles to the mountains. We'd never make it walking. We gotta keep driving. It's our only chance.
We'll run right into that trap, I tell you. They'll be waiting with Tommy guns. We'll be dead pigeons.
Okay, then we'll be dead pigeons.
I'd give up my share to haul right now to be out of this. You gotta get me out of this, Steve. You gotta.
Oh, shut up.
Look, Steve, if you were to let me out of the car and keep on going yourself, I might be able to get away. The cops would be so busy chasing you, I'd be able to give them the slip.
You lousy rat.
So look at it my way, Steve. There ain't no use both are getting caught. That don't make sense.
You're great when it comes to sharing the dough, but when the heat's on, you want out.
Yeah, but I'm willing to pay for, you can keep my share of the bank call. Now, that's fair enough, ain't it? Huh?
Lot of good that doug'll do me if I get caught, but I'm sick of hearing you whine. All right, it's a deal. If I get through, the dough's all mine. If I don't, well, I don't.
Thanks, Steve, thanks. I'll never forget this.
Come on, get out.
Hey, which way do I go, Steve?
Head across the field until you hit a small stream. Then head upstream for about 6 miles. There's a railroad water tower there. You ought to be able to hop a freight.
Thanks, Steve. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah. So long, Chuck.
Flo, where are you?
I'm here, Chuck. I was wondering when you'd show up. Let's see by the paper they got Steve.
Yeah. Hey, let me see that paper. It says here they caught him yesterday afternoon at 5. An hour after I left him.
What'd you do, run out on him?
No, I didn't run out on him. I just played it smart. What are you looking at me like that for? There wasn't no sense in both our being caught, was there?
No, I guess not. Where's the dough?
What dough?
The $254,000 you got in the bank job.
Steve had the dough.
What? Look what it says there in the paper.
Huh?
Go ahead, read it.
Martin, when captured, told police he knew nothing about the stolen bank money. Police believe that Martin's unknown companion escaped with the loot. But I didn't, Flo. I didn't. Steve had that dough when I left him.
Then why didn't the police find it when they caught him?
There's only one answer. Steve stopped and hid the dough someplace before he got him.
Yeah. That must be it. Steve's too smart to risk being caught and having all that dough taken away from him. Poor guy. They'll probably throw the book at him.
Where you been so long? What happened at the trial?
They give him 25 years.
25 years?
Mm-hmm.
How did he take it?
He didn't bat an eye.
Maybe he'll think things over and squeal on me.
Oh, stop sniffling, will you? Steve isn't the kind of a guy to do anything like that.
Yeah, sure. Why should he want to squeal on me? Besides, if he did, the cops would find out that I didn't have the bank, though. That it's Steve who got it. He wouldn't want that to happen. Sure. Why, with good behavior, he'll be out in 18 or 19 years. Then he'll have all that dough hid.
I'd rather have the 18 or 19 years than the dough. Well, it's been nice knowing you, Chuck.
Wait a minute, Flo. Don't go.
What?
Why not stick around? We'd make a good team. We don't need Steve.
We don't, huh? And just what would I get sticking around? You haven't got brain, muscle, or dough. What's the attraction?
Listen, Flo, stick with me and I'll get dough. I've always gotten what I wanted in the end.
Without Steve, you haven't got a chance. He had all the brains, all the guts.
Yeah, and what did it get him? You notice I ain't behind bars. And I'll get that big dough yet.
3 cheers. When you do, look me up.
17 years passed. 17 years in which earth-shaking events took place. With the passing of time, Steve Martin became just a memory to Chuck Williams and Flo Duval. During the 30s, Chuck struggled desperately to make money in a half-dozen petty rackets, but failed miserably. However, with the coming of the war, his luck changed, and in the years that followed, he thrived on the black market. And with his newfound wealth, he was able to win Flo Duval. 1948 found Chuck Williams a happy, prosperous citizen without a care in the world.
How many times have I told you to knock before you come into this office?
Look, Napoleon, save that big shot stuff for your stooges.
Same old Flo. I guess that's what I like about you, baby.
Yeah, I'll bet. Well, you've got that superior look on your face again. Who are you planning to knife now?
Just got word that our old pal Steve is getting out of prison tomorrow.
Steve Martin?
The one and only. Been 17 years now. It's a long time.
Yeah.
Think I'll drive down to the prison. Be there when Steve gets out.
What for? You haven't bothered to write or visit him since the day he was sent up?
I know. But, it's a matter of unfinished business between the two of us.
Unfinished business?
Yeah. To be exact, $254,000.
You mean you're going after that dough that Steve has stashed away?
That's just what I mean.
But you gave up your share of that bank dough the day you and Steve separated.
Man can always change his mind.
Chuck, leave Steve alone. That money by rights is his. He paid 17 years for it. Besides, you don't need it. You got more dough than that already.
Maybe so, but that isn't going to stop me from getting that $254,000. And you ought to know by this time I always get what I go after. I got you, didn't I, baby, huh? Remember, baby, when those gates open and Steve comes out, let me do the talking.
Don't worry, I will. I don't want any part of it, dirty deal.
Relax, baby, relax. When I get that 254 G's, I'll buy you a fancy diamond bracelet. Then you'll feel better.
Hey, boss. They're opening the gate. Is that him?
No. Steve's twice as big as that guy.
Chuck. That is Steve.
Can't be. That guy looks at least 6. You're right. It is Steve. Stay in the car. Hey, Steve. Steve, over here. What's the matter? Don't you remember an old pal?
Oh, Chuck. Well, I didn't recognize you at first.
Put it here, pal.
Yeah. I guess I'm kind of surprised to see you after all these years.
Well, I've been living in South America most of the time. Only got back a year ago. I know I should have written you, but I never was any good at that.
Boy, yeah, sure smells better out here.
Come on, let's get in my car. I got a surprise for you.
Huh? Surprise?
Yeah, you remember Flo Duval, don't you? Well, here she is.
Hello, Steve.
Hello, Flo. Hey, it's nice seeing you again.
Come on, Steve, get in. We're driving you to town.
Thanks, Chuck.
Okay, Felix, back to town.
Right, boss.
You don't look well, Steve.
It's just this prison parlor, Flo. And 17 years.
Well, that's all behind you now, Steve. A few weeks of good rest and good food. You'll be a new man.
I'd like to believe that.
Just take my word for it. I'm never wrong.
Well, you seem to have done all right, Chuck.
Yeah, not bad. I own a nightclub, a bowling alley, used car business, a couple of apartment houses. I can't complain.
I'm glad to hear it.
I'm not forgetting an old pal either. Now, Flo and me want you to come and stay with us until you get on your feet. You know, a house guest.
I'd rather not, Chuck. I don't want to put you out.
Put me out? Ha! Listen to the guy. Well, we got suite servants, everything. Steve, I just won't take no for an answer.
A week passed, then 2 weeks, during which Steve Martin did little other than eat and sleep and take long walks. Chuck Williams played the role of the gracious host to perfection, and his guests lacked nothing in the way of comfort. So concerned was Chuck with his guests' welfare that he always knew exactly where Steve was and what he was doing. Then one day, as Chuck had known it would happen, Steve came into his office for a private chat.
Hey, busy?
No. Have a seat, Steve.
Thanks.
What's on your mind?
Well, while I was doing time, my old man died and left me a small farm in West Virginia. That's where I was born and raised, you know.
Yeah, I remember you telling me.
Well, I'm going back to the old farmhouse and settle down there for a while.
I see. Well, anything you say, Steve. Only let's keep in touch, huh?
Yeah, sure thing, Chuck.
When are you thinking of leaving?
Tomorrow morning.
Well, that's soon, huh? Well, we'll have to have a little farewell party tonight, okay?
Yeah, fine. I'll see you later.
Right you are. Felix, come in here.
What's up, boss?
My pal, Steve, is getting ready to make his move.
Guess he can't wait no longer to get his hands on that dough.
Looks that way. He's leaving tomorrow morning for a small farm he's got in West Virginia.
West Virginia, huh?
Yeah. Farmhouse can't be more than 30 or 40 miles from where he stashed the dough.
Is there any chance he might have hidden it on the farm?
Nah. Cops caught him before he got that far. He hid that dough someplace off Highway 6B.
How many of the boys you want me to take along?
Take 4. I don't want any slip-ups. Watch him day and night, and without being seen.
Just leave it to me.
Sooner or later, he'll lead you to the dough. When he does, well, you know what to do.
Yeah.
Okay, then. You better start packing.
The next morning, when Steve Martin took a train for West Virginia, 2 very inconspicuous men were seated at the other end of the coach he was riding in. They watched him get off the train at an all but deserted station in West Virginia, but made no move to follow him. As the train started off, Steve hired a car to take him to the farm he'd inherited, and it was dusk when he finally reached the deserted farmhouse. On a heavily wooded hill 100 yards away, Felix and a companion watched through field glasses as Steve lit a fire in the farmhouse and prepared to settle down for the night. In the days and nights that followed, Felix and his men took turns watching Steve Martin's every action. And every evening, Felix would phone Chuck Williams and report that Steve hadn't made a move as yet.
How many times have I told you to knock before coming into this office?
What's the matter, Napoleon? Aren't things working out?
I've told you to lay off that Napoleon stuff. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
That must be Felix. Hello?
Hello, boss. Felix.
Well, what's happening?
Nothing. He still hasn't made a move. All he does is fish and read.
What about visitors?
He hasn't seen anyone since the day he got here.
Are you sure he didn't give you the slip during the night and get the dough?
Not a chance. I got 2 boys watching the house at night.
Well, maybe he knows he's being watched, and that's why he hasn't tried anything.
I'd bet my last buck he hasn't spotted us.
Nothing ever goes right unless I'm running the show. I'm leaving tonight for West Virginia. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay, boss. I'll be expecting you.
That's a farmhouse down there, boss. Look through the field glasses. You can see it just like you were standing in the front yard.
He's sitting on the porch reading.
Yeah, reading and fishing is all he does. He hasn't been more than a couple of 100 yards away from the house since he got here.
Well, he must have spotted you. That must be the reason he hasn't made a move.
How could he have spotted us? You can see how careful we've been.
Well, I'll wait a couple more days. See what happens. If he doesn't move soon, I'll have to think of something else.
Leaving Felix to continue his watch over the farmhouse, Chuck returned to the village and registered at the village inn. The hours that followed dragged interminably, and the hatred that Chuck felt for Steve Martin grew with each passing hour. In the evening, Felix drove into the village and reported that nothing new had occurred. 4 more fruitless days went by. Chuck Williams was unable to contain his fury any longer. He got into his car and drove to within a half-mile of the farmhouse, then walked the rest of the way to where Felix and his men were hidden on the hill.
Boss, what are you doing here?
I got tired of waiting.
You better get down, boss, or Steve Martin's liable to spot you.
Forget that. We're through playing a waiting game. We're going to move in on him.
Move in on him?
Yeah. Maybe after a light workout, my pal Steve will be willing to tell me where he stashed the dough.
Ah, that sounds more like it. I never did go for this cat and mouse game.
Before we're through with him, he'll be begging to tell us what he knows. Hello, Steve. Got lonesome for you. Decided to pay you a call.
I thought you'd get around to it sooner or later.
You don't sound very glad to see me. That's a fine way to act towards a pal who was your host for the last 3 weeks. Didn't I treat you right?
Yeah. That's what made me figure I hadn't seen the last of you. What do you want?
I'll give you one guess.
I haven't got it.
I know you haven't, but you know where it is.
So what? That money belongs to me, not you.
That's where you're wrong, pal. That dough belongs to the guy strong enough to get it. That's me.
Okay, then you go ahead and get it.
Should I let him have it, boss?
That's not up to me, Felix. That's up to Steve. Well, pal, you gonna dig up that dough for me?
No.
You're not as smart as you used to be. You know I'll get what I want in the end.
I wouldn't count on it.
Okay, Felix. I guess it's up to you and Slim now.
Hell talk. Won't you, pal? That's it, pal. Try getting on your feet. Here, let me help you.
How is he, Felix?
It's out cold, boss.
He always did have a stubborn streak. You think in his condition he couldn't take all that punishment.
We give him any more, he's liable to kick off.
You sure?
Yeah. He's already got a couple of busted ribs, and that beating around the head didn't help any.
We gotta make him talk. We gotta.
You have to figure out some other way.
Throw some water in his face.
Okay. Just come to, boss.
Prop him up in that chair.
Come on, you. There.
Steve, can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Felix here wants to try the water treatment.
Water treatment?
Yeah. Now, why don't you play it smart and tell me where you hid that dough? Won't talk, huh? Okay, Felix.
Wait, I'll talk.
Well, it's more like it. Where is it?
You could never find it alone. I'll have to take you to it. Just you and me.
What's the matter with Felix coming along?
Just you and me.
Okay, pal, okay. Only I'm wondering if you're in condition to make it. Hey, Felix.
Yeah, boss.
Give him a few drinks, try to fix him up.
Right.
As soon as you've done that, Steve and me will be on our way.
An hour later, Steve, with the assistance of Felix, tottered to Chuck Williams' car and got in the front seat. Chuck slid behind the wheel and started the motor. As he drove off, he waved to Felix triumphantly. In a few minutes, the farmhouse had faded from view. Steve, huddled in a corner of the front seat, fought to keep from crying out every time the car hit a rut in the road. Now and then, he opened his pain-filled eyes to look out the window. Chuck watched him with satisfaction as he drove.
How much further is it?
You drive about 5 miles till you reach a small gravel road where you'll see a big sign saying the Devil's Caverns. You turn right there and go 2 miles.
The Devil's Caverns? What are they?
They're a big tourist attraction in these parts during the summer. Hundreds of huge underground caverns that run for miles in all directions.
You mean that's where you stashed the dough?
Yeah. The best place in the world.
How do you know you'll be able to find it again?
I know every inch of the caverns. When I was a kid, my old man worked as a tourist guide there. I learned my way around from him.
Okay. But you better find that dough. I'm warning you.
I'll find it. Well, you should be reaching the gravel road in a couple of minutes. Turn right, then it's 2 miles to the Devil's Caverns. This is it. Park the car in that shed over there.
Place sure looks deserted.
Well, no one ever comes here until June.
Is that the entrance to the caverns? That door set in the rock?
Yeah. You'll have to shoot the lock off the door.
Is this okay?
Yeah. No one will ever be able to spot the car here.
Thought you said no one comes here until June.
No one does. Why take chances? We'll need a flashlight.
I got one. Come out this way. And if you're thinking of any tricks, don't. Remember, I got this gun, and you're in no condition to try anything.
Yeah, you saw to that.
How come you didn't hide out here when the cops were after you?
Well, there wasn't any place to hide the car. Shed wasn't here 17 years ago.
Tough. Never saw such a lonely-looking place.
Yeah. Well, you ought to be able to blow this padlock off with one shot.
You better stand over there. Yeah, that does it. How much further is it? Seems like we've been walking an hour already.
It's right up ahead.
Sure you can find your way out again? All these cabins look alike to me.
Yeah, I know the way out.
Sure is damp in here. Hey, what was that?
Oh, probably just a rat running past you. Place is full of them.
Seems to me it's taken a long time to find that place where you hid the dough. If you're trying anything,
Here's where it is. I'll hold the flashlight a little higher. That's it. I hid the suitcase behind this rock.
Got it?
No, not yet. Here it is.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, all right. I can still recognize it. Open it up.
Well, there's the dough.
Yeah. Still in the bank wrappers. Look at it. Over $250,000. What's so funny? Answer me.
So you're the guy who always gets what he goes after in the end, huh?
Yeah, now I got the dough. And I'm asking you again, what's so funny?
Look at the money. Go ahead, look at it.
I'm looking. What about it?
Yeah, you're looking, mastermind, but you don't see. All those bills are goldbacks.
Goldbacks?
Yeah, that's right. In 1933, the government called in all goldbacks. That's how the kidnapper Bruno Hauptmann got caught, trying to pass goldbacks after the government had called him in.
You mean that dough is no good?
That's just what I mean. You try passing any of that dough and you'll end up doing time.
You've known all along that dough was no good?
Ever since 1933. Knowing it was worthless, I never intended coming here for it. But you made me.
I ought to let you have it, you rat, for leading me on like this.
Well, why don't you?
Come on, pick up that suitcase. Let's get out of here.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to tell you, Chuck.
Tell me what?
I'm staying here.
You're staying here?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, look, I've had enough out of you. Start leading the way out.
I guess you didn't understand. I said I'm staying here.
Get going or you'll get it right between the eyes.
That doesn't scare me. You see, Chuck, there was something else I didn't tell you.
Something else?
Yeah. I didn't get out of prison on good behavior. I got out because the doctor said I was going to die in 3 months.
You're going to die? In 3 months?
Yeah, that's right. I thought I'd die peacefully on my farm. Only you wouldn't let me do that. So I've decided to die here. With you, as company.
Steve, you can't do that. You can't do that, Steve. You gotta get me out of here. You gotta.
I don't have to do anything I don't want to.
Get me out of here, Steve. I'll make it worth your while. I got dough. I got lots of dough.
It's too bad you won't be able to take it with you.
Steve, I'll give you 100 G's. 200 G's if you get me out of here.
Not going to be tough for me to die, because I only got 3 months anyway. But I'm going to enjoy watching you. You're going to get weaker and weaker as you plead with me to lead you out of here. Then you're going to get desperate and try to find a way out by yourself. But you'll never make it. You'll go wandering from one cabin to another, and then in the end you'll probably wander back here to find me dead. And your flashlight's going to go out. Huh? You'll be all alone in the dark with the rats and the bats.
Oh, stop it! Stop it or I'll shoot!
And as you go weaker, the rats are going to close in on you before you know it.
Steve. Steve. I didn't mean it. Oh, you made me. Steve, say something. He's dead. He's dead. Gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. Help! Help! Help!
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? What happened to Chuck Williams? Oh, the poor fellow was found dead a month later when the cabins were opened for the summer tourist trade. Seems Chuck had wandered from cabin to cabin without being able to find his way out. Evidently, he'd gone mad in his last hours, for he was found with his pockets stuffed full of bills. Goldbacks. Now, I recall another case in which 2 ghosts came face to face, only to discover that... Oh, you have to get off now. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's story, all characters were fictional, and any resemblance to the name of an actual person, living or dead, was purely coincidental. In the cast were Maurice Tarplin, Joe Julian, Art Carney, Elspeth Eric, and Alan Manson. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert J. Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death Writes a Letter.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the mysterious traveler. Don't miss the chilling tale titled 7 Casks of Death, written by Maurice Tarplin, your mysterious traveler, which appears in the current issue of Dime Mystery Magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. This program has come to you from New York. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Host Posties, or that is Roast Toast Posties, present...
Hey, get that name right, my confused friend. It's Post Toasties. Post Toasties. Crisp, delicious Post Toasties present The Adventures of the Thin Man, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon. A basic 7 food with whole grain nourishment, Post Toasties. It's early evening. find their old friend Sheriff Ebenezer Williams ringing the doorbell of Nick and Nora Charles' apartment.
Nicky, darling, I didn't expect... Oh, Eb Williams.
Howdy, Norrie.
Eb, darling, come in.
Hello.
Where's Essie?
Oh, she's coming on a later train. And don't let Essie hear you call me darling.
Everybody's a darling tonight, Eb. This is going to be the most wonderful anniversary Nicky and I ever had. If he remembers about it, the big goon.
Well, did he forget?
He didn't mention a word about it all day.
Oh, well, I reckon he's trying to tease you.
You look lovely, Eb.
Yeah, I got on my best bib and tucker. I saved these clothes for funerals and weddings. You look mighty spruce yourself, Norrie.
Do you really think so, Eb? I got this evening gown especially for tonight. Do you like it?
You seem to fill it out fine.
Oh, that must be Nicky now. Eb, don't you remind him that this is our anniversary. I want to see if he forgot.
What'll you do if he has?
Well, I can't make up my mind. Shall I blow his brains out or slit his throat?
Oh, slit his throat. Because if you try to blow his brains out, you might miss the target. He'd be in so small, you know.
Nicky, darling.
Hello, baby.
Didn't you forget something, dear?
No, darling. Here's a half-pound of butter you asked me to bring home.
Oh.
When I promised the grocer I'd marry his daughter, he let me have it. Oh, hello, Eb.
Howdy, Nick.
Oh, awfully nice to see you again. What brought you to town?
Steam cars?
Oh, I thought there was something up.
Well, there is.
What?
Oh, I come in to see a fellow's throat slit.
Oh, whose?
Friend of mine.
Oh. Well, Nora and I haven't seen an interesting throat slitting in a long time. Can we come along?
Yes, be glad to have you.
Say, Nora, what are you all dressed up for? And Eb, you're all dolled up, too. Why?
For the funeral of the fellow that's going to get his throat slit.
Oh, well, I guess I better change. I'll see you in a minute.
Oh, Eb, he completely forgot.
Oh, I don't think so. See if that package really has got butter into it.
Oh, I didn't think of that. Oh, Eb.
Huh?
It is butter.
Well, what you crying for? Butter has its points.
Oh, that big goon. You'll see if I'll ever marry him again. Oh, why do I love a husband I hate so much? Oh, just a minute.
Oh, Mrs. Charles?
Yes.
I'm Mr. Squiller of Squiller Incorporated. Flowers for the dead, dying, and married. Where shall I put this?
Oh, the flowers. Oh, over there.
Very well.
Do you have a cold?
No, I'm allergic to blossoms. Mrs. Charles.
Yes.
May I extend my deepest and heartfelt condolences on this occasion?
Oh, well, thank you. What did you say?
I saw you crying when I came in. Perhaps he's happier in another world.
Mm-hmm.
Who can tell? My deepest sympathies, madam. My heart bleeds for you. You'll get my bill in the morning. Goodbye.
Allergy in a country churchyard. Look at that bunch of posies he sent.
Wonder if I'm celebrating an anniversary or winning a horse race. Let's see what the ribbon says. Oh!
Darling, how do you like the flowers? Aren't they lovely?
Beautiful, dear. I'm just mad about the inscription. Rest in peace.
Huh?
So appropriate for an anniversary.
What are you talking about?
That there ribbon, Nick. Couldn't they get you one that said success?
Here, let me see. Lilies. This is a funeral bower. Where are the jewels?
What jewels, dear?
I bought a necklace and told him to send it with the flowers.
You expect me to believe that?
But I did.
You forgot our anniversary entirely.
Oh, darling, don't you see? I did send you flowers.
They were delivered here by mistake.
But I bought a gift for you, too.
You're just making that up. You don't love me anymore.
But I do love you.
You hear that, Eb? He's shouting at me now.
Oh, I'm going back to the flower shop and find out what happened.
You mean you're running out to buy me something? Oh, I know all your little tricks.
All right. You can come along. And you can come, too, Eb, as a witness.
Maybe that funeral wreath isn't so inappropriate for our wrecked marriage. Rest in peace. Oh, Eb.
Oh, please, don't scream at me so. I can't bear it, Mr. Charles. It drives me mad.
His son died.
Oh, look, Mr. Squiller, all I want to know is who got the necklace I left with you.
If he left any necklace.
Which I'm beginning to doubt.
Don't confuse me so, please. I'm suffering acutely from allergies. I'm sneezing my brains out. I hardly know what I'm doing anymore.
All right, look, I'll make it simple. I got a funeral wreath. Now, you must have delivered my flowers and the jewelry to somebody else.
Do you suppose that's what I did?
Yes, I do. Probably you sent it to the person who was supposed to get the funeral wreath.
Why, of course, I remember now. How perfectly idiotic of me.
Yes, well, where did you send my jewels and the flowers?
Let me see now. Oh, here's the card. Mrs. Gwen Gray Gilroy, 1408 East 86th Street.
Gwen Gray Gilroy. Nicky, isn't she that showgirl who threatened to commit suicide when you married me?
Which one do you mean, dear?
The one you nicknamed Strikeout, because she had so many curves. She called you Sugar Man.
Oh, I'm sure it's not the same person.
She married a millionaire named Gilroy. I read it in the papers. Nick, have you been sending her flowers and jewelry?
Oh, look, what am I getting into here? No, this is just a simple mix-up. Probably due to Mr. Squiller's allergy.
I'm so sorry all this happened. My nose is just driving me crazy.
Why don't you quit the flower business if you're allergic to flowers?
Well, how can I quit when I'm losing money? It's a vicious circle, starting from my nose and ending with my bank account. Believe me, when I think of my troubles, I could weep.
Come, Nicky. We're going to Mrs. Gilroy's. And if what I suspect is true, you're going to be dead before morning.
Oh, will he really, Mrs. Charles?
Yeah, you can depend upon it, Mr. Squiller.
In that case, remember where to buy your flowers for the funeral, Mrs. Charles.
Just a moment. Why, Sugar Man.
Strike out.
So, it is her.
Sugar Man, you found out about poor Virgil dying and you came back to me.
No, not exactly strikeout. This is my wife, Nora.
Oh, how do you do?
Not as well as you seem to be doing.
And this is my friend, Sheriff Ebenezer Williams.
Howdy, Strikeout. Does that coffin contain the remains of your late spouse?
Yes.
Now, look, Gwen. There's been a kind of mix-up. Did Mr. Squiller deliver some flowers to you?
Yes, Nicky, they're at the head of the casket. Why?
Was there a package with them?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't here when they arrived.
Let's take a look, Nick. Maybe it's with the flowers.
Yes, come on.
How did he work out as a husband, Nora?
Not badly.
Don't seem to be here, Nick.
I'll open the casket, Eb. Maybe that idiotic florist put it in there.
Maybe he was playing treasure hunter.
Hey, look. The casket's empty.
Godfrey, nobody home.
What are you talking about?
Strikeout, your husband's body isn't here. The casket's empty.
Virgil gone? Say, that jerk can't do this to me.
Too bad Nick didn't send that package by post.
Toasties, Ted.
Huh?
Whenever you say post, follow up quick with Toasties. Post Toasties. You know, delicious, crisper cornflakes.
Oh, yeah, but I'm talking about a package.
Large or small. You know, Ted, Post Toasties come in different size packages.
Well, sure they do. And my friend, when you always buy the largest package instead of the smallest size, you save up to 17 cents on every dollar spent for Post Toasties. Now, that's something you can count on, a basic saving.
Hey, did you say basic 7?
But, you know, Post Toasties are a basic 7 food, one type of food our government urges us to eat for wartime strength and fitness. Post Toasties are a swell source of quick energy with whole grain nourishment, including iron, niacin, vitamin B1.
Well, what do you know? I've been eating Post Toasties just because they taste so good.
Well, you keep right on, my friend. Enjoy that good ripe corn flavor, that toasty crispness, that valuable whole grain nourishment. Enjoy Post Toasties. A delicious, nourishing, crisper basic 7 food, Post Toasties. Back to tonight's adventure of the Thin Man. Mrs. Gwen Gray Gilroy, known to Nick and Nora as Strikeout, has just found that her husband's body is not in the coffin. We heard her say,
Virgil gone? Say, that jerk can't do this to me.
Maybe he stole the necklace and beat it.
He couldn't. He was dead.
Are you sure of that, Gwen?
Sure, certainly. I saw him croak with my own eyes.
well, somebody stole that necklace.
Somebody stole my husband's body.
Reckon there's a crook around here, by Godfrey.
Well, come on, Eb. We're going to turn this place inside out. I'm sure it's a... Say, here's the body.
Where?
On the sofa.
You must have misplaced it, Strikeout.
Well, how did it get there?
I reckon he was just hiding to scare us. Say, Strikeout, is that a picture of the deceased?
Yes. And he didn't die of disease. Heart attack, the doctor said.
Looky, Nick. That there ain't a picture of the corpse.
Let me see. Oh,
Gwen, is that Virgil?
no, it's somebody else.
Where'd you get him, Gwen?
I don't know. Oh, this is awful.
Hey, wait a minute. I found something here.
What is it, Nick? Another cadaver?
No. It's a bill from the Luxury Deluxe Hotel in this fellow's pocket. For $1.25 for a week's board.
Reasonable.
Yes. This hotel's down on the Bowery.
Sugar man, won't you find poor Virgil's body for me? The funeral's all arranged and I have a lovely black dress already.
Never mind about that body, Nick. You'd better find that necklace. If there was one stolen.
Nick, do you think the same crook that stole the body stole the necklace?
You've got something there, Ed. We're going to the Luxury Deluxe Hotel right now.
Oh, this is awful. This is terrible.
No. Don't take it too hard, Strikeout. Your husband had to go sometime.
That's not why I'm crying. Suppose Virgil is alive. I won't collect a penny. Oh, he's just got to be dead.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to the Luxury Deluxe Hotel. No opium smoking and no murder allowed.
Oh, a respectable joint.
I thought we was coming to one of these here low dives. Awful disappointing.
Well, friends, would you like a room with a window or just a room?
Not exactly. You see...
Here, my friend.
Where'd you get my watch?
Oh, that's just to show how honest we are. Don't you recognize me, Nicky?
Oh, Dippy Danny, the pickpocket. What are you doing here?
Well, I decided to go straight for the duration. My contribution to the war effort.
Danny, this is my wife, Nora.
How do you do? Are you a very experienced pickpocket, Mr. Dippy?
No, I've had me hands in some of the most well-greased pockets in this country. Here's your change, please.
Oh, thank you.
And this is my old friend, Eb Williams.
Howdy, Dippy.
Hello, son. Here's your wallet.
Mr. Dippy looks so... Godfrey, how do you do it?
I'll show you later if you want to know. Hey. How you got in that sheet over your shoulder, son?
All right, Eb. Put him down there and uncover him.
Okey, baby, dokey. Easy does it.
You recognize him, Danny?
Kind of stiff, huh? Yeah, I know him.
Who is he?
Fellow named Joe Jones. Died here 3 days ago.
We found him in a swanky apartment uptown. How'd he get there?
Well, it's kind of a queer story. A dame come in and wanted a dead body.
What?
Yeah. She wanted to rent one. I told her I had one, so I rented them to her for $2.
Is renting bodies part of your regular line of business here?
No, but I don't mind picking up a little spare change now and then. A fella needs it, you know, what with taxes.
Yeah, sure. Well, what else do you know about this woman?
Well, she rented a room here. It's right down the hall. You want to see it?
Yes, I certainly do. What's her name?
Mrs. John Smith, she says. You think she was lying, Nick?
What does she look like?
I couldn't see. She was wearing a black veil. Here's the room.
Oh, it looks like an ideal honeymoon suite for a couple of zombies. Oh, look, Nick.
Well, say, what do you know? That's the body of Strikeout's husband.
Yes, and he's been struck out, all right. But good. Here, look at the eyes, Ed. He's been poisoned.
Murdered, by Godfrey.
I knew it. Can't we ever have an anniversary without a murder?
Nora, you and Ed go home. There's some checking up I want to do. I'll be there in an hour.
All right, Nick. I'll be glad to get out of this terrible place.
Wait a minute. Did you say he was poisoned, Nick?
Yes, Danny, why?
He should have known better. It's against the rules of the hotel.
The only way we'll find out who stole that necklace is by solving this murder. I'd like to have a nice, cozy talk with Strikeout.
Oh, no, you don't. Not on my wedding anniversary.
But, well, Eb, you think you can find out what I want to know from Strikeout?
Sure thing. You know how I handle women, Nick.
All right, Eb. You get her to tell you everything she can about Barton Bellows.
Yeah?
She's been seen around with him. Find out if she's got a black veil and find out just what happened when her husband died.
All right, I'll go right now.
And be careful, Eb. Strikeout can be dangerous when she's cornered.
I'll keep her away from corners then. See you later, Nick.
Bye.
Who are you calling, Nick?
Barton Bellows, maybe.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Bellows' residence.
Oh, are you Mr. Bellows' maid?
Yeah?
Are you happy working for Mr. Bellows?
Well, I don't know. Why?
Well, my name's Nick Charles. Maybe I can offer you a better job. Do you like it there?
Well, Mr. Bellows ain't married, so we don't have a wife who'll let me wear a fur coat like in the last job I had.
Oh, well, my wife would let you wear hers.
Can I speak to your wife?
Why, sure. Nora, get her to quit her job right now. Not only is it necessary, but we can also get a maid.
Oh. Hello?
Your husband says I can wear your fur coat if I wait for you.
Well, of course.
What kind of a coat do you got?
Persian lamb.
Oh, Persian lamb. I can get lots of jobs with a Persian lamb coat.
Oh, but I also have a mink coat.
Oh, mink? That's more like it. How much will you pay?
Well, how much do you get?
$30 a week.
I'll give you 40.
2 nights off a week, and can I use the telephone when I want?
Yes.
Also, can I have my boyfriend in Saturday night?
Yes, of course.
That's the kind of a job I want.
Then you must quit right now and come over here. The address is 409 Park Drive.
Okay, I'll be there right away.
I hope you don't think it's odd, my stealing you from Mr. Bellows over the phone this way.
Oh, no. That's how he got me. It's wonderful being a maid these days, Mrs. Charles. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, we got a maid. So now what?
So now, Nora, you're going to find out a few things about Barton Bellows for me. You are going to be a Swedish maid applying for a job.
Oh, you mean a vain girl who scrubs clean like anything by Jumpen Kimini? Good evening. Are you Mr. Bellows?
Yes.
A vain expert Swedish maid, cook, housekeeper, nurse, a laundress, and dishwasher. Have you quit a job and told my madam to go to... maybe you have a job for me?
Do I have a job for you? Come right in. You were sent from heaven.
No, I come from Brooklyn.
I mean, my maid just quit. I need someone to take care of my house. I'll pay you anything you want.
Oh, is that picture of your wife?
Well, no, not exactly.
This beautiful woman, she writes, to Barton, the one and only in my life, all my love, Gwen. If she's not your wife, why does she love you?
Well, she's kind of a friend of mine. I'm not married.
Oh, not married? I am not married, too.
Well, I hope you'll like this job. I'll do anything you want to make you happy.
Will you marry me?
Well, no.
I think I go home.
No, please. I'll be nice to you. That won't be hard. You're very pretty.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, I think maybe I stay. Look at this drawer, so messy. Full of old letters.
What are you doing there?
I must see if you pay your bill. I don't work for a man who does not pay his bill. Here is interesting letter. Dearest Barton, I don't think poor Virgil can live very much longer. The old goat is due to kick the bucket soon, and we can get married.
Give me that.
It is from that Gwen. So you want to marry her?
Well, that's none of your business.
Where I work, everything is my business. Aha. You have a little bottle here. A little bottle of pills. I wonder what they are.
Here, don't open that.
Take your hands off me or I smack your face. Here is your bottle of pills. I don't think they would be so good for me anyway.
I think you'd better leave. I'm afraid I can't use
it. Leave? You bet by Jiminy I leave. They will not work such a filthy place. Look at these dishes.
Get out of here.
You insult me. Hey, quit. Look at this vase. Filthy. Ye are a beast. Good night.
But, Eddie, are you sure he was poisoned?
Yeah. Now, you better tell me all you know about it, Strikeout. This is murder. You can go to jail for that, by Godfrey.
Have you told the police yet?
No.
Don't tell them, Eddie. I'm sure they'll suspect me. You will be a nice little boy and not mention a word about it.
Well, it ain't easy to keep a thing like this secret.
I know, but won't you do this for poor little me?
If you kept the thing like... Think you misplaced your arm, Strikeout?
Oh, don't misunderstand, Debbie. I'm just holding you because I'm frightened. You're just like my daddy. You know what he used to do when I was frightened?
Don't knock my derby off. What?
He used to hold me in his arms like this and then kiss me like this.
Your daddy done that?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet Papa.
You're sweet too, Debbie. You won't call the police, will you, Daddy?
Well, I reckon I'll think about it. Where's your clothes closet, Strikeout?
There. Why?
I just want to take a look. You wear this black veil very much?
What do you want with that veil?
Hello, darling. I see you have company.
Barton, I didn't hear you come in. Eb, this is Barton Bellows.
Howdy, Barton.
Hello. Gwen, I've got to talk to you.
And I got to see you, too. They found Virgil's body.
I'll open it.
Oh, hello, Eb.
Why, Norrie and Nick. Come in.
Eb, your lipstick's smeared.
I reckon I got that comforting Strikeout here.
Sugar man, you won't let him call the police, will you? Just wait a day until I see my lawyer.
Strikeout, is that man Barton Bellows?
That's him.
The Swedish maid. Say, what is this all about? You'll find out in a minute. Mr. Bellows, you better sit down.
Sugar man, what are you going to do?
Strikeout, who was here on the night that your husband got killed?
Just Barton and me and Virgil. Why?
When did he die?
About 9 o'clock. We had brandy in this very room. And Virgil stood up and collapsed.
What did he do with the body?
Barton put a sheet over him. I was hysterical, so Barton gave me a sedative, and I went to bed.
I see. Ed, did you find anything here?
Yeah, this black veil, Nick. Just like the kind that your pal Dipper sees.
Nicky, sugar man, what's the veil got to do with all this?
Gwen, the person who murdered your husband tried a very slick trick. The killer obtained the body of a man who died naturally and put it under that sheet to deceive the examining doctor. Your husband's body was hidden in the luxury deluxe hotel in the Bowery.
It was hidden there by a woman who wore a black veil, Gwen.
The killer had only one problem. The bodies had to be exchanged again. The poisoned man's body would have been buried, and nobody would even know your husband was murdered, Gwen.
Isn't he brilliant?
Only one thing went wrong with this almost perfect murder, Gwen. The killer planned to change the bodies tonight. But after the corpse of the Bowery derelict was removed from the coffin, there was an interruption. Flowers arrived. The flowers that were sent here by mistake. So the killer quickly hid the corpse behind the sofa.
Well, how do you know that?
I checked with Mr. Squiller, the florist. He heard something being moved about just before he came in. Now, whoever moved that corpse is the killer. Now, Gwen, the elevator boy said you left word when you went out to let Mr. Squiller in with the building's passkey. That sounds like a good alibi, but can you prove you were out of the house at that time, Gwen?
You're not going to get away with this. Grab her, Nick. She's going for that drawer.
Strikeout, don't
Get
try
her
it.
up.
Gun by Godfrey.
Stand back, all of you. First one who makes a move to touch her, he's going to get killed. I'm getting out of here. The light! Who turned off the light? Nick, you're going to get away. Go.
Eb, light a match.
Okay.
Nora, turn on that switch. That one over there.
All right.
Ed, take this gun and cover Bellows. Shoot the kill if he tries anything.
Are you crazy? She was trapped and she committed suicide. The gun's still in her hand. She shot herself.
Nicky, is she dead?
No, baby, it's just a flesh wound. She'll be okay. Phone the police and tell them to send an ambulance.
All right.
Bellows, you're under arrest for murder.
You don't know what you're talking about. Her attempt to kill herself proves she's guilty.
You see Gwen's wristwatch? The crystal doesn't get crushed when you try to commit suicide. It got crushed when you grabbed her arm in the dark and twisted it and turned the gun on her. You murdered her husband. Nora got one of the poison pills you used when she went to your apartment.
You'll never be able to prove this.
I got proof already, pal. For instance, you're the only one that would be familiar enough with this room to know where the light switch is. And what's more, you left fingerprints all over that room at the Hotel Luxury Deluxe when you come down there in the dress and clothes that you stole from Gwen.
Yes, what else have I done?
You stole your necklace, Nick. Here it is.
Where'd you get that?
Out of your pocket.
Why, Eb, I didn't know you were a pickpocket.
I got Danny the Dipper to show me how to do it.
Well, that about clinches it, Bellows. That proves you were here when the flowers arrived. You murdered Virgil Gilroy because you wanted to marry Strikeout after she inherited his dough. And stop shivering, Bellows. You'll be warmed up soon enough.
Will you pull the covers up, darling? It's getting chilly.
Okay. There, is that better?
Mm-hmm. What made Barton Bellows steal the necklace?
Well, he got cold feet when he was interrupted by Squiller. He figured it would come in handy if he had to clear out in a hurry and needed money first.
But why'd Strikeout pull that gun?
Well, she thought she was being framed, and she lost her head.
There, does that clear up everything?
Mm-hmm. Darling, it was a lovely anniversary. Even if we did have to celebrate rather late.
Uh-huh. Should we go to sleep, dear?
No. Let's stay up and remember old times. That's what people should do on anniversaries.
Oh, but Nora, I want to sleep.
You didn't feel that way on our wedding night.
No?
You're getting old, Nicky.
Who's getting old? I can stay awake forever if I want to. Me getting old? It's ridiculous. I can stay up all night for a week if I want to. I just don't want to now.
You're fibbing. You can't.
Okay, I'll show you. Let's talk about anything you want to, as long as you want to.
Nicky, do you remember what you said when I first met you?
Mm-hmm.
What did you say? Well, Nicky, are you sleeping? Silly goose. Good night, Nicky, darling.
When that sleepy pair wake up in the morning, they'll be ready for breakfast. So I'll just slip out the kitchen and see what's there. The icebox, there's cream, milk, pears. Oh, yeah, there it is, right up there on the pantry shelf. Post Toasties, all the makings for a swell breakfast dish. Crisp Post Toasties with juicy, ripe sliced pears on top and rich milk over all. Boy, these delicious cornflakes taste so good and stay so crisp. Why, there's a wake-up smile in every tempting spoonful. Yes, and Post Toasties are a swell source of quick food energy and valuable nourishment. Whole grain nourishment, including iron, niacin, vitamin B1. Post Toasties are one type of cereal nutritionists say we should be sure and eat every morning. Yes, the breakfast including fruits, milk, toast, a beverage, and a generous helping of Post Toasties is a nourishing, adequate breakfast. One that'll help prevent mid-morning fatigue, help promote good spirits and real working efficiency. So keep that in mind, won't you? And tomorrow, well, every morning, help yourself to get off to a good start with a really good breakfast, including Post Toasties, a delicious, crisper, basic 7 food. Post Toasties. Tune in next week to radio's most popular mystery comedy, The Adventures of the Thin Man, brought to you by Crisp Post Toasties, a basic 7 food. Listen next week when Nick and Nora investigate the stolen jewelry racket and discover it's a short step from hot rhinestones to cold tombstones. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The following is transcribed from an earlier network broadcast.
The American Broadcasting Company presents I Love Adventure. Incident number 9, The Girl in the Street, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie.
Just to keep the record straight, I'm Jack Packard. And the red-headed Texan seated there with his feet on the desk is Doc Long. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the A1 Detective Agency, just off Hollywood Boulevard and one flight up. Reggie York is down at the Federal Building getting some information on a recent smuggling activity on the Mexican border. And Mary Kay Jones, the cutest secretary in Hollywood, is with him to take down the data. That leaves Doc Long and me in the office.
I don't get it, Jack. Why you have to go sending Reggie out on cases which involves having to take along Mary Kay?
You said you didn't want that smuggling case.
Well, if I'd known it involved taking Mary Kay out for the afternoon...
Are you interested in work or in women?
Women? That's a silly question.
I should have known better.
Ain't nothing I'm more interested in than women, and there ain't never going to be nothing I'm more interested in than women. And I just wish there was more little old female women in the world for me to be interested in.
You're wasting your time in a detective office.
Oh, I am?
If you're so all-fired interested in women...
Ain't you forgetting Mary Kay Jones?
Yeah.
Mary Kay Jones. Cutest little secretary that ever crossed her knees to hold up her dictation book. Remember her, son?
Yeah. Just your size, huh?
Jack, that gal has got just about everything a man could ever hope to expect out of life. And all tied up in one bundle as neat and as trim as 40 cents. I think
It was at that moment that Fred Locke entered the A1 office and started the wheels going on one of the most insane cases I ever had. It involved Mrs. John Fraser from the very beginning. Mrs. John Fraser, better known as Satin. That she wasn't killed at once is... But there was Fred Locke just entering the A1's office, and this is where it began.
I want to talk to Jack Packard.
That's me.
Privately.
This is Doc Long, one of my partners.
Alone. Private. You mind?
Well, yeah, sport, we mind a lot.
Look, you two, take a gan at this paper. Here, feast your eyes on it.
Oh, that's it.
Excuse me for being alive. Go ahead, you two. Talk just as darn private as you want to.
Come on. Go ahead. All right, so you're a federal man. What's the pitch?
The government wants a case broken fast. It's developing right here in Los Angeles, and we've got to put a man at the head who's completely unidentified with government work.
And I'm it, huh?
Yep. You won't appear in the case much, not on the surface. But you'll be working like a two-tailed cyclone behind the scenes.
Are you in it?
I'm in it, up to my ears.
Who else?
Satin Fraser, for one.
Who?
Satin Fraser, Mrs. John Fraser. If she comes out of this alive, she'll be the luckiest young woman ever to breathe air.
Here I am, Satin Fraser, Mrs. Johnny Fraser, standing in the evening fog on the street corner at Muirfield and Rossmore. A June evening with the sea fog hanging among the newly leafed out trees like gray smoke, and circling around the dim street lamps like moist, glistening halos. I was all alone on the corner, just standing there, so that the headlights of the occasional traffic spotlighted me with sudden brilliance. Just now, 2 15 or 16-year-old bobby soxes joined me on the corner. Their white shoes and socks looked cheap and dingy under the streetlight, and their bare ankles glisten. Their white peekaboo waists give them a naughty girl and glad of it feeling. And here comes a car.
Hi, mousemate. Going our way?
Maybe. Which way you going?
You hear that, Jim? She wants to know which way we're going. Come on, climb in.
Okay. Come on, Julia. Well, open the door, stupid.
Here, you two girls, don't do that.
Why?
Do you know these boys?
What business is it of yours?
Sure, Grandma. What a big nose you got.
Well, come on, open the door.
Door don't work. Come on, Julia. I'll pull you up over. Up you come. Hey, you got a lot of girl under that kimono. All right, sweetheart, you're next.
Hey, go easy. I'm the only daughter my mother's got.
Up you come. Nothing to you but a handful of feathers. Give her the gun, Jim.
So I just stood there and watched the beginning of another sordid little tragedy of the city streets. Foolish, ignorant, tawdry little butterflies. Don't think I'm a moralist, I'm not. But as I stood there in the lights and shadows of the changing traffic, with the wet fog making my face cool and forming little beads of moisture on my eyelashes, I couldn't help thinking of my own love that glowed so warm and bright inside, and contrasted so terribly with the ugly little scene I just witnessed. Uh-oh. Here's a man in uniform.
I beg your pardon.
Well?
I'm pie-eyed.
You don't need to apologize to me.
You busy this evening?
Yes.
No, that's too bad. Hey, you don't need to back up from me. I've been eating a lot of breath sweetener.
I just don't want you to fall on me.
Hey, you mind if I lean up against this electric light pole?
No.
Mm-hmm. Mind if I unbutton my blouse
It's your blouse.
I guess I'm awfully spifflicated.
I guess you are.
Mind if I go over and lay down on that lawn over there?
Not at all. I'm sure the owners are patriotic citizens and would love to have a uniform sleep on their lawn.
Oh, what's the use of being sarcastic? World's full of sarcastic people. Well, what's the use of it?
Poor kid. Probably a lonesome, unhappy boy in a strange town at loose ends. On the other hand, sometimes if you give a lonesome boy a little leeway, you don't get gratitude. All you get's trouble. I was wondering just how long I was going to have to stand here at Muirfield and Rossmore waiting when it happened.
Well, if it isn't our little friend Satin. Hello, Satin.
Here, wait a minute.
Take her other arm, Ernst. Of course you're coming with us.
Let go of my arm. What are you two trying to do?
Hang on to her, Nick. You don't need to be ashamed of her, Satin. We put on our dinner jackets just especially for you. Maybe she wanted white tie and tails.
Where are you taking me? Who are you?
Satin, how can you? And after all these years.
I never saw you before in my life. Don't you know this is kidnapping? Don't you know they execute people? You two men must be insane.
All right, here's the car. Slide in the front seat between us. Ernst, you drive. I want to sit with my arm around Satin.
No, I don't want to.
Please?
You're breaking my arm. Oh, don't. I'll get in.
That's the girl. She smells nice. Ernst, why do you suppose it is that a beautiful girl always smells so much more exciting when she's in an evening gown? Because she is more exciting. My brother, you're so prosaic. I've always had a sneaking suspicion that before she put on her gown, she slips into some mysterious, fragrant, invisible garment that gives her special perfume.
Who are you two? How do you know my name?
Satin Fraser? Why, we've known Satin Fraser since she was a little girl, with skinned knees and a missing tooth right in front, and pigtails down to her waist and freckles on her nose. Well, it wasn't sunburned.
Who are you? Who are you? Either you must be crazy or I am.
That's Ernst Gorman at the wheel? Don't let her fool you, Nick. She knows us all right.
I never heard of Ernst Gorman in my life. Who are you?
I'm his brother, Nick.
Ernst Nick Gorman. I'll remember that.
You hear that, Ernst? She's really going to carry it off, pretending not to know us. She knows us all right.
You're trying to drive me crazy. That's what you're trying to do. You're kidnapping me and pretending something that's not so. You're trying to make me believe something I know isn't so. Maybe you're deliberately trying to drive me crazy.
Now, why doesn't she want to know us, Ernst? We're really quite presentable. Remember how we were sought after in Buenos Aires last spring? And the girls in Mexico City were mad about us.
What's the reason? There's got to be a reason. Why did two strange men kidnap a girl and try to drive her crazy?
I don't think she's listening to us. She will. When we get her there.
Please. Hurting my arm.
I'm afraid we can't trust you, Satin. Did you notice her trying to communicate with a clerk as we came through the lobby? Yeah, I've got the key.
I'll kill you if you don't stop hurting me. Let go of my wrist.
Right down the hall here. And that wicked attempt to attract the attention of the elevator operator.
Utterly vicious. You torture animals and love it.
Watch it, Nick. You don't make her yell before we get in the apartment. Oh, she won't yell, will you, Satin? Get the door open. Women and children first. That's it. Now you can have your wrist all to yourself.
If you haven't torn the ligaments loose.
The same little crybaby as always, huh, Satin? Look around. Look at the apartment. Now do you know where you are? And who Ernst and Nick Gorman are?
Of course. It's my own apartment. How did you get a key to it?
Ernst, tell her. How did you get a key to Satin's apartment? Although she didn't know.
I don't like the way you said that.
Oh, come on, Satin. You're not going to tell me I wasn't here in this apartment last evening.
You were not?
Then where did I get this key?
I don't know.
Don't you have a convenient memory?
No.
I'm very broad-minded. You don't need to cover up with me. If you gave Ernst a key to your apartment...
What are you people trying to do to me? What is this horrible business?
Do you deny that you flew into San Francisco from Tokyo last Friday?
No.
That you left a husband in the military diplomatic service behind in Tokyo?
No.
That you came to Los Angeles on the lark on Sunday and reopened this apartment here in Beverly Hills Monday?
Yes, I did that.
Then give us the letter.
Letter?
The letter your husband sent home with you. The letter we are supposed to have.
Letter?
Yes, the letter. It's our letter. Your husband meant for us to have it.
No.
What's the idea of pretending you don't know us? Who are you saving the letter for? Who's got a better eye to it than we have?
You're all mixed up. There isn't any letter. Oh, no, my wrist. Oh, please.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Well, go find out. Invite him in.
You want me?
Of course. Your friends are our friends.
Well, all right. Oh.
Well, so you are home. I heard you were back and had opened your apartment. Hey, you don't remember me, do you? I'm Fred Locke, who has the apartment just under you.
Oh, yes, Mr. Locke. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Oh, you have company. I didn't mean
Quite all right. The more the merrier. We were just welcoming Satin back to the United States. I'm Nick Gorman. This is my brother Ernst.
I'm sorry. This is Mr. Locke. He has the apartment under us. My husband and I knew him quite well before we went to Tokyo.
Yeah, yes, that's been, let's see, almost 2 years ago. You know, I came up here on a goodwill mission. Knowing you were just back and alone, I had intended asking you to have dinner with me.
Oh, yes, thank you. I mean, how thoughtful.
Satin. And after Ernst and I...
Don't let me interfere with...
Well, it's perfectly all right. Ernst and Nick just dropped in for a cocktail.
Well, then, if you gentlemen will excuse us while...
Oh, no! Please!
Well. Mr. Locke's carrying a gun.
So put him up to the chair while I lash his arms and legs.
What are you doing with him?
There you are.
What are you doing with Mr. Locke? Mr. Locke? Mr. Locke, are you hurt?
That's the $64 question. Put a gag in his mouth before I can tell her.
Oh, he's coming out of it. He knows what's happened to him.
Well, let him mumble in his handkerchief. Tie it tight.
You criminals. Humaniacal criminals.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Now then, Satin, darling. I'm sure you don't want to see an innocent man murdered.
What's that in your hand?
Fancy that, Ernst. Satin never saw a gun equipped with a silencer.
Silencer?
When the gun goes off, it sounds like the pop of a champagne cork.
You couldn't kill him. Not with his hands tied behind him. Not with a gag in his mouth and his feet tied to the legs of his chair.
Are your knees wobbling? Here, you'd better sit down. Fix her a cocktail, Ernst.
I could do with one myself.
Please, what's Mr. Locke to you?
Not a blessed thing. But unless you give us that letter, we're going to have to kill him to prove to you we mean business.
You wouldn't.
Come on, Satin. Be a good girl. Give us our letter.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know you. I don't know anything about any letter.
Easy. Well, that's it, Ernst. Give her the cocktail.
Drink this.
No.
Drink it.
There. Now, you feel better.
What was in that cocktail?
You've got one more chance to save Locke here. One more chance. Where's the letter?
There isn't any letter. There isn't.
At the sound of the first champagne cork, Mr. Locke will have a hole in his stomach.
There is no letter.
At the sound of the second cork, Mr. Locke will be dead.
What did you put in my drink?
The letter.
I don't know. I don't know.
Poor Mr. Locke. Poor Satin.
She's out.
Get the ropes off Locke. Leave him sitting in the chair. I'll take care of the girl while she's unconscious.
I knew from the moment I began dreaming that it was all a dream. And if only I could wake up, everything would be all right. I was back in Tokyo saying goodbye to my love, to Johnny, to Captain John Fraser of the Occupational and Reconstruction Force, Johnny was sending me back to the United States in my dream, just as he actually did only a week ago. Here we are out at the Royal National Airport outside of Tokyo. There's the same giant DC-6 that brought me so swiftly, so gloriously back across the Pacific. And there's Captain Johnny holding me in his arms. Oh, Johnny. Oh, Johnny. It's only a dream. I know you're still in Tokyo, and I'm back in Beverly Hills, California. But before I wake up, before I stop dreaming, tell me about the letter. You didn't give me a letter, did you? There isn't any letter, is there? Why do they keep asking me for a letter? What letter? Johnny, what letter? What letter?
Mrs. Fraser. Mrs. Fraser, wake up.
I'm in charge of the apartments on this floor, and when I seen Mrs. Fraser's hall door standing open, naturally I looked in. When I seen the dead man,
Mrs. Fraser, wake up.
naturally I called the police.
Joe, take that woman out.
Now look, I'm in charge of this floor.
Come on, sister.
And if Mrs. Fraser's got drunk and shot that man...
Joe, get her out of here. And call an ambulance. Looks like this girl's doped herself.
You mean Mrs. Fraser shot the man and then tried to commit suicide?
Mrs. Fraser. Mrs. Fraser, wake up.
What is... Oh. A policeman.
Here. Can you sit up in bed?
A policeman?
Yeah. Put this robe around you. Yeah. Yeah, wait till I fix a pillow behind you.
What's a policeman doing in my apartment?
There you are. Now lean back.
What are you doing here?
Where there's a corpse, there's usually a policeman.
Corpse. Then it wasn't a dream. They did kill Fred Locke.
They?
They shot Mr. Locke twice. They gave me poison to drink.
Your breath smells more like scotch.
That was poison, I tell you. The minute I swallowed it. The body is... The body.
If you look over the edge of the bed...
Oh, no.
How long have you had a gun with a silencer?
I haven't.
There was one in your hand when I came in.
What is it? What's happening to me?
I think you'd better tell me. Naturally, anything you say may be used against you.
But I don't know what it's all about. I only got home from Japan a few days ago.
Japan?
Yes. I was visiting my husband, Captain John Fraser. The next day after I opened my apartment here, Mr. Locke came to see me.
That's the name of the dead man?
Yes, Fred Locke.
Mm-hmm.
He's a member of the FBI.
What?
Yes. He said if I was patriotic and wanted to do a really important job for my country...
Hey, Joe! Joe! Yeah? Call the Federals. Get them up here quick.
Oh, something hot, huh?
Hurry it up. Okay, go on.
All I know is Mr. Locke said if I wanted to do the Federal Bureau a good turn, I'd put on a dinner gown and evening wraps and go to the corner of Rossmore and Muirfield Road in Hancock Park and wait.
Yeah?
Honestly.
Any particular time?
Between 9 and 10 on the evening of Wednesday the 19th. That was last night.
That's a pretty funny story, lady.
I know it. I don't understand it. All I know is I did what Mr. Locke asked me, and I was picked up by two young men in dinner clothes.
Two?
Brothers. Nick Gorman and Ernst Gorman. They were terrible. Look at my wrist. Black and blue. They laughed when they did that. Nick said a silencer made a gun sound like a champagne cork. He said with the sound of the first champagne cork, Mr. Locke will have a hole in his stomach. There he was, gagged, tied to a chair with a hole in his stomach.
Holy jumping catfish, girl.
With the sound of the second champagne cork, Mr. Locke would be dead. And he was.
What was the idea?
That they picked me up and brought me back here to my apartment. They had my key, and when we got inside, they said they'd not harm me if I'd give them the letter.
What letter?
I don't know. They said my husband in Tokyo gave me a letter to deliver. They said the letter belonged to them.
You denied there was a letter?
But there wasn't. There never was.
And then?
That's when they turned vicious. They laughed, just the same. Anyway, Mr. Locke came to the door and pretended he was an old friend of my husband's. They jumped on him and tied him to a chair and said they'd kill him unless I gave up the letter.
And you stood by and let him?
But what could I do?
Well, if I had a letter,
There isn't any letter. There isn't. Don't you understand? There never was.
Yeah? One of the boys from the FBI. Go ahead. I'm keeping an eye on the door till the district attorney's boys get here.
Hello, Mr. Martin. I'm Jim Peters, homicide.
Yeah, I remember you, Peters.
This is Mrs. John Fraser. There's the body.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Fraser says it's what's left of Fred Locke, who told her he was a federal.
Uh-huh. Yeah, mind if I have a look under the sheet?
No, go ahead. Anything the matter?
Yeah, must be.
Yeah?
Yeah. First place, there's nobody in the apartment named Locke. Second place, I never laid eyes on a man under this sheet before.
Well, Mrs. Fraser.
But he said...
Mrs. Fraser, you better climb out of bed and put on some duds.
Duds?
You don't want to go down to the station like you are, do you? You've got 5 minutes to get dressed. Don't try anything funny because every exit's guarded. You better step on it because I'm coming in 5 minutes, ready or not.
And there I was, trying to scramble into my clothes and be decent by the time the officer opened the door again. Garter belt. Slip. Oh, it's the one that shows. No time to change. Shoes. Stockings last, just in case. The white waist. Brown wool skirt. I wonder if it's cold in jail. Oh, loose button. Do they let you sew buttons on in jail?
Morning, Satin.
You... How did you get in my bedroom?
Aren't you going to say hello to Ernst, too? He's behind you.
No.
No, don't turn around. Stand just as you are.
What are you trying to do to me? The police are right outside the door. All I have to do is
All
scream.
you have to do is scream, and your head will be split wide open.
You wouldn't.
Want to see my little hatchet?
What did I ever do to you, too? Look what you're doing to me. You kill a man before my eyes. You drug me and make it look like I did it.
Don't look so woebegone, Satin. All we want is the letter.
Letter.
One more screech out of you like that, and I'll do more than put my hand over your mouth. Promise not to lift your voice? Take your hand away.
Don't you understand? Please believe me. There isn't any letter. There never was a letter.
Hold her hands.
No.
Yank them behind her.
Oh, you devil.
Why, you...
I hate you.
Careful, you don't black her eye. It might not look good on the course of a suicide.
Suicide?
We want that letter, and we want it now. Unless we get it, Satin Fraser is going to jump out of that bedroom window over there.
Jump?
Yes. It's 1 story down to a steep slate roof, then 9 stories to the pavement. It should be spectacular.
Now, there just aren't any men like you. There can't be.
Drop 1 story to the steep roof. A nice long roll down the slates, and then out into space.
Stop it.
Satin Fraser. Suicide from bedroom window while police wait to take her in for questioning in murder.
No.
Where's the letter?
No.
Pick her up. I'll take her feet.
No.
Put your hand over her mouth. So. There she wiggles like a wet fish. I left the window open.
Head first or feet first?
Feet first. They always drop feet first.
Yeah.
All right, now.
So,
when I say 3, 1, 2, 3.
And then I was over the edge. Over the edge. But I wasn't falling. I was over the edge, but I wasn't falling. My belt had caught on something. I was hanging from the eaves. 9 stories up, and I was hanging by my belt. 9 stories up. 9 stories up! I don't know you.
You're in a private room in St. Mary's Hospital. You fainted while you were hanging up there, 9 stories.
Oh.
I'm sorry. It took the combined efforts of 2 fire department ladder companies to get you down. Your belt caught on an iron vent pipe. You're a very lucky girl.
I don't know you.
I'm Jack Packard of the A1 Detective Agency, doing a job for the State Department. I have orders to say to you that your husband, Captain John Fraser, gave you a large bloodstone ring when you left Tokyo. I have orders to say that the stone is hollowed out, and inside is a letter photographed on microfilm. Bloodstone and microfilm are the key words.
Why didn't you come sooner? Why didn't you come sooner?
Because if I'd come any sooner, we wouldn't have caught Nick and Ernst Gorman.
You caught them?
Red-handed. And the rest of the gang who are working on you.
There were others?
You didn't think those 2 policemen were real, did you?
Yes.
Fakes. They thought you might give the letter to the first man in police uniform you met.
But the FBI man who came in to identify Mr. Locke's body.
Another of the gang. So was a woman who said she was the housekeeper. It was all set up to make you think you were safe so you'd give up the letter.
I couldn't. Johnny said to guard it with my life.
Johnny's got a very brave young woman for a wife. If he ever does this to you again...
I don't know what's in the letter, but Johnny said we wouldn't want to live if its contents fell in wrong hands.
Johnny was right. I'm sorry I can't tell you more. You deserve to know.
I don't want to know. Why do they want to kill me? Killing me wouldn't get them the letter.
It might have prevented us from getting it. You see, there were 2 parts to this business. 1, the delivery of the letter safely to us. 2, the capture of the Nick and Ernst Gorman gang under circumstances that would prove they were the traitors we knew them to be. That's why Fred Locke and I used you as bait.
Then Mr. Locke was a federal man.
And died.
Yes. How did Nick and Ernst know to meet me on the corner of Rossmore and
We
Mulford?
tipped them off.
You told them I had the letter?
You were protected as long as Locke was alive, but when they put him out so ruthlessly, we did rather leave you out on a limb.
Yes, 9 stories up.
I'm afraid so. The minute I learned Locke was dead, we moved in.
Here's the ring with the microfilm inside. It was on my finger all the time.
Thank you. You should be very proud.
I'm not. I'm just scared. I need Johnny.
It's a pleasure to tell you that if you can wait 3 hours, you can have Johnny.
But Johnny's in Tokyo.
Johnny was in Tokyo. Because of courage beyond the call of duty, certain people in Washington decided you needed Johnny more than the Army of Occupation.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, the lucky dog.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Barton Yarborough as Doc Long. Next week, incident number 10, entitled The Kwang Moon Dagger, an affair of Chicago's Chinatown. Betty Lou Gerson was Satin Frazier in tonight's show. Other players included Peggy Weber, Louis Van Ruten, Russell Thorson, Lou Krugman, Frank Richards, and Dix Davis. The Girl in the Street was written and produced by Carlton E. Morse. Organ music by Rex Corey. Your announcer, Jim Butters. Now, a listening reminder. High comedy and hilarious adventure go hand in hand on the wonderful Johnny Fletcher Show, starring Bill Goodwin. So stay tuned. The Johnny Fletcher Show follows next.
This program was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
CBS presents Intrigue, tales of espionage, manhunt, and high adventure, with Vincent Price as this evening star.
This is the exciting and sinister story of a little group of British undercover agents fighting against desperate counter-espionage, hazarding their lives against the unseen and unknown forces of enemy operatives in the heart of blacked-out London, when the fate of the world hung on the outcome of a game played by a handful of ruthless men and women. Come with us once again on a journey into the shadowy, uneasy, fascinating land of intrigue.
With Vincent Price, star of Dragonwyck, in the role of Michael Kells, the Columbia Broadcasting System presents Sinister Errand, this evening's story of Intrigue.
Collison speaking.
Jock, it's Michael Kells.
I know it.
I just got off the boat train. Shall I come round to your office?
By no means. Take a cab at the first stand, third in the rank. Tell the driver Mulberry Street. If it's the right man, he won't ask the number. He'll know where to drive you.
Now, look here, Jock. You aren't starting me off on another job so soon, are you?
You guessed it, lad. And we'll contact you from now on. Don't telephone me again under any circumstances.
Wait a moment, Jock. What's up? Who's my contact? Are you there, Jock? Hello? Hello?
Where to, sir?
Mulberry Street.
Yes, sir. Been away long, eh?
Somebody tell you to ask me that?
One of those new buzz bombs landed in the end of Mulberry Street the other night. Maybe you will be surprised when you see Mulberry Street, eh?
You're not English, are you?
I'm Belgique.
Belgian, eh? Been here long?
Maybe somebody told you to ask me that.
I say, why are you stopping here? Now, don't try anything, my Belgian friend.
Please, put away the gun. Makes me nervous.
Speak up. Why did you stop here?
Listen. You hear that?
A buzzing sound. That's one of the new rocket bombs.
Coming this way, too.
Well, why no warning?
Comes too fast. No time for it.
It stopped. What's happened?
That is the way they work. The mechanism shuts off just before they land.
It's taking it a long time. Maybe it's a dud.
Do not be nervous. You will get accustomed.
Whew. What a blast.
Now, maybe you begin to see what things are like in London. Only one thing has saved us so far.
Oh? What's that?
They do not know how close to their targets these things are hitting.
Oh.
So far, their agents have not been able to get any reports through to Berlin on it. If they ever do, they will be able to aim them accurately, and that will be the end for England.
I should think Herr Himmler would be sending some of his very smartest agents over here to accomplish that mission.
Apparently, that has already been done. They have set up a special unit outside the regular espionage services. Created an entirely new field of activity, you understand. As yet, unknown to our interceptors and counter-agents.
So that's the way of it, eh?
That is the way of it, Mr. Kells. That is their sinister errand.
Who is it?
The waiter, sir. Your coffee, sir.
Oh, thank you. Put it down there anywhere.
Yes, sir. Unpack your bag, sir.
Later on, if you like.
You came in so late and just after the buzz bomb hit. With all the excitement, I'm afraid we've rather neglected you.
Know where it hit?
If I did, I wouldn't say, sir.
Good for you.
I brought you the breakfast menu, sir. Have a look, sir. This item, for instance, chef recommends it.
Oh, yes.
Well, sir?
Tell your chef I'll try that item. The item was an address, scribbled in pencil on the menu. 23 Kinule Street. It had the look of a shabby lodging house. I went in and climbed the first flight of stairs. At the top of it, the door of a room was standing open, and something inside caught my eye. It was a necktie hanging over the mirror post of an ugly fumed oak dresser. The tie was a nice, heavy Spitalfield silk in gray and black. The sort of thing Sammy Carew always used to wear. That was my contact then, Sammy Carew, one of the best agents in British intelligence. I tiptoed into the doorway, hoping to give him a start, and then I was the one who got the start. Lying face down on the floor in the middle of the room, a knife handle sticking out of the small of his back, was Sammy Carew. I took a quick look around the room. Sammy's clothes were scattered about in utter confusion, pockets cut, linings ripped out. The mattress on the bed had been ripped open and disemboweled. A few feathers from the pillows still floated in the air. Then I noticed a peculiar thing. A trail of blood led from the bed to the place where Sammy had fallen. And a few inches from his outstretched hand, there was a bowl, heaped high with feathers. I picked it up and examined it. Nothing there, just a heap of feathers. Suddenly, I heard a step behind me and wheeled around.
Who are you? What's happened here?
Looks as if someone had been murdered. Who are you?
Oh, no, it's not Sammy.
That was the name I knew him by.
Oh, my poor boy, my poor boy.
You knew Sammy quite well.
I was his aunt.
Sammy's aunt was 5 feet 3 inches tall with gray hair. You're about 5 feet 7 with red hair.
Bad guess, my boy. I'm 5'4" and my hair is dyed. And people have been known to have more than one aunt.
Sammy never mentioned having another aunt.
Probably because I've spent so much time on the continent. I'm in the theater, you see.
What theater of operations would that be, Auntie? Or would you rather not say?
Oh, good heavens, I'm not ashamed of it. I do a turn in music hall. My stage name is Madeleine Leclerc. Which reminds me, I shall have to be getting along to the theater now. In spite of this tragic affair, the show must go on, you know.
I'll tag along if you don't mind, Auntie. I'd like to see your act.
Oh, but this terrible thing here. Won't the police have to be called?
Auntie, I'm no more anxious to answer questions for the police than you are. Sammy's dead. It can't be helped. So on with the show. One thing she told me wasn't a lie. She was really a performer in a music hall. I dropped her at the stage entrance and dismissed the cab. One of the posters on the front of the theater had a portrait of Auntie on it, surrounded by pigeons. Madame Leclerc and her educated doves. She shared top billing with the great Ravallo, the man with 100 voices. The matinee was sold out completely, an escape for a war-wearied London. I started walking up the street toward the corner, taking my time, and then I saw something that made me walk faster. It was the sign that hung over the entrance to the corner pub. The name was the Heap of Feathers. When Sammy arranged that heap of feathers in the bowl before he died, he must have meant to steer me to this place. I walked into the saloon bar of the Heap of Feathers and looked around.
What'll it be, sir? Whiskey or bitters?
Whiskey, if you please.
Yes, sir. Neat, sir?
Thank you. Tell me, have you seen a chap in here lately, Sammy Carew?
Carew? Oh, I've seen him today, sir.
Well, thank you anyway.
Excuse me. I might be able to help you, sir. I am the great Ravello.
Oh, yes, I know. I recognized you from the poster in front of the theater. You know Sammy?
Only casually. He's the nephew of the woman who does the turn just after mine.
Did you talk to her this afternoon?
No. I did an impersonation of her doves, and she didn't like it.
Oh, you do bird calls as well as ventriloquism.
Not ventriloquism, my dear fellow. Impersonations. There isn't a man who figures in the news today whom I cannot imitate in voice.
Well, that's very interesting. But look here, you said you might be able to help me about Sammy Carew.
Oh, yes. He was in here last evening. He left with Janine.
Janine? Who's Janine?
Who's your nanny?
It's plain to see you don't know this neighborhood very well.
Do you know where she lives?
There at the street. Number 16.
Yes?
Miss Janine?
I'm Janine.
I'm a friend of Sammy Carew's.
Oh, you'd better come in. What about Sammy?
He's been murdered.
You must be joking.
No, I'm not joking.
No. Oh, no.
There. You must have liked him a lot.
I loved him. When did it happen?
You and he left a pub called the Heap of Feathers, arm in arm, last night. A short time later, someone stabbed him in the back. It might have been you, Janine.
Are you from the police?
Do I look like a policeman?
No. No, you don't. See here, Mr.
Kells, Michael Kells.
I shouldn't be risking this, Mr. Kells. But I have a feeling you're all right. You see, Sammy Carew is my husband.
Oh, poor Sammy. First he gets an aunt that trains birds, and now a wife that hangs out in corner pubs.
We were married in France when he was working with the Marquis. That's how I happened to come here to England. He was doing some kind of secret work for the government. I never knew much about it. After we arrived here, it was necessary for us to live in separate apartments, so as to keep his identity a secret.
And last night?
He told me he was worried. He told me about the job he'd been on. He'd stolen something from some enemy agents, and he was afraid they'd kill him before he could deliver it to the people he was working for.
Did he have it with him?
I don't know. Oh, I wish I knew what to do, Mr. Kells. If Sammy had only told me more about himself. A man came here this morning. He demanded an envelope he thought Sammy had left with me. He said that unless I give it to him, the next time he comes here, he'd kill me.
Have you any idea who this fellow was?
I'd seen Sammy talking to him once or twice in the Heap of Feathers place. A big, dark man, wearing a chauffeur's cap. Ernie, I think his name was. I was on my way out to tell Sammy when you came in. I'm so frightened, Mr. Kells. I don't know where to turn.
If it's on the level about your being Sammy's widow, I'll look out for you.
Well, I have everything here, all the papers. Look at them, Mr. Kells. Does that convince you?
Okay, what's this? Diplomatic visa? How did you rate that?
I can't answer that question.
You must have been hobnobbing with the Prime Minister.
Please don't ask me any questions about the visa. It has nothing to do with this other business, I assure you.
Well, you're Mrs. Sammy Carew, all right.
That's what I wanted you to be sure of. Oh, you will help me, won't you, Mr. Kells?
What do you want me to do?
I want you to find that envelope.
So you can give it to the Himmler boys.
So it can be delivered to the people Sammy was working for. It's the only way both parties will be convinced that I haven't got it.
I don't think you need to worry, Janine. You've certainly convinced me you haven't got it.
And you'll help me.
Yes, and the man who threatened you, the man named Ernie, you needn't worry about him anymore. I'll look after him, personally.
Sir?
Oh, it's you again. Who hired you to shadow me, anyway?
Ernie Guelvada is his own boss. Get in, my friend. I will drive you home. She is attractive, this Janine girl, huh?
Very.
I would like to point out, my friend, that espionage business is nothing but misunderstandings in love affairs.
Look here. If you think I've fallen for Janine,
Who could blame you?
Wasn't that rather crude of you to go around and threaten her?
Maybe it was not crude of her to go around to Sammy's place after he was killed and ripped the place to pieces looking for the envelope.
She did that?
She did. With her husband lying dead on the floor with a knife in his back, she goes calmly to work. Then upstairs she goes to Auntie's room, not even stopping for last looks at her poor dead Sammy.
You saw all that?
Certainly. She is in such a hurry, she does not even stop to draw the blinds. I did not know at the time what had happened to Sammy. I could not see the floor from where I was standing.
What happened after she went upstairs to Auntie's apartment?
I could not see in those windows at all. Then you came in, and after that, Auntie. Pretty soon you and Auntie leave, and I trail you to the music hall.
You've had a busy day, haven't you, Ernie?
I do not like this kind of assignment. Too much red tape. There's only one way to make a German talk. The same methods they use. Blow torches, rubber hose, hot spikes under the fingernails.
I'd say you're a bloodthirsty chap, aren't you?
Personally, I have never stood for any nonsense from accursed Germans, huh?
So I've heard.
Give me 1 hour with that Janine in a soundproof room, and she will tell the whole plan. Names, everything you need.
There's no proof of anything against her.
There is only one way to get it.
That's not our way in England.
You are the boss.
Besides, how do I know you're the person you pretend to be?
Do me a favor, Michael. Take this Janine to dinner tomorrow night. Choose a place. Later on, I will drop around to your table. Watch her face when you tell her my name is Guelvada. They all turn green at the mention of my name. The swine. If she does not turn at least chartreuse, then my name is Heinrich Himmler.
To Sammy. Rest his brave soul.
By the way, Janine, you got that chap with the chauffeur's cap all wrong. He's one of our men.
But how could he be? I told you he threatened me.
Well, he realizes his mistake now and wants to apologize. I asked him to join us here later on.
Are you sure we're talking about the same person?
Of course. Ernie Guelvada.
Oh, dear. Now look what I've done. I spilled that drink all over my skirt. I'll have to go and...
Spilled it? The glass was empty. There's no damage at all. What's the matter, Janine? You're trembling.
Well, I just happened to remember a telephone call I must
I'll
make.
have the waiter bring a phone over to our table. Waiter?
Yes, sir?
Bring a telephone. Mademoiselle wants to make a call.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Michael, old friend, I trust I am not late.
Just on time. You two have met, haven't you? Miss Janine, Ernie Guelvada.
Miss Janine, I must apologize for my behavior of the other morning. Had I known that you were the widow of Carew...
Michael, the smoke in here is giving me such a headache. Please take me home.
By the way, Michael, you remember the story I was telling you about that beautiful spy in a certain city?
What spy? What city?
You know, in Lisbon, Marandal.
Marandal.
You knew her, mademoiselle? A wonderful woman, a Nazi, but beautiful. It pained me to have to torture her, but she was reluctant to give me the information I needed. And I did not have time to make love to her, so...
Michael, will you please take me home? I'm sure Mr. Gualvado will excuse me.
I will take you in my cab. It is just outside.
No, don't touch me.
I was only trying to assist you into your coat, mademoiselle.
You're behaving very strangely, Janine.
I'm sorry, it's this headache. Please take me out of here.
Dear me, Miss Janine, you look quite pale. A nervous condition, I'm positive.
Michael, send him away. I refuse to go in his cab.
You're being hysterical, Janine. Now stop it.
I know what you're up to, both of you. You're going to take me away and torture me.
Why should I torture you, Miss Janine? I have definitely decided that you do not have the envelope, and so has Michael.
Come along, Janine. Get into the cab and stop this nonsense.
No, I won't. I won't help. Please.
What's the problem, miss?
These two men are molesting me. They tried to force me into that cab.
She is intoxicated. She does not know what she is saying.
Huh? It doesn't look intoxicated to me. Now run along, you two, and leave the lady be.
Thank you, officer. You saved my life.
Yes?
Michael, this is Collison.
Jock, thank heaven you called at last. Just about everything has gone wrong this past 24 hours.
I know. You got me in a deal of trouble, too.
How's that?
One moment, please. Is Downing Street still on the wire?
Yes, Major Collison.
Put it on to this outside connection. Michael, are you still there?
Yes, Jock.
I'm going to let you talk to him directly, Michael.
Talk to whom directly?
You'll recognize his voice. Go ahead, sir.
Are you there, Mr. Kells?
Yes. Oh, yes, sir.
Well, sir, you know I don't at all like to meddle in matters that are none of my affair. But a young friend of mine, a refugee in whom my wife has taken an interest, seems to think you've gotten the wrong idea about her. She's quite hysterical, of course. Lots of talk about torture and all such nonsense. Could never happen in England. Well, to be brief, Mr. Kells, I personally will vouch for this girl. I'm positive that you must be quite mistaken in your ideas about her.
Yes, sir. Perhaps I was a bit hasty.
Be vigilant. Be vigilant, lad.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Was that connection all right, Michael?
Yes, indeed, Jock. What a connection. The next morning, while I was having coffee, Annie Gualvada brought up a letter from Collison. It was a detailed breakdown of my assignment. I was to find the envelope Sammy Carew had been killed for. It contained microfilm reductions of the Himmler unit's collated reports on the buzz bombs, which would enable the enemy to perfect the aim of the new weapon. My sole job was to find out where Sammy Carew had hidden it.
Examine the facts, Michael. Once Sammy got the envelope, what is the first thing he would have done? Drop it in the mail, naturally, and mail it to headquarters. But he did not. Why?
Well, he must have wanted to check on the contents.
So he takes it up to his apartment, but he never leaves there alive. The killers did not find it on him, so what has happened to it?
It must be somewhere in that house.
If I was Sammy in that spot, do you know where I would hide it?
No, where?
In Auntie's apartment.
You're crazy.
Where is the last place you would think of looking for something you knew had been stolen from you?
Well, it's a possibility. Anyway, worth a try.
And don't look for secret panels, my friend. Look the most obvious place.
After Auntie had left for the theater that afternoon, I let myself into the Canal Street house and went straight up to her apartment. The first thing that hit my eye was a framed photograph of Auntie herself in a silver frame on the mantelpiece. The face in the picture was grinning at me with that try-and-catch-me expression of hers. I picked it up to turn it to the wall. A hasp on the back of it fell out, and the glass and backing of the frame dropped on the floor. I bent to pick up the pieces, and then I saw it. It was the envelope Sammy was killed for.
Thank you for finding that, Mr. Kells. Now, will you please hand it over?
No, I won't, Ravala.
I don't like killing an agent, even a British agent. But if you force me...
You thought you were very clever following me here, didn't you, Ravala?
I think I've been rather clever all along the line, Mr. Kells. When I telephoned you and impersonated your Chief Collison and his Chief Churchill, I kept you off one of my best agents for 3 valuable days.
Dear Janine.
The envelope, Mr. Kells. I'm getting impatient. This gun might go off in spite of myself.
You're very amusing, Ravallo. Very amusing indeed. Well, I wanted you to follow me here. I left a trail deliberately. And Ernie Guevara followed you every step of the way. He's standing behind you now, and he's got a gun, too.
My dear Kells, did you really think I would fall for that old trick?
I must be slipping. Everybody used to be frightened of me.
Guevara!
Yes, it is I, Hervallo. I will take that gun now.
Guevara, listen. I was only doing my job. I know nothing.
See, Michael, how green they turn at the sight of me?
You wouldn't dare to torture me. They would never permit such methods here in England.
I just looked over the cellar under this theater. Very well constructed. Absolutely soundproof.
What do you want me to do?
Tell him what to do, Mike.
Yes, tell me what to do.
Pick up that telephone, Ravallo.
Do what Mr. Kells tells you to do.
Now then, Ravallo, here's your chance to give a real performance. And you're so good at imitating voices. Let's hear you give an impersonation of your chief. You're going to phone every member of your special unit. And in his voice, you're going to call them together for a special emergency conference.
Where? Where shall I tell them to come?
Here at midnight. The meeting will be held in that soundproof basement.
Hello?
Is that Mr. Hoffman?
Speaking.
There was quite a large fire in your neighborhood last night.
3 and 7, Operation Zero. It's safe to talk.
Listen closely. There will be a meeting of the entire unit at midnight tonight. The 7 Arts Theater in Rodney Place. You will come to the stage entrance and proceed directly to the...
7 Arts Theater in Rodney Place, midnight. I'll be there.
Midnight, Rodney Place. I will inform my husband.
Rodney Place near Mulberry, midnight. A special directive from the theater? It was the chief's voice, unmistakable. Rodney Place.
7 Arts Theater.
Midnight. A brilliant piece of work, Michael. Brilliant! Decoyed them all into the cellar and locked them up there.
All except one, Jock.
Which one is that?
A girl named Janine, a special operative who entered England on a diplomatic visa issued by a neutral power.
Well, I shan't worry about one getting away. We got the documents and we've broken the unit. And now I'd best call Scotland Yard and have your prisoners brought in from Rodney Place.
Well, that can be done at your leisure. There's only one exit, an iron door, triple bolted on the outside. They couldn't even get out with a blowtorch.
Good. We'll let them stew for a while. 1 o'clock. Time for tonight's buzz bomb.
What's their target tonight?
Your hotel in Mulberry Street. We'll see how close they come to it.
There it is now.
Right on time. Now, we shall see whether we've done for them. Yes? What did it hit? Excellent, excellent. That will be all. Good night. Well, Michael, it's safe for you to go home now. It fell quite a way short of its target.
Mind if I ask where it did hit?
Oh, Rodney Place. Just an old theater called the 7 Arts.
Janine, I didn't expect to find you here.
Don't be angry at me. I didn't dare come in the front way. That man was following me.
Ernie?
He's absolutely mad. He's convinced that I'm one of that group of spies and nothing will dissuade him.
How did you get into my room?
I used Sammy's bunch of keys. Oh, please don't be angry with me, Michael.
I'm not angry with you, Janine. I'm just tired.
Why don't you give up this life, Michael? We can go away together. To Ireland or somewhere. Just you and I.
I'd like that, Janine.
I knew the moment you first came to see me at Verity Street that you were the only one who could ever take Sammy's place.
Looking out for replacements rather soon, aren't you, darling?
In wartime, everything gets over faster. Life, love, hatred, grief, everything.
What do you want, Janine?
You.
Like this?
Oh, my darling. I had to come back to you. You knew I would, didn't you?
I hoped you would.
We'll be so happy together.
There's only one thing standing in the way of it, darling.
What, Michael? What is it?
I don't mind your being an enemy agent. You've taken the same chances and done the same work we all have to do.
Then what do you mind, Michael?
I mind the way you stabbed Sammy Carew in the back. That's what I mind. He loved you and trusted you, and you stabbed him in the back.
He refused to understand anything. It angered him that I had powerful protection in this country. He kept on trying to interfere.
Yes, that famous voice on the telephone must have served you well, till Sammy found his way to that music hall and heard the great Ravallo imitating the same voice on the stage. I should have known my trick wouldn't work on you, Janine. Having used Signor Ravallo's talents yourself, you weren't taken in by his impersonation of your chief, were you?
Ravallo and I used the voice trick on many a job. Do you blame me for not falling into your trap?
I told you I only blame you for one thing.
You'll forget that in time. You'll come to understand why it had to be.
Yes, you're right. I'll forget it in time, Jenny.
Let's bring to it, Michael. Let's bring to us.
All right, darling. The bottle's over there. I have to make a call. Get me Collison.
Who are you calling?
Jock, it's Michael Kells. I've got the missing member of the unit. She's here in my room now. Better send someone over. No, Jock. Just tired. Good night.
Well, I did my best. I didn't think I'd be able to talk you out of it.
We'll have that drink now, Janine. We'll drink to Sammy.
With Vincent Price's star, CBS has brought you Sinister Errand, third in a new series, Intrigue. Now here is Mr. Price.
Thank you. I've enjoyed being with you this evening on Intrigue. Our producer, Charles Vander, tells me that there won't be any show next week because of the VJ Day anniversary. But I shall certainly be listening 2 weeks from tonight when Joseph Schildkraut returns to bring you that most famous of all stories of intrigue, The Great Impersonation, the masterpiece of that undisputed master of the sinister, E. Phillips Oppenheim. Good night.
Vincent Price appeared on Intrigue tonight by permission of 20th Century Fox, producers of Anna and the King of Siam. Robert Tallman adapted the story. Music was composed by Gail Kubik and Lucien Merrivac and conducted by Lud Gluskin. James Matthews speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good. Good. That's what Campbell's soups are. Good.
Campbell Soups invite you to meet Corliss Archer, starring Janet Waldo.
Hello there, Mr. Sharbit.
Hello, Corliss. You seem on top of the world.
Oh, I am, Mr. Sharbit, on account of those perfectly divine clothes.
Clothes?
Mm-hmm.
What clothes?
My back-to-school wardrobe, of course.
Oh.
Mom took me shopping yesterday, and we got the most precious things. There was one little green dress with cap sleeves and all studded with gold nail heads, and a luscious corduroy suit, and a new raspberry sweater, and, of course, the best thing of all was the soup.
Soup.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what on earth is soup doing in the middle of your wardrobe?
Oh, Mr. Sharbit, you're so diverting, honestly. It wasn't in the middle of my wardrobe. It was afterwards. After we'd been shopping, I mean.
Oh, I see.
It was Louise's day out, and Mom had to get Daddy's dinner, and she wanted it to be something he specially likes. And that
Whoa there, Corliss. Let me guess. Campbell's chicken noodle soup,
Mr. Sharbit, you are positively psychic. Yes, Campbell's chicken noodle soup. That soup is so good, it makes a main dish that's simply terrific and ready in a jiff. Oh, my goodness, that's poetry.
Well, not only that, Corliss, it's true. There's no main dish that's more tempting or quicker to fix than Campbell's chicken noodle soup.
You're so right, Mr. Sharbit. Bye now.
This morning, on her way to breakfast, Corliss stops by in the kitchen for a few words with Louise.
About time you showed up, young lady. You're late again. Father and Mother are halfway through their breakfast.
Oh, Daddy won't mind, Louise. I mean, look at the beautiful flower I picked for his lapel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, golly, Louise, those hot cakes smell absolutely divine.
Uh-huh.
Louise, darling, whenever I have to face a crisis, I've always been able to turn to you, haven't I?
Listen, young lady, I diapered you, and that tone of voice always means you want to borrow money.
But I always pay it back.
You're not going to pay it back this time.
Why do you say that, Louise?
Because I'm not going to lend you any, that's why.
But, Louise...
Listen, Corliss, both your mother and father told me not to...
Quiet. I don't want them to hear.
I'll bet you don't.
But, Louise, you don't understand. It's for their anniversary present. I saw something at Benson's that's absolutely out of this world that I want to get them. Only I don't have quite enough... All right, Angel, I'm coming. Hello, Mom. Good morning, Daddy.
Morning.
Look at this simply gorgeous flower I picked for you, Daddy.
Now, Corliss, you're late again. Sit down and eat your breakfast.
Okay, Mom, but first let me fix it in Daddy's buttonhole. There. Doesn't he look sensational? I mean, golly, I think men with buttonholes look so prosperous, don't you, Daddy?
My child, so far as you are concerned, prosperity is still around the corner, if that's what you're driving at.
Oh, Daddy, you're terrible. Just because I see how nice you look, is that any reason to think I'm hinting for money?
Well, it often has been in the past.
Well, don't worry, Daddy. As a matter of fact, I do need money in the worst way, but I'm not going to borrow it. I'm going to earn it.
Oh, splendid.
Daddy, may I have the classified section of the paper, please?
Sure, help yourself.
I'm going to look right now under Help Wanted, and I'm going to work practically immediately.
No, you better eat your breakfast first, dear.
Daddy, listen. Would you let me take this job? Oh, golly, this sounds terrific.
What is it?
Wanted, young girl with beautiful feet to demonstrate toenail polish in department store window. Excellent pay. Apply Benson's cosmetic department.
Too bad, Corliss. Now, if only you had beautiful feet, there'd be a job with a future.
But, Daddy, you said yourself my feet were just like Mom's. And you know that she's got the most beautiful feet in the world.
She's got you there, Harry.
Oh, no, she hasn't. You do have beautiful feet, Janet. And if you wish to apply for the job, I'll raise no objections. Corliss is too young.
But, Daddy...
Darling, don't be silly. We wouldn't dream of letting you sit in the window of Benson's demonstrating toenail polish.
But, Mom, why not? I could wear a black mask or something, and then I bet crowds would gather and wonder who I was.
Yes, and Dexter would be in that crowd saying, "Holy cow, look at Corliss's feet." None of us would ever be able to hold our heads up again.
Oh, well, I'll look for other jobs. Oh, golly, Daddy, how about this one? Wanted immediately. Attractive car hops. Good salary and excellent tips. Oh, Daddy, would you let me be a car hop?
In a word, no.
Corliss, dear, we've been through all this. You are not going to take a job. You've got a great deal of homework to do during vacation to make up for your poor grades, so just forget all about it.
But, Mom, you don't realize it is absolutely imperative that I should get a good, steady-paying job.
You mean imperative?
And how, Daddy?
Corliss! Oh,
What is it, Dexter?
Holy cow, haven't you finished breakfast yet?
Oh.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Dexter.
Good morning, Dexter.
Gee whiz, but you take a long time to eat. Holy cow.
Corliss, do you still crave a steady, well-paying job?
Well, of course, Daddy.
Are you going to let her go to work, Mr. Archer?
Oh, shut up, Dexter. What did you have in mind, Daddy?
Would you like to earn $50, Corliss?
Golly.
$50? Holy cow.
Shut up, Dexter. What would I have to do, Daddy?
I will pay you the sum of $50, Corliss, if you can wean Dexter permanently from his favorite deity, that eternal holy cow.
Huh?
And I'll add a bonus of $25 if you'll expurgate the huhs.
Holy cow, what's wrong with her?
Huh?
And so you see, Dexter, how absolutely vital it is for me to have at least $7.50.
Well, it's no use looking at me. I'm so broke it's brutal.
Oh, look, Dexter, look at that baby in the playpen across the street where the new people moved in yesterday. Oh, isn't that the most heavenly baby? Let's go and play with it.
You're crazy. I wouldn't be seen dead playing with a baby.
Dexter Franklin, I certainly hope you change your mind before you have a baby of your own. I'm going over to play with it.
Okay. Let me know when you're through.
Oh, hello, honey. What's your name, huh? Oh, aren't you just too cute for words? Cootsy, cootsy, cootsy. Whose precious little lamb are you? Oh, you're so sweet. You're trying so hard to talk to me, aren't you? Oh, and I'll bet this is your mommy coming. Good morning. I hope you don't mind my playing with your baby. What's her name? It's a good thing Conrad isn't old enough to understand what you're saying, or he'd be furious, wouldn't you, Conrad? Oh, how silly of me. I should have known by the shape of his head that he was all boy. Oh, he's beautiful. I just adore children.
You live here in the neighborhood?
Oh, yes.
I'm so glad. You know, we just moved in. I haven't a thing settled yet, and we don't know a soul in this part of town. Of course, eventually I intend to get someone in to help me with little Conrad, but you know what that problem is today.
Oh, yes.
It's so hard to find just the right person, even for a sitter. Of course, I wouldn't trust Conrad with just anyone. I'd have to be sure that it was someone who really loved children. Like yourself, for instance. Anyone can see that you...
Oh, why, thank you, Mrs.
Barnett.
Oh, yes, of course, Mrs. Barnett. We heard you were moving in.
Now, don't misunderstand me. I'm not the kind of a mother who's always running out. But I'm just about at my wit's end about tonight.
Tonight?
Oh, yes. Could you stay with the baby tonight? You see,
Why,
it's my sister's birthday, and she'd never forgive my husband and me if we didn't come.
Oh.
I was just going to call her and tell her that I don't know how we could make it, but I watched you with Conrad, and right away I knew you were just the kind of a girl I wanted for a sitter.
Oh, golly, that's awfully nice of you, Mrs. Barnett. Tonight?
Yes. Now, I understand it's customary to pay 50 cents an hour. Is that all right with you?
Oh, that's just fine. I'd be glad to sit with him any night, all night long.
Oh, that won't be necessary. We won't be out very late tonight. Are you sure it's all right with your parents?
My parents? Oh, sure. They never object to anything I do.
Harry, how about some more pie?
No, thanks, Janet. It's nearly 7:30, and if we're going to play bridge with the Ameses, let's shove off.
All right, dear, but Corliss hasn't finished her dessert yet. Why the rush?
Oh, it's okay, Mom. Dexter will keep me company, won't you, Dex?
Oh, do I?
The sooner we get started, Janet, the earlier we can break up.
Well, now, Harry, we can't rush away too early.
Oh, yes, we can. I have to be up at the crack of dawn, and I want to be in bed not later than 11. Come on, Janet. The car's in the driveway. Good night, baby.
Good night.
Night, Dexter.
Good night, Mr. Archer.
And Corliss, don't forget you not to go to the movies tonight. You go to bed early.
Okay, Mom.
Good night, darling. Night, Dexter.
Good night, Miss Archer.
Oh, now that they've gone, Dexter, I can tell you a secret. I've got a simply terrific job as sitter for that darling baby we saw, and I'm starting tonight at 8.
Gee whiz, how did you sell your parents that idea?
Shh, I didn't, Dopey. They don't know a thing about it.
How are you going to sit with a baby across the street if you're not supposed to go out?
Mom didn't say I wasn't to go out. She said I wasn't to go out to a movie.
Yeah, but you told me they said no dice on any job.
Sitting isn't exactly a job, Dexter. I mean, golly, a person has to sit practically half their lifetime. And if you get paid for it...
Well, okay, it's your funeral.
Dexter Franklin, you mean to sit there and tell me you're not going to help me?
Gee whiz, how can a person help a person sit?
All I can say is this, Dexter. If you don't come over there after I'm all established and keep me company and help me look after that baby, I'll never...
I know. You'll never speak to me again as long as you live.
Oh, no, Dexter. Much more than that. I'll never marry you and be the mother to your children either.
Okay. You win.
Formula's all made, dear. It's in the refrigerator.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Barnett.
I'm sure you won't have to use it. Conrad always sleeps right through the night.
What time were you planning to come home?
Well, if we're going to be awfully late, I'll phone you and let you know.
Oh, yes, maybe you'd better do that.
Coming, Ethel?
Be right with you, Ralph. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask me, dear?
No. That is, I don't think so.
I'm sure you won't have a bit of trouble. He's such a good baby. Good night.
Good night. Oh, you're so little. I wonder what you think about all day long. One thing, I bet you don't have any problems like grown-ups do. Oh, golly, you look sweet. But please don't wake up.
Carlin!
Carlin! Dexter, be quiet.
Hi, Carlin.
Shh, come in.
Well, now that I'm here, what am I supposed to do?
Dexter, keep your voice down. You'll wake the baby. Come on, tiptoe.
All right.
Oh, look, Dexter. Isn't he wonderful?
Well, so what? It's a baby.
Oh, how can you be so callous?
Yeah, I guess he is kind of cute at that.
Dexter, now do you see what family life is like? Just imagine if I had some knitting and you had a pipe and your slippers on and the fireplace was blazing.
Holy cow, in the middle of summer?
You'll wake the baby.
Oh, listen, Corliss, everybody will tell you that once babies are asleep, they sleep. Anyway, they gotta get used to all kinds of noises.
Oh, Dexter, now you've done it.
Ah, he's just talking in his sleep.
Oh. Dexter, you woke him up. Now you've got to do something about it.
Oh, no, you're the little mother.
Now, let me see. What did she say? A formula, that's it. I'll get the formula. Wait a sec. Maybe he just needs changing.
Well, then change him.
Well, really, Dexter, the formula's the most important thing. I'd better start warming that up. You change him. She left a pile of diapers right there. There's nothing to it. Change him.
Yeah. Holy cow, me?
Fathers always change diapers, Dexter, and I may as well break you in right now.
Oh, gosh. Well, here goes. Now, let me see. There must be a knack to them. Let me see here.
How you doing, Dexter?
Don't bother me. Oh, this ought to do it. Hey, Corliss, you know what? He just smiled at me.
Dexter, how hot does the formula have to get?
Oh, pretty hot, I guess. Oh, let's see, where was I? Oh, here. You fold it this way, and around here. No, that doesn't look right. Now, let's try it this way. There, that's not bad.
The formula's just the right temperature now, I'm sure. He's gonna get his dinner now. Come on, sweetheart. Oh, now there. That's a good boy. You see, Dexter? Oh, he was simply famished.
Yeah, I guess so.
Isn't this fun?
Sort of.
Oh, Dexter, he's such a good baby. Dexter, wake up.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Except if you're going to keep me company, you might at least stay awake.
For what? You're so scared of waking the baby you won't even let me talk. I might as well go on home.
You've got to see this through with me, Dexter.
Well, gosh, how much longer do you have to stay?
Oh, until the Barnetts get home, of course.
Well, they ought to be here pretty soon. It's almost 11.
11? Oh, Dexter, my family will be home any minute. I've got to go.
And leave the baby alone?
Oh, no, of course not. That's what you're here for.
Me? You mean I've got to stay here alone with him?
Oh, it'll only be for a few minutes. I'll just slip in and say goodnight to him and pretend to go to bed, and then I can slip right out again. It's very simple.
Well, yeah, but what if you can't get out? What if they don't go to bed when you get home? What if they decide to sit up and talk? What am I going to do then?
Dexter Franklin, if you are going to get hysterical over the slightest little thing, I shall think twice before I marry a neurotic individual like you.
You know, it's especially pleasant for Mother when she can plan a pleasing supper that calls for only a few minutes in the kitchen. And that's just what happens when supper's built around big plates of Campbell's chicken noodle soup. With this good soup as the main dish, your meal can be ready in a jiffy, and the family will love it. For Campbell's chicken noodle soup is filled all through with a tempting taste of chicken. Even your first whiff of fragrant steam says chicken. And when you dip in your spoon, good. You like the old-fashioned egg noodles, too, and the pieces of chicken. Say, they just about melt in your mouth. Why, Campbell's chicken noodle soup is so substantial, it doesn't take much else to make a satisfying family supper. So, how about it? Campbell's chicken noodle soup, tomorrow night. Well, leaving the baby in Dexter's capable hands, Corliss has made it home just in the nick of time. As we rejoin her, Mr. and Mrs. Archer are just coming in.
Corliss, you still up?
Oh, hello, Mom. Hello, Daddy.
You look tired, baby. Why didn't you turn in early?
Oh, I was studying various things. Did you have a nice time?
Very nice, dear.
What time is it?
It's after 11, and I'm going to bed.
And so are you, Corliss. Right away. Come on.
Okay, Mom. I guess I am kind of tired. It's been a long evening.
Listen. What's that?
What's what?
Oh, I can hear a baby crying. Can't you, Corliss?
A baby? Oh, no, Mother. I can't hear a thing. I don't think.
Well, I do. Must be those new neighbors across the street. I really must go over tomorrow and call on her. Well, good night, Corliss.
Good night, Mom. Good night, Daddy. Happy dreams. And, sleep soundly. bully me, Dexter.
Oh, well, you might at least warn me.
What are you so frightened about?
What if those people had come home while you were gone?
Well, I'm here now, so stop worrying. What was the baby crying about anyway?
Probably had a nightmare. I turned him over and he went right back to sleep.
Oh, thank you for staying, Dexter.
Oh, it wasn't anything.
You know, tonight has really proven to me how noble you can be in a difficult situation.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. I don't know what I would have done without you. Well, this is better than going to the movies, isn't it? This is real life.
Yeah, I guess it's all right. But when are those people going to get home?
Well, it doesn't matter now. As a matter of fact, the longer they stay out, the more money I make. It's all so easy.
Uh-oh. It's all so easy, huh?
Oh, now what's the matter with him?
He probably wants a drink, or vice versa.
Dexter. This is no time to be facetious. Well, I guess I better get the formula again.
Oh, no. It's your turn to practice on the baby. This time I'll get the formula.
Harry, you awake?
No.
Can you hear that baby crying?
Who couldn't?
Well, that doesn't sound right to me, Harry.
Oh, Janet, stop worrying and go to sleep. Babies are always crying.
Well, not like that. That baby's in trouble.
And that's none of our business. Now, what are you doing? Come back to bed, Janet.
Harry, every light in that house is on. Something's wrong.
Well, what can we do about it?
Oh, the baby's sick, I know.
We can't help that.
Dear, I think you better go over there and see what's the matter.
Now, what could I do?
Well, now, Harry, they've just moved into the neighborhood, and you know how hard it is to get doctors these days. Maybe you could call Dr. Pemberton for them.
Oh, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. We don't even know those people. If I go barging in over there, they might resent it, and I wouldn't blame them. Oh, all right, Janet, you go back to bed. I'll go.
Oh, pipe down, will you, please?
Don't scold him. He can't help it.
Hey, how's about giving him a hot bath?
Oh, you're crazy.
Well, he seems to be in pain. My old man always takes a hot bath when his legs hurt him.
Conrad is not quite as old as your father.
He screams as loud.
Oh, golly, aren't those people ever coming home? She said she'd phone if she was going to be late. Oh, Dexter, go look out the window and see if you can see any sign of them.
Okay.
Oh, please, Conrad, please. You were such a good baby.
Holy cow, Corliss, your father's coming over.
Daddy? Oh, Dexter, what am I going to do?
I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm leaving.
Dexter Franklin, don't you dare. You're in this just as deep as I am, and you've got to face the music with me. Oh, please don't desert me now, Dexter.
What do we do now?
Well, let's duck in the next room. Maybe he'll go away. If he finds me here, I'm sunk.
Anybody home? I mean, yeah, anyone else? I hear you. Well, can you beat that? Leaving a baby in a house alone. Well, hello there, you poor little guy. Come on, up you go. Let's see what we can do about this. Now, if I can remember how it goes. Rock-a-bye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. And down will come baby, cradle and all. I guess I haven't forgotten after all. There's nothing the matter with you except your parents. Well, little fellow, you can't answer it. I guess I better. Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have the wrong number.
Who's this calling?
What number is this?
Let me see. Walnut 51331.
Who are you? Is that my baby? What's the matter with my baby?
Oh, so this is your baby. Well, madam, all I have to say to you is...
Girl.
What girl? There's nobody here.
But there was. Oh, my my baby?
It's about time you started worrying about your baby.
Hello, please don't go.
You think I'd leave a baby alone?
Oh, please, I'll be right home.
Well, young man, I guess they won't go out and leave you alone again in a hurry. Now what's the matter? Oh, so you need a change. I wonder if I can remember how to do that. Well, I know I can take it off anyhow. Let me see. Oh, here's a clean one. Now you fold it this way. Wait a minute. No, that's not right. It's this way. No, it isn't. Give me a little time, will you? I'll get it. Yes?
Harry, I had to come over. I simply couldn't stand it another minute. Don't you tell me they went off and left this baby here alone.
Why do you think I'm changing diapers? Woman just phoned. She's on her way home.
Why, I never heard of such a thing in all my life. Here, let me have that diaper. Harry, you've got to get up early. Run along home. I can manage this. And besides, I don't like the idea of leaving Corliss alone in the house at this late at night.
If she's not a baby, she can take care of herself. Well, here they are. Now, I know how you feel, Janet, but hold your temper.
My baby, where's my baby?
Right here, sound asleep. Everything's all right now.
What are you doing with my baby? Give him to me.
Take it easy, Ethel.
Now you've wakened him again.
Oh, darling, poor little Conrad. What have they done to you? No wonder you're crying with all these strange people around.
Look, madam, this wasn't our idea. Your baby was waking up the whole neighborhood.
But I don't understand.
Now, Ethel, calm down and let's see if we can straighten out this mess. My name's Barnett. What's yours?
Archer. We live across the street.
Well, Mr. Archer, my wife here hired a girl to sit with the baby. Where is she?
Oh, then you did have a sitter.
Of course, and she seemed to be such a sweet girl. I can't understand why she would leave the baby like this. Of course, I'm new here, and I must admit I hardly know a thing about this girl.
Well, Mrs. Barnett, perhaps next time you'll look into the girl's background a little more thoroughly.
That's not a bad idea. Just wait till I get my hands on this disgraceful, irresponsible girl.
Hi, everybody.
Dexter, what are you doing over here?
And he came out of the kitchen.
Yeah, that's where we've been. Come on, Corliss.
Corliss? Is she over here?
Corliss.
Yes, Daddy. Hello, Mrs. Barnett.
That's the girl. How dare you leave my baby?
Take it easy, Ethel. These people seem to know her.
Holy cow, they ought to know her. She's their daughter.
All right, Corliss, let's hear your explanation.
Oh, Daddy, I'll explain it all to you later, but I just want to tell Mrs. Barnett that the baby's been perfectly all right. I mean, honestly, someone's been with him all the time.
And we gave him his formula and changed his diapers and did everything.
And the only reason things got so confused, Mrs. Barnett, is on account of I've got a special reason why I didn't want my parents to know what I was doing.
Yeah, so when they came tearing over, we hid in the kitchen.
Well, you see, Mrs. Barnett...
Yeah, and I watched through the keyhole and saw Mr. Archer change the baby. And I can do it in half the time.
And may I ask who you are?
Huh? Now, who, me?
Yes.
Oh, sure. My name's Dexter Franklin. I live next door to the Archers, and I always help Corliss sit with babies on account of we're practically almost engaged, and it's very good practice.
Practice? What do you mean?
On account of when we get married, we'll be able to do our own sitting.
In just a minute, we'll rejoin the Archers. Ladies, why not serve Campbell's chicken noodle soup for supper tomorrow night? Along with a salad and perhaps cold cuts and a tempting dessert, you'll find that this delicious soup puts real old-time good eating in your summer meal. For Campbell's make this soup the good old-fashioned way. They simmer fine, plump chickens long and slowly for a rich chicken stock. They add lots of golden egg noodles and make sure they're tender pieces of chicken. Good. So to make tomorrow night's cool supper more appealing and satisfying, start it off with brimming bowls of Campbell's chicken noodle soup. Now it's about half an hour later. The Archers have gone back to their house, and we find Corliss very much in the doghouse up in her bedroom. Under her window, Dexter is saying goodnight.
Hey, Corliss, you all right?
Oh, golly, Dexter, you should have heard the bawling out I got.
Yeah, I heard your old man yelling even up in my room.
And the ghastly thing is, Dexter, that Daddy yanked me home before I could collect my wages. I was there from 8 till 12, so that's $2 they owe me.
$4.
No, Dexter. 4 hours at 50 cents is $2.
Yeah, but that's for only one sitter. We were 2.
My dear boy, after this ghastly row, I'd never have the nerve.
Quit worrying. I already got it. See? 1, 2, 3, $4. Mr. Barnett insisted we take it. He was swell about everything.
Golly, $4.
I'll wrap them around a stone and throw them up into your room.
All 4 of them?
Sure, it was your idea. You're the one who needs dough. Here it comes. Holy cow!
Good. Good. That's what Campbell Soup's are.
You have just heard Meet Corliss Archer, starring Janet Waldo as Corliss. This is Del Sharbutt speaking for Campbell Soups, inviting you to listen in again next Sunday, and bidding you good night from Hollywood.
Good. Good. That's what Campbell Soups are. Good.
Meet Corliss Archer is written by F.U. Herbert. Music was composed and conducted by Charles Dance. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Lorre. Hey, did you ever have a nightmare? Did you ever go through a horrible experience that seemed very real? Yes, sometimes reality and unreality seems one, and I'm not so sure anymore. Like the fellow tonight in a mystery playhouse. Yes, tonight we are going to have a nightmare. That is, we are going to hear about somebody else, which is almost as bad. This gentleman had a particularly realistic one. In fact, he didn't know for the life of him whether or not it really happened. But you listen for yourself to the unfolding of William Irish's strange and intriguing story of a man who dreamed he committed murder and woke up to the fact that maybe he actually had. Listen to Nightmare.
Dodge, Homicide Division.
Clip, this is Vince.
Oh, hello, kid. What's on your mind?
Clip, I've got to see you now, as soon as possible.
Look, kid, I'm working. What's so important you can't tell it on the phone?
Cliff, I think I killed a man last night. I don't know whether I dreamed it or it actually happened. That's why I've got to see you.
You killed somebody? I can't believe it. Not you, Vince. Listen, meet me in the office in 15 minutes. Whatever you do, don't tell anybody else about this. Go ahead, Vince. Tell me some more about this dream of yours.
Well, after that, Cliff, all I remember is the white face. The face of a woman. Beautiful, but false somehow. You see, we were in a room with nothing but doors. 8 doors, frame to frame, with no wall space between. Well, I opened one of the doors, and suddenly someone rushed at me. We struggled, and he forced me to the floor. As we fought, he said to the woman, "Hand me that knife." Well, I raised my hand to defend myself, and suddenly I felt the handle of something. I realized the woman had put the knife into my hand by mistake. And then
Then you stabbed him.
Yeah. And I stabbed him. Well, After that, the woman disappeared, and I felt I had to hide the body. Well, behind one of the 8 doors, there was a closet. I propped the body inside, and I locked the door. Then I went out of the house. It's horrible. I can't get it out of my mind.
But what makes you think any of this actually happened? It's an unpleasant dream, sure, but it's not unusual. Lots of people dream they killed someone.
But when you dream, do you wake up with big scratches on your wrist like this one?
What are you asking me to believe? You got up in your sleep and you killed somebody? A scratch on your wrist proves nothing.
I admit that, but then when I got out of bed this morning, Here, I found this button.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to tell me that button came off in your hand while you were wrestling with that guy in the dream.
That's the way it happened.
That I refuse to believe. It came off your shirt.
I could never afford pearl buttons. You know that. Not real pearl.
Now, listen to me, Vince. I don't want to hear any more of this. If I weren't your brother-in-law, I'd lock you up and call a psychiatrist.
How do you think all this makes me feel? Cliff, if it wasn't for the key, I could forget the whole thing.
Key? What key? I suppose it's something else from your dream. Now, stop it, Vince. I don't want to hear any more.
That's right. Go ahead. Get sore. But no matter how angry you get, it doesn't destroy the reality of this key. Look at it. You never see a key like this these days. It's fretted, it's full of scroll work made of brass, old-fashioned, but nevertheless real. And in the dream, if it was a dream, that's the key I used to lock the body in the closet. What's there left to think? Only this. There's somewhere there's a door that this key belongs to. And behind that door, there's a dead man, and I don't know where. My Lord, I don't know where. Or who he is, nor how and why it happened.
Now, look, kid. It's just one of those cockeyed dreams that happen to people, that's all. Ah, if it'll make you feel any better, you can go in the teletype room and watch the reports, Vince. Every crime committed in this state is reported on those machines. Maybe you can identify yourself with some criminal and get this thing off your chest. I'll join you later. Haven't you given up yet?
Don't be funny, Cliff. There's one here that's possible. A stabbing in a town called Clarksburg.
Clarksburg?
Yeah.
There's no transportation up there. You never did learn how to drive a car. You'd really need supernatural aid to kill somebody up there.
Now, wait a minute, Cliff. Here's some more coming in on that stabbing in Clarksburg. It's a description.
Killer, 5'9", weight 150, brown hair, wearing a yellow and green sweater under a brown suit. Hey, Vince, you wear a yellow and green sweater, don't you?
Don't be coy. You gave me that sweater for Christmas.
Maybe it's only a coincidence, but you're about 5'9", weigh about 150. That couldn't possibly have been you, Vince.
Who are you talking for, yourself? I know I found that key and the button in the pocket of my brown suit. You're not kidding anybody. You want to know just as much as I do. Come on, let's get started for Clarksburg.
That lousy rain must be a cloudburst.
I can't see a thing. This windshield wiper's broken. Cliff, do you know where we are?
We've been lost for the past 5 minutes. I don't even remember how we got on this road.
Well, I'm going to roll down the window. Getting wet's better than crashing into something. Hey, Cliff.
Yeah?
Take the next road to the left. That'll get us to Clarksburg.
How do you know it'll get us to Clarksburg? I thought you said you'd never been out this way before.
Well, I don't know how I know. All of a sudden, everything looks familiar to me, as if I'd been over this same road before. I just know you've got to turn left at the next road. Stop here, Cliff, stop here!
Hey, what's the big idea? You're trying to kill somebody, grabbing the brake that way?
That house, Cliff. There with the big porch. That's the house with the 8-room door.
How do you know that's the house? Thought you said you'd never been out here before.
I've never been here before in my life. Unless
it happened in your dream, is that it? Well, I think this is all crazy. We'll soon know for sure. Come on. We're going in and see whether there's an 8-doored room or not.
funny the front door wasn't locked, Cliff.
Never mind that. How do you know the 8-doored room is upstairs?
I just know, that's all. Cliff, I think it's this room right here. This is it. This is the place, all right. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
8 doors. Where's that key?
It's right here in my pocket. Now, you'll have to get it out. I can't. My hands are all wet, perspiration.
Stop acting like a baby. You're sweating all over. There's the key. Now, which door?
That one, I think. There's nothing there.
Not now, there isn't. But there was something there.
What?
Look. There's blood on the wall.
Oh, Lord. Now do you believe me? Now do you understand that I wasn't joking when I told you about my dream?
Sure, I believe you. I believe you dreamed you killed somebody and stuffed them in the closet there. I believe you never saw this place before. That you intuitively knew which road to take and which house to come to. What do you take me for, a dope?
I wasn't lying to you, Cliff. Honest, I wasn't lying.
You came to me for help, didn't you? But you didn't have guts enough to come clean to say, Cliff, I went out to a place last night and killed a guy for such and such a reason. No, you cook up a dream trying to take advantage of me because I'm married to your sister.
No, Cliff.
Abusing my gullibility because I like you. Making a fool out of me.
Cliff, I wasn't lying to you. Everything happened just as I told you it did. How I happen to know this house was here, I don't remember. You've got to believe me.
Shut up.
Cliff.
The dream's over now and baby's awake. You're going to start all over from scratch, you and me. I'm going to get the facts out of you.
Please, Cliff, let go of my shoulder. You're hurting me.
What were you doing here last night?
I never was here before. I never saw it until I came here with you.
Don't lie. Every time you lie, you're going to get something like this.
Please, Cliff, I'm half crazy already without you beating me.
Who was the guy you did it to? What was his name?
I tell you, I don't know. I don't know.
Are you going to answer me, Vince?
I can't. You're asking me things I can't answer.
Who was the guy? Why did you kill him? I've handled close-mouthed guys before. You're going to tell me if I have to slap it out of you. Right in this spot where you killed somebody else.
Cliff, please don't hit me again.
What was that?
It sounded like a door slam.
Then there's somebody else in this house. Which door did we come in?
I don't know. One of the 8.
All right, you guys, I've got you covered. Back up against that door there. One false move and I'll drop you.
Haven't you found what you're looking for yet?
Yeah, I guess I've seen enough. This stuff in your wallet identifies you. Cliff Dodge, Homicide Division. Why didn't you say you're a detective?
It's nobody's business.
Okay. Wagner's my name. I'm the sheriff around here. When I see people monkeying around a house where a murder's just been committed...
Murder? You found the body?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, there were 2 murders. A man was killed and stuffed in that closet over there. We found the other body outside. A woman. Wasn't dead when she was found, but she was dying. Run over by a car. Deliberately. The car was run back and forth over her body. She said a few things before she died. Told us all about the other body in the closet. And gave us a pretty good description of the killer.
She said the same person murdered the man in the closet and deliberately ran over her body with a car?
No, but what else is there to conclude? Yeah, poor Mrs. Fleming. She owned this house, expected her husband home from South America tonight. She was a flirt, but even so, a very charming woman.
You don't happen to have a picture of this woman, this Mrs. Fleming, do you?
There's one in the next room. That door behind you.
Open the door, Vince.
I can't, Cliff, I can't.
Open the door.
Please, Cliff.
Open the door.
That's her, that big picture on the left. Pretty, wasn't she?
Cliff, that's her.
Well, now what's the matter with him?
He's fainted. Can't stand the sight of people who've been murdered, even if it's only a picture. Give me a hand with him, will you? There. Now, do you feel any better, kid?
Yeah, I feel all right. Cliff, that picture, it was the same woman. The woman from the dream.
Also, the woman who was run over and over with an automobile.
But I can't drive, Cliff. You know I can't drive.
Yeah, if it hadn't been for that, I'd have turned you over to Wagner for murder.
Did the sheriff leave?
Yeah, he left. But I still don't believe that stuff about a dream. Are you sure you didn't leave something out, some small detail?
No. I told you everything, Cliff. I was tired. I went to bed early. I fell asleep. That is right after Mr. Berg closed my door.
Berg? You didn't mention any Mr. Berg before.
Well, he moved into our rooming house about a month ago.
Why did he come into your room?
Well, the lights went on a blink. I remember he was carrying a candle.
How was Berg holding that candle?
Oh, the flame was right in front of his eyes. I remember staring at it. I was very tired, Cliff. I don't remember everything.
And Berg, he said you're very tired, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, now that you mention it, he did say that.
Good. Now, have you ever seen this picture?
No. No, but the man looks familiar. Say, that looks like Berg. I never saw him so well dressed, but that's Berg, all right.
I found this picture in this room.
Here? In this room? You found Berg's... What are you driving at?
Sense, reason, logic, sanity. The man you identify as Berg also happens to be Mr. Fleming, the husband of the woman who was killed last night.
Berg is Fleming and Fleming is Berg? Now I'm really going out of my mind.
It's simple to a flatfoot. I figured that Fleming pretended he went to South America. He took a room in your rooming house under the name of Berg. And tonight he's pretending to return from South America. At least Wagner said he's expected.
And last night Fleming came back here and murdered his wife? But who killed the other one? The man?
You did. But you didn't know you were doing it.
Oh, I did kill someone after all. I am a murderer. But I still don't understand how it happened.
All right, kid, relax. Because we're going to find out tonight.
Find out?
Right. Now, if Fleming comes home, as his wife expected him to do, you're going to be waiting in this room for him. Waiting with a gun.
That won't do any good, Cliff.
It might after you've learned a few answers. Now, I'm going to tell you exactly what to say to Fleming, word for word. You might not understand, but you're going to memorize the things I tell you to say word for word.
Memorize?
Yeah, because your life depends on it.
Cliff, you're not going to leave me here alone, are you, Cliff?
There'll be nothing I can do to help you, kid. If everything goes right, you'll come out of this scot-free. If anything goes wrong, that's the end. Now, Fleming will probably come up those stairs at the far end of the hall. He had better stand over here. The first thing to remember, let him speak first.
How did you get here?
You showed me the way, didn't you?
You remembered coming here? You're lying. Who brought you here? Who came with you?
Just this gun.
That's impossible. You had the look, the typical look. Why did you do everything you were told to do?
I wanted to see where it was all leading. I thought there might be some good in it for me later.
You purposely pretended? You mean you went ahead and consciously killed?
I figured you'd pay off heavy afterwards to keep me quiet. I found your wife and her lover just as you said I would. It was easy.
I should have known my control wasn't perfect when I saw my wife come running out of the house. She saw my car, came toward me. I waited, then gave it the gas.
I killed the man and you killed your wife. You wanted them both dead, didn't you?
Yes, but I didn't want to have to kill her myself. I loved her, but I hated her. She said I was too old for her.
That's what I wanted to hear.
What?
That's it, to hear you convict yourself.
What did you...
I was lying to you. Your control was perfect. You hypnotized me easily. I guess I've got a weak will or something.
Well, then what did you...
I was lying to you. I was hypnotized, all right. I happened to see your picture here in the house. I recognized you as Berg. And now I can't clear myself before the law ever. And you're going to pay for doing that to me now.
Now, wait a minute. Don't do that. Don't shoot. Now, look. Here, I have a watch. See it? Solid gold inset with diamonds and rubies. It's worth $20,000. It's yours if you'll let me go.
Stop dangling it that way. What are you trying to do?
Now, listen to me. Give me another minute. A minute by the watch.
Stay where you are. Now, don't move.
You don't want to shoot, do you, my friend? You wouldn't want to smash this beautiful, lustrous watch? A golden, shining little timepiece? You can't take your eyes from it, can you?
Please, don't. Take it away. shining in my eyes.
But you love it. You're fascinated by it, aren't you? And now you're tired. You're very tired. And that gun is much too heavy for you to hold. Just drop the gun to the floor, and it won't be so heavy anymore.
Just drop the gun. Drop gun.
My control is perfect. Here, take this notebook and this pencil.
Take notebook, pencil.
Right as I dictate. I am wanted for the murder of 2 people at the Fleming house.
I wanted to murder 2 people, Fleming house.
They are bound to get me, so I take this way out.
They are bound to get me. Take way out.
Sign your name. There. Now give me the notebook and the pencil. Now pick up your gun again. Hurry. That's it. Now put the barrel of the gun in your mouth. Put the barrel of the gun in your mouth! Good. Now pull the trigger. Pull the trigger.
How is he, Sheriff?
He's dead.
We just made it in time. I didn't think he'd try anything like that. Vince. Vince. Come out of it, boy.
I'm all right. It's just that everything's hazy.
Fleming really threw a trance on you. You were just going to blow your own head off when I plugged Fleming. Had to. Only way I could break the spell in time to save you.
You shot Fleming? Cliff, did I do it all right? Did I do everything you told me to do all right?
Perfect. I had a hunch it was hypnosis the minute you told me about the candle. But how was I going to prove it? Only by having you come up against Fleming. That's why I left you here. Wagner and I were in the basement with a dictaphone. We put a microphone in the ventilator. I didn't want to make you nervous. That's why I didn't tell you about it.
Then I'm free? I won't be tried for murder?
Not around here, you won't. I'm sheriff here. This crime is solved.
Oh, thank heaven for that. I don't think I could go through a court trial. One nightmare in a lifetime is enough.
That, my friends, was Nightmare. Tonight's performance in a mystery playhouse. This is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the mystery playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Irene Dunn, Fred McMurray Show. Starring Irene Dunn as Susan and Fred McMurray as George. Together in a gay, new, exciting comedy adventure, Bright Star. The The Irene Dunn Fred McMurray Show with Irene Dunn as Susan Armstrong, owner and editor of the Hillsdale Morning Star, and Fred McMurray as George Harvey, her ace reporter. Things, as usual, are happening in the offices of the Morning Star, and as usual, they're happening to Susan and George.
Here he is, Miss Armstrong.
Well, Mr. Harvey, I suppose you have a good reason for not answering the phone in your office.
Best reason in the world. I wasn't in my office.
That wasn't funny, Sammy.
Yes, ma'am.
Personally, I thought it had a delightful touch of the pixie about it, but we could be wrong, eh, Sammy?
Yes, sir.
Would I be overstepping my authority if I inquired where you were?
Perfectly within your rights, boss. I was down in the basement playing a little gin with the printers.
Last week it was poker with the circulation department. Today it's gin with the printers. Probably working yourself up to matching pennies with the newsboys.
That wasn't funny, Sammy.
Yes, sir.
Sammy will decide those things for himself.
Yes, boss.
It's just that you haven't turned up a first-class story in a long while.
Well, it's this town, not me. Nothing happens.
Have you been to the police department lately?
No.
Well, you know, it's just possible you might get a story there.
Well, frankly, boss, I can't afford the police department.
What do you mean?
They play sharper gin than the printers downstairs. If you'd care to giggle, Sammy, she said you were on your own. Thank you, Sammy.
George, I'll expect you back here in an hour.
Mm-hmm. From where?
The police department. And try to bring back a story.
I promise. I can see the headline now. Underpaid reporter cleaned by the city's finest. Or, Cops Cop Coppers from Cub.
Yeah, excuse me, Harvey. Sergeant Barry. Yeah? Yeah? Okay, take one of the squad cars, have a look.
Anything hot, Sergeant?
Yeah, some kid shooting tin cans with BB guns.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, the cans happen to be on the shelves of the Acme Grocery Company.
Oh, well, that might make a story, and, again, it might not. Hey, Sarge, I heard a little rumor the other day, just wondering about it.
Yeah, so?
A couple of big-time gamblers in town.
You can hear anything.
Joe and Dave Roberti and some of the boys. They're staying at the Grandview Motel.
Well?
I just thought you might want to do something about it.
Like what?
How should I know? You're the law.
Until they kill somebody, I can't even get them for income tax evasion.
They've been here for 5 days.
I can count.
What do they want?
How would I know?
Well, why don't you ask them?
I did.
Yeah? What did they say?
They didn't seem to want to tell me.
Unfriendly, eh?
Very.
Well, sooner or later, the Morning Star will find out why they're here.
If you do, you tell me.
If I do, you'll read it in the paper. By the way, Sergeant, you do read, don't you?
Everything, including the riot act. And if you're not out of here...
Don't get excited, Sergeant. I was just on my way.
George, take your feet off my desk.
Sorry.
Now, tell me, what do you think?
What do I think? I think you're beautiful.
That isn't what I meant.
Well, it's what I meant. Okay. You were talking about the old Collins place. I'm not sure I remember it.
Well, it's that big, dark, dilapidated old house down on the riverfront. Hasn't been lived in for 30 or 40 years. It was once considered the showplace of the town, but now it's a wreck. You know that place at the end of Dock Street.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Broken windows, roof bare of shingles, paint washed away, front porch caved in.
Yes, that's the place.
Well, what do you want me to do? Paint it?
No. I just want you to spend the night in it.
Why?
Because you don't think it's haunted.
Do you?
George, I'm simply looking for a story. Now, don't you think it's a civic duty of the Morning Star to investigate?
Investigate something you just dreamed up? Well, in a sense, no doubt.
What's the matter? You afraid?
Am I afraid to spend the night in the old Collins house? That's a fair question.
George, I'm half inclined to do it with you.
Well, if you have a free evening, can't we think of something better to do than that?
We could take flashlights and sandwiches.
And bottles.
And guns.
Oh, guns, sure. Well, wait a minute, Susan. You don't mean we're actually going to do this idiotic thing?
Of course, I could cover the story myself.
Okay. Am I a man or am I a hired hand?
Good. I'm glad you look at it so sensibly.
Yeah. How about dinner on you?
Okay. Here goes another $50. Come on, ghost hunter.
Susan, doll.
Miss Armstrong.
Miss Armstrong, doll, I've got to make a phone call. Would you excuse me?
Sure.
Keep my dinner warm for me.
All right.
police.
Sergeant Barry, please.
Sergeant Barry.
This is George Harvey. Say, Sarge, this call is maybe for nothing, but I just got a hunch. Is there anything you can tell me about that old Collins place down on the riverfront?
Yeah, all I know is the last few weeks it's been a pain in the neck.
Why?
Anonymous phone calls, 8, 10, 12 maybe. Investigates dreams, gunshots, light, suspicious characters. Somebody with a sense of humor, I guess.
My hunch was right.
And every time we went through the place from top to bottom.
What did you find?
Nothing, exactly nothing.
Not even a ghost?
Not even a ghost of a ghost. It'll be a long time before we answer another call about that place. Now, what you wanted to know?
Well, not especially, Sergeant, but thanks anyway.
To make your call?
Yeah. Susan, what a sneaky thing to do. You knew all about those anonymous calls to the cops?
Oh, yes, of course.
Of course, she says.
Angry, aren't you?
Angry? No, I'm just scared. Maybe that place is haunted. What do you think goes on in that broken-down palace?
Well, I don't know, but if we find out, that's what I want for the Sunday feature. Come on, let's pack up our ammunition and go. Well, here we are.
Yeah.
I think it's going to rain.
It is raining.
No, it couldn't be wrong. Oh, lightning.
Check. Lightning.
Thunder.
Right again. Want me to hold your hand?
The hand of the editor and publisher of the Morning Star. Yes. Thunderstorms scare me to death. Do you mind if I seem to be pressing my face against your chest?
No, not at all. It isn't raining, rain, you know. It's raining cats and dogs.
I've heard it sung better.
And if it's raining, have no regrets. There will be puddles out in the streets.
Regrets?
Oh, well, I'm a reporter, not a poet. And the shower has passed for the moment, anyway.
Yeah, so it has.
Well, now we're here, we go right into that black, deserted hulk of unknown tears.
No wonder people think it's haunted. George, look.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like somebody's moving around in there with a light.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
George, what are you going to do?
Editors and publishers ask the silliest questions.
Now, George, wait. I'm coming, too.
Well, here's the door. Why don't you go back to the car, Susan, and try to act like a good girl?
Because I'm not a good girl. I am the editor and publisher of the fastest-growing paper...
Susan.
You're fired in subordination.
Well, stop shivering. Or don't shiver so close to me. It makes it harder to pick this lock.
Did you ever pick a lock before, George?
Oh, I used to count that day lost when I didn't pick at least... There, I got it. Shh. Listen.
Did you hear anything?
Yeah, I thought I did, but I...
Might as well find out. Anybody home?
Susan.
That was a shot.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
What do we do?
Write a letter to our congressman. Here, give me that flashlight. Thanks. Now get back in the car and drive to the police station. Go on!
George, I'm so glad you're not hurt. Won't this make a wonderful story?
Sure. I can see the headlines. Reporter not hurt. It'll kill the people and sell enough papers to stuff in a medium-sized rat hole. Hiya, Sergeant.
Well, George, anything for publicity, huh?
What do you mean?
You know how many times we've gone through this dump. We wouldn't have come this time if it hadn't have been for Miss Armstrong, who made the report. She says you heard somebody shot.
But I did, Sergeant, didn't we, George?
We certainly did. And I found the body. It's in there, right at the end of the hall.
Dead?
Very dead.
Let's go, boys. Miss Armstrong, you stay where you are. George Harvey, you come with me. Now tell me, George, what'd you find?
A man about my size, shot through the head. There's the door. Open it and see for yourself. Well, I don't know, Sergeant.
Where's the body?
So help me, Sarge, he was lying here, right here with a hole through his head. Dead. Dead as a smoked herring.
And he got up and walked away, huh?
That's the way it looks, doesn't it?
Also, it looks as if this whole affair was a publicity stunt for the Morning Star. And as for you, Harvey, I'm gonna crucify you. I'm gonna make a special point of it. Come on, men, let's get out of here.
What I should get it, Miss Susan? No, Patience, I'll answer it. Hello?
This is Joe Roberti. I want to talk to the dame who runs a paper.
The Morning Star? Patience, it's Joe Roberti. The gangster? I run the Morning Star, Mr. Roberti. What can I do for you?
Just stay right where you are until I get there.
He's coming over here. Well, if I'd have known he was coming, I'd have baked a cake. I never saw a real, genuine gangster before. What's he want? Well, I don't know. Oh, well, he'll probably tell you. Patience, is there a gun in the house? Oh, sure, in the gun room. Trench mortars, bazookas, Tommy guns, 155s, you name it, we got it. You've been listening to too many radio shows, Patience. No gun? No gun. Well, I've got to try and get George. You love him, don't you? George? George. What do you mean, do I love George? Well, don't you? Don't be a fool. I wouldn't. Hello?
Is this the editor and publisher of the Hillsdale Morning Star?
Oh, George, where are you?
As it happens, I'm at the office, and I've just been writing you a little note. Shall I read it to you?
George.
To Susan Armstrong from George Harvey. When I left the charming old Collins mansion...
George, how soon can you get here?
No. I'm tired and wet and disgusted. If you want to apologize, you can do it now by phone.
Oh, George, you idiot, listen. Joe Roberti called me, and he's coming over here now.
Joe Roberti? Why?
Oh, it's probably nothing more than a little rub-out.
Hold everything, Susan. I'll be there.
Miss Susan, I suppose you're going to want sandwiches and stuff for your gangster friend. Don't you dare leave this room, Patience. Don't worry. When this Roberti mug comes, I'll be sitting here knitting. Poor old Patience, just minus a few of her buttons. Oh, there he is. I'll go.
Hiya. Come in, boys. A couple of friends of mine. It's wet outside. I want to talk to you a minute. Hey, it's a nice place you got here. Who's the old dame?
Oh, Patience, this is Joe Roberti and a couple of friends of his. How do you do?
Hiya. Scram.
Scram? Oh, of course. Scram to you, too. Sit down, gentlemen. Well, Mr. Roberti?
I got something I want to talk to you about.
Yes?
It's this guy that works for you.
Well, I've got a number of guys working for me, Mr. Roberti.
George Harvey.
Oh.
We want to talk to the both of you.
Oh, will you pardon me?
Sit down. I'll get it.
Well, I'd like to open my own door,
Sit down. Oh, Mr. Harvey, we was expecting you.
But I...
Come in.
Well, thanks, I will.
Now, back to our two stars, Irene Dunn and Fred McMurray, and the second act of our story. Something violent and unfriendly happened to George Harvey's head when he met gangster Joe Roberti at Susan's front door. Now he's slowly, painfully coming to.
Oh, my head. Where am I?
You're in the living room.
Whose lap is my head on?
Mine.
Susan's?
Certainly.
You're sure it's my head?
Of course it's your head.
I was afraid of that.
How would you like some hot milk, Georgie?
I'd love some hot milk. Just chill it to below freezing, put it in a rubber bag, and put the bag on my head.
Okay, I'll get it. You're all right, George.
All right, she said. I'm dying.
Why don't you open your eyes?
Because I don't feel like it.
What's your name?
George Harvey.
You can open your eyes now, can't you?
Yeah. Oh. Hello, Susan, doll.
Miss Armstrong.
You look beautiful, even from here. Especially from here.
Sit up.
Okay, I'm up.
Now, what happened, George?
Don't you know?
Well, Roberti said that when he opened the door, you slipped and fell and hit your head. Huh. Now, he carried you in here, and, well, he was really very helpful, George.
Yes, indeed. Helpful old Joe.
Oh, I'm trying to get it straight in my head. Now, he came here because he knew I'd send for you.
Yeah, I suppose so.
He could have killed you, couldn't he?
No doubt.
Instead, he just hit you on the head.
That is the impression I got.
Oh, now, don't be funny, George. I'm trying to figure this out.
Well, let me do it for you. Joe Roberti wants to warn both of us to mind our own business. And he does it without a word spoken or written. He's using a kind of sign language. He gives me a bump on the head and then leaves it to us to figure it out.
Well, do you think we ought to call the police, George?
Did you see him slug me?
The first I knew you were hurt was when he carried you in here.
Well, then what kind of a story could I tell? Joe Roberti slugged me. Why? I don't know. If I fed them that yarn, the cops would laugh at me. Ha ha. Also, yak, I'm laughing too.
George, this warning business. Of course you mean the Collins place.
I don't know what else it could be.
Well, then, let's go back there. Let's show them that they can't scare us. We'll even search for the body that wasn't there.
It was there, Susan Dow.
Miss Armstrong.
Oh, Miss Armstrong, you're beautiful and you're a great editor and publisher, but I know when I'm late. And I quit.
Hello?
Sergeant Barry speaking. Miss Armstrong? Is George Harvey there?
Yes, just a moment. Sergeant Barry.
Yeah, Sergeant?
Joe Roberti just called me. Said you bumped your head. Said he was afraid you might need help. Is it bad, I hope?
It throbs a little when I talk to you, Sergeant.
We had 2 more anonymous calls, George.
Fascinating, I'm sure.
One of the calls said there was a fire at the Collins place.
Was there a fire?
The department didn't find any. The other call said somebody was dumping a body in the river.
Were they?
No, not when we got there. But of course we'll have the entire river dragged from here to the mouth of the Mississippi. It shouldn't be more than a couple of 1,000 miles.
Just a second, Sergeant. Why are you mad at me?
You're a big town reporter in a small town, right?
Yes, but...
I know how you feel about Susan Armstrong. Doesn't it make sense? Anything to put her paper on the map?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Sergeant. You're wrong about this.
No, George. When you start making fools of us in the department with all these calls about the Collins place, you're just making a fool of yourself. You'll see.
George, I heard enough of that. Sergeant Barry thinks you're responsible for the calls about the Collins place.
That he does. He's got it all figured out.
But you didn't do it, George, did you? Not even for me.
I quit. This is the end. You get yourself another boy.
Oh, George, don't get so excited. Can't you see what the scheme is?
Certainly. Naturally. Any fool can see what this... Well, what do you think it is?
All these calls to the police. The body that disappeared. Don't you see?
Oh, of course I see. It's so obvious. Go on.
Even Roberti coming and conking you on the head. Now, if you think about it, you can see why, can't you?
Oh, it's perfectly plain, but just for the record, I'd like to know...
Well, don't you think that we ought to get to the Collins place just as soon as we can? Because if we're right, I mean...
No, we're right. We're absolutely right. Let's go. Why here?
Well, you don't think we ought to stop in front of the place, do you?
No, guess not.
It's raining again.
Indubitably.
Oh, lightning.
Don't worry, if you can hear it, you're okay, you know.
Is there going to be any more?
Possibly. But I'll be here to protect you.
Oh, don't sound so smug. And don't think I know that I'm silly about lightning.
I don't think you're silly. I just wish there'd be more of it. Lots more.
Oh.
Let there be lightning and thunder in Hillsdale. Thank you.
George, when the lightning flashed, did you see what I saw?
On the riverbank? Yeah.
I'm not wrong, then. Looked like a barge out there, and they're loading something heavy into the old house. I guess if we called the police, they'd laugh at us, wouldn't they?
They certainly would. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's what this whole thing has been about. Cry wolf until the cops won't listen anymore.
What should we do?
You want to know what I think?
What?
We ought to go home, go to bed, pull the covers over our heads, and forget that we saw anything.
George, what do you think's going on in there?
I couldn't have put that question better myself, Susan. How badly do you want this story, whatever it is?
Well, what do you mean?
Enough to risk getting shot and thrown in the river?
You couldn't do that. You're just being melodramatic. We don't even know what or who or why.
Not yet, but soon, maybe. Look in the rearview mirror. We're getting out of here. Yeah, that did it.
It's Joe Roberti and those other two.
Get out.
Hello, Roberti.
Out, both of you.
Mr. Roberti, I am not...
You boys.
Oh, don't.
Yeah, sorry, lady. Yeah, they're clean.
Okay, walk. I thought I'd give you a nice, polite warning to stay away from here. Even offered to send for a doctor.
Yes, that was sweet of you, Mr. Roberti. Wasn't it, George?
Yes, terribly, terribly sweet.
I do everything I can to make it easy, and still you gotta come down here and stick your nose in it.
Well...
Just makes me kind of sick.
Oh, poor Joe.
Yeah, poor Joe, that's what they say. Poor Joe, just a kind-hearted slob. Stop. Open the door. Go ahead. Flashlight. Okay. Now you're here. You satisfied? What do you want to see? The cop's been through this joint 100 times. Come on.
Who owns this place, Roberti?
Me and my brother. We bought it, and anything we want to do with it is up to us, right?
Oh, right. Absolutely right. What are you going to do with it? Make it a morgue? Just what happened to the corpse Mr. Harvey saw?
That should have been in pictures, huh? I yell help, fire a shot, and slap a handful of tomato ketchup on my forehead.
Well, it sure fooled me, Joe. I suppose it was just another stunt to make the cops so tired of this place they'll never go through it again, huh?
You want to know something? If somebody was to call the cops right now and tell them to go to the old Collins place because a couple of people from the Morning Star was being rubbed out, they'd laugh. Laugh? They'd trace the call and they'd run you in.
You have a wonderful sense of humor, Joe.
Yeah, I killed myself. Open the door. You wanted to know? Look then.
A printing press.
You saw it coming off the barge. Smart, huh? Being right here on the river, we can flood the country. Right from here.
What's he talking about, George? Counterfeit money?
Sure. Is that it, Joe? Or is it greeting cards?
Yeah, it gives me an idea. Maybe I'll print some greeting cards, too. Valentine's. Take them out to the dock, boys.
Yeah?
Oh, Joe, could I have a word with George?
Sure. Tell him anything you want. Out there. No shooting.
Let's go.
He said I could talk to him.
Go ahead. Talk.
George, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, too. Give me your hand, Susan, will you? You're cold. Can you swim?
No.
That's what you think. Here, hang on to me. Hang on to my belt and keep your head up. I've got hold of a piling.
I'm okay now. I guess.
They can't see us, but they can hear us. With all that gunfire, they're going to have every prowl car in the neighborhood.
Jumped up the dock and pulled her off with him.
You get him?
I think so.
Good. Throw your gun in the river. We gotta get out of here, but we're okay. They won't go through this place again.
If they can't, will it be all right to mention that I'm about to drown?
Sure. Hang on, Susan. If we can get to the next piling, we can get up the bank.
Mr. Harvey, what do you read? What paper do you read?
Just give it to me, Sammy.
Yes, sir, right off the press. Read all about it. Counterfeit ring smashed. Heroic rescue.
Sammy.
Yes'm?
Just leave the paper here. One copy on Mr. Harvey's desk and one on mine. You don't need to sell it to us, you know. Okay?
Okay. I guess I'm just a copy boy, a jerk, a squirt, a dope, a dummy. So it's wrong to get excited about the biggest story of all time?
Sammy, scram.
Scram? I know what's going on. You two want to be alone.
Well, Sammy's getting to be quite an understanding young man.
Yeah, he's learning early.
You're not getting any younger, George.
Meaning?
You just might start learning to understand me.
Huh. Okay. Teach me.
Would this help? Well?
Okay, teacher. I'm learning. And you know something?
What, George?
Wait till the pupil starts giving the teacher lessons.
Our stars Irene Dunn and Fred McMurray will be back in just a moment.
Nice out here on the porch, Susan, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Nice moon.
Nice moon.
Cool breeze. Not too cool, just about right, I'd say.
Of course, wearing a coat you wouldn't notice.
Notice what?
Well, George, the evenings do get a little chilly.
Oh, want to go inside?
Of course not.
Well, if you're cold, I could get you a wrap.
Sit still, George.
Okay. Susan, about that haunted house story, I think we can get a good follow-up.
George.
Huh?
Remember what you said about the pupil giving the teacher lessons?
Oh, yeah. It was just an idea I had.
It's getting chilly out here. I'm cold.
You want my coat?
No, just the sleeves.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Yeah. How's this, teacher?
Wonderful. Pupil. Just wonderful.
Irene Dunn and Fred McMurray will be back next week in another exciting comedy adventure in the gay new series, Bright Star. This is Wendell Niles inviting you to join us then.
Now, screen actor Frank Lovejoy comes to the NBC microphone as reporter Randy Stone on Night Beat. But first, let me tell you about some of our other mystery features heard on this station of the NBC radio network. This Sunday, the Falcon brings you mystery, adventure, and intrigue as he investigates the case of the Helping Hand. Later Sunday, make a date to hear Lloyd Nolan as he brings you thrill-packed listening as Martin Caine, Private Eye. And every Monday evening, you're invited to tune to this NBC station for Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy. Now there's Adventure with Frank Lovejoy, starring on Night Beat on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Christmas Eve. Jingle bells, silent night, boughs of holly. Yeah, they say there's a warmth about Christmas that spreads out like a fan and touches everyone. The holiday spirit, it's called. But right at the moment, I'm thinking of one character who was nearly left out in the cold last Christmas. None other than yours truly. Me, myself, Randy Stone. It started out like any other Christmas Eve. An exchange of gifts, a few drinks, some off-key caroling. Everybody killing time until the going-home nod from the boss. Everybody, that is, but me. No, I wasn't going home, because as far back as I can remember, Christmas has been another work day for Stone. I waited around for the noisy holiday gang to leave so I could settle down to work. And then Sam Bullock, the big boss, sent for me, and I walked across to his office.
Oh, come in, Randy, come in.
How are you, boss?
Sit down, Randy.
Oh, such politeness can mean only one thing. I'm fired.
No, this is even more embarrassing, Randy. I'm going to give you a little something in the way of a present.
Ah, I'll come back when you're sober.
When's the last time you had Christmas off, my boy?
I can't remember. Why?
Well, you're having this one off. 5 days of it to spend with your family.
But what family? Boss, you know better than that. What'll I do with myself?
Well, a man who knows as many people as you do, it'll be the best thing in the world for you.
Hey, yeah. Yeah, it might really be something. Say, I could call Alex Stevens. He's been bothering me for 8 years to spend Christmas with his family.
Sure.
Or maybe Alice over in Classified. You know, I'm beginning to like the idea.
Okay, well, you'd better beat it before this noble impulse of mine evaporates.
Well, you hang on to it. I'm leaving now.
And, Randy.
Yeah?
Merry Christmas to you.
Right back at you, Chief. And thanks for the break. The revelers had gone now, and the office was empty except for one man. Old Ed Collins sat watching the teletype machines. He looked up when he saw me.
Thought you'd gone, Randy.
No.
What are you looking so smug about?
Our boss gave me 5 days off.
Swell. What are you going to do, go home?
Home is a bachelor apartment on 7th Avenue. No, Collins, I'm going to call my old pal Alex Stevens in Decatur and tell him to meet the morning train.
Good idea.
Long distance? I want to call Decatur. The Stevens residence. Alec Stevens in Decatur. I'll wait. Phone's ringing all right.
Good, good.
Oh, this little floor, Alec. 8 years he's been after me. Must have an old-maid sister-in-law or something.
Careful, Randy. Tried to marry me off once when I was younger.
Should have answered by now. Oh, what's that, operator? Oh, no. No use ringing anymore. He must have gone out of town for the holidays.
Gone out of town, eh?
Yeah, I guess I'll have to settle for female company.
Not home either?
Well, that was a screwy idea. I don't know why I went for it. Phoning people the last minute like this.
Guy, with the friends you have...
Oh, sure. The friends I have, millions of them, till I go looking for one.
Oh, there's a Christmas card for you on my desk. Keep forgetting to give it to you.
I'll get it later.
Hey, my folks only live 40 miles out. Boy, would they be glad to have you spend a few days with them. I could call them.
No, Ed, forget it. What's a guy like me want with a holiday on Christmas? I'm shoving off, Ed.
How about that envelope on my desk?
Later. Looks like I might be back to play a little pinochle with you.
Now, my ma, all I've got to do is phone her.
No, I'll make out all right. See you later.
And have yourself a time. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. I didn't want to make any more calls in front of Collins, so I headed for the nearest phone booth. Well, I made another 3-4 calls. No dice. Randy Stone, a guy who couldn't walk a downtown block without saying hello to half a dozen people, couldn't find one lousy bum would be his friend tonight, Christmas Eve. I went back to the office hoping some big story had broken so that I could put myself to work. Nothing come in, Ed?
Not a thing. Even the thugs are home tonight.
Anybody phone me?
No. Here's that letter I was telling you about.
Oh, thank you.
What's that, money?
It's a 50-cent piece.
What's he want, your autograph?
It just says, God bless you, Mr. Stone, signed Catherine Malloy. I don't know any Catherine Malloy. Hey, this is all the earmarks of an office gag, and a pretty poor one at that.
It's $50.
Yeah, it'll buy a drink.
Say, Randy.
Yeah?
I thought maybe you'd change your mind about going out to my folks' place.
No, thank you, Ed. No, thank you.
My ma, she...
No, I said no. Ed, no, thank you. Outside it was snowing, light and fluffy, like it had been specially ordered for the occasion. And the people went about their business humming and singing little snatches of song. You know, oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Yeah, there was warmth and good feeling everywhere. But my mood was more than a match for it, and I was beginning to feel sorry for myself. Like an unwanted cat, I took my mood out to get it drowned at Bobby's bar.
Randy, how are you, boy? How are you?
Wow. What's with this place? It's like a morgue.
Well, haven't you heard? It's Christmas.
Yeah, I've heard. Will you put a dime in that thing and get something snappy?
Okay. There we are. Hey. You lonely, Randy?
Give me a whiskey sour.
Yeah. That's the way it is with me, too. I don't need nobody. Nobody needs me. It's all right, I guess, only 2 or 3 times a year you wish it was different. You know when it hits me? Christmas, Easter, and May 17th. That's the date my mother died. But Christmas and Easter was a big time in our house. You know, we had 11 kids.
Look, why don't you write a book?
You act like this was something new to you. To me, it's like this every Christmas. You know, the important thing is don't be alone.
How much do I owe you?
50 cents.
Here.
You know, when you try and fight it, you gotta lose. Randy, are you going into a new business?
What do you mean?
Well, I thought maybe you might have gone into manufacturing.
Manufacturing what?
Coins. But, brother, if you are, you got a lot to learn. This is about the phoniest $50 I ever saw.
Phony?
Yeah.
Give it to me. Yeah, That was somebody's idea of a gag. Some half-wit in the office.
Ain't much of a joke, I'll tell you.
Mrs. Malloy, huh? I'll fix those guys.
You gone?
Yeah.
Hey, well, what's your hurry? You ain't gonna leave me here alone, are you? Wait till somebody else comes in.
So long, Bob.
Well, you ought to stick around so we can talk, Randy.
You're wasting it on me.
Okay, Randy, but remember what I said. Don't be by yourself. Whatever you do, don't get to be alone.
I stopped at the corner drugstore and bought a couple of magazines and went to my apartment ready to spend a quiet holiday. 7 o'clock. Great. Nice, long evening ahead of me. Lots of time to hate the world and feel sorry for myself. I poured myself a quick drink, and then somebody rang my doorbell. Yeah, just a minute.
Hi.
A 10, 11-year-old kid stood in the doorway looking up at me. His face was clean, but his clothes were patched and ragged. He wore a red pullover sweater at least 5 sizes too big for his skinny frame.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Wow, what do you want?
Don't you remember me?
Well, I remember 10,000 of you. What do you want, a handout?
I'm Jerry Malloy. Remember Mrs. Malloy?
Who sent you up here? Whose idea was it? McFarland's, the office wise guy?
My mother sent me.
Well, you go back and tell your mother not to send phony coins through the mails. And if your mother happens to be McFarland, tell him that...
She said for me to give you this letter. I'm to wait for your answer.
Look, kid, take your letter and beat it. Enough is enough.
She said maybe...
Will you take the letter? Now, come on. What are you waiting for?
I'll leave it with you.
No. Here's 2 bits for you. Now, go tell McFarland the joke is over. Now, beat it before I get mad.
Mother said to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Beat it. I no sooner slammed the door shut when I began feeling like a heel. Then I opened the door half hoping I'd find him standing there. But he was gone. But resting on the mat in front of my door was the quarter I'd given him. I picked it up and I stood there with the coin burning my fingers. I knew I wouldn't feel quite clean again until I'd found that kid and made it right with him. Somehow. I had to get to the kid, but how? The logical starting point seemed to be the newspaper office. I put my coat on. I was about to leave when a sharp knock sounded on my door. I opened the door and a policeman came in.
Mr. Stone?
Oh, yeah, come in.
Thanks. I'm Lieutenant Saunders. Know anything about this?
Well, this envelope's addressed to me. Where did you get it?
Do you recognize it?
A kid came in here about 15 minutes ago and wanted to give it to me.
You sure this is the same letter?
Well, the writing's the same as another letter I got at the office. Why? What happened?
The boy who brought you this letter. What's his name?
I don't know. He said it was Malloy, but I don't think it is.
Give me a description.
Oh, he's, 10, 11 years old. 95 pounds, light brown hair, wearing a faded red sweater, patched trousers. What's this all about?
Hit by a car. Driver picked him up and took him away.
Hit? How bad?
Nobody knows. Woman who saw it from a window thinks the kid was dead.
The car got away?
Yeah. She didn't see the license number. When we got there, we found this letter on the street.
And the kid may be dead?
Yeah, it looks like it. Said his name was Malloy, huh?
Yeah, that's what he said. Can I see that letter? Maybe there's something in it.
Sure. What's it say?
It's kind of hard to read.
Looks like some kid wrote it.
Dear Mr. Stone, we're hoping that you'll come out to have Christmas dinner with us. I've told Jerry not to leave till he brings back your answer saying yes. It's signed Mrs. Catherine Malloy. I don't know a Catherine Malloy.
Well, maybe they mistook you for somebody else.
I thought it was part of an office gang, and I still think so. Let me go back there and check. I'll call you later.
Where do you work, Mr. Stone?
Chicago Star.
Oh, you're that Randy Stone. Well, look, if you get any information, phone it into the precinct.
Hi, Randy. What's the matter with you? Look like you've been run over by a streetcar.
Well, that's how I feel. Collins, you gotta help me.
Well, if I can, sure. What is it?
Now, first of all, tell me. Did anybody in the office plant a phony coin in an envelope and send it to me in a Christmas card?
Well, not that I know of. Who'd pull a crazy stunt like that?
I don't know. I gotta find out about that kid.
What kid?
Well, he came to my apartment with a message, and on his way home he was hit by a car.
Bad?
A driver picked him up and took him away, and the cops think that he was dead.
And you don't know the kid?
No. He said his name was Jerry Malloy. He said it like it should have meant something to me. But it doesn't. I've never seen him before.
Well, maybe it's someone you've forgotten. A guy meets a lot of people in this business.
Yeah, that could be. I want you to do something for me, Ed.
What?
Check with as many of the boys you can reach at home. Find out if they know anything about the kid, and then phone the police and see if they've found him. If you want me, I'll be in the library.
What are you going to do there?
Well, something that makes me shudder, but I'm going to do it anyway.
What's that?
I'm going to dig back through all my stories for the past year and see if I can find a Mrs. Malloy.
Maybe you didn't use her name.
Well, I'll see what I can find. You get busy on that phone. Collins left me alone and I went to work. It's funny how inane some of the stuff you write seems after it's been buried. Only 3 of the bits offered any idea of who Mrs. Malloy might be. One about a woman who'd refused to leave a cat in a burning house. Another about a middle-aged lady bookie. And the last about a woman and her family who were being evicted from a slum apartment for lack of rent money. The story was about the bystanders and how they dug into their pockets and raised $40 so the woman could get back into her place.
How you doing?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think I've got something.
Well, I called the boys. They don't know anything about the kid or the letter.
You phoned the police?
Yeah.
Well?
They want you down to headquarters.
Me? What for?
To identify the kid. They think they found him.
Dead?
Not much chance to live.
Where is he?
State hospital.
It's a pleasant chore for Christmas Eve, isn't it?
Dandy.
Well, then I guess they want me to go and see his mother and say, guess what I brought you for Christmas.
Snap out of it, Randy. It wasn't your fault.
Yeah. I phoned headquarters and they sent a radio car to get me. From there, we went to State Hospital. Lieutenant Saunders was there waiting for me. A nurse led us down a long hallway.
Severe concussions and possible internal injuries, the doc said. Doesn't think he'll live. In here. This is the boy. Go on, Stone. Take a look.
All right.
Well, is that him?
No, that isn't Jerry Malloy. For a minute, I felt a sense of relief, but I knew I was kidding myself. Sooner or later, Jerry's body would be found, and until then and after then, I'd feel the guilt to be mine. You see, by now I knew the kid was on the level. He'd been sent to me with a message offering me a home for Christmas, and in my blind stupidity, I sent him away. Nice guy, this Randy Stone. The cops dropped me off at the paper and told me they'd keep in touch.
Well?
No, it's not him.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to find Mrs. Malloy.
That 50-cent coin, that's what makes it interesting. Why money in a Christmas card and a phony coin at that?
Well, maybe she didn't know it was phony.
All right, then. She didn't know it was phony, but why was she sending you money? You lending the stuff out at 15%?
What? Hey, wait a minute. You got something there. Maybe she did owe me some money. That woman that was tossed out on the street, $40 we raised for her, she took my name and said she'd send me my $5 back.
Well, can you remember where she lived?
It was on the south side. I remember the building. Yeah, I can find her. Collins, I can find that kid's poor mother.
Well, isn't that what you wanted?
I don't know. You know what I really want? I'd like to start this whole evening over again. Think you could arrange it for me? I suppose I could have let the police handle it, but I'd developed a burning need to tell her myself. I hopped into a cab and went scouting for the building she'd lived in. I hoped I wouldn't find it, and yet I knew I wouldn't stop until I did. I found it all right where it had always been, pressed between the ugliness of 2 warehouses. I hung around outside for 10 minutes before I could find the courage to go and face her. Apartment 6 she'd lived in. I stood in front of it and listened to the muffled sounds of a radio playing dance music inside.
Well, hello.
May I come in? I've got to talk to you.
Oh, I'd like very much to have you come in, but my husband, he's a bouncer in the nightclub. Maybe some other time.
Look, Mrs. Malloy, I've got to talk to you.
What about Christmas Eve? Go away. Hey, what Mrs. did you say I was?
Malloy, Catherine Malloy.
I'm not Mrs. Malloy. It never was, never will be. My name's Mrs. Matty. Carol Matty. You know, the more I look at you, the more I wish I was your Mrs. Malloy. But I'm not. I'm really not. How do you like that?
Well, I like it a lot more than you'll ever know. You know where I can find her? She lived in this apartment 4 or 5 months ago.
Never heard of her. Maybe if you ask the caretaker, he'll know.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll do that. I was glad this woman wasn't Jerry's mother. I'd built a picture of Mrs. Malloy that didn't jive with a slightly tipsy frump staring at me out of hazy eyes. I called on the caretaker. Yes, Mrs. Malloy lived here, but she'd moved a couple of months ago, and he didn't know where to. He told me to try Kozlov's grocery store. The storekeeper there was a living city directory. Mr. Kozlov?
None other. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a Mrs. Malloy who used to live in the Elkin Apartments. I was wondering if you knew where she'd moved to.
Malloy?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, I remember her, but I don't know where she moved to. A good woman. Didn't owe me a penny when she left.
I've got to find her.
She was working steady when she moved. Wages every week makes difference.
You think some of her neighbors would know where she moved to?
Oh, they do a big turnover in some of those places, but with wages coming in regular, I think I know how you can find her.
How?
It's a pattern people follow. When things can't be worse, then they live in places like the Elkin Apartments. But when they're working and a little money is coming in, they move up a notch. That's the way it works.
Where is this notch, this step up?
It's a gamble. But if I was you, I'd try Blake Avenue, somewhere around 20th. That's the way it goes, from Elkin to Blake. Sometimes back to Elkin. Sometimes not.
Sometimes 3 hours can be an eternity. It was 10 o'clock now. 3 hours since the kid had knocked on my door. The streets were full of happy, smiling people, and the snow made everything look like a Christmas display window in one of the big stores. I'd have given 10 years' salary to be like the people rushing into the stores for the last-minute presents for Aunt Agatha. I went into the stores all right, but to ask them if they knew where I could find a dead kid's mother. It took me about 15 calls to locate her. A druggist gave me her address, 1461 Burkell Street, apartment 9. Before going there, I called the office.
Hello?
Oh, Ed, anybody phone?
Nope. I guess I haven't found him yet.
Well, how about the mother, Mrs. Malloy? You think she'd have called the police by now?
Yeah, you'd think so.
Well, maybe she didn't phone because she thought the kid was in good hands.
Well, it wasn't your fault, Randy.
Well, I've located her. And now comes the pleasant part of the job, telling her about it. How will I start? Merry Christmas, Mrs. Malloy, and a Happy New Year. May the New Year bring you...
Why are you going off the deep end like this, Randy?
Yeah, I know. It wasn't my fault. I was just an innocent bystander. So long. I made another call, police headquarters. They had nothing new on it. The kid would turn up, they said. He'd be pretty dead, but he'd turn up. I told him I was going to see the kid's mother, that I'd located her. Lieutenant Saunders thought that would be a swell idea. I walked down the street to Mrs. Malloy's apartment house, and I stood there a minute. From where I was standing, I could see the sign on top of the Chicago Star building. Mrs. Malloy lived only 3 blocks from my smug little tower. From Star to empty apartment to Malloy and back to the Star. But that's the way it looked geographically as well as symbolically. Another 20 minutes wouldn't matter much, I thought. So I walked the couple of blocks it took me to get back to Bobby's Bar and Grill.
Hi, Randy. You're not making the rounds of the bars, are you?
No. Make it a double bourbon. Water.
Double bourbon?
Yeah, double. Not much trade tonight.
Oh, later they come. Randy, why is it hitting you so hard?
You scratch a little of the veneer off, and what do you find? A sentimental slob.
What's bad about that?
Well, then you find that you can't do things that have got to be done.
Like what? What needs being done tonight?
Like telling a woman that her young son is dead and that I had a lot to do with it.
You're kidding.
I'm not. How do you go about a job like that?
Well, how did it happen?
Does it matter?
No. You think whiskey will help?
Close the place up, Bob, and come with me. You don't have to say anything. Just stand there with me.
No.
It's a one-man job, huh?
As far as I'm concerned.
Well, maybe you're right. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
I climbed up the creaky old stairs. It was no better than a tenement house. Only one thing distinguished it from a slum, and that was a cool, clean smell. The walls were torn and the woodwork was scarred and marred, but it was clean. I know it's crazy, but I got a lot of courage out of that feeling of cleanliness. I stood in front of apartment 9, listening. And then I knocked on the door.
Who is it?
It's me, Randy Stone.
Mr. Stone, how welcome you are. Come in.
Thank you.
I'll close the door to the children's room. They are only fallen asleep, and if they hear us, they'll be sure you're Sunday.
She walked away to close the door, and I wondered how I'd ever come to forget Mrs. Malloy. Her face was overflowing with a deep spiritual beauty that lighted up the whole room. She came back and sat down near me.
I'm so happy you hadn't forgotten me, Mr. Stone. I was afraid you might have. Then when I was able to make a small payment on that loan, I thought I would ask you to come to see us. God will never let me forget what you did for us that night, Mr. Stone.
Mrs. Malloy,
I don't mean to embarrass you, really, I don't. But I knew if you possibly could, you would share some part of Christmas with us. I knew that the old and shabby furniture would make no difference to you. This humble home...
Well, Christmas began in a humble home.
Yes, that's what I told Jerry.
Mrs. Malloy, about Jerry, I don't know how to say it.
Say what? What is it, Mr. Stone?
Well, about Jerry not being home.
I don't understand.
The bedroom door opened and a boy walked out. I caught my breath and held it. It was Jerry. Jerry!
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Jerry Malloy, go back to bed this minute.
Oh, no, please, let him stay. Jerry, I heard that you were hurt.
Oh, that. I was just shook up a little. The man drove me home.
Jerry, you didn't tell me about that.
It was nothing.
Jerry, when you knocked on my door...
I told Ma all about it. About the way you made me come into your room and have some fruit and candy. And how glad you were when you read that letter.
That's right. And he told me how you said you would get down to our house tomorrow night if it was the last thing you ever did.
That's what you said, wasn't it, Mr. Stone?
I tell you, Mr. Stone, this boy of mine is uncanny. Do you know what he told me? He said he shouldn't be surprised if you came down to visit us tonight.
Did you say that, son?
Didn't you, son?
Yes.
Tell him your exact words, Jerry. Go on. Mr. Stone is no stranger.
Say it, Jerry.
I said I wouldn't be surprised if he even comes to see us tonight. He needs us that bad for Christmas.
In those 3 little rooms on the edge of the city's slums, I learned that human beings can find happiness. And don't listen to what your banker tells you. It's a thing of the spirit, not of the pocket. In that shabby little apartment with a cracked linoleum and a threadbare sofa, I learned the magic of the words, Merry Christmas. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis, edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Warren Lewis and Lou Rusoff, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Kate McKenna, Sammy Ogg, Ralph Moody, Jan Arvan, Bill Conrad, and Gail Bonney. Don Rickles speaking. Our star, Frank Lovejoy, and all of us on Night Beat wish you a very Merry Christmas. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Saturday morning, hear Mind Your Manners, and later the Somerset Maugham Radio Theater starring Peggy Ann Garner. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In just a moment, Easy Money. But first, Monday evening on NBC means time for the Telephone Hour, your musical favorite for many years. Each week, the Telephone Hour brings you a 30-minute concert direct from the stage of Carnegie Hall in New York, with Donald Voorhees conducting the Telephone Hour Orchestra. Tomorrow night, the soloist is world-renowned violinist Zino Franciscotti. It's the best in musical listening. So be on hand tomorrow evening when NBC brings you the Telephone Hour with Donald Voorhees conducting the orchestra and Zino Franciscotti as guest artist. And now stay tuned for Easy Money on NBC. The National Broadcasting Company presents a new series of programs transcribed to expose the inside secrets of gamblers, racketeers, and conmen. It's called Easy Money.
Easy money? There's no such thing as easy money.
Mike Trent, the ex-magician turned rackets detective, has a story tonight about basketball betting pools, which currently menace a great American sport. And here he is.
Thank you, Roger Bowman. I'd never given much thought to basketball gambling pools until unpleasant little stories began to crop up here and there in the sports world. My first real experience came one evening when Patsy Ryan and I were watching a thrilling game between a couple of closely matched teams.
Oh, Mike, this is the most exciting basketball game I've ever seen. Riley, don't pass it. Look out.
Will you relax, Patsy? It's only a basketball game.
Oh, well, what a game. If the Comets can just overcome that 2-point lead. Good. Kane got the ball away from them. Oh, he's dribbling down the floor. Shoot, Kane, shoot. We want a basket.
Kane's wide open. He caught him flat-footed, and there's time for another basket if he hurries.
Oh, hurry. Oh, there's the gun. The game's over. The Comets lose. Mike? Mike, the game isn't over. What's happening?
Yeah, I know, Patsy, that shot we heard. It wasn't from the timekeeper. Look at Kane. There's blood all over his jersey. He's been shot, Patsy.
Oh, Mike, there's Tully of the plainclothes squad out on the floor. Look, he's pointing to the door that leads from the shower room.
What a beautiful spot for a murder. Every eye in the place glued on the playing floor. People waiting for the gun to go off.
They're putting Kane on a stretcher. I hope that boy's not badly hurt.
Come on, Patsy, let's get out of here.
Michael, do we have to leave?
Now, come on.
Mike, aren't we going to wait and see what happened? The police have gone into the shower room.
Yeah, and the shower room has 2 entrances from the outer hall. The murderer's had all the time he needs to make a getaway.
Murder? Oh, no, please.
Patsy, look. I've seen enough murder victims in my time to know. When the thumbs collapse into the palms like that, it's all over.
Look.
Now, come on.
Look, why don't you go down and talk to Captain Tully? You might be able to help.
No, I'd rather stay out of this for the time being.
But a nice youngster like that, shot in cold blood. And they talk about sportsmanship.
Oh, now, Patsy, you can't think the Comets had anything to do with this.
Well, who else right during a game, right when it looked like Kane was going to tie the score?
I hope that opinion gets a good play, Patsy. In the meantime, let's go.
Max, give me your call, Mr. Trent. Hey, on a level, you ready to teach me that bottom deal of yours?
Well, sure. Glad to do it, Marty. You got any cards on you?
Oh, sure. Oh, wait a minute. This deck is strippers. They wouldn't do, huh?
Well, hardly.
I didn't think so. Let me see. Nope. This here deck's all gimmicked for slick ace work. Gee, I better run down to the cigar store and pick up a plain deck.
Just a minute, Marty. I want to ask you something. I've been watching the basketball game results.
Yeah? That stuff's getting to be quite a racket, ain't it?
Racket, Marty?
Yeah. If you're a very hep G, you can pick yourself up $200-300 with a very slight amount of work.
Uh-huh. Well, I wondered if there weren't some good betting pools, you know.
Not good, maybe, but awful big. Only I don't know.
What's wrong?
They're running kind of sub-rosa, and very quiet, too, since this little accident at the Comet game last Wednesday night.
Oh. You mean you think gambling was connected in some way with that murder?
Me? I wouldn't know. I'm strictly a small-time card mechanic, minding my own business and trying to work my way up, but, I've heard stuff and things.
Stuff, Marty? Like what?
The teams was awful close, and local dough was riding on the Comets. But Natch.
But Natch.
And it was kind of fortunate that this Kane guy dribbles his way right smack into a slug from a 45.
Not very fortunate for Kane.
Somebody has to lose. And it wasn't the Prez that ended up with the shorts.
The Prez? Don't tell me I've missed one of the Racket Elite.
He's called the Prez because he's a very hoity-toity operator, see?
Oh.
Strictly gambling pools, punch boards, and, well, you know, high-class rackets.
Oh, yes, very high class.
He operates big, just like the president of a big corporation. Leather office furniture, the works, papers strewn all over his desk with statistics on them.
With what, Marty?
Numbers.
Oh, numbers, yeah. And he operates the basketball pool?
The big one.
Mm. What's his real name?
You wouldn't believe it.
Well, I'll try, Marty.
Walton Buff. Ain't that a Lulu?
Yeah. Where can I find him?
The Buff Publishing Company. But I'm warning you, Mr. Trent. You're throwing your money to the four winds.
You've never felt called upon to warn me away from the city slickers before, Marty.
Hey, look, you used to be a magician. You got hands that what they can do, there ought to be a law against, and is. But the basketball pool, that ain't a matter of hands, Mr. Trent. It's strictly from the head.
I see. And you don't think my head works so good, is that it?
Well, when a guy tries to beat odds like what you get on a basketball pool, he's lost up a dead-end street.
Oh, one thing, Marty. I suppose a lot of people would feel the same way you do, and I don't like to be laughed at, so, if you could keep it mum.
But Natch. And now, that bottom deal.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm sorry. I don't have time to show it to you now, Marty, but drop in any time when you have a free hour or two on your hands.
I got free time now. Listen, you said
I know.
I
know. I'll tell you what. Here's a little finger exercise you should do first, though. You know, to limber up. You practice this for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
You bend each finger all the way back until it touches the wrist.
Yeah,
see?
like the... Hey! A guy could break his fingers that way.
Yeah, that's a thought. Keep trying.
Well, what is it you people want? I'm a very busy man, extremely busy.
Are you really Mr. Waltham Buff?
That's right. But if you young people have written a great American novel, I'm the wrong publisher for you.
Oh, we don't write, Mr. Buff.
No, Michael's a statistician. He figures.
Shh, not so loud, Patsy. Now, do you mind if I close the door, Mr. Buff?
Now, what is this anyway? Well?
Mr. Buff, how would you like to put all your competition out of business?
What? Now, listen, young man. Do you know what kind of publishing house this is?
Oh, yes, sir. We have a way for you to run all the rest of the basketball pools right out of business. Bankrupt them.
Oh, not we, Michael. It's all your idea, really.
Well...
Oh, I suppose you want me to offer longer odds than my competitors, eh?
No, it isn't a matter of keeping your competitors from getting business. It's a matter of giving them business. The wrong kind of business.
I fail to comprehend. Now, if you'll just get to the point...
Mr. Buff, I have a system. The Trent system. It's a system for picking winning basketball teams. Now, with it, you can bet against your competitors and put them all right out of business.
What?
Nobody ever believes them at first, until they see the results.
I'm sorry, I can't give you any more time. If you'll just excuse me...
Mr. Buff, we offered you a real opportunity, and you just laugh at us. You try to put us out of your office.
Well, if it's so good, let him make money with it himself.
You mean, you'd let me bet in your pool? Bet against you?
That's exactly what I mean.
Michael, no. He just wants to see what teams you'll pick, and then he'll capitalize on our idea. He'll go out and make big bets with his competitors.
I don't care what teams you pick. I will not bet with my competitors. I have never bet on a basketball pool, and I don't intend to start now. And there are people waiting to see me, so if you'll kindly...
Well, I'd like to make a bet with you, Mr. Buff, a big bet, to show my confidence in my system.
Go right ahead.
Will you let Michael mark his pool ticket and then seal it in an envelope?
I'll let him nail it into a packing case if he likes.
Oh, that's not necessary. Just so he can seal it in an envelope.
All right. Here's a pool ticket for tonight's games. And here's an envelope. Now, go ahead.
You mustn't look while I'm picking my teams. The idea is you put a check mark after the team you want, is that it?
A check mark or an X, either one.
Yeah. By the way, is it all right to try to pick all 12 games?
You pick all 12 games, and I will pay you 50 to 1.
Oh, Michael, 50 to 1. That means we'll win $50,000.
What? You mean to say you're going to bet $1,000?
Isn't that all right?
Why, of course. It's not only all right, it's great. Just put up the money and I'll give you a receipt.
Oh, fine. Oh, one thing, though. If you try to open this envelope and look at my selections before I come in, the bet's off.
If you never have anything worse than that to worry about, you'll live to be an old man.
Oh, let me seal the envelope, Michael. There. Now, who can we trust to keep it?
How about Marty Griggs?
What?
He's a mutual friend. Did you think he's your special source of information? I know all about you, Trent. You wasted an awful lot of time with that dumb act.
Michael, I don't understand what Mr. Buff
Don't
is talking...
tire yourself out acting, my dear. If the boyfriend wants to throw $1,000 down the drain trying to get something on me, let him go right ahead.
All right, here's $1,000, Buff, and I want that receipt you mentioned.
Of course. Here you are. And Marty Griggs holds the envelope.
Right.
A rather silly way to waste your money, Trent.
Maybe.
If it weren't, don't I look like a good enough businessman to get you out of the way? Oh, Marty tells me you're pretty clever with your hands.
Oh, really?
If I were you, I'd try using my head.
Oh. Well, thanks for the tip, Mr. Buff. I'll see you Saturday night to collect.
I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you.
Well, thanks for your time. Bye.
Yes, boss?
Come in here.
Right away, boss. You want something, boss?
You heard the little act the private dick put on for me, didn't you, Cleo?
Oh, sure. I made a record of it, boss.
Have one of the boys watch Marty Griggs between now and Saturday night. I don't trust him.
Watch him? Well, who you want to do it?
Leroy, I guess. He's handled himself rather well lately. Yes, I think Leroy deserves a promotion.
You oughtn't to pick me to hold this envelope, Mr. Trent. I'm friends with both of you guys.
Yes, so Mr. Waltham Buff informed us.
That wasn't very nice of you, Marty, to spoil our little act for Mr. Buff.
Oh, now listen, Mr. Trent. If I'd have known you'd take it that way, I'd have stayed away from Buff. But you never said
I told
anything.
you to keep it confidential, didn't I?
Yeah, but he was going to know about it anyway if you called on him. And I was looking out for your best interests. I told you these pools were sucker stuff.
Let's just have one thing straight, Marty.
Sure. You know me, Mr. Trent.
Yeah, you bet I know you. That's why I want an understanding. You tamper with that sealed envelope and you'll be in a lot of trouble, and I'm not kidding.
No, I can see that.
I may not operate the way your friends do, but if you think I can't run you out of town, you're badly mistaken. So it's up to you to keep that envelope sealed and away from idle hands. Understand?
Well, sure. Don't worry about it. Hey, on a level, you think you're going to win that bet?
I know I'm going to win it.
Hey,
Oh, how do you do? Oh, did you want to see Mr. Trent?
Hey, got the envelope, Marty?
Envelope? Oh, sure. Yeah, I got it. Why?
Come on, then, Pally.
Huh? Come on where?
I've been given a promotion, Marty. I don't aim to have your louse set up.
I don't know what you're talking about, Leroy.
The press, he says to me, keep an eye on Marty. To let him out of your sight after he gets this envelope.
Of all the nerve.
And the press, he thinks that I'm going to do a gumshoe act. Shadowing and all that stuff. Ain't that rich, Marty?
It sure is, Leroy.
Yeah. Straight lines, that's me, Marty. No going around corners. No beating around bushes. The order is don't let Marty out of your sight. So, you know what, Marty?
What do you mean, Leroy?
From now till Saturday night, Marty, I'm moving in with you.
But that's not fair. Mr. Buff
Can't what, lady?
He can't do that.
Now there, lady, is a bet that calls for real long odds.
I guess you'll have to sleep in a chair, Leroy.
Chair? What's wrong with a bed?
It's a single. It ain't big enough for both of us.
I can see you gotta be taught some manners, Marty.
Huh?
When you got company, you give 'em nothing but the best. Look at the press. Ain't you ever noticed how polite he is?
If you think I'm giving up my bet to a guy that muscles in on me and...
Ain't we friends, Marty? Well?
Quiet. Who's there?
It's me, Cleo.
Hey, something must be up at the office. Hey, what are you doing here?
Well, I figured you two wouldn't be smart enough to know it's raining dollar bills, so I decided to drop in for a little visit.
Listen, Cleo, who you trying to kid?
Look, you two don't think this fella Trent is really going to pick all 12 games, do you?
Oh, guy did it 2 years ago in a $5 bet.
The way those teams are handicapped, every game is a toss-up, right?
Sure. I can't figure Trent's angle. He's got me kind of worried.
12 games, each a toss-up. So most of the suckers figure it ought to be a 12-to-1 payoff, right?
Yeah.
But it's a 12-bet parlay, and that means the odds are over 4,000 to 1. Buff's very generous, paying 50 to 1. Don't make me laugh.
4,000 to 1, huh?
Start figuring the odds against picking all 12, and it gets up into the millions.
What are you trying to do, make us cry for Trent?
No, anybody with the brains of a gnat knows he isn't going to win. And he'll know it soon as he sees the results of other games posted on the scoreboard Saturday night.
Well, so what, genius?
So he figures, well, I've lost the dough. Kisses it goodbye, and he don't come round to collect.
Natch?
That's where you boys need my brains.
I don't get it.
I got a pool ticket, unmarked. And I can get an envelope from the press's office, just like the one you boys got. I'm at the game Saturday night, and I check off this ticket as the scores come in.
Hey, maybe you got something there at that.
I slip you boys the sealed envelope, and you forget the one this Trent fixed up.
Yeah, and I suppose you think the press would pay out 50 grand without Trent being there. Oh, you sap.
You're the one that's dumb, Leroy. This guy Trent can be handled easy.
I ain't so sure about that, Cleo.
No, don't be dumb. I'll explain to him how we can work things if he loses. All he has to do is give me a high sign after the game is over. We give him $20,000 and keep 10 apiece for ourselves.
Hey, why should he get 20 and us only 10?
Plenty of reasons, including the big one that the deal wouldn't be worth 10 cents without him. Well, are you with me?
It ain't exactly being honest with the press.
With all the soft dough he's made out of this pool racket, my heart's breaking for him.
Well, there's been time when 10 grand would have come in handy. Ain't that right, Marty?
I can't think of anything handier.
Then it's a deal?
Is it, Leroy? You're supposed to be watching me.
Sure, but can I help it if I don't see everything that happens? Deal me in, Cleo.
It beats killing basketball players for a living.
Shut up. A wisecrack like that ain't funny, not now.
I was just joking, Leroy.
A joke like that could laugh you right out of circulation, baby. There's some things you don't talk about.
I just wanted to make it clear that we all ought to trust each other, Leroy, because we all got things we could say about each other. Catch?
Catch.
Michael, you look like you've lost your last friend.
Friend? What's that?
You worried about your basketball bet?
No, but I thought that bet would start things, Patsy.
What kind of things?
Well, I kept thinking something was bound to break, that Waltham Buff would get nervous, that Marty Griggs would get scared, that his overgrown shadow Leroy would get tough, but doggone it.
So all you can do is win $50,000.
Oh, that's not the point, Patsy. Look, I want to catch that murderer. I want to put a stop to this sort of thing.
Michael, $50,000 isn't the point. I've never seen you work in a case where you didn't ponder as much about your fee as about the actual solution.
Well, the people who pay my fees never complain, do they, Miss Ryan?
They're never in a position to complain. Oh, how do you do? Did you want to see Mr. Trent?
Yes, alone.
Oh. Well, I guess that can be arranged. You were just leaving anyway, weren't you, Patsy?
Oh.
Oh.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Have a good time.
Bye.
Bye.
She seemed kind of sore.
Oh, forget it. What can I do for you?
It's what I can do for you, mister. I'm going to lay my cards right on the table. I work for Waltham Buff. I know all about your $1,000 bet.
Well.
You got one chance in a million of winning. But that doesn't mean you can't show a neat profit.
You know, you interest me.
Look, if you've picked all the teams, there's no reason for you to deal. But if you miss, the boys and I got away so you can still do pretty good.
20 grand. We get the other 30. Not bad, huh?
No. You mean you'd switch envelopes on Mr. Buff?
Sure. And I'm in a spot where I could do it easy, without a chance in the world of getting caught. Interested?
Frankly, no. Not even slightly.
Well, why not? It's a fair deal all around.
Marty and Leroy have already made me a better deal. They've offered me $25,000.
Who do you think you're fooling? They wouldn't have the nerve.
Oh, no? Well, you just watch and see.
If you think you can trick me into offering you a bigger split...
Well, I wouldn't even try. As I said, I've already made a deal. And if you don't believe it, well, just drop around for the payoff.
I'll be there, mister. Don't you worry.
Oh, they're putting up the score of another game on the board, Michael. Was that one of the games on your pool ticket?
I don't remember, Patsy.
Do you mean to say you haven't even kept track of
Well,
them?
what good would that do, Patsy? I'm watching this game. Clock says 40 seconds to go.
Michael,
Huh?
what are you doing?
Oh, you mean standing up and putting my hat on and then tipping it? That's a signal, Patsy.
That's a signal to whom?
Well, that's the funny part of it. A signal to nobody.
It'd be funny if this Trent guy actually did pick all 12 games, wouldn't it?
Don't be a dope, Leroy. I've been watching him. He just give Cleo the high sign.
Hey, that's the end of the game. Hey, we're supposed to get back here by exit number 4, and Cleo will pass us.
Hey, look. There's something funny here.
Huh? What?
Cleo, I've been watching her. She just walked out of exit number 7. And look, Trent and the girl are heading this way.
You think... Could he maybe have picked all 12 games?
I don't know. All I know is he's a very clever guy with his hands.
Then hold on to that envelope, Pally. Tight. You mean to say you picked all 12 games, Trent?
What? Oh, well, I haven't the faintest idea, Mr. Buff. We'll have to check.
You mean to say you don't even know what games you picked or what teams?
Nope. That isn't important in my system, the Trent system.
But it always works. So there's not much point in worrying, is there?
I have the winners here, right on this card.
Mm-hmm. Pretty fancy. All printed up, huh? You send those cards around to the places that sell the pool tickets for you, I suppose?
Yes. I believe in running a business on a business basis. Mm-hmm. And we'll be very busy the rest of the evening getting money around to the various spots, so if you hurry and...
Here's the envelope, boss. It ain't left our sight neither, honest.
That's right, boss.
Just a minute, Marty. I'll open the envelope if you don't mind. I don't trust Mr. Buff.
Why,
I'm not at all sure I'd trust you with this ticket, Mr. Buff.
Watch the guy, boss.
Now, let's see. First game, okay. Second game, yes. Third, okay. 4, fine. 5, right. 6th, wonderful. 7th...
Listen, just let me take that ticket.
And let you tear it up? Not a chance. But the games are all checked right. All 12 of them. Here. Isn't that right, boys?
I'll be doggone. Yes, sir. Every single one of them.
Mike, you're marvelous. I told you what an amazing system it was, Mr. Buff. Don't you wish that you'd believed me?
I hope you have $50,000 here, Mr. Buff, and I'd prefer cash.
No.
What?
Listen, Trent. There's something extremely fishy about this. That Comet game. The Comets were 20-point favorites to win, sure things. And they lost. And you picked their opponents.
Well, I guess I was lucky.
That goes beyond luck, Trent.
You mean it wasn't luck that they lost?
That's exactly what I mean. They're at least 20 points better than the...
Don't you see, boss? Marty and Leroy, they've tricked you. They sold you out. I know. I can prove it.
Why, you dirty little rat. We sold him out, huh?
Yes, you sold him out.
You like that? We sold out the boss. After her trying to get us to double-cross him.
Trying to? You agreed, you dirty low-down...
So this is the frame, huh, Cleo?
You got your nerve talking about frame-ups. Don't you think I saw Trent signal you to switch envelopes?
We didn't do any such thing while
You must think I'm an idiot. I line up the deal and then you squeeze me out.
This is all very interesting and enlightening.
You ain't putting yourself in a very good spot, Cleo, with that kind of talk. You admitting you tried to frame the boss and admitting we wasn't in it with you.
I'll admit a lot more, too, smart boy. You think I don't know what's going on around here?
Cleo!
Don't shout at me. I'm through with you anyway. I may be a crook, but I'm no murderer.
That's careless talk, baby.
You think I don't know about Leroy picking up the gun and Marty waiting for him in a car outside?
Cleo, shut up!
You didn't know I listened in and heard him report back to you, did you, boss? Well, I did. And I remember every word I heard. And if you guys think you're going to shove me around...
They won't, Cleo. Don't worry.
But she should be worrying, Mr. Trent. Such vindictive slander.
Slander? I know which gun it was, even. And I know where it's hid, too. And if you think I'm bluffing...
Come back here, Cleo!
Mike!
All right. Lucky you're a bad
Oh,
shot, Buff.
attaboy,
You'd
Mike,
have another
stop
murder.
the name for his jaw. Oh, Mike, help me.
Give me a gun quick, boss, while Leroy's holding the dame.
All right, Marty, here.
I wouldn't, Marty. This gun I just went out and found knows how to kill people. Now drop it.
Well, when you put it that way, match.
Thanks, Cleo. Is it all right for me to pick up the gun he just dropped?
Yeah, sure.
No. I'll have that $50,000 if you don't mind, Mr. Buff. You said you had a good deal of cash here.
Well, not that much, but you can take what there is. Here. I'll pay you the rest.
Well, that's real big of you, Mr. Buff. Thanks. Of course, you won't be needing money where you're going.
You'd be a sap to give Leroy and Marty their cut, mister.
Well, they don't have any, Cleo. I picked the winners.
You couldn't have.
You know, Buff, when you admitted you'd cheated, that one of those games was fixed, you made me feel a lot less uncomfortable about my pool ticket.
What?
You see, I hadn't picked a single game, Buff. Hadn't even tried. Until I took the pool ticket out of that envelope. You see, the card was blank.
I don't believe it. Games are all checked.
Yeah, sure. I used to do a trick, Leroy, that laid him in the aisles in Peoria. A mind-reading trick. And to do that trick, I used to wedge a little piece of lead under my thumb. I got so I could write fairly well with my thumb. All I had to do on this pool ticket was make check marks right while you were looking on the back of the ticket.
Oh, Michael, what'll we do with all this money?
Well, we'll fill up that suitcase and send it back to Mr. Buff in care of Sing Sing.
You contemptible crook.
Well, that's praise from an expert, Mr. Buff. I'm flattered.
It's your fault, Prez. I told you the guy was clever with his hands.
And here he is for a last word, that incomparable exposer of fakes, Mike Trent.
Thank you. Beating the basketball pools is a hopeless proposition. The odds are stacked so heavily against you that you can't hope to win over any period of time. And every time you participate in a pool, you're undermining a great American sport. Because when gamblers get into athletics, they just cease to be sport. Next week, I'm going to bring you a story of the fixed roulette game, Racket. Same time, same station. I hope you'll be back with us. Until then, this is Mike Trent signing off with the thought that if money were really as easy as racketeers say it is, they wouldn't work so hard to take it away from you. Remember, there's no such thing as easy money.
You've just heard another program in the NBC series Easy Money, transcribed to expose the inside secrets of gamblers, racketeers, and conmen. Next week, Mike Trent has an amazing story of how the fixed roulette wheels operate. Same time, same station. Featured in tonight's cast were Larry Haynes as Mike Trent, Joan Allison, Rita Lynn, Ralph Camargo, and Sid Paul. Easy Money is produced and directed by Blair Walliser in association with Air Shows Incorporated. Script by George B. Anderson. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation, and this is Roger Bowman.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of those fine Fitch products, presents Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Logue speaking. Well, I was suffering one of my regular attacks of rigor indolence last year when I decided to commune with nature in a gentle sort of a way. So I made a reservation at the L7 Dude Ranch out in the desert. The afternoon I arrived at the ranch, I was lolling around the swimming pool, exposing my epidermis to the sun and admiring the scenery, when part of the scenery walked up and took a poke at another part of the scenery over some of the most beautiful scenery I've ever seen in or out of a white satin bathing suit. The poker was a paunchy 45, the pokey a very slick 30. And the cause of it all was a lovely, lovely 25, blonde and definitely feminine. I stayed out of it.
I've told you for the last time, Harding, I want you to stay away from my wife.
Brian, please, you've been drinking. This is no place to settle your quarrel with Tom.
I'm just as sick of you as you are of me, Mills, and so's Ann. You're no good to anybody.
Tom, don't, not here. Tom.
If you don't stay away from my wife, I'll kill you, Harding.
Please, come on, Brian, let's get out of here, please. Tom, I'll see you later.
This is the last time I'm going to warn you, Harding. If you don't stay away from me now... shut up, you're drunk again. Talking, that's all. You're not going to kill anybody. I'll see you later, Ann.
Come on, Brian, let's go now.
Would you mind talking to me? I'm a little embarrassed.
Oh, hello. Why don't you just look the other way? That's what I'm doing.
Maybe it's because I want to see Tom Harding get what's coming to him.
You don't like Mr. Harding?
Well, no. He considers himself the world's most attractive man.
Well, that's silly. I'm the world's most attractive man.
How nice. I'm the world's most attractive woman.
Well, what a couple we'd make. You like to know my name?
I know you. You're Richard Rogue.
Been reading my mail.
No, but you're a very famous person. I've seen your picture in the paper lots of times.
Society page, of course.
Was it? I don't remember.
Well, that's thoughtful of you. What's your name?
Lucia Logan.
Should I know it?
Not unless you're looking for a secretary. That's what I am.
Like to ride?
Love it. Some of my best friends are horses.
You're lucky. Some of my best friends are skunks. Want to go for an early morning ride with me tomorrow?
Tomorrow we greet the dawn on horseback and,
Yeah?
I'll wear a coat to keep me warm, Richard.
You know, Lucia, darling, this scene brings out the Gene Autry in me. Yes, sir. If I had my guitar, I'd sing for you, so help me. Oh, bury me not on the lone prairie. Yeah, this is for me, baby. Yep, someday I'm going to save enough money to buy me a ranch out here, and then I'm through with the crowded city. Yep. Me for the wide open spaces, with my dogs and my horses
and a pretty little partner to cook and sew.
And milk the cows and throw down the hay into the horses' stalls.
I'm not listening anymore.
Oh? What's ever happened to the pioneer woman?
Richard, look.
Where?
Over there, where I'm pointing. There's a man lying there.
Huh? Yeah. Come on. He's hurt. Must have been thrown from his horse or something.
Yeah. I can't hang on, Richard.
Well, take it easy then. Oh, boy. Whoa, whoa. Settle down. Whoa, whoa. Oh, no. This couldn't happen to me.
Who is it, Richard?
It's Tom Harding, baby. Stay on your horse.
Is he unconscious?
No. He's been shot. He's dead. I'll be back in a moment to tell you the rest of the story of Blood on the Sand, but first here's Jim Doyle, the man from the Fitch Company, who's going to give you men a shaving tip you can't afford to skip.
That's right, Dick. I want to tip you men off to the grandest, smoothest shave you've had in a long time. It's the kind of shave you can have all the time when you use Fitch's No Brush shaving cream. You see, Fitch's No Brush contains not one, but 3 important shaving ingredients. These 3 ingredients are blended together in a smooth, rich cream that lubricates your face instantly and prepares it for the shave. Your razor will fairly sail along over those whiskers, cutting them close and clean without nicking or scraping. It's easier on your face, easier on your razor blades, too. When you've finished, your face will have a cool, refreshed feeling that lingers for hours. No fooling, fellas, for a really solid comfort shave. Switch to Fitch.
Men who say there's nothing like lather to give a smooth, swell shave will find Fitch's brush cream is tops. It gives a rich lather that stays moist longer, rinses off easier.
Next time, make it Fitch's shave cream. Either brush or no brush type. 2 handy, economical sizes, 25 and 50 cents. And now here's Dick Powell again as Private Detective Richard Rogue.
As I was saying, before Jim Doyle put in that pitch for Fitch, when the great outdoors called me down to the L7 Dude Ranch on the desert for a 2-week vacation, I didn't expect to meet a dream girl like Lucia Logan. And I didn't expect to hear a writer, Brian Mills, threaten to kill his friend, Tom Harding, if he didn't stay away from his wife, Anne. And I didn't expect to make a discovery which Lucia and I made on a sunrise horseback ride the next morning. We were just riding along, enjoying the dawn, when we saw the body of a man lying on the floor of the desert. I reached the body first.
Who is it, Richard?
It's Tom Harding, baby. Stay on your horse.
Is he unconscious?
No, he's been shot. He's dead.
Oh, Richard.
He was murdered and there's no gun here. Oh, why do things like this always happen to me?
Oh, Richard. Let's get back to the ranch. I'm scared.
There's nothing to be scared of. The guy's dead.
But whoever shot him might still be around here, Richard.
Whoever shot him never was around here, baby. There's not a footprint in sight. And he was shot from long range, if I'm any good at my business.
But it's just getting light.
You remember last night, baby? Remember the moonlight? It didn't even take good shooting to kill this guy. Come in.
Hello, Rogue.
Oh, hi. You're Sheriff Kane, I take it from the badge.
That's right. I just got back from looking at that body you found for me this morning.
Yeah.
He was shot with a .32-20 rifle, a deer gun.
No kidding. Wow. Have you figured out where the killer was when you did the shooting?
My boys are checking. You, going to help me out on this case, Rogue?
I'm on a vacation.
Well, I can use any help you want to give me. I'll swear you in as a deputy.
No, thanks, Kane. Believe me, I want no part of it. I'm up here for a rest, and I'm going to have it.
Well, let me know if you change your mind.
I sure will.
Oh, by the way, any ideas on who would want to kill Harding?
I just got here yesterday afternoon. I don't know anything about the guy.
But you heard his life threatened yesterday at the swimming pool, didn't you?
Oh, you know about that, huh?
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to know how much you weren't going to cooperate, Rogue.
Well, I knew somebody would tell you. Now, just leave me out of it, Kane. I pass.
Well, sorry. I'll see you later, Rogue.
You mind if I sit here with you for dinner, Richard?
Well, hello. I've been looking for you, luscious Lucia. Have a chair.
You've been avoiding me.
I've been avoiding everybody. I'm on a vacation. I don't want to get mixed up in that murder.
You know, everybody thinks Mr. Mills did it.
What do you mean, everybody thinks so?
Well, I think so. He threatened to kill Tom. You heard him.
Well, how about Mrs. Mills? She was having trouble with Harding, too, wasn't she?
Yes, but I still think it was that drunken husband of hers.
Oh, you do, huh? Well, you want a tip from me, baby?
What?
Don't be going around having hunches about murders, and if you have them, shut up about them. Stay out of it.
Well, the sheriff won't let anybody leave the ranch.
You came here for a week, didn't you? How about a ride in the morning?
We didn't get very far with that one this morning, did we?
Mr. Rogue?
Yeah? Oh, hello, Mills.
Could I see you for a moment, Mr. Rogue?
Well, I'd like to eat my dinner if they ever serve it.
Oh, perhaps later, huh?
Well, what do you want to see me about, Mills?
In your professional capacity, Mr. Rogue.
I'm not in my professional capacity.
Could I drop by your cabin later this evening?
Well, sure, if you can walk that far, I'll be there.
Thank you.
My goodness, you're popular. Just like being with a movie star.
Yeah. So how about that horseback ride in the morning? Want to try it again?
I'd love to. Such exciting things happen when I go for rides with you.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mills. Come in.
My wife is with me, Rogue.
Huh? Oh. How do you do, Mrs. Mills?
Hello.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll get these bottles off the chair and we can all sit down. These cabins weren't built for entertaining large parties, were they?
No, they weren't.
Oh. Well, now that we're all comfortable, Mills, What do you want to see me about? And the answer is no.
Please, Mr. Rogue, you don't even know what Brian was going to say.
You want me to get mixed up with the murder of Tom Harding, right?
Yes, I do, Rogue. And I'm willing to pay you well for your time.
I'm not interested. You see, this is the first vacation I've taken for about 4 years.
Rogue, I'm being persecuted. That hick sheriff, he's been hounding me.
Sheriff Kane seems to be a pretty astute officer. Did you kill Harding, Mills?
No, he didn't. He was with me all that evening, all that night. I told the sheriff that. Brian was never out of my sight.
My wife can give me a perfect alibi, Rogue. I'm not the sort of man who kills people, and I'm not going to be hounded by a country sheriff.
Look, Mills, I'm sorry if you're being hounded, but I'm on a vacation, so I don't...
You must protect my husband, Mr. Rogue. He's not a murderer. The sheriff suspects him because he and Harding had words yesterday.
I heard the words. One of them was kill. You threatened to kill Harding, didn't you, Mills?
He was annoying my wife. Why, nobody would have ever heard of him if it hadn't been for me. A writer. Couldn't even write home for money.
Harding was a horrible pest, Mr. Rogue. He wouldn't let me alone.
Yeah, so I've heard. So, just what was the relationship between the two of you and Tom Harding?
He and I have been collaborating on plays for years. He was engaged to Anne when I married her a year ago. Since then, he's been giving us nothing but trouble.
I never loved him, but I couldn't convince him of that. And I know one thing. My husband didn't kill him.
I'll give you $500 to work on this case for me, Rogue.
What do you expect me to do?
Find the real murderer. Protect me. Convince that stupid sheriff I couldn't have killed Harding.
All right, give me the 500. Got it with you?
Yeah, I got it with me.
Okay, now here's what I'll do. I'll try to locate the real murderer, whether it's you or whoever it is. And when I find him, I'll turn him over to the sheriff. Understand?
Yes. But, Rogue, I didn't kill Tom Harding.
I don't know what it is about money that frays my immoral fiber, but when the man handed me those nice, crisp $100 bills, all my bad intentions about enjoying my vacation disappeared like friends when I'm broke. After Brian Mills and his glamorous wife left, I smoked a cigarette and turned in. I was going riding at dawn. And when I got to the stables next morning, Lucia wasn't there yet, but Mrs. Mills was. She was wearing a riding habit to which no horse nor man would ever say nay, and of all things, a pair of pigskin play shoes. Oh, very fetching. And very peculiar.
Oh, hello, Mr. Rogue. You off for a morning ride?
Yes, I mentioned it last night. Remember?
Did you? Oh, I guess you did. I was so upset about Brian's trouble with the sheriff. You are going to help him, aren't you, Mr. Rogue? He's such a sweetheart, and scandal would ruin him.
Sure. Well, I took his money. I'm going to do what I can for him.
Oh, I hope it's taught him a lesson. He has a terrible temper when he's drinking. He should never have caused that scene at the pool.
You were the cause of that scene. What did Tom Harding have on you?
Nothing. We used to be good friends, that's all.
Oh, I see. You're not telling all you know, are you, Mrs. Mills?
Mr. Rogue, I want you to promise me something.
I'll listen.
You said last night that if you found incriminating evidence on my husband, you'd turn it over to the authorities.
Yeah, sure I will.
Please, Mr. Rogue, I have some money of my own. I want you to promise me that you'll tell me first if you find anything which makes you suspicious of Brian.
Hey, I don't get it. I thought he had an ironclad alibi.
He has. And besides, Brian couldn't kill anybody. I want to do everything I can to protect him from worry and persecution.
Look, I know how you feel, Mrs. Mills. If your husband isn't guilty, don't worry. We'll keep him out of it.
Hi, Richard.
Oh, hello there, beautiful. You know Mrs. Mills?
We've met.
Oh.
Our horses are all ready. I've been out helping to saddle them.
Okay, let's go.
I don't like this, Richard. Climbing mountains on horseback. What do you think of Mrs. Mills?
I don't. There's a method in my madness, baby. I'm a working man today.
You are? Who are you working for?
Secret.
You've decided to get mixed up in that murder, haven't you?
Yep, something nice happened to me. That's what we're doing here at the spot where we located that body. I was sighting in on this pile of rocks.
Are you being mysterious?
No, not especially. Today I'm being a detective. You see, Angel, Harding was shot with a deer gun.
Everybody knows that. I'm no detective, and I know that.
Okay, but do you know enough to figure out where the shot came from? By the way the body fell?
I don't even care. I came out for a horseback ride, and I want to enjoy it. This is no fun, walking a horse up the side of a mountain.
We haven't far to go. Just stay with me a little longer.
And to think I turned down a date with that nice-looking blonde boy from San Francisco this morning.
Oh, look, are you going to stop beefing? Oh, boy.
Why are you stopping, Richard?
Oh, I just want to look around here a little bit. Oh, boy.
What are you looking for?
I'm prospecting for lead, maybe with a copper jacket. Come on, we're walking from here.
Oh, no.
Come on, I want to take a look behind that big rock up there.
I'm going to be so stiff, I won't be able to dance tonight.
Good. We'll set them all out someplace near the punch bowl.
Oh, no. I'm going to be with that blonde boy from San Francisco. And if you so much as ask me for a dance, I will... What's the matter?
Look there on the ground behind that boulder.
Where? Oh, those little copper things. They're shells, aren't they?
They certainly are. 3 empty shells. 3220s. Look out, don't touch them. I want them for fingerprints.
Do you think they're the shells that killed Tom Harding?
I'm willing to bet they are, baby. I think we just put the finger on a murderer.
Richard?
Yeah?
Look down there.
Where?
Way over there on that next peak. The sun's flashing on something.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Somebody is looking us over with a pair of field glasses, I think. Probably the murderer. He wouldn't like to see us looking around up here.
What are you putting in your pocket?
Another little souvenir, see?
Oh.
Get on, baby. Get on. That was a rifle bullet. Get on here behind this rock.
Our story will continue in just a moment. But first, I'd like to remind you that the holiday season coming up will be the gayest in years, with peace on earth at last a reality. You ladies will undoubtedly want to keep in the spirit of things by accentuating your costumes and hairstyles with gay, sparkling jewelry so popular now. But remember, dull, drab-looking hair is not the kind of background you want for your jeweled hair accessories. Try using Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo to give your hair luster and a jewel-like sparkle. Fitch's saponified shampoo is made from mild coconut and pure vegetable oils, so it won't dry your hair. Even immediately after washing, your hair will be soft and shining, easy to set into your favorite holiday hairstyle. Using Fitch's saponified shampoo will take only a few minutes from your busy day, too. Just a little shampoo makes mountains of fluffy, fragrant lather. And since Fitch's saponified shampoo contains its own patented rinsing agent, you won't have to bother with a special after rinse. To keep your hair looking radiantly lovely at its holiday best, use Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo. And now we return to Rogue's Gallery with Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue.
My thoughts were as bitter as a quinine sandwich as I ducked down behind that boulder and listened to the bullets sing. With the whole world to get killed in, why did Tom Harding have to pick out a dude ranch where I was sweating on a vacation? I reached into my pocket where I'd put the empty rifle bullets. The killer had fired at Harding, and they were there. I felt in my back pocket, and the other clue I'd found was safe. I tried to pull Lucia down beside me just as I heard another bullet sing. Lucia screamed, and my heart did a handspring in my throat.
Oh, I'm shot. Richard, oh, why did I ever come with you?
Where did you get it? Where'd you get it? Let me see.
Right here, in the shoulder.
Well, get your hand away from there. Oh, you're not shot, youngster. You're not even bleeding.
I'm not?
Well, no. You must have just been hit with a chip of a rock or something, that's all. Now, come on, let's get out of here. Stay low now. I'll go first.
Oh, if I ever get back to that ranch alive, Richard Rogue, and if you ever speak to me again...
Oh, take it easy, baby. This will be something to tell our grandchildren about.
Our grandchildren? Richard Rogue, I never want to see you again.
We got back to our horses and got back to the ranch house all right. I made Lucia promise not to say a word to anybody until I had a chance to think this thing out. She promised. She would have promised anything to get rid of me. I went to my cabin to look over the stuff I'd found up there behind that boulder, and as I opened the door to my cabin... Oh, I got it. Right behind the ear, as usual. I watched the stars go by for a while, and finally I grabbed on the tail of a comet and didn't let go until I was within dumping distance of cloud number 8. And there he was. My alter enemy, Ugor.
You're a little late tonight, Rogie.
Yeah, what happened?
Somebody wanted to know what you found up there on that mountain. You should have stuck to your vacation, Rogie.
Well, whoever it was, I'm going to have them over a barrel in a few minutes. Oh, I got to get back there. Help me.
Oh, you better rest a while.
I can't. So long, midget. See you next week.
So long, Rogie.
Well, I came to and felt my head. It was really caved in. Whoever hit me used a piece of firewood. I looked in my pants pocket. The handkerchief I'd wrapped the empty cartridges in was gone. I grabbed at my back pocket, and it was there. That other little clue I'd picked up there behind that boulder. I staggered to my feet, and I headed for the main ranch house. I saw the sheriff's car outside. I wanted to talk with him.
Rogue! Hey, what's the matter? What's happened to you, man?
Oh, nothing much. Somebody just battered my brains out, that's all.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to talk with you, though. Come on.
Sure.
Well, I've been working on that murder for you.
Oh, swell.
Yeah, I was hired by one of the suspects.
Not Mills.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Oh, he's guilty as the devil, Rogue.
How do you figure?
Motive. He had a double-barreled one. First, Harding had been making up to his wife. Second, Harding and Mills had drawn up partnership papers, providing that if either one of them died, the other would be sole owner of anything they were working on.
Yeah?
Sure. I've been checking on them through the L.A. police. They've got a play that every picture company is bidding for and every Broadway producer is interested in, a gold mine. Well, now that Harding's dead, the play is the sole property of Mills. Those two motives good enough for you?
Well, how about his alibi? His wife said he was never out of her sight. If that's true, he couldn't possibly have killed Harding.
Well, I got a call from his wife telling me to meet her at their cabin at noon. That's going to be the end of that alibi, I think. She sounded nervous and scared. I'm going over there now. Going with me?
Sure. Yeah, I'll go. Oh, I found the place where the killer waited for Harding to keep his date to be killed.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah, and I also found the casings from the bullets that killed him.
Well, where are they? Any fingerprints?
Somebody just knocked my brains out and took them from me.
Oh, how long ago?
Oh, it must have been a half an hour.
That's what you get for not cooperating with me, Rogue. You've cost me...
Hey, that came from the Mills cabin. Come on.
Right. Drop that gun, Mrs. Mills.
I killed him. I killed my husband.
Yeah, you sure have.
Hey, what happened?
He had that rifle. He was going to kill me.
Why was he going to kill you? Lock the door, Kane.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Now, look, Mrs. Mills. You'll have to get a hold of yourself. Why was your husband going to kill you?
Because I knew I was going to tell the sheriff he wasn't with me last night. He was drinking. He took that rifle and left before Tom Harding was killed. I told him I couldn't go on lying.
Oh, that's why you sent for me. You were going to break his alibi.
Yes. He killed Tom. He was boasting about it to me. Oh, poor Brian. I loved him, but I couldn't.
Is that rifle there, 32-20, Sheriff?
Mm-hmm. It's the murder gun, all right. Well, looks like this case is all wrapped up, Rogue. I'm sorry, Mrs. Mills.
Look, Sheriff, this case is all wrapped up all right, but not the way you think. Mills never killed anybody.
Why, what do you mean?
I mean, Mrs. Mills missed something when she beat my brains out and took me down for those cartridges a while ago.
Me? I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, you'd better have something to back that up, Rogue.
But if I haven't, I'll take the rap. Look, Kane. You see those fancy ladies' cowboy boots over there in the corner?
Yeah.
Get away from them.
I got her. Bring those boots over here, Kane.
Let go of me.
Okay, Rogue. How about letting me in on it?
Well, half the heel's gone off the left boot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let go of me.
If you don't stand still, Mrs. Mills, I'm going to slug you. I've got that broken boot heel right here in my pocket, Kane, and I had a witness when I found it this afternoon. Up there behind that boulder where Mrs. Mills here waited for Tom Harding to keep his date with her and a couple of slugs from a 32-20. Well, that's the end of the story. Mrs. Mills didn't want her husband, and she didn't want her old boyfriend. She just wanted to own that play everybody was fighting for. So when her husband threatened her boyfriend, she went into action. She invited Tom Harding to a rendezvous on the desert and shot him to death. And then when her husband was suspected of the crime, she gave him an alibi, so she could kill him later and swear it was self-defense. She would have gotten away with it, too, if it hadn't been for that half of boot heel. The minute I saw it lying there behind that boulder, I thought of her western riding habit that morning and the pigskin play shoes. That started my massive intellect to work, and of course, when that happened, that was all. I also remembered the faint odor of her expensive perfume just before that log knocked my brains out. And, after the excitement was over and I had combed the lump out of my hair, I went over to see luscious Lucia.
Oh, you.
Well, hello, dear. I just thought I'd drop over.
I told you I never wanted to see you again.
Oh, well, she was a little on the chubby side anyway. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Believe me, Richard Rogue is the only man who ever made money on a dude range vacation. We hope you enjoyed our story. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Don't forget now, we all have got a date next Thursday night. We're going to do a little story about murder, arson, and a lovely lady. We call it Fortune and Furs. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening, and good night, all. Now here's Jim Doyle.
Don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time. Oh, and by the way, be sure to see Dick Powell in his newest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. And as I was saying, don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Removes dandruff the first time it is used. Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is the only shampoo whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance companies. This statement can be made by no other shampoo. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, barber, or beauty shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
From Hollywood, the Screen Directors Playhouse. Screen Directors Playhouse. Star Ray Milland. Production The Uninvited. Director Louis Allen. Hollywood Screen Directors present a tale for troubled midnights. The motion picture drama, The Uninvited, starring Ray Milland in his original role of Rick Fitzgerald.
I woke up. 5 in the morning.
My skin creeping, my scalp crawling. I listened. I heard the dim surge of the ocean at the foot of the Devonshire cliffs not far from my window. Only 5 o'clock. And then... I was sure now. I hadn't dreamed that appalling crying. Could it be my sister Pamela in the next bedroom? There was no electricity in this old house. I lit a candle. I went to the door leading into the upstairs hallway.
Rick!
What? Oh, Pamela.
You heard it too, then?
What in heaven's name is it?
I don't know.
It comes from downstairs.
It comes from everywhere and nowhere.
I'm going down and search the place.
It's no use, Rick. There's never anything there.
You mean this has happened before?
All the time you were still in London while I was getting the house ready for us to live in.
But why didn't you call me or write me about it?
It's our home now. It's all we've got to live in. Sounds so terribly heartbroken.
But there must be some logical explanation.
It'll stop soon now. It always dies away at dawn.
No wonder we got the old place for such a low price. They tell me it stood empty for 10 years before... Oh, shutter blew open.
It's the dawn breeze. I must have forgotten to latch up.
Listen.
I know. The sobbing is gone.
Oh. Is that all for tonight?
Is that all? It's every night, Rick. And if I don't get some sleep, I'll die.
No. Don't do that. It'll be different tomorrow night. You'll see. Oh, hello.
Aren't you the gentleman who bought this house for my grandfather?
Why, yes. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Stella Meredith. It was my mother's house.
Well, come in, Stella Meredith.
Thank you. I haven't been in this house since I was 3, and I've wanted to come so many times.
Then why didn't you?
Oh, my grandfather forbids it. He has some silly idea that I'm in danger.
Nonsense. You shall see the house, Stella Meredith, and I shall be your guide.
And this is my old nursery.
Like it?
Oh, how pretty your sister has made it.
That's very pretty perfume you're wearing.
It's mimosa. Do you like it?
Oh, very much.
My mother always used mimosa. She died when I was 3 years old.
Oh.
May I see the studio now where my father painted?
Only it's the studio where I play the piano now. You may even persuade me to play something for you.
Oh, don't stop playing, please.
Very flattering, thank you.
Father painted my mother's picture in this very room.
You don't remember that?
No. But Mother would sit on this platform wearing her soft white dress. Sometimes, of course, he'd paint the other one.
Other one?
He had a model, you know, a Spanish girl. People seem to get awfully hush-hush when I try to ask about her, though. You played beautifully.
It's a serenade to Stella by starlight.
You mean this Stella? Me?
And this candlelight.
Oh, it's the most exciting thing that has ever happened to me.
Is it?
Yes.
What's the matter?
All at once, a cold wind.
Yes, suddenly it is cold in this room.
And your music's gone so terribly sad. Why?
I don't know, it just came out that way.
And the candles grew dim.
There's a draught.
Oh, Mother was so young and beautiful, and she died so cruelly. Mother!
Stella!
Mother! Mother!
Stella, come back! Stella! I gathered my scattered senses and jumped up and ran after her. I passed Pamela standing amazed at the foot of the stairs.
Rick, what's the matter? What's happened?
There's something evil in her blasted look. Stella! But she was out the front door, her dark hair flying, running wildly in the darkness, heading for the cliffs.
Stella!
I shouted after her.
Stella, come back!
Shouted again, pleading with her.
No, Stella, no!
The cliffs, I thought.
Stella, the cliffs!
The cliffs and the boiling sea beneath.
Stella!
Whatever sinister force had driven her out of the house was now driving her to destruction on those killing rocks. The brink was only yards away, a few steps. I reached for her, and my fingers caught in her belt, and I pulled her back. Back from the very edge of that awful precipice. Stella.
What's the matter?
Matter? You were going over the edge.
Was I?
Why did you do it, Stella? What drove you toward death?
Death? Why, nothing. I didn't feel I was in any danger.
Look below you.
Oh, the sea.
Yes.
This is where my mother fell.
Your mother fell here?
By this dead tree. She...
Are you all right?
Help me.
Stella.
Will she be all right, Dr. Scott?
She's resting nicely upstairs, Miss Pamela.
Well, is Stella entirely safe up there alone?
Why not?
Well, in the light of what just happened.
And you're the one who sneers when I say this house is haunted.
Well, everybody in the village knows the house is peculiar.
Well, can you tell us anything about it, Doctor?
Do you know about Carmel?
Carmel?
The Spanish model Stella's father painted.
Oh, yes.
Stella's father was in love with Carmel. It was an open scandal.
But didn't Mrs. Meredith know about it?
Well, I suppose she just accepted the situation.
Where's this Carmel now?
She died in this very house a week after Mary Meredith fell to her death from the cliff out there.
Oh, she did fall, then.
Ironically, she fell trying to save her rival from committing suicide. Or so they say.
Rick, Dr. Scott, don't you notice a scent in the room?
No.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
It's heliotrope.
No, it's mimosa. Stella's mother was fond of it. Stella tells me that... Pam, it's come back.
What, Rick?
Upstairs. Stella's not alone anymore. I know it. Come on. Stella.
Stella, are you all right?
She's gone.
I'm here.
Stella, darling.
At the window.
Now, don't be frightened.
I'm not frightened. Don't you know who it is in your house? It's my mother.
Your mother?
Did you see her?
No. But when I woke up, I felt her in the room. Her scent, the mimosa, it was all around. I could feel her warm presence everywhere. And I felt something else. Something I've never known in my whole life. The knowledge that someone loved me very dearly.
You'd better take her home, Rick.
No, Mother is here. She wants me with her.
Your mother is dead, Stella.
I know.
But your grandfather will miss you. He'll be furious if he finds you here.
I know, but I love it here. I'll always come back.
Another time, Stella. Another time. Three, 4, 5. There it was again. Her grandfather was right. There was danger in this house for Stella. In the studio, when we'd first felt its presence, I'd not smelled mimosa. But in that moment before dawn, with that awful sorrow in the house, I suddenly knew. I knew that there was a cold, cruel spirit which hated Stella, and a warm, scented spirit that loved her. There was not one ghost.
You are listening to the Screen Director's Playhouse presentation of The Uninvited, starring Ray Milland in his original role of Rick Fitzgerald.
Stella, I know this. Stella Meredith is in danger in this house. She mustn't come here anymore.
But she loves it, Rick. How can we possibly keep her away?
By holding a seance.
A seance?
Only this seance will be rigged. We've got to fix it so that the ghost of Mary Meredith appears to say, in effect, Stella, I'm your mother. Forget Windward House and I shall find peace and happiness. P.S. There is a tall, excruciatingly handsome man named Rick Fitzgerald who wants to marry you.
It's wrong, Rick. I won't agree to deceiving Stella.
We've got to break Stella of this attachment to the dead. We'll rig the seance. That very night, we held the seance. We all sat around a table. Stella, Pam, Dr. Scott, and I. A single candle was burning. On the table, I chalked the alphabet in a big circle, and the words, yes and no, opposite each other. An inverted wine glass stood in the center of the table. My stage was set.
I think the room is dark enough to begin. The important thing is that we should all believe.
Yes, so I understand. Well, what now?
Everybody puts a finger on the glass. Now, ask a question, Stella.
Is there anybody here? Is anybody...
The glass is moving.
Yes. The glass is on yes.
Go on, Stella.
Are you my mother? Yes. You don't want me to go away from Windward House, do you, Mother? They want me to stay away. Do you? Rick, let go. You're keeping the glass from moving.
I'm not.
Let go, I say.
Better let matters take their course, Fitzgerald.
All right.
No. You see? She said no. She doesn't want me to stay away.
Look, the glass is moving.
I... G... U... A... God. I God.
Guard me from what, Mother? What?
C... A... R... M... Carmel.
That's enough.
Who smashed the glass against the wall? You, Pamela?
No one, Rick. No one was touching it.
Stella. Stella's in a trance.
Stella.
Don't touch her. It may be dangerous.
May I ask a question?
No.
It might help to try to reach her mind. Yes, try it.
Whoever you are you Mary Meredith, Stella's mother?
No es ella. No le cree nada. No le haga caso, ella está mintiendo.
Oh, this is awful. I won't ask her anything else.
Es ladrón. Ladrón de mi cariño.
Is that Spanish, Scott?
I don't know.
Ladrón de mi cariño.
Stella.
She's fainted.
I'm afraid this has all been a dreadful mistake.
Oh, it was wrong. But she'll never be cured until this house is cured. Until then, Stella must never come here again.
I won't answer it.
I'll answer it. I'll go. It was Stella's grandfather, in a cold, bitter fury over her presence there and her condition.
An outrage, you hear? An outrage.
I'm very sorry, sir. It won't happen again.
I warrant you it won't. My granddaughter will never enter this house again if I have to lock her up somewhere. Come, Stella.
Stella was gone, but my work had just begun. I had to avert a tragedy. I had to solve the mystery of Windward House, but where to start? I went to see Dr. Scott.
Any luck, Fitzgerald? You find anyone with a clue to what really happened here 17 years ago?
No. Everyone who was here with the Merediths then seems to be dead.
The trained nurse isn't.
Trained nurse?
I've been looking through the old case book of my predecessor, Dr. Rudd.
Oh?
At the time of the tragedy, the Merediths employed a nurse for their child, a certain Miss Holloway.
Holloway?
Very, very much attached to Mary Meredith.
Well, is she alive? How can we find her?
She runs a place on Bodwin Moor called the Mary Meredith Retreat in honor of her long-dead mistress.
Hospital?
No, a mental institution. Strange woman, strange place.
Bodwin Moor. I think I'd better have a serious talk with Miss Holloway.
I shall be happy, Mr. Fitzgerald, to assist in any way I can concerning these manifestations at Windward House.
Well, to begin with, Miss Holloway, I know about the Mary Meredith Carmel triangle 17 years ago.
Yes, it was the delight of the local gossips.
What were Mary and Carmel like?
Extraordinary women, both of them. But Mary Meredith, she was a goddess. Even her talk was lovely and sparkling. Oh, the night we sat before her fireplace, planning our lives.
Yes.
She met her humiliation and her fate magnificently.
About Carmel.
A Spanish gypsy. Beautiful and crafty and cruel.
Why did Mrs. Meredith stand for the situation?
She felt the decision to end it must come from her husband.
Did it?
Finally, to make it easier for Carmel, they took her to Paris, found a position for her, and left her there. Then they came back here with their infant daughter. For a while, they were almost happy together.
Then?
Carmel came back. She still wanted Mary's husband. Then, one stormy night, Carmel had been told that she must leave, this time for good. Oh, there was a ghastly scene, and finally Carmel, in a rage for revenge, ran to the child's room and snatched her up and ran toward the cliff. Mary raced after her. In the struggle, Mary fell to the rocks below. The baby was unharmed.
What happened to Carmel?
She escaped in the storm. Next morning, she crawled back in the early stages of pneumonia. I had to nurse her.
I see.
And now, please, I must be alone. Please.
What you tell me about Miss Holloway is very interesting, Fitzgerald.
A fanatical, a dedicated woman, Doctor.
Dr. Rudd, before me, disliked her intensely.
Professionally? Personally? How?
Listen to this entry from Dr. Rudd's casebook for December 10th, 1932. Called to Windward House, Meredith's model, Carmel Quesada, double pneumonia.
That tallies with what Miss Holloway told me.
December 12th, Carmel Quesada much worse. No attempt to warm her room. Found traces of snow in her bedroom.
Snow?
Spoke severely to Nurse Holloway. Absolutely criminal negligence.
Well, isn't that a pretty serious charge, Doctor?
When a man of Dr. Rudd's generation used it, it was very apt to mean murder.
Miss Holloway murdered Carmel?
She was very fond of Mary Meredith. Perhaps that's why Stella's grandfather sent her to Miss Holloway's for safekeeping this afternoon.
You mean Stella's there now? In that genteel madhouse?
Well, I venture she's safe with her mother's dearest friend.
Who was also guilty of criminal negligence? Oh, no. Dr. Scott, I must hurry. Be good enough to call my sister Pamela at Windward House. Say I'll pick her up in 15 minutes and call Miss Holloway, will you? Tell her to expect us. I'm on my way. Miss Holloway, when I was here before, why didn't you tell me that Stella was here, too?
The presence of our guests is confidential.
Please take us to her at once.
She's no longer here. I sent her away when Dr. Scott called to say you'd be here.
But why?
She was the happiest person in the world when I told her she might return to Windward House.
Windward House?
But her grandfather sent her here to keep her away from Windward House.
She loves it so.
You knew we'd be away and you sent her there?
Mary will be there.
Oh, you hate Stella. You sent her to her death.
Mary is waiting for Stella.
You're insane. Hurry, Pam. It may be too late even now. We drove headlong through the rain, racing the train to Windward House. We arrived in the early hours of the morning. The house was dark. We were on time. Stella hadn't arrived yet. And then, from the inside of the house...
It's
Stella!
The front door flew open and Stella ran out, screaming fearfully, running for the cliffs.
Stella!
Come back! Something she'd seen or heard or felt in that horribly sick house of ours was sending her screaming in the darkness toward the windy cliffs. I ran after her, but she was very young and lithe and driven by fear and drawn by demons, and I overtook her slowly, oh, so very slowly, as in a terrible nightmare. And at the very brink of the cliffs, I dove for her and flung her to the ground, the very brink of death, the very edge of darkness.
Nothing but a few bruises, Stella. You'll be fine.
Dr. Scott, Rick, why would my own mother want to drive me to my death?
Darling, whatever drove you from this house couldn't have been your mother.
But it was. I saw her. It was a kind of a mist that glowed softly in the dark, coming toward me, just as my father painted her.
And why did you run away?
I don't know. Something terrified me, drew me to the cliff.
Could the company endure one more excerpt from the casebook of Dr. Rudd? It's rather worthwhile.
You've the air of a man with knowledge, Scott.
This entry is dated a little more than 3 years before the final tragedy on the cliff. Meredith consultation, my office. Mrs. Meredith afraid she is going to have a child. Assured her she was not. A strange, cold, loveless woman refusing motherhood.
But
Meredith, poor man, wanting a child so desperately.
But there's Stella.
Now, listen. An extraordinary household. Carmel, the Spanish girl, worships Meredith. A lovely, pitiful creature, all love and womanhood.
Pitiful?
What does it all mean?
I don't understand.
Stella, where were you born?
In Paris?
Where they took Carmel. They came back with their baby, or at any rate, someone's baby.
Rick.
The Meredith stayed in Paris for a baby to be born, yes. But I think to Carmel, not Mary. They took the baby as their own to avoid a scandal. That's why Carmel came back, to be near her baby, near Stella.
Then it was Mary Meredith who hated Stella, her rival's child.
Mary Meredith, who tried to throw the baby from the cliff and fell to her death.
And that's what Carmel waited here to tell me all these years. That she was my mother, not Mary Meredith. I'm Carmel's daughter.
Rick, the mimosa.
She's here.
Oh, Mother, Mother, never weep again, because now I know. Never cry again in this house where Father loved you. Carmel, Mother. She's happy. Mother's happy. She's at peace at last.
Rick, look.
That's the mist I saw.
Mary Meredith.
Dr. Scott, Pamela, get Stella out of here. I was alone. Alone with the thing that drifted and floated in menacing, gesturing filaments in the open French doors. A luminous mist becoming a face that undulated horribly. A face filled with hatred and malevolence. And I lifted the candelabrum with its flickering, guttering candles. Come on, you icy fraud. If it's Stella you want, you're too late, Mary Meredith. You've tried enough to destroy Carmel's child. So much for the legend of your saintliness, and you can go along with it.
Rick.
Here, darling.
Are you all right?
All right. I am magnificent.
It's so dark, darling.
Never brighter.
Mary Meredith.
Gone forever.
And I always thought she was my mother.
What? Good saints preserve me from ghosties and ghoulies and long-legged beasties and a future mother-in-law like that.
Ray Milland will return in just a moment. Next week, as always, another great star recreates one of her most memorable roles on Screen Director's Playhouse. Our story is The Spiral Staircase, and our star, Dorothy McGuire, with Screen Director Robert Siodmak. Now, here again is tonight's star, Ray Milland.
Thank you. The film version of The Uninvited was distinguished by ghosts, gasps, moans, groans, and a very brilliant gent named Lewis Allen. Lou directed the picture, furnishing the assorted horrors out of his bag of tricks. Since then, we've done 3 other films together, and his amazing know-how still has me fascinated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet him, my director, Lewis Allen.
But I hardly think I deserve those compliments.
Why not?
Well, The Uninvited was the first picture I ever directed.
But, Lou, you'd been directing stage plays for years.
But when I sat behind those cameras for the first time, I was as scared as the audiences who saw the picture.
Well, how do you feel about cameras after all the pictures you've made since then?
They still scare me.
You know what?
What?
They scare me, too.
Well, at least we weren't scared of the ghosts in The Uninvited.
Well, you know, Lou, you made everything so real, for a while I almost believed in them myself.
But, Ray, there's no such thing as ghosts.
Lou?
Yes, Ray?
What did you just say about ghosts?
I'd rather not talk about it. Good night, Ray.
Good night, Lou. Good night, everyone.
And good night to you, Ray Milland and Lewis Allen. Remember next week, Dorothy McGuire and Robert Siodmak. The Uninvited was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the William Wyler production, The Heiress, starring Olivia de Havilland, Montgomery Clift, and Ralph Richardson. Ray Milland will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, Copper Canyon. Lewis Allen's current production for Paramount is Chicago Deadline. Included in tonight's cast were Alma Lawton as Stella, Norman Field, Mary Shipp, John Daner, Georgia Backus, June Foray, and Dan Riss. The Uninvited was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Screen Director's Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. Portions of the program were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, inviting you to listen again at the same time next week, when we present
Screen Director's Playhouse, star Dorothy McGuire, production Spiral Staircase, director Robert Siodmak.
Sunday on Hollywood Calling, you may be called by motion picture stars Maureen O'Hara and Dan Daly to win a wonderful prize and crack the Film of Fortune jackpot. Make a note to stick close to your radio and your telephone Sunday for Hollywood Calling. It might be your lucky day. Listen to Hollywood Calling Sunday on NBC.
Stay tuned for Bill Stern and the Sports Newsreel on NBC.
Presenting Joel McCrea as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. case for tonight, Living Death.
It is 2 a.m. on the morning of October 3rd, 1948. A man stands in the brush on the American side of the Rio Grande, watching another man wading rapidly across the river from the Mexican side.
Come on, hurry up. Senor Green? Senor Green, where are you?
Over here. And shut up. I almost fallen.
Never mind. You crazy wearing a white sombrero with that moon?
What is the harm, Senor Green? Nobody see the ego but you.
Don't be too sure of that. Somebody followed me down here. I don't know whether I shook him or not.
The border patrol?
No. Hijacker, maybe. You got the package?
Oh, see, right here. 20 ounces.
Okay, here's your money. 200 an ounce. $4,000.
Oh, gracias. Will be another shipment next week.
Yeah, I know. I'll meet you here again on the 12th. Same time. And be a little more...
All right, amigo. Someone does follow you?
Quiet. Sound came from over there. He's moving this way. You'll have to crawl through that clearing first, and the moon's right on it.
You going to use a gun?
What do you think I got it for? Keep quiet.
There he is, coming into the moonlight.
Yeah, and he doesn't see us. Just like a sitting duck.
Oh! You hit him, senor?
Yeah. But it looks like I didn't hit him good enough. Yeah, that's better. Grab his leg.
Senor,
Grab his leg and get him out of this clearing into the brush. The longer it takes to find him, the better.
Senor Green, we shouldn't admit this place again. It will not be safe.
All right, drop him here. No, we can't use this place again. It'll be too hot.
I must get back across the river. Where do we meet next time?
Next time, use our old crossing, near Lajitas. I'll get lost. Fast!
The body of the slain man was discovered, but for 2 months there was no clue to point to his killer. And then suddenly another man was shot to death on the streets of a small town in West Texas, and Captain Stinson of the Texas Rangers radioed Ranger Jace Pearson to meet him at the county morgue.
Body's on this slab, Jace.
Shot right through the heart, Captain?
Yeah. And here's our ballistics report. 45 caliber slug. Look at the markings on this photo of it.
Uh-huh.
All right. Now look at this ballistics photo. This is a report on the slug they took out of the man who was killed near the border 2 months ago.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Both slugs came from the same gun.
Mm-hmm.
Autopsy report on this man completed yet?
It's being typed up. We'll have it in a minute. Clyde Mooney's waiting for it.
Mooney? Oh, is he here?
Yeah, I sent for both of you. Mooney worked on the border killing. Since it's tied up with his second killing, I thought you'd better tackle it together.
Suits me fine.
You got some special reason for wanting to see the autopsy report, Jace?
Yeah. Look at the body. Marks on the left forearm. Look like the kind we usually find on drug addicts.
Well, we'll know in a second. Here's Clyde now.
Howdy, Captain. Hi, Jace.
Howdy, Clyde. Good to see you, boy.
Heard you talking as I come in, Jace. You hit it all right. Here's the autopsy report. Man was a drug addict.
Yeah, he's probably just as well off dead then. Bullet ties this one right up with your border case, Clyde. Guess we're both after the same killer.
Yeah. I've been hunting wetbacks for 2 months trying to find the man who was toting the gun those slugs came from.
Anything else you boys want to see here?
No, Captain.
No, Captain.
Well, let's get out of here then.
Any identification on this man we just saw, Captain?
Not a thing. Was dressed like a hobo. Doesn't fit any of the descriptions on missing persons reports either.
Might help a lot if we knew who he was. 'Cause I can't see this killing as a job done by a wetback.
Why not, Jace? It was somebody sneaking across the border. Tracks weren't clear by the time the body was found down there, but there were tracks.
Both your cars in back near mine?
Yeah.
All right, Jace, go ahead with your theory.
Well, a wetback sneaking into the country to earn a few dollars working is usually too poor to own a gun, unless he's carrying something across with him.
You thinking of those hypo marks, Jace?
It adds up to me. Narcotic smuggling.
Might be. Man was killed in my territory. Could have been shot because he spotted somebody crossing with the stuff.
Well, that's possible. But how about the dead man we just left? He wasn't shot near the border.
It looked like he was down and out.
Had the habit, but not the price. Might have tried to get some narcotics by threatening to expose the peddler.
I'll buy that, Jace. How about you, Clyde?
Best bet I've had so far.
All right, Jace. Where you planning on starting?
Back along the border.
What, my area?
No. Killing was made that spot too hot for them. They'll go back to some old crossing that's cooled off. I know a few, and you probably know a few.
Well, yeah. Place west of Laredo. Then there's Devil's River. That's been quiet lately.
Yeah, and the Castellon area and the Big Bend, up through Lajitas and Redford. It's a big border.
Yeah, so the sooner we get started, the more of it we can cover.
You're dragging a double trailer, Jay. Suppose I load my horse in with charcoal. We'll use one car.
Good. Let's go. Mooney and I covered the old smuggler crossings one by one. But weeks passed, and we hadn't found anything by the time we reached the Big Bend. We were riding the river near Lajitas.
Getting kind of late, Jace. We ought to make camp, turn in.
Yeah, might as well quit this spot tomorrow. Move on toward Redford. There's a good campsite ahead, clearing near that clump of honey mesquite.
You've got eyes like a cat.
We can make radio contact when we get back to the car tomorrow. Captain may have something for us.
Yeah. What was it he said he'd check on?
Narcotic possession cases. Trying to pin down areas where the drug traffic seems to be the heaviest. Man who's smuggling narcotics must be picking up for a central distributor.
Well, it could be just a small operator.
No, small operator's business wouldn't warrant the risk of crossing the border. Whoever makes the pickup is working for a boss.
Well, why couldn't he be the distributor making his own pickup?
Big boy'd play it safe. Stick somebody else's neck out, not his own. Here we are. Ooh, Charlie.
Ooh, boy. You want to get the bedrolls off, Jace? I'll strike a fire, get some chuck cooking.
No, let's skip the fire and eat cold.
Well, why? We're moving out of here tomorrow.
I'd like to watch one more night. It's too quiet here. Haven't been reports of any trouble in this section in almost 3 years. We haven't even spotted a wetback trail.
Okay, no fire.
Might as well let the horses drink before we hobble them. Come on, Charcoal.
Come on, boy.
I want to rub Charcoal's legs down tonight. Leche Guilla's been cutting him up.
Yeah, I got a few nasty scratches myself. Attaboy. Drink up. You looking for something over there, Jace?
Yeah. Let the horses go for a second. Come here, bring a flashlight.
What is it?
Slight depressions in this mud bank. Just barely saw them. Flash the light.
Yeah. They were tracks, all right. Not much left, though.
Something else here. Piece of paper half buried. Must have been stepped on.
Brown. Looks like that brown stickum paper they use to seal packages.
No. This is the kind of paper a bank uses to wrap money. Look. There are traces of blue on here from an inkstand.
Yeah, can you read it?
No. Maybe the lab at Austin can. Anybody who tore a band from a packet of money in this spot must have been counting it.
Yeah. This isn't exactly a business neighborhood.
Let's stake out, boy. We found some kind of a crossing, and it may be the one we're looking for. We didn't dare move out of the area. We took turns sleeping and keeping the horses out of sight as much as possible. At night, we crept out along the river, moving slowly under cover.
5 nights now, Jace. Maybe they won't cross again in the same spots.
I know. A mile above or below us, and we'd never even see them.
We found tracks in a couple of places along here. They might... What? Oh. One of our horses. Thought we had something for a minute.
Clyde, that isn't one of ours. It's coming from the wrong direction. Put your ear to the ground.
I don't have to. I can hear him coming now.
Can't be our horses. They're hobbled, and the one we hear is moving free. Come on. Don't show yourself on the riverside. That's where his contact will come from.
Coming now. There's something moving in the water out there.
A few hundred yards down. Our horses would have to be up the other way. We'll have to try it on foot. We haven't time to go back and get mounted.
If they make a fast pass, we'll never get there in time anyhow.
We'll have to risk a little noise. That moving horse will cover our approach until he stops. Step it up.
The contact is across to this side by now. I can't see him out there anymore.
Wait. The horse horses stopping, too.
Diego? Oh, here, senor. Come on, give me the stuff. Here's the money.
They're not wasting any time, Jace.
No. Let's go.
There I are! Both of them! Keep going, Diego. Run! Get up, boy!
I'll get the one in the river, Jace. Stop that horse! Come out of that water!
You get him, Clyde?
He shot at close range, Jace. I had to kill him.
We got to leave and get after that rider. Let's get to the horses.
Right. Only we've been 50 yards closer to him back there, Jace.
He went over the ridge up ahead. We can pick up his trail up there. I could swear I hit him when I fired.
I hope you did. Narcotic traffic's the filthiest thing on earth. Oh, here's the ridge, Jace. Whoa, boy.
Whoa, Charco.
Boy. Yeah. Look where we have to track. Mesquite and greasewood. Ground as hard as rock.
Won't be much of a trail here, Jace. It'll take us hours to cut back and forth looking for soft spots.
Yeah, no time for that. Get off.
Yeah.
It's going to be too bad if I didn't hit him. A blood trail's our only chance.
Yeah. They'll find another contact for narcotics across the border.
Sure they will. Unless we get to the man we're after. He's the only one who can lead us to the ring on this side of the border. And we've got to get to him before he gets rid of that package.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Today marks our first Sunday broadcast. And we sincerely hope that all our old friends who listen to us on Saturday night will be with us at this new Sunday time. Also, we extend a cordial welcome to our new listeners and hope that you'll be with us every Sunday at this time. Now we continue with tonight's case, Living Death, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We combed the ground for a blood trail, and we found it. Not much, but enough to follow. It led through the mesquite and greasewood, but the rider knew the country. He'd been weaving through the roughest spots.
He's a smart one, Jace.
Yeah, slowing us down all the way.
Got a good hour on us by now.
And an hour's too long. He's probably just using that horse to get to a car someplace.
We can't waste any more time trail cutting them.
No. He must have headed for cover someplace to take care of that wound. General direction seems to be northeast. We'll have to gamble on it.
Okay.
Let's ride. Get up, Charlie. After 2 miles, we reached a road and picked up the trail again. We had horse tracks to follow now, and they led to a dilapidated barn near a rundown ranch house. He was here, all right, Clyde. Blood in the hay and this torn cloth. Ripped a piece off his shirt to make a bandage. He knew this spot and headed right for it. Must have been here before.
Yeah, but we're still way behind him. Main road's only a mile or so from here. He's gotten to his car by now.
The ranch house is dark. Let's wake him up. They might have seen something or heard something. We'll leave the horses here.
Okay. This place sure has gone to seed, Jace.
Yeah, it's a big house, but it's falling apart.
Fences sagging, no stock. Must have been a nice ranch once, though.
It isn't anymore. A man gets his living from the earth, you'd think he'd take better care of it.
Here's the house.
Open up. Hey, wake up in there.
Who is it?
Texas Rangers, ma'am. We'd like to talk to you.
Just a minute.
There was an electric power line to the house, but when she opened the door, she was carrying a candle. The inside of the house was almost barren.
What do you want?
We're looking for a rider. Came through here tonight.
He stopped in your barn. You see or hear anything?
No, I didn't.
You rent out a horse to anybody?
A horse? Ranger, if I had a horse, I'd have sold him for food for my kids.
Sorry we have to bother you, ma'am.
It's all right. What difference does it make?
You know anybody around who... Ma'am, would you mind holding your candle over the mantel of this fireplace?
Why?
Jace, that picture.
The picture was a photograph of a man. The face was younger, full and healthier than when we'd seen it last. But there was no doubt about who it had been.
Jace, that's a picture of the man we saw with the cap, the body in the morgue.
Oh, no.
Take it easy, ma'am. Take it easy.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
When? When did you see him? Oh, he can't be dead. He can't be.
I'm afraid he is, ma'am. And you'll help us a lot if you'll tell us who he was.
Jack Prentice. My husband. Oh, my poor kid.
Oh, why didn't you report him missing?
Because he left me 2 years ago. He'd sold and lost everything we owned. He was sick, half crazy, acting like a madman. I don't know why I didn't do anything. He'd never been like that before.
You got any idea at all what started it?
A friend of his. Jack was all right. He was a good husband and father till he took up with Virgil Green. Then he spent more time with him than he did with us. He must have been gambling or something. We had a good place here. Then it was all gone.
This isn't going to be easy to take, ma'am. Your husband wasn't a gambler. He was a drug addict.
Oh, why didn't he tell me? I begged him to go to a doctor, but he wouldn't.
When did you see him last?
I told you 2 years ago. When Virgil Green left him, Jack left right after him.
You seen this Virgil Green since then?
No.
You know where Green went after he left here?
No, but it must have been Chino. I got a couple of letters from Jack, came from there. And then he stopped writing. Not even a word to his kid.
Ma'am, I hate to leave you like this, but we'll see if we can get you some help later on.
Nothing can help anymore. Not for me. But I'd beg for my kid.
You won't have to. You'll hear from us. Come on, Clyde.
We gotta get the boy who gunned her husband, Jace.
We gotta get more than one. We gotta get them all. The whole ring. There'll be 100 more like her husband, dying slower and worse than he did.
You think this Virgil Green's the link?
It must be. Fits the cards we've been playing. Jack Prentice couldn't raise money to buy from Green, threatened to expose him, and Green killed him.
Then he killed the man near the border, too.
Gotta try to pick up Green at Chino. But he knew this place. It's a fair bet he's the man we've been chasing. Get up, Charcoal.
Up, boy. Taking him is going to be a pleasure.
We can't take him. Not until we find out if he still has that package. We better knock on these ponies until we get to our car.
Get up, Charcoal. Oh, yeah. Up, boy.
Got to the car, but before we headed for Chino, I put in a phone call to Captain Stinson.
All right, Jace. I'll have a ranger plane pick up that bank wrapper and send it to the lab.
It may be a bank in Chino.
Well, that fits with a few other things. My checkup shows a heavy drug traffic in and around the Chino area. And the town where Prentice was killed is only 60 miles from Chino.
Good. That narrows it down. See if you can dig up a Chino address on Virgil Green while we're driving up there. He's only 2 hours ahead of us. We can burn up road. We may reach there almost as soon as he does.
Let you know by radio, Jace. I'll head for Chino myself.
Thanks, Captain. We'll see you there. We were less than an hour out of Chino when our short wave came through with Green's address.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead.
Address of subject Virgil Green is Greendale Ranch, State Highway 39, 14 miles west of Chino.
Got it. Any report from lab on bank money wrapper?
Stamp on money wrapper restored by Austin Lab. Money and packet came from Chino State Bank, corner Main and Crockett in Chino.
10-4. Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
That's all we need, Jace.
Yeah, if we can get Green in sight before he unloads that package. It was dark when we reached the Greendale Ranch outside of Chino. We made up time on Green's head start because we saw a car and horse trailer pull into the ranch just ahead of us. A man got out of the car and limped up to the house, and he was carrying a package.
Walks like a man's been shot in the leg, Jace.
Yeah. Don't turn in after him. Go on past the ranch.
Okay. Where do you want to stop?
Where we can watch the house and keep the car shielded.
Well, there was some heavy brush on the other side of the road just across from Green's place.
All right. Turn around and go back. We'll keep an eye on him from there. We kept a watch on Green's house all night, but nobody showed to pick up the package. The next morning, Green came out and got into his car. We followed him into Chino.
He's pulling into a parking space up near the next corner, Jace.
Yeah, slow down.
He's getting out. He's got the package, all right, sticking out of his pocket.
Park here, quick. He's going into that building on the corner. Come on, before we lose him. Hey, the street sign, Mings and Crockett.
And he went in there, Jace. Chino State Bank. That's where the money wrapper came from.
Don't go in. Just walk around the corner. We can look through the bank windows.
There he is, Jace. Last counter, the rear of the bank.
Safe deposit boxes. Going through the rail into the vault.
Must have a box he's going to plant the stuff in. We going to grab him?
No, wait till he comes out.
But he won't have it on him then.
We've got enough on him. We can pick him up any time. We got to stay with that package until we know who gets it next.
Hey, he wasn't in there long. He's coming out.
Yeah, the package isn't in his pocket now. All right, get out of sight.
Yeah. He was in there just long enough to open up the box and drop it.
Yeah, you've seen the package now. Drift around to the front of the bank. See that nobody leaves that vault with it unless you follow him.
Okay, where are you going?
To meet the captain and get a court order to open that vault. We got the order. Then we waited until the bank closed and the employees were out. We got the president of the bank at his home and took him back to open the vault.
Narcotics, most distressing, gentlemen. Oh, come in, please.
All right. Which box is Green's?
421, right here.
Want to open it for us?
Why, of course.
Say.
It's empty.
Now, couldn't you have made a mistake, Ranger?
No. Clyde, are you sure that package wasn't taken out?
Positive, Jace. I watched every single person went in or out till the bank closed.
Our order covers the rest of these boxes, doesn't it, Captain?
Yes.
All right. Let's open them all. We found what we were after, but not the way we expected to find it. The stuff was there, all right, but it had been split up into smaller quantities. The owners of these boxes must be names you have on your list of dope peddlers, then, Captain.
I'll check that on the bank records.
Yeah, but how'd this stuff get split up? Green wasn't in here long enough to do it.
No, he couldn't have done it. His key would only give him access to his own box.
It'd have to be done by somebody with a set of duplicate keys. Somebody working here.
Well, that's impossible. Only the head cashier and I have duplicate keys.
Were you in the vault after the bank closed?
No, sir. I haven't been in here all day.
That's truth, Jace. I could see him through the window.
And then the head cashier's our boy. He's the distributor.
And a pretty clever distribution scheme, too. No direct contact, and he has access to the vault after the guard has left.
If he's handled those packets, there'll be fingerprints on them. What's his name and where does he live?
His name is August Weber. He's got a big ranch over near Estrella on Highway 39. And I know how he got it now. He said he was making money on investments.
Investments? He meant a black market in human souls. Come on, Clyde. Let's get him and Virgil Green. We found the house, an elaborate building on a fine ranch. There was another car in the driveway when we pulled up.
Hey, Jace, that car in front of the place.
Yeah, we're in luck. It's the car Virgil Green was driving.
Light around the side of the house by that French door. Maybe they didn't hear us drive in.
Good. Let's slip up on that side of the porch and find out.
Might be able to take him easy.
Don't count on it. Cold-blooded killer like Green. He'd keep on killing as long as he has a gun. We slipped up to the French door. It was locked and we couldn't see through it. But their voices drifted out through an open window.
I'm telling you, Weber, my leg is infected. I gotta see a doctor.
Have him report a bullet wound?
You want me to die? I could put a bullet in you, too.
Well, let me know when you want to try. I've done a little killing myself, Green. Only I've been smarter about it.
Nobody's caught me yet.
All right, Clyde. Let's kick a hole in this door.
All right. Don't move. Rangers! Don't breathe.
Clyde, you hurt bad?
My side. You're hit too, Jace. Blood on your head.
Yeah, just a nick. Come on. I'll get you to a hospital.
How about them?
Leave them for the coroner. They're both dead.
The gun found beside the body of Virgil Green proved to be the murder weapon the Rangers had been seeking. Narcotics peddlers having safe deposit boxes at the Chino State Bank were rounded up, and they admitted they had been supplied by August Weber. They were tried and sentenced. The traffic in living death was halted.
And here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
A friend of mine returned recently from a visit to Texas. While he was there, he'd seen a Texas Ranger, and he asked his host, a rancher, what the requirements were for a man who wanted to be a ranger. The host looked thoughtful for a moment and said, well, I'd say if a man could ride like a Mexican, trail like an Indian, shoot like a Tennessean, and fight like the devil, he might have a chance to get in. I hope you'll be with us again next week. Same time, same station. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Barney Phillips, Larry Dobkin, Byron Kane, Ken Harvey, and Lillian Byas. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
Time moves slowly, but its power is great. There is nothing material on this earth that can escape its effects. The mighty Colosseum in the city of Rome was a magnificent colossus 2,000 years ago. Today its glory is dimmed, and on some future tomorrow, even these impressive ruins will be less than dust. The very surface of this planet can be changed in the course of time, and life itself falls within the boundaries of a certain number of years. Yes, everything in the universe which is familiar to us is affected by the ticking of the clock, with one exception. Only death is timeless.
Hello? Hello? I'm still on the wire. Would you hurry with that call, please? It's an emergency. Thank you. Yes, I'd appreciate it.
Haven't they got through, Martin?
Not yet, darling. There was a storm about 100 miles west of here. Some of the lines are down. They're redirecting the call through St. Joseph.
Oh, something awful must have happened, or they wouldn't have wired. I'm so frightened,
Darling,
Martin.
take it easy. It may not be any... Oh, hello, yes. Yes, this is Mr. Gaines. Who's this? Oh, I see. Is it serious? Yes, we'll get plane reservations immediately. With any luck, we'll be home in 5 or 6 hours. Yeah, that's... doctor, anything that you can do, well, no expenses to be... Yeah. Of course. Thank you. Goodbye, Doctor.
What is it, Martin? Tell me.
It's Billy.
What's happened to him?
He was injured at school.
Badly?
I don't know yet.
Martin?
No, Flo, darling, look, we can't afford to get hysterical. Billy is a very strong boy. He'll be all right.
We've got to get home immediately.
We'll leave the car here and take a plane. We'll go down to the lobby now and get the first flight out.
Martin.
Yes.
Is our boy going to die? Tell me the truth.
Darling, we've just got to hope for the best, that's all.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gaines, but it's impossible.
Can't you understand? This is an emergency. We've got to get plane seats.
But there are no planes taking off.
Well, none at all.
They've all been grounded between here and St. Joseph. The weather's pretty bad a little farther south.
What about trains?
Yes. Well, the next train out leaves at 9 tomorrow morning.
But that means we wouldn't get home until late tomorrow afternoon.
I'm sorry.
What do we do, Martin?
We'll drive, darling. That's what we'll do. If we drive all night and the roads are good, we'll be home at dawn.
That might be the best idea, sir, particularly if you know the route. There's a shortcut through the mountains that may save you a great deal of time.
We came in from the coast. Do you have a map showing us that shortcut?
I'll get one for you, sir, from the porter.
Martin, they told us to avoid the mountains. They said the roads were bad and we'd certainly get lost.
Darling, what else can we do?
I beg your pardon.
What?
I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. Do you intend driving north through the mountain road tonight?
Why, yes.
Yes.
Well, I happen to be going in the same direction, and I'm in the same position as you are. I can't wait for a train, you see. I was wondering if you'd mind giving me a lift.
Well,
I'm familiar with the roads, Mr. Gaines. I can get you to your destination without a moment's unnecessary delay.
Oh, are you sure you know the way, Miss...
Crocker, Mrs. Crocker. Yes, I know every inch of the highway. I've been over it many times.
Oh, fine. Well, and by all means, come along. We'll be glad to have you.
Thank you. I'll wait for you in the front of the hotel.
Fine. Darling, that's a break for us.
Martin, how did she happen to know our name?
Yes, she did, didn't she? That's odd. Oh, well, she might have heard someone pay just in the lobby.
Here's your map, sir. I've marked the best route in pencil, but you'll have to be very careful. Roads are tricky.
Thank you very much. I think we'll be all right. Mrs. Crocker is coming along with us. She seems to know the way.
Mrs. Crocker?
She appeared to be staying at this
The woman walked out just a minute ago with the overnight bag.
There must be some mistake, Mr. Gaines. There's no one registered here named Crocker.
Are you sure we won't be taking a chance, Martin?
I think she seems respectable enough. She may have come here from another hotel to get plane reservation.
Oh, well, I guess it's all right.
Of course it is, darling. The bellboy put our bags in the car there.
Where is Mrs. Crocker?
I think she said she'd wait here in front of the door.
Martin, there's someone sitting in our car.
What? Oh, it's Mrs. Crocker. Come on, darling.
Well, I didn't think she'd have waited for us.
I only hope she knows the roads as well as she says she does. Well, hello there.
I decided to wait in your car. It was more comfortable.
That's all right. Hop in, Flo.
Yes, all right, darling. All right.
Good. How did you know which car was ours, Mrs. Crocker?
I just guessed.
Well, here we go.
May I suggest that you turn left at the corner and proceed up Main Street for 1.5 miles. The state highway begins right there.
Looks as though we'll have no need for that nap with you in the car, Mrs. Crocker.
I told you I know the way. Is your boy very ill?
Wait. How did you know about it?
Oh, I believe you mentioned it at the desk clock.
We did?
He seems to be hurt very badly, Mrs. Crocker. That's why we're so anxious to get home just as fast as we can.
Incidentally, we live in Thornton's, about 50 miles north of St. Joseph. We'll drop you off at St. Joseph if you like.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Gaines. I happen to be going to Thornton myself.
Oh, really? You live there?
No, but I have business there.
Oh.
And I dare say it's just as urgent as yours. This highway leads halfway through the mountains. Keep bearing left at all the intersections. I'll tell you when to branch off.
Fine. Well, you certainly know your way around, Mrs. Crocker. I've hardly seen you even glance at the road signs we've passed.
I've no need for road signs, Mr. Gaines.
How do you feel, darling?
Oh, a little better, darling. Now that we're well on our way.
You know, we were very foolish to get so panicky. Everything's going to be fine. I can feel it.
You see, Mrs. Crocker, Martin and I were taking a short vacation when we heard the news concerning our son.
Yeah, first vacation I've had in 4 years, too.
Oh, too bad it's been spoiled.
I don't care about that. Just let that son of ours pull out of this and I'll be the happiest man alive.
Do you consider that to be a lucky distinction, Mr. Gaines?
What?
The expression you just used, the happiest man alive. I wonder exactly how much pleasure that encompasses.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
Well, is life so wonderful? I'm afraid the human race doesn't have a proper appreciation for death. It seems
Mrs. Crocker, would it be all right with you if we talk about something else?
I'm sorry.
Looks like we're running into that storm they told us about, darling.
Oh, you'd better drive carefully if it starts to rain, Martin.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, darn it, I hate to slow down. Every minute counts.
You could drive as fast as you like, Mr. Gaines. You'll be safe enough.
Yes, but these turns are a little tricky. Won't do anyone any good to get us killed.
I doubt very much if that would happen while I'm around, Mr. Gaines. As long as I show you the way.
Sure we will be.
You're not nervous, are you, Flo? Let me know if I'm going too fast.
No, I'm all right, darling.
Well, if it's okay with both of you, I'll keep this pace.
Don't worry about me, Mr. Gaines. I'm just as anxious to get to Thornton as you are.
You better put that window up, darling.
All right.
Getting hard to see even when the wiper's working.
Do be careful, Martin.
There's a left turn about a quarter of a mile from here. Watch for it.
You can even recognize the landscape in this rain.
Martin, when you make your next stop for gas, maybe we can call home again?
Yes, darling, we'll try.
I wouldn't advise it. You'll probably find no change in the boy's condition.
Why do you say that, Mrs. Crocker?
His injury is the type that reaches a crisis, and it's still too soon.
But you don't know anything at all about his injury.
No.
Yeah, I didn't see him. I didn't see him till I hit him.
What was it?
The dog. He's back there on the road.
Don't bother to go back to him.
Well, he may be suffering. I can't leave him there like that.
I'll go with you, darling.
The rain's letting up a little. It's still very dark, though.
Look, there he is, Martin.
What?
Back there in the middle of the highway.
Ah, that poor devil, the wheels passed over his body. I felt the bump.
You really feel so sorry for him.
I don't see anything to smile about, Mrs. Crocker.
Don't you have any sympathy?
That poor thing, it looks as if he's dead. Even perhaps we can bring him into town and drop him off at the police station. So...
Martin, look at Mrs. Crocker.
She's walking toward the path.
Martin, the dog.
God, he's getting up. How could he? I hit him full on.
He's walking away as if nothing had happened.
Perhaps we'd better be on our way, Mr. Gaines.
Yes, I didn't hit him after all.
It just mightn't have been his time, Mr. Gaines.
Get back in the car, darling.
Yes, all right, dear.
Yeah.
That left turn I spoke about is right around the bend.
What did you do to that dog, Mrs. Crocker?
Flo.
I saw her touch him. He was lying there, dying. But he got up when she touched him.
Flo, take it easy.
Who are you, Mrs. Crocker?
Just a traveler as you are. Anxious to arrive at her destination. Turn left here, Mr. Gaines. This is the road.
Road's empty. We're making good time, Flo. Flo?
He's asleep, Mr. Gaines.
Oh. She had a tough night.
Your wife is rather a nervous woman, isn't she?
No, not usually. You'll have to forgive that outburst before Mrs. Crocker. She's not herself tonight.
Oh, I understand.
You see, this is the first time she's ever come face to face with death.
Oh.
I didn't tell her this, but they're afraid the boy has a fractured skull.
Yes, I did.
You know?
I could see by your manner that the case was rather serious.
The kid will come through, though. He'll lick the old reaper. I'm betting on him.
The old reaper? Is that your mental picture of death?
Well, isn't it everyone's?
Well, I didn't know the slander was universal.
Slander?
Oh, I've seen drawings, amusing in a way. A grinning skull and a scythe, and bony fingers. And death is always portrayed as a man. That joke in itself is always carried just a little too far.
You talk as if death actually existed as something you could see or touch.
Well, don't you believe that?
Well, of course not.
And what is death? Tell me how you imagine it.
Well, it's a state of being, something that just happens, that's all.
You seem very vague about it, Mr. Gaines.
Why shouldn't I be? Who knows anything about death?
Those who've met her do.
Did you say her?
Why not?
But it's not a woman.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. How did we get into this subject anyway?
Well, it's an interesting topic. Please continue.
Well, I'd rather not.
Just as you say.
Mrs. Crocker?
Yes.
Do you mind if I asked you why you're going to Thornton? You don't live there.
Only temporary, on our vacation.
Oh? I know everyone who's ever lived in that town. I've never even heard your name mentioned.
Oh, yes, you have, Mr. Gaines.
He has not, and neither have I.
But, darling, I thought you were asleep.
We've never heard of Crocker, and we've lived there 20 years.
But what's in the name?
Martin, stop the car.
Flo.
Stop the car, Martin. She's getting out.
Yeah? This time of night?
I don't care what time of night it is. Get rid of her, Martin. She frightens me.
Darling, it isn't really fair to do that. We can drop Mrs. Crocker off at the next town, perhaps, but not here.
Why don't you do as I ask, Martin? Why don't you? I can't stand her riding with us.
But I'm your friend, Mrs. Gaines. I may bring you luck.
If you don't stop the car and get rid of her,
Flo, don't touch that wheel!
Martin?
Yes, darling. You all right?
Yes, I think so.
Good. Mrs. Crocker?
Do you know what happened?
Yes, we turned over twice. The car's back on its wheels.
Try starting your motor. The ditch levels off with the road a few yards down. You can get back on the highway if you try.
I can't believe it. We should have been killed. We haven't even been scratched.
Didn't I tell you before, Mr. Gaines, that I might bring you luck?
You say this jalopy turned all the way over twice and landed back on its wheels?
Yes.
Oh, you must live right, mister. You should have ended up in a hearse.
Maybe.
I just called home. There's been no change.
How far are we from St. Joe?
Oh, about 200 miles.
What's the road like?
Straight highway, macadam. You leave the mountains about 10 miles up.
Martin, she's gone inside for a cup of coffee. We can leave her here. We can't get lost anymore.
Get in, Flo, quickly.
Yes, all right.
Hey, wait a minute, mister.
Here's your money. Just get out of my way, will you?
Hey!
There she is. She's standing near the door. And she's smiling.
Dawn should be coming up pretty soon.
Oh, how much farther, Martin?
7,500 miles. I wonder who she was.
I don't know, and I don't care. She's gone now, that's all that counts.
Why did she frighten you so, darling?
Well, the way she talked, the way she smiled. There was something about her that wasn't human.
I'm beginning to feel a little guilty about her.
Why?
It wasn't very nice to leave her stranded at that station. Can't understand why we did it now.
But you felt the same way about her as I did.
Yes, how did you feel, darling?
I told you. It was like riding with a mad woman. The way she talked about death. Well, you were afraid of her yourself, Martin.
Yes, I suppose I was. But why? That's what I can't understand, now that it's over.
Oh, well, maybe we were a little silly about it.
Maybe.
But she's gone, so we may as well forget about it.
Did you say she was gone? Look up ahead at the bend of the road.
What? Well, she's standing there, Martin. Martin, don't stop. For heaven's sake, don't stop.
Did you see her face in the headlights?
Yes.
She was smiling again. Mrs. Crocker is a very mysterious lady, isn't she? Let us see if time will reveal any more about her. Darling.
Yes, darling?
We're home.
Oh, thank heaven.
The lights are still on in the house. Be careful, darling. Here, I'll take my hand. There we are.
Wait, Martin.
What's the matter?
On the corner.
The corner's empty?
I almost thought I saw her again.
Oh, darling, don't be silly. We made that last 50 miles in 1 hour flat. Nobody passed us on the road.
Yes, but how did she get ahead of us?
She probably got a lift, darling. Anyway, forget about her. We've got something more important on our mind.
Yes, darling. Here, I've got the key.
Thanks. He's probably upstairs.
There you are.
Oh, Dr. Carter.
I'm glad to see you both.
How is he, Doctor?
Very weak.
Oh, Billy, I'm going up to see him.
You can't go up now, Mrs. Gaines.
I can't?
Your son is still in the coma. The nurse is with him.
How does it look, Doctor?
The next few hours, or even minutes, may tell the story. We've taken x-rays and done everything we can.
Would you stay a little longer?
Of course. May I call my office?
Yes, certainly.
The phone's inside.
Oh, excuse me.
Certainly. Sit down, darling. Now try to relax.
What did he mean when he said the next few hours or minutes may tell us the story?
Don't you know?
Oh, Martin.
Oh, honey, you've still got a fighting chance.
Martin.
I'll go.
Don't go, Martin. Don't answer the door.
Flo.
It's that woman. It's that horrible woman. I know it is. Don't let her into the house. Martin.
Darling, I've got to answer it. The doctor may have ordered some drugs.
Don't go near that door, Martin.
Take it easy, honey. There's nothing to get excited about. We're home. This is our house. We're not on a lonely road in the mountainside anymore.
Martin, I beg
I'll be
you.
right back, darling.
Good morning.
What are you doing here, Mrs. Crocker?
May I come in?
I don't know how you found us, Mrs. Crocker, but you'll have to leave.
Is the boy upstairs?
Stay where you are. Do you hear?
Don't move, Mrs. Crocker. Good morning, Mrs.
Flo.
Gaines.
What are you doing with that gun?
She's not going up to Billy's room. Perhaps I can do something for him. I said you're not going up to Billy's room.
Oh, for heaven's sake, darling.
Now I know who she is, Martin. And I should have known from the beginning. You're being very foolish, Mrs. Gaines. Now I know why she's been following us. And I know what she wants.
Flo, give me that gun.
Keep away from me, Martin. Would you really kill me, Mrs. Gaines? With pleasure. To save my son? I don't believe it.
Flo, don't be silly.
Get out of my way, Martin. Get out of my way. Well, why don't you shoot? This will be the last we'll see of you, Mrs. Crocker. I'll make sure of that now. Oh, the gun. It won't. It seems to be useless. However, I'm a reasonable woman.
I've decided to leave after all.
Mr. Gaines.
Yes.
May I see you for a moment?
Go ahead, Martin. I won't move from this spot until she
I'll be
leaves.
right back.
It isn't often that I change my mind when I decide to make a call, Mrs. Gaines.
You said you were leaving. Why don't you go?
You might remember me to your side.
Get out. I never want to see you again as long as I live.
I assure you, Mrs. Gaines, you won't.
Flo! Flo, he's come out of it.
What?
Billy, he's come out of his coma. The doctor says he's going to be all right.
Oh, Martin.
Oh, darling. You'll be able to see him in just a few minutes. That's my girl. Come on, pull yourself together, honey.
I'll try.
That's the girl. Oh, did she go?
Yes.
Hey, let's have it. Still holding my gun.
Take it away, Martin, please.
Oh, thank goodness it was empty. Darling, you must have been out of your mind.
For a minute, I didn't care. I'd have killed her gladly if it meant saving Billy.
But, honey, she wasn't responsible for his injury. Darling, for all we know, she might have just come here to help and...
Martin, am I going crazy? Oh, she isn't here anymore. I feel as if I just woke up from a horrible dream.
Oh. I want you to look at this gun.
Martin.
6 bullets. It wasn't empty after all.
Yes, time moves slowly, and most of us never seem to have enough of it to go around. There's always something else to accomplish, something new to do, and we scurry from one place to another to get it done. Minutes and hours form the very core of our lives, and we hoard them and save them as best we can. It's a valuable commodity to all of us. And the only one I've ever met who had a little to spare was Mrs. Crocker.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee and starred Hart McGuire as the Clock. As Martin and Flo, you heard John Million and Joan Lord. As Mrs. Crocker, Neva Carr Glynn, with Gordon Glenwright as the Doctor. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
The Damon Runyon Theater. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theater brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Cemetery Bait. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. One day I get a call to go to the state penitentiary. I go there because a character by the name of Gentleman George sends for me. Now, being in such a place is no novelty for Georgie, and ordinarily will cause him no confusion. The trouble this time is that he is in what is called the death house. It seems that he has allowed visitors, and I am more than somewhat curious why he sends for me. So I overcome my natural repugnance at such institutions and go to see him. And he tells me a very strange story indeed, and one which I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Cemetery Bait.
Like I say, I find myself at the state penitentiary. I also find myself sitting in the cell with Gentleman George, and he says as follows.
It is very nice of you to come, Broadway. Maybe you wish to know why I get you up here.
I am curious, yes.
Uh-huh. Well, as you know, tomorrow I am to be placed in Mr. Edison's rocking chair and given a severe shock in the seat of my britches.
I hear that, yeah.
So, I wish to tell you a story, because you are a good guy, and you will let it be known that I perform a great public service.
You do, Georgie?
I do. I wish all citizens to be more kindly disposed toward me. So I will tell you.
Yeah, well, please make it short, George. Huh? I am getting a severe case of feeling cooped up.
Sure. Well, it is in the summer of last year that Lou Adolia comes to me. You remember Lou?
Oh, sure. He is a hot citizen who cases joints for diamonds and such.
Yeah. And then he gets another citizen to knock over the joint. Well, like I say, Lou comes to me last summer, and he puts a proposition to me which reads like this.
Georgie, I think I got a great job for you, only you'll have to go to Miami, Florida to knock it over.
Okay, Lou, I do not mind traveling. What is the layout?
Well, there's a certain doll married to a guy.
Oh, nix. I do not knock over guys so their dolls can have good times.
Nothing like that. She's got a box full of rocks that'll bring maybe 80 grand.
Uh-oh. Go on, Lou. What else?
Well, I figure a good box man like you can sort through and pick off the stuff.
You got a place to unload it?
Sure. Don't I always?
Yeah. Okay, give me the rest of the setup.
Well, we'll go to Miami. I'll do another case job on the layout, and you can work your way through from there. It'll be a lead pipe system.
So, Broadway, it is not more than a week later that I find myself on a train going to Miami, Florida. The way Lou talks, it looks like I am going for a cinch job. Then it comes up one night on the train, and I am as sick as a pup because I eat fish, which I can never stand. I am on my bed when I hear a knock on my door. Who is it?
What's the matter in there?
I am about to become a corpse. Go away.
Let me in.
Come
on. Maybe I can help you.
Okay, just a second.
All right, lie down again.
I am sick. I am so sick.
So I see by the color of your face. I didn't think you were born green. Where does it hurt?
Stomach.
Ptomaine poisoning. I saw you eating fish in the dining car.
I will die before my time.
Nonsense. No one ever does that. Besides, you might be better off if you did. Not enough people know when to die.
Please, you say you will help me?
I will. I'll never get any sleep next door with you groaning and grunting all night. Porter, come in here, will you?
What are you going to do with him?
Send for some medicine.
Yes, sir. You call me, sir?
Yes, go to the dining car and get some hot water. Also bring back some soda, a box full, and hurry.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Do I get anything to go with the soda?
Shut up and lie still.
Look, mister, why do you do this for me?
If you've got any stupid notion that I'm doing it as a good Samaritan, forget it. I merely want to get some sleep tonight.
Well, Broadway, the old guy, who was maybe pushing on 60 or thereabouts, does good for me. In maybe an hour, I am feeling better and drop to sleep. Then, in the morning, I wake up and the train is in Miami. I get out on the platform, and I see the old guy. He looks at me and says...
Feeling better?
Oh, sure. Lots. In fact, I am a well man, and I wish to thank you.
Don't. Just remember that you're unable to eat fish. You're allergic to it.
Oh? But look, mister, I wish...
Goodbye and keep away from fish.
Hey, wait!
Hey, Georgie.
Oh, hiya, Lou.
Yeah.
Say, see that old guy getting in a car?
Yeah, what about him?
Who is he?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see enough of him. Now, look. You bring your tools?
Sure. But I sure wish I know who that old citizen is. He saves my life last night. And so few people are good to me that I wish to cherish the name of one who is.
Okay. Save it till later. I got the deal lined up.
How does it look?
Oh, great. Where are your bags?
Platform. Where do we go now?
You better check in the hotel. Don't use your right name.
You'll know me better than that, Lou. It is just a question of picking the one I like best.
Okay, let's get moving. We got just 2 days to pull this job and move out.
Hot, huh?
Plenty. Your cut'll be 10 G's.
My cut will be 15 G's, or you will get yourself another can opener.
12.
14.
11.
13 and a half.
13.
I am in business. Leave us go. Well, Broadway, 13 G's is not bad for a day's work, so...
Look, Georgie, I ask you to skip the details.
Broadway. I only got today and tomorrow morning before I will have to skip everything. Do you begrudge me this hour?
I am sorry. But I do not see what all this has to do with performing a great public service.
You will see in a minute. Well, I check in at a hotel. I and Lou arranged to meet later at a place called the Bath and Sailing Club. It is a bad name because I do not see anybody taking a bath or sailing. Although some of the dolls in the dining room seem to be dressed for the first occupation. Then I see a beautiful pancake walk in and sit at a table by the window. Now, Emil, the head waiter, is a good friend of mine. So I ask him who the doll is, and he says...
The one in white, Mr. George?
Yeah, the pancake with the dress that is made for dolls like her.
Mr. George, she is cemetery bait.
Uh-oh. Married, huh?
To a jealous husband.
This is bad arranging.
Her husband is very selfish.
That he is. My. She is very lovely.
Oh, gorgeous.
But there is something about her I do not like, Emil.
Name one thing.
I do not mean in the way of equipment, but in the way her eyes look.
To me, they are heavenly blue.
They are on the cold side.
Tiens, cold or not, she is beyond us, Mr. George. Especially since her husband is one of the best amateur marksmen in the world.
Oh? Now I see why you call her cemetery bait.
However, I have heard that she is, looking around.
It is a brave man who will overlook her husband.
Ah, yes, but you will excuse nothing.
Hi, George. Emil?
Sit down, Lou.
Yeah. See you later, Emil.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, it's all set for the night, George.
My goodness, I hardly have time to get settled.
You can do all right after you crack the job. Now, look. Here's the address. Take a good look.
Okay, I got it.
Right. Now, the maid who gives me the tip says the best time to finger the job is about 1 a.m.
I will have to keep late hours.
For the love of Mike, will you shut up and let me talk?
Go ahead.
Okay. The safe is a tin can. You ought to be able to take it apart with a hairpin.
Lou, you know I do a very neat job. No blasting, no drilling. I do not like to ruin other people's property.
Well, getting the can open is your job. Once you get the stuff, I'll pick it up and get it out of Miami.
Like usual, huh?
It wouldn't look good for us to take the wind right after the job's done, so we'll stick around a couple of days. Then I'll leave. You'll follow.
Okay. 1 o'clock this morning, huh?
Yeah. And Georgie.
What, Lou?
Please don't take any samples.
What do you mean?
I mean, I hope your pockets do not have holes in them so little trinklets slip into the linings.
Lou, I promise you I will hold out nothing.
Okay. Go right to your hotel. I'll pick up the stuff. It'll be out in Miami in an hour.
Yeah. And
what's the matter? Huh?
I just think. That pancake who just leaves looks just as good from this side as the other.
Keep your mind on your work. Lady can have all the hobbies you want.
So, Broadway, I wait until about 1 a.m. in the morning. Then I go to the address Lou gives me. There is not a soul there. I had the layout, so I go right to the safe and start work. I use my own little gadget that I invent.
Well, go ahead. Why do you stop?
I wonder why the government never lets me have the patent I asked for on that gadget.
Well, Georgie, they have got very peculiar ideas about some things.
Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, I work away when I hear the front door open and close. I take a quick look. And who do you think it is?
Buffalo Bill?
He is dead.
Well, I give up. Who is it?
The beautiful pancake I see earlier that night.
This is her house?
It turns out that is the case. Anyway, she is with a guy. Know who the guy is?
Georgie, before you finish this story, they will put you in the juicer and I will never know what happens. Please proceed. Who is the guy?
Remember little Eddie Baker?
Baker? Oh, sure. The shake man.
Yeah, blackmailer. Broadway. He is very crooked.
More than somewhat. So what happens?
The doll does not turn on the lights, but they come into the room where I am going about my business. I see that Eddie Baker is now wearing a little mustache, and he is dressed to kill. I duck in a closet behind some clothes, and I hear the doll say,
No, Tommaso. Don't turn on the light.
I thought you said we would be alone.
We are. Cora, I do not like this. What if someone saw us?
Who could? Frightened, Tommaso?
Your husband.
Away on a fishing trip.
But he may come back sooner than you expect.
I don't think so. He likes the fish.
Cora, you're so lovely.
Am I?
You know you are.
So?
Listen to me. Why can't we go away together?
How much money do you have, Tommaso?
None.
Nor do I.
Your jewels.
Tommaso, the way I like to live, they wouldn't last a year.
I guess not. But
You don't know what it's like. Married to a man who watches every move.
You might have someone watching us now.
No, we were careful.
Cora, what are we going to do?
That's why I brought you up here. We've got to talk about it, Tommaso.
About what? Cora, what are you thinking about?
My husband.
Yes?
He loves me. He loves me, Tommaso. He loves me so much that when he dies, I'll get everything. This estate, the yacht, the money. I'll be very wealthy, Tommaso. I could marry anyone I wanted.
Me, perhaps?
You said perhaps. When, Tommaso?
Not here. Not in Miami.
Why not?
It's got to look like an accident. You will be leaving for New York in 2 days, won't you?
Yeah, why?
There's many more possibilities for an accident in New York.
Yeah, there are. Do you love me?
Wait and see how much.
Well, that is the story the gentleman George tells me so far. And even though I am sitting in a penitentiary listening to it, I cannot leave because I wish to know what happens. I find out, and it is very strange indeed, and I will tell you about it in a minute.
And now back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Cemetery Bait.
Like I say, I am sitting with Gentleman George in the death house listening to him. And he goes on, to wit, viz.
What time is it, Broadway?
3:30. Why?
My. Time goes real fast in a place like this.
Yeah, it does, George. But you are telling me a story.
Yeah, and I wish you to promise me that you will tell it so everybody can see what a great public service I do. Even though I am waiting to be fried.
I promise, George.
Okay. Well, I hear this PARADOL and Eddie Baker, whose name now seems to be Tommaso, set up a thing to knock over her husband, who seems to be interfering with their amusement. But I figure it is none of my business until the next day I am at the beach with Lou Adolia.
That was a good job last night, Georgie.
You are happy with it, huh?
Yes. I figured the stuff should bring maybe more than 80 grand.
Yeah. It is gone, huh?
Yeah, it was out of Miami an hour after you slipped it to me.
And when do I get my cut?
As soon as the heat's off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this is a very fine life. My. There is a doll wearing a handkerchief.
Yeah, but what a small handkerchief.
Uh-huh. Hey, Lou.
What's the matter, cops?
No.
Oh.
There is the old guy who saves my life on the train.
Look, will you forget that? All you had was a stomach ache.
I am very grateful to him. It is very seldom that people do things for me, and I wish to speak to him.
Okay. Go ahead.
I will be right over there where the red umbrella is.
Yeah, I see. Georgie, sit down.
Huh? Why?
Sit down, you flat brain. Sit down.
What is eating you?
You know who that is?
Yes, he is the man who saves my life.
He's the guy whose joint you knocked over last night.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Colonel Samuel B. Venus.
Lou, why do you not tell me this before I do the job?
Why, Look, how did I know he was the guy that cured your tummy? Besides, there's 80 grand.
I am very sorry.
Will you shut up?
I am very ungrateful. I should speak to him.
Look, just keep away from him.
I guess you are right.
Of all the dumb clucks you knock over a guy's joint, the thing's still hot and you want to talk to him.
Maybe I will find some other way to thank him. Maybe I will... Holy mackerel!
Georgie, You give me the knives. What's now?
I just remember something.
That's impossible. But what is it?
Nothing, Lou. Nothing, I guess. But I do remember something, Broadway. This Colonel Samuel B. Venus is the husband that Cora and Tommaso are going to decease.
Yeah, that is right.
Now, personally, I would not care if they do it on somebody else. But the Colonel saves my life. You understand?
Sure, I understand. But somehow it seems to be a little unimportant considering where we are.
Huh?
Nothing. So what happens then, Georgie?
Well, I figure I will try to do something without getting myself in trouble for the little job I do for Lou Adolia. So I stick around, and I find that the Colonel and Cora are going to New York by boat. So I go the same way. The boat is named the Castilia.
Castilia. That is very familiar.
Sure. I just tell it to you.
No, I mean I read something about that boat.
Oh, well, I will tell you what it is you remember.
Yeah, well, all right. You are on the boat. So is the Colonel and the doll Cora.
Aha. And so is Tommaso. But you know what?
I do not know what. What, Georgie?
The Cora Pancake and Tommaso never even look at each other. It is like they are strangers. That is very strange, right?
Well, perhaps they do not wish the Colonel to see them together.
Yeah. That is real smart of you. But I watch them. But they never make a move to do in the old guy. Then it comes up one night, and I am in my cell.
Cell?
Cabin.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm in my cabin with Lou Adolia, who is along. I'm just getting some sleep when all of a sudden I hear a lot of noise.
Hey, what's that? The bell. Hey, what's going on?
Who is throwing a party?
George, let's get out of here. This tank is on fire.
What?
Come on, quick.
I am not dressed.
Get going, you big dope. Come on.
Which way, Lou?
Come on, let's get up the stairs.
With all this water around, how does a boat catch on fire?
Come on, move faster, will you?
Wait a minute.
What for?
Look, I have got an idea.
Oh, not at a time like this.
You go ahead. I will follow.
What are you going to do?
A lot of people will be rushing out and maybe leave valuables. I can pick up some trinkets.
You stopped there in time.
It is all right. You go ahead. I will make hay while the sun shines.
Okay, it's your funeral.
See you later. Anybody in here? I just wish to tell you the boat is on fire. Well, Broadway, I go from place to place and I pick up a few odds and ends. In fact, I do all right. Then I get to one cabin and go inside. I see nobody at first until I start to leave. Then I see there is somebody on the bed, all tied up and gagged. You know who it is?
Colonel Samuel B. Venus.
How do you know?
Never mind. What happens then?
Well, I get him untied and get the gag out of his mouth, and he says,
Thank you. We've got to get out of here.
Yeah, it seems the right thing to do. What is the matter?
I can't walk. They tied my legs so tightly the circulation stopped.
Well, I will have to carry you.
Wait a minute, I want to get something.
I will get it for you.
That drawer in the small cabinet. There's a gun.
This?
Yes, I know you.
You saved my life. Now I save yours.
Oh, yes, I remember. Oh, wait, I can't get up.
Look, hold my arms.
They did this to me.
Huh? Who?
Cora and that man in the white polo cap and the coat to match.
Little guy, black mustache.
Yes, he hit me. They tied me. I'll kill him.
What about her?
Help me. Carry me.
All right. Up you come. Now hang on.
It's not her fault. She's just a child. But him, I don't even know him.
Hang on tighter. I gotta use my hands to feel through the smoke.
Yes, that poor child. She didn't know what she was doing.
You think not?
I know she didn't, but I'll kill him, that little man in the white coat and cap. I'll kill him.
Look, Colonel, I have to tell you something.
Save your breath. You'll need it.
But I gotta tell...
Keep your mouth closed.
No doll is worth killing somebody for.
She's an innocent child.
Okay, I will not say anything more.
We're almost on deck. Then I'll find him and I'll kill him.
I get the old guy on deck. He is pretty done in, so I take a look around for myself on deck. Everybody is getting in little boats and on rafts. And I see a few things, and I do a little thinking about the old guy and the doll he thinks is an innocent child. Then I go back to where I leave the colonel, and I see he is looking out to sea.
Look in that lifeboat. Out there, do you see?
Yeah, I see. Somebody in a white polo coat and cap. Oh, but better get on this raft, Colonel.
That's the man. I won't let him get away.
Look, Colonel.
I'll kill him.
You're going to shoot him?
Now. Nobody will hear the shots.
But you cannot hit him at that distance. And the boat is bobbing up and down.
I've hit harder targets than that, and for less reason. Watch.
That is real good shooting.
Yes, I've never done better in my life.
No, I guess you do not. The little white cap is floating on the sea.
I killed him. I said I would, and I did.
Sure. Now we better get on this raft. Come on.
No, wait, Cora. We've got to find Cora.
There is no time, Colonel. Besides, it is more than likely that she gets on a boat.
I've got to find her.
Look, I tell you, I take a look around. She is not on this boat.
Then I'm not leaving until I find her, that poor child. I've got to find her. Do you understand?
Colonel, once you saved my life. Now I have got to do something for you. Like I say, I have got to get you in the raft. And it is easier if you are unconscious this way. So I get him on the raft. And it is not long before another big boat comes and picks us up.
Yeah, see.
How you doing, George?
Huh? Oh, fine. Got the time?
Yeah. It's 3:40.
Uh-huh.
Anything you want?
No, I guess not. Thanks just the same.
Yeah. Take it easy.
That guard is a real nice guy. There is another one who is not so nice. Probably because I take $2 away from him with two-handed pinochle.
Yeah, but George...
Huh?
You say you do a great public service, and you wish me to tell people about it. However, I cannot tell people what it is unless you tell me.
Oh, yeah, I am coming to that. First, got a cigarette?
Sure. Here.
Thanks. Light?
Here.
You are a nice guy, Broadway. I will be sorry to see you go.
Oh, thanks, George.
Now, let me see. I am telling you about my great public service. I will get an ashtray. I do not like to get this place dirty.
Well, George walks to get an ashtray, and when he gets it, he comes back and gives me the payoff of the story, which I will tell you in a minute. Like I am saying, George gets the ashtray, comes back, and sits down. For a minute, he just looks off into space. And then he says,
You know, I am criticized very severely for what I do when I get on that raft.
Oh? What is it you do, George?
Well, it is very crowded, so I have got to push away a female character who is trying to get on.
You do what?
I push this character off, especially when I see she has got a small black mustache.
What are you talking about?
Well, I do not tell you, and I do not tell the colonel, that when I take a look around, I see Tommaso making this Corradal change clothes with him, at the point of a knife, thinking he can get in a boat reserved for women and children.
What? Then the colonel, he shoots...
Yeah, he shoots Cora. She deserves it, Broadway, because he is a nice old guy, and she does not deserve him.
Does he find it out?
Yeah. He is now in a place where they keep guys who go off their rockers.
Yeah. But look, George, why do you not tell everybody that it is not a female you push away? That it is this Tommaso? You have still got some hours to clear that up.
Well, I tell you, do I not?
But I cannot keep you out of the juicer.
Oh, you misunderstand. I am not here for giving Tommaso the heave-ho, although that is the public service I speak about, because I figure he is a menace to the sanctity of the American home.
Well, then
I am here because Lou Adolia forgets to give me my cut. And one night, I push his car over a cliff, and I forget to remove him from same.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. Well, I guess I will be going.
Yeah. Thanks for coming, Broadway.
Oh, not at all. Well, George, Bon voyage.
Thanks. The same to you. And many of them.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Cemetery Bait. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theater. The Damon Runyon Theater with John Brown as Broadway is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs. Risking his life, the criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Picture in the Dark. The Green Hornet strikes again. Michael Axford and Edward Lowry, reporters on the Daily Sentinel, had dropped in at the Swankmore nightclub and were seated at the bar.
Sure, it's a waste of money to come into a place like this, Lowry. That guy Lou Ellis must make a pile of dough out of this ritzy joint.
Ellis has got this town sewed up. He's the biggest racketeer in the city. The cops can't get anything on him. I have another quick one, Mike.
Well, no, I never take more than one.
Well, just as you say. I was going to set him up.
On second thought, so as not to hurt your feelings, I'll have another wee one.
Right. Hey, Joe.
What do you have? Two of the same?
Yeah.
I'll have a couple, too. A sarsaparilla.
Right. Coming right up.
Holy crow! Did you hear that? Somebody got shot.
I heard it all right. Come on, this is a break for us. This is our chance to get a scoop for the Sentinel. And how?
Set the Lex paper! Men murdered at Swankmore Club. Read all about it. Set the Lex paper!
Later that night, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room talking to Axford and Lowry.
That racketeer Lou Ellis is literally getting away with murder around this town. You said it, boss. He's a smooth one, all right, and plenty smart.
That he is, Reed. The cops can't get anything on him. By the time the cops got out there tonight, the murder guy, Joe Libby, was lying in a hallway where anyone could have shot him.
Yeah, and when we tried to get back to where the shots seemed to come from, we were stopped by a couple of big lugs. They wouldn't let anybody through till the cops got there.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ellis were responsible for that killing.
Me either. But he always has an alibi. And they say he never carries a gun on him.
Sarge says they're going to try to shut down the Swankmore. But if they do, Ellis has pull enough to get it open again soon.
Yes, his influence is too great for a man of his type, Axford.
Sure, and the Sentinel ought to burn that guy up in an editorial.
You want us to lay ourselves open to a lawsuit?
Ellis is just the guy who'd grab at the chance to sue the Sentinel, too.
Yeah, you're right about that. But one thing we can do is pound at the police until they turn up something on this latest killing. If Lou Ellis is allowed to go on, there's no telling where it'll lead to.
The following afternoon, Miss Case, secretary to Britt Reed, was busy at her desk when a man entered and, approaching hesitantly, stood nervously fingering his hat.
Good afternoon. May I help you?
Yeah, maybe you can. I want to see Mr. Reed.
Well, Mr. Reed's rather busy at the moment. Perhaps if you'd like to make an appointment to see him in the morning,
No, it's important for me to see him now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's about that murder last night.
Oh, just a minute.
Yes, Miss Case.
Mr. Reed, there's a man here to see you. He says it's in connection with that murder case.
What? What's his name, do you know?
No, I don't. I'll ask him. May I have your name, please?
Now, tell my name to Mr. Reed when I get to see him.
He doesn't care to give his name, Mr. Reed.
I see. Well, send him in, Miss Case.
Yes, sir, right away. Mr. Reed will see you. His office is in there. You can go right in.
Thanks.
Come right in. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks. I was afraid I wasn't going to get to see you.
We might as well come to the point. My secretary said you came in connection with a Libby murder case.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if you know anything about that, why do you come to me? Why don't you go to the police?
Look, I know I'm being tailed by one of Ellis's guerrillas, see? I wouldn't have a chance. The cops went into the drugstore downstairs and sneaked through to the Sentinel building lobby. That's how I got up here without them being wise.
And why did you come to me?
I've been reading the Sentinel. I saw how you were ribbing the cops about getting the killer, breaking up rackets and all, so I decided you'd be the guy to see.
But I still don't...
I'm Jim Libby. Joe Libby's brother.
You're the brother of the man who was shot last night?
Yeah, that's right. I know why Joe went out to the Swankmore Club last night. And they know I know it.
They?
Yeah, Ellis and his gang. I can't prove it, of course, but I feel sure Lou Ellis killed my brother Joe.
I see. Well, what makes you think so?
You remember when Tony Paterno was indicted for his black market racket, don't you?
Oh, yes, I remember. He was murdered before he went on trial.
Yeah. Well, my brother Joe was working with Paterno. Ellis was in on Paterno's deals. The night Paterno was bumped off, Joe went up to his apartment to make a report. He saw Ellis and one of his gunmen coming out of Paterno's place. Joe kept out of sight till they left. Then he went in.
Well?
He found Paterno with a knife in his back, laying over his desk. Paterno wasn't dead yet. He tried to tell Joe something, but couldn't talk. So he scrawled on a hunk of paper, telling who knifed him.
Well, why wasn't that evidence turned over to the police by your brother?
I'm coming to that. Joe got scared when Paterno slumped over, so he grabbed the hunk of paper and scrammed. He thought about going to the cops till he heard he was next on Ellis's list. He decided to hold on to the paper, putting it in a safe place. And then to let Ellis know he had it. Thinking Ellis wouldn't dare have him bumped off, see?
Go on, then what?
Joe got in touch with Lou Ellis. Ellis said he wanted to be friends and would take Joe in on some good deals.
Did he?
Sure. He treated Joe like a brother, till Joe got to thinking Lou was an all-right guy. Yesterday, he told Joe there wasn't any use of him keeping that paper since they were close friends now. And said if Joe'd bring it out last night, he'd give him $1,000 as sort of bonus.
So your brother took the incriminating paper out with him last night?
Yeah. And I know Ellis got his mitts on it and bumped Joe off.
Well, as I see it, Ellis is smart enough to know it'd be your word against his since he has that paper in his possession.
Yeah. But he still wouldn't want me to shoot my mouth off to the cops. When I saw I was being tailed, I got scared. Then I thought I'd come to you.
Well, personally, I think you should go to the police with your story. Or you could phone them.
Nothing doing. When Ellis found out the cops were grilling me, he'd get me somehow. I'm leaving this building by the back way. Try to find a hideout somewhere.
Now, listen, perhaps it can be arranged later for you to tell your story to the police without it being known. I can understand, of course, why you fear to approach them openly at this time.
But if somebody sees me and squeals, tell us where I'm laying low.
Oh, wait a minute. You go to the Grand Park Hotel. I'll have my secretary make arrangements. Register under the name of, Joseph Libb. We'll foot the bill, and I'll keep in touch with you. No one will think of looking for you at the best hotel in the city.
Say, you got something there, mister. I'll sneak out the back way and go right over there now.
Good. Stay in your room, have your meal set up, and don't see anybody unless I call you first.
Okay, Mr. Reed. I'm sure glad I came to talk to you. So long.
Goodbye. I'll get in touch with you soon. I'll have Miss Case get busy and make arrangements right away. It looks as though Jim Libby will be the wedge that'll break a case wide open against that hard-to-get-at racketeer, Lou Ellis.
The next few minutes were spent making the necessary arrangements with the hotel. Then, as Britt Reed was about to turn his attention to other matters, Axford excitedly entered the office.
Axford, what's the idea of
Reed, we just got another scoop for the Sentinel.
What's happened?
Another murder, that's what. A guy we just shot down in the alley behind the Sentinel building.
What?
That's right, Reed. We were in the lobby and heard the shooting. The killers got away.
Did you find out who the victim is?
Sure. His name was on his registration card. 'Twas a guy by the name of Jim Libby.
Mr. Reed's apartment. This Mr. Reed's valet speaking.
Kid, I want you to do something right away.
Oh, it you, Mr. Britt. I ready?
Listen, the police have closed the Swankmore nightclub. I want you to go there and watch from across the street. Call me if you see Lou Ellis, the racketeer, leave the place.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
If they find out you're watching, your life won't be worth a plug nickel, so be careful.
I be careful. I go right away.
I'll be anxious to hear from you.
I call you right away quick when Ellis leave nightclub.
Good, I'll be waiting. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Dusk had fallen when Cato phoned to tell Reed that Lou Ellis, with his bodyguard, had left the Swankmore Club. Britt Reed directed Cato to get the Black Beauty and mask, and to meet him at an appointed place downtown. Soon the powerful low-slung car stopped in the alley behind the club.
Wait here, Cato. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Moving cautiously, Britt Reed approached the rear entrance to the club. Using the special skeleton key, he effected an entrance. Then, after making certain the place was deserted, he used the same means to enter Lou Ellis's private office.
Now to have a quick look around. I better stick to my flashlight. I'll have a look through his desk first. He wouldn't put anything in unlocked drawers. I'd better locate the safe. It's probably a small wall safe for his private stuff. Ah, there it is. What? Oh, I thought for a moment someone was trying to click on the lights. Let's see now. It's not here. I guess he must carry it with him if he hasn't destroyed it. I'd better move. Oh, Ellis coming back. He'll come in out of the door. Here's where I do a quick fade, and how.
Well, now the Libby brothers can have a double funeral, huh, Slug?
That's right, boss. We sure were troublemakers. They won't be in your hair anymore.
Hey, what?
What's the matter, Lou?
Look, stuck on the inside of this drawer.
Hey, some kind of a seal,
That's the seal of the Green Hornet.
You mean the Hornet's been here?
That's right, Slug. Yeah. Now, I hope he decided to open my wall safe.
You hope he did. Hey, are you crazy?
Oh, no, I'm not crazy. I'm smart. Slug, if the Green Hornet did open that safe, he'll find out Lou Ellis isn't to be caught napping. I'll have him right in the palm of my hand.
Sentinel City Room. What's that? Sure, there's a standing reward of $25,000. Why? Who did you say you are? Lou Ellis. Say, if you're kidding me... Okay, Mr. Ellis, but how could you get anything like that? Oh. I see. Sure, Mr. Ellis, you bet. At 9 tonight, huh? Right. We'll have someone there, all right. Thanks for calling. Goodbye. Lou Ellis wants a reporter to come to the club at 9 o'clock tonight. He's having the cops there, too. Boy, what a story that's going to be.
Stupid snakes, Lowry. Stop beating around the bush.
Ellis says the Green Hornet was snooping around his office a while ago. See? Well, he says he's got an infrared ray camera hidden in the wall panel just over the wall safe and hooked up so as to take a picture of anyone opening the safe.
So what?
So he's got a negative showing a close-up, full-face picture of the Green Hornet himself.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now to continue our story. After searching Lou Ellis's office, Britt Reed and Cato went to their apartment, where they were discussing the situation.
Lou Ellis have reputation for being very smart racketeer, Mr. Britt.
Yes, Cato, he's smart, all right. That's why he's been able to get away with as much as he has. But there must be some way to get at him. Some way to expose him for the killer that he really is.
You have idea, perhaps?
No, nothing definite, Cato.
If Ellis still have paper Jim Libby speak of...
Yes, that would be evidence enough to show him up, if he hasn't destroyed it. Also, the problem is how to get it if he still has it.
Well, maybe you have thought... Oh, Mr. Reed's apartment.
This is Ashford, Cato. I want to talk to Reed right away.
Just a minute, Mr. Axford.
I could hear him. He probably thinks he has a big lead for the next edition. Hello, Axford. What's up?
'Tis news that'll make your eyes bulge, that's what. And if you don't believe what I tell you, you can ask Ed Lowry. 'Twas him who took the message.
Well, my eyes are bulging. I'm ready to believe what you say. Now, get to the point.
Sure, that's what I'm doing if you'll give me a chance. Now listen to this. Lou Ellis himself phoned in a while ago. He says he's got the goods on the Green Hornet.
Got the goods on the Hornet?
That's right. Me and Lowry are going out there at 9 o'clock to see the evidence.
Well, what are you talking about, Axford? I haven't time to listen to you.
Lou Ellis says he's got a close-up, full-face picture of the Green Hornet. The negative, that is.
What? Well, that's impossible. No one can get a picture.
Showing Ellis had an infrared ray camera rigged up to his safe. The Hornet was snooping around and got his picture took.
Great Scott.
If Ellis has what he says, won't that be something, though?
Yeah, I can readily understand the shock it'll be to the Hornet. Well, thanks for calling, Axford.
Okay, Reed. I'll get in touch with you later. So long.
Goodbye, Axford.
What Axford say? Not good, Mr. Britt?
Not good is right, Cato. Lou Ellis is smarter than we give him credit for. He has a close-up, full-face negative of a picture of the Green Hornet. We've published artist sketches of what people thought the Hornet looked like. But an actual close-up picture, even though masked, would be dynamite on the hands of the police and the FBI.
With such a picture, it's not long before they find the real identity of Green Hornet. We not wait. Must do something quick, Mr. Britt.
Yes. It's come to the point where it's got to be either Lou Ellis or the Green Hornet. It's after 8 o'clock. We've got to have a showdown with Ellis before he has a chance to turn that negative over to the press and the police. Come on.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
This is something I didn't bargain for, Cato. It certainly has me worried.
Worry not good, Mr. Britt. It dull mind and clog up thoughts.
Okay. I'll let Britt Reed do the worrying later. But right now, the Green Hornet will think up a plan of action. Let's go.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness. Meanwhile, Lou Ellis and his gunman Slug sat in the racketeer's office at the Swankmore Club talking.
Hey, Lou. I just thought of something.
Yeah, what now, Slug?
Suppose that newspaper put something in the news about you calling and saying you had the goods on the Hornet, huh?
I don't know whether they'll do that or not, but I already heard it mentioned in a radio newscast.
You did? Well, look now, maybe the Hornet heard it too then.
So what?
Well, so he might come here gunning for you, that's what.
Yeah, he might at that. Well, if he does, I'll have more than just a picture negative to turn over to the cops.
You mean you ain't worried?
Nope, I'm not worried. But I'm glad you brought it up. I'll need your help to trap him.
How you gonna do that? He ain't easy to trap from all I hear.
I'll tell you how. I have a button under my desk here. When I press it, solid steel sliding panels move into place outside of the two doors to this office.
Gee, I didn't know that.
Well, the Hornet don't know it either. If he comes in, I'll press that button. And we'll keep him covered until the cops get here. Even if he got the best of us, he couldn't get out, see?
You mean we'll be trapped in here with him till the cops get here?
Sure, but we're 2 against 1. When he realizes he's trapped, he won't have much fight left in him.
You think of everything, don't you, Lou?
I always think ahead of the other guy, Slug. That's why I get by. I got the jump on the Hornet once. And believe you me, before this evening's over, I'll do it again. One way or another. The cops get that negative at 9 o'clock. If the Hornet wants to come snooping around before then, I'm ready for him. So let him come.
While the two men were planning how to trap the Green Hornet in case of a visit, a long, gleaming black car came to a stop in a secluded spot near the nightclub. Britt Reed and Cato sat for a few moments discussing their plans.
Ellis is smart enough to expect a visit from the Hornet, Cato. He knows the news of his call to the Sentinel would be made public.
If he expect visit, not be easy to surprise Ellis, Mr. Britt.
Well, I'm going in whether he's surprised or not. Come on. Be sure to bring those pliers with you.
I bring them. When you want me to carry out plan?
In exactly 5 minutes. Then hurry as fast as you can to the rear door of the office. I'm going through the hallway to the other entrance.
We go now?
Yes, this is it. And let's hope we can turn the tables on Ellis. If we don't, it's curtains for the Green Hornet and Britt Reed both. Come on.
Lou Ellis's office inside the nightclub, Lou and Slug waited as the time drew near for the arrival of the reporters and the police to get the evidence against the Green Hornet. Ellis sat with a smile of triumph on his face. But as time went by, his gunman Slug glanced about the office nervously, beads of perspiration gradually appearing on his brow. His hand shook as he reached for a match to light the cigarette which hung loosely from his lips.
Them doors locked, Lou?
Nope, it'll be easy for anyone to come in. But if the wrong one comes in, it'll be tough for him getting out. Don't look so worried, Slug.
I ain't worried. Who said I was worried?
You sure look it. Let's keep your rod handy in case it's needed. Time's getting short. He may not come at all. Maybe he took it on the lam when he heard the news. It's the wisest thing he could do, believe me.
Yeah. Guess he got scared when he... Hey, what's happened to the lights? Hey, Lou, somebody just come in. It's a target I can't see. Maybe it's him. Press the button, quick.
Oh, it won't work without power, you fool.
Thanks for talking. Now I know where you are, Ellis.
Oh, hey, let go. Slug, it must be the Hornet. I'll get you if it's the last thing I do.
Drop that gun. Drop it.
Oh, I'll blast them, Lou.
No, Slug. You might plug me.
This'll take care of you.
Gas. Watch out, Slug. Gas, I can't.
You ain't scaring me, Hornet. I'll get you before you leave here. Well, say something. Go on, say something. I know you're still in here.
Slug stood listening, trying to hear the slightest sound that might betray the presence of the man whose very name struck his heart with a cold, clutching fear. The rapid beating of his own heart filled his ears. His heavy breathing was audible throughout the room, indicating to Britt Reed that fear of the mysterious Green Hornet dominated the mind of the man in the darkness before him. A paralyzing fear that had taken the place of reason. Slug crouched in the corner of the office, afraid to move. Afraid that at any moment the hands of the dreaded Green Hornet would reach out of the blackness and clutch his throat. The thought that made him cry out involuntarily.
No, I won't let him get me.
Slug held his breath. That laugh came from the other side of the room to the left. Or was it? As he strained forward, waiting for the Green Hornet to laugh again, a sudden sound came from across the office to the right.
Oh. So you're over there, huh? Now, maybe that winked you. You can't get away. If you open the door, I can spot you. Oh, the desk, huh? I won't miss next time.
Now, pull it, say, Slug.
Why, you...
Now for the finish, big boy.
No, hey, wait.
Here's some gas, tough guy.
No.
You all right?
Yes.
Cutting power line to trick.
Yes, use your flashlight.
I light it. There.
We've got to hurry. I want to find that negative, also that incriminating note if Ella still has it. Bring the light over here near the desk.
There, Ellis, on floor by desk. I look through pockets.
Yes, hurry. I'll search for the negative. He must have had it handy. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. The negative and 2 prints. Well, it's a good thing the police didn't get these.
Oh, here are papers from Racketeer's coat pocket.
Look, here's the note, all right.
Police coming now.
Well, I'll stick this paper in Ellis's hand. There, and the seal. All right, let's go, and fast.
Later in Britt Reed's apartment.
And that's the whole story, Reed. And Lowry's here to bear me out on it.
Well, what do you know?
I tell you, boss, it's the biggest scoop of the year. Getting Ellis with evidence enough to hang him. All because he tried to double-cross the Hornet.
Of course, Reed. Lowry means it's the biggest scoop so far. But not as big as if we got that picture of the Green Hornet. I know you're disappointed we didn't get that.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Axford. After all, we can't have everything, you know.
You mean, then, that you're satisfied with the story we got tonight?
Yes, Axford. As a matter of fact, I'm far more satisfied than you think.
Let the legs free, Pipe Bob! Alex and gang indicted for murder. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Let the legs free, Pipe Bob!
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious.
In a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter here on NBC. Later this evening, listen to the NBC Star Playhouse with one of your favorite stars. Here, Meet the Press, America's #1 newsmaking program. Listen to the new Sunday at Home, and be sure to keep tuned for the dramatic story of communism in America on Last Man Out. It's a wonderful lineup of great programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the western territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
The twilight wind carried the sound of the train toward the two figures who waited, hidden in a clump of maple trees. The sandy-haired man knotted a blue bandana at the back of his neck and pulled it over his face. He mounted his horse and gestured to his companion. The other man fitted a soiled handkerchief across his mouth and climbed into the saddle. A touch of spurs sent the horses forward. The train was crawling up a steep grade now, and the riders guided their mounts alongside the slowly moving cars. And then they lifted their boots out of the stirrups and swung themselves up onto a small platform behind the tender. A flicker of lamplight glinted on their revolvers as they opened the door to a passenger coach and stepped inside. For several minutes, the riderless horses continued to pace the clattering wheels. And then the door opened again. The two men pitched off the platform and rolled down the slope of a barren ravine. And in response to the whistle, the horses trotted up to him.
All right, let's go.
Shoot, Sheriff. There just wasn't any cause. Carl was deaf. And all the noise the train was making, he couldn't understand what they wanted.
Yeah, I know.
He couldn't understand a word. He tried to make out what they were saying, but he couldn't. And when he didn't hand it over...
Well, we'll get him, Mrs. Davis. Don't you worry about that. The posse's meeting here. We'll start out tonight, and we won't be back until we get him.
That won't do Carl much good.
Well, at least we'll make sure they don't kill nobody else in cold blood.
If only I hadn't have given him that belt. If I just hadn't have given it to him.
Belt?
It was my anniversary present to Carl. We were married 25 years last week. That's why we was taking the train trip over to Cheyenne, and that's why I give him the belt. The buckle was sort of silver-like.
What did that have to do with...
It was the belt they wanted. But Carl didn't understand when they asked him. He'd already handed over his money and his watch, and then one of them noticed the belt, and he said, "That buckle's silver, ain't it? Give it to me." Carl couldn't make out what he was talking about. And the fella got real mad, and he jabbed a gun into Carl's side, and he pulled the trigger without even giving Carl a chance to...
Easy now, Miss Davis.
And even though Carl was dying, that outlaw took the belt off him anyway, and... It wasn't a silver buckle, Sheriff. It just looked like silver, but it wasn't the real thing.
I sure must have been sleeping sound or I'd have heard them right up. Of course, they're probably being as quiet as they could under the circumstances, but I usually wake up when I'm out in the range and somebody's prowling around my neighborhood. Well, Scar, he heard him, and he let me know it. Why, what's the matter, boy? Is there something? It still wasn't dawn, but there was enough light so that I could see the barrel of a .45 and a firm-mouthed fellow standing over me pointing the gun at my head. Howdy.
What's your name, mister, and what are you doing out here?
Well, I was sleeping.
Don't get funny. We want straight answers and we want them quick.
Oh, you two of you, huh?
At least two.
Oh?
We're waiting, mister.
My name's Ponsett.
Britt Ponsett.
That's right. And as for what I'm doing out here, well, this is a free range. A man's got a right to cross over it and stop off once in a while to take a snooze, if he takes a mind to it.
You trying to claim you're the six-shooter?
I'm not claiming anything. You asked my name, I told you.
How do we know you ain't lying? How do we know that's who you are?
I guess you don't, unless you're willing to take my word for it.
Let's see your gun, mister.
How's that?
I've heard folks tell about the gun Britt Ponsett carries.
Oh?
No, don't touch it. I can see it plain enough. What do you think, kid? I guess he's Ponsett, all right. Leastways, that six-shooter sure fits the description.
Oh?
Besides, it didn't seem very likely he'd be one of the fellas we're looking for.
Huh?
Well, there's two of them, and he's out here all alone.
Oh.
Of course, they could have split up, but fellas on the run ain't apt to do that.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, we're sorry if we woke you.
Mm-hmm. I was getting up time anyway. Just who is it you boys are looking for?
A couple of outlaws held up the Cheyenne train last night about 4 miles east of Black Ledge.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, there was some shooting, too. One of the passengers. We're out hunting the bandits. And my name's Kit Springer. This is my brother, Lex.
Oh, yeah.
Pleased to meet you.
You fellas all alone?
Oh, no. There's a posse. A little way back. Sheriff's leading them. But he thinks the robbers headed for Patch Canyon, so he's taking the posse there. We don't see it that way.
You don't, huh?
We figure them outlaws will try to get through Miller Pass. If they can make it, they'll be in the clear.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
You, ain't seen nobody tonight?
No, I can't say I have.
Reckon we figured wrong, then. They'd have to come by here on their way to the pass. This is the only trail, ain't it?
Yeah, that's right. But not seeing them doesn't guarantee they weren't around. The way I was sawing wood, they could have stumbled right over my bedroll without me knowing it.
Well, I guess even if our hunch was right, we couldn't find them now.
Why's that?
We don't know the route from here on. We ain't never been through the pass ourselves. Say, you ain't traveling in that direction by any chance?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I am. I'm riding over to the Jefferson Ranch on the south slope.
Well, that's great. Looks like we struck it lucky for once, Lex.
What do you mean, Kit?
Well, maybe Ponsett wouldn't mind us riding along with him, seeing as how he knows the way. And if we did run into them bandits, it'd be 3 of us to take care of them.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'd be mighty glad to have some company, but it seems to me like you're letting yourselves in for a pretty long trip, just on a hunch. It's over a day from here through the pass, and there's no certainty the fellows you're after have even taken this trail, you know.
Oh, I guess we can spare the time. Yeah. There's a $1,500 reward being offered.
$1,500? Oh, wow.
If the posse does catch him, the money will be split 40 ways to breakfast. We won't be losing out on much. But if we run into him ourselves, well, you see what I mean.
Sure.
That is, if you ain't got no objections.
No. Like I said, I'd welcome a little company. I'll fix us some chow, and then...
we already had breakfast.
Yeah. Well, how about a cup of coffee, anyway?
Well, that's mighty kind of you, but maybe we ought to get started. In case them outlaws did get past you during the night, we wouldn't want them to pile up too much of a lead on us. We could stop for food later.
You boys sure are anxious.
$1,500 is a lot of money.
Well, that's true enough. Okay, I guess I can hold off a couple hours.
Get the horses, Lex.
Yeah, sure.
Can I give you a hand with that bedroll?
No. I can manage.
Yes, sir. It was real lucky us bumping into you.
How's that?
I mean, you knowing this trail and all. Otherwise, we'd have had to turn back.
You fellas may be off on a wild goose chase, you know.
No, I just don't think so. Somehow I've got the doggonedest feeling we're headed right.
Well, as soon as I get Scars saddled up, we'll start finding out. Easy, boy. Easy now. It wasn't much of a trail. Just a little rocky path that hugged the side of the mountain and wound around tighter and tighter like the string on a top. It was hard riding, too. Every now and then we'd come to a horseshoe turn, and the horses had to cut so sharp they pulled the back legs in under their bellies and left us sort of hanging out over the ledge, looking down at an awful lot of air. Easy now. Boy, I got a hand of the Springer brothers. You know. They didn't complain. I'd taken this route before, so I knew what to expect. It was all new to them. After 3 or 4 of these loops, though, they did start dabbing their foreheads with their handkerchiefs, but neither one of them said anything about turning back. And to tell you the truth, I was doing a little sweating myself. That's a pretty steep trail, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, these horses are getting tired. Maybe we ought to rest a spell next wide space we come to.
They can keep going for a while yet.
Well, maybe they can. I'm getting tired myself.
He's right. We can't risk a stumble not up here.
Okay.
Here. It looks like we're coming to a good spot up here.
Yeah.
Whoa, Scar.
Oh, there, boys.
I'm afraid you boys are going to be disappointed.
Huh?
About that $1,500. There haven't been any fresh tracks along the trail. At least, boys, I haven't seen any.
I was so busy riding, I didn't have time to do much looking.
Well, if somebody was just ahead of us, you'd think we'd spot a sign of them here and there.
Maybe somehow we got ahead of them.
Well, in that case, there wouldn't be much point you fellas going on, would there?
Well, we've come this far. We might as well go the rest of the way.
All right, it's up to you.
Sure he is hot.
Yeah, I reckon I won't be wanting that coffee after all.
I'll tell you one thing, I'm getting rid of this jacket.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. I'd say, that belt there, that mighty fancy belt you're wearing there, kid.
Huh?
I don't think I've ever seen a buckle like that before. Silver, isn't it?
Yeah, it's silver.
Yeah, it's real pretty. It's too bad you got it all spotted up like that.
Spotted?
Yeah, that looks like a sort of blood you got on there.
Oh. Why, I cut my hand the other day. Must have been when it happened. I didn't realize I'd smeared up my belt, though. Doggone it. Probably have a heck of a time getting the leather clean again.
Yeah, blood stains are apt to be sort of permanent.
Yeah.
It's a shame. Nice new belt like that.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Someday, science will find a cure for infantile paralysis, but it takes research. And this year, your March of Dimes is forcing a showdown with this terrible disease. It's testing a highly promising vaccine in the hope of proving this year that it can stop polio from crippling your child. Now, you can give these crucial tests, which are costing extra millions of dollars, an extra chance to succeed. Your help in paying the extra millions for polio prevention is urgently needed. Join the 1954 March of Dimes. Send your dimes and dollars to your local March of Dimes headquarters this week. Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
As soon as the horses were rested, we started off again. But the higher we got, the harder it was for the animals to keep moving. The air was thinner now. You noticed it every time you took in a gulp. And the trail seemed even fainter than before. Oh, a couple of times we missed it completely and just went off on a tangent. And then we had to swing around and try to pick up where we'd gone wrong.
He'll never catch up with him at this rate.
No, I wouldn't worry about it, Kit.
What do you mean?
I still haven't seen any fresh tracks. Looks to me like nobody's been through here since last rain.
If you'd keep your eyes on the trail instead of looking for horseshoe marks, we might not get lost so often.
Easy, Kit.
I told you boys you were letting yourselves in for something.
Yeah, you told us. Well, come on. Let's see if we can make up some time.
I sure couldn't help notice that the longer we rode, the less friendly Kit Springer got. I sort of put it down to the fact that he must have been sort of worn out. We weren't taking any pleasure jaunt, that was for sure. I couldn't blame him for being a little down at the mouth. But there was one thing that sort of troubled me about this fella. Something he said kept pecking at the back of my brain.
I cut my hand the other day. That must have been when it happened. I didn't realize I'd smeared my belt.
I shifted around and glanced back over my shoulder. Kit had one hand on the saddle horn and the other was gripping the reins. The cut must have been all healed up by now. Leastways, he didn't seem to have any trouble with it. And a cut deep enough to spot his belt that way, it must have taken several days to get well. Funny, he'd never noticed the blood on his belt before I mentioned it to him. Well, one thing was certain, Kit Springer sure couldn't be much of a dude. The sun finally went down and we made camp for the night. We managed to find a pretty good-sized level spot right above the trail. Lex had built a fire. I cooked up a mess of beans and some pan bread. Kit didn't seem to be very hungry, though.
Moon ought to be coming up pretty soon.
Oh, another hour or so.
Think it'll give off much light?
Oh, some, I guess.
Not enough to see by, huh?
To see what?
Well, you said we were almost through the pass, didn't you?
Oh, we've got a couple, 3 more miles.
Well, why do we have to stop here, then? The horses can feel their way.
Just simmer down, Kit. Just simmer down. It's plain enough we're not going to run into those fellows you're after. They're either out of the pass now, or what's more likely, they never took this trail in the first place. That posse's probably captured them hours ago. Some more coffee, Lex?
Yeah, thanks.
Kit?
No, I've had enough. There's a town on the other side of the pass, ain't there?
Yeah, English Creek. Just a little burg.
Spending the night there would be a whole lot better than sitting out here. We could get a bath and a shave, change of clothing.
You wouldn't want to risk your neck on the trail just for a bath, would you?
No, I guess not. But I ain't very comfortable wearing the same breeches and shirt day after day.
That's so. I didn't figure you for the particular type.
Well, you figured wrong, Mr. Ponset. Kit's a real fancy Dan.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, you ought to see him on Saturday night when he starts off for town. Looks like a real riverboat gambler. That's what he looks like.
Well, there's nothing the matter with a man just because he tries to keep himself presentable, is there?
No, nothing at all.
Well, reckon we might as well turn in.
All right, you fellas go ahead. I'll bank the fire. You know, it's funny you never used this trail before.
What's so funny about it?
Well, seeing as how you live in Black Ledge.
We never said we lived there.
No, I guess you didn't. Come to think of it. But, well, since you were part of Sheriff's posse, I sort of jumped at the conclusion.
We were just passing through on our way to Beaver Junction. We heard about the train robbery. Seemed like the sheriff needed all the help he could get, so we volunteered.
Not to mention the reward, of course.
Not to mention the reward.
Hey, by the way, who is the sheriff of Black Ledge now?
What difference does it make?
Well, I'm just curious, that's all.
No, I don't remember his name. Wasn't time for any formal introductions. Folks just call him sheriff.
Oh, yeah, I see. Big fella, is he? With a mustache?
Look, Ponset, you were the one who was so all-fired determined on us stopping for some shut-eye. So how about settling down?
Sure.
Night.
Good night. I rolled up in my blanket and I turned my face toward the fire. And as far as I could tell, the Springer boys hadn't been lying to me. A man could join up with a posse and not find out the sheriff's name. And I guess a man could ride himself half to death on the off chance of earning him $1,500 reward if he had a mind to do it. Of course, it hadn't worked out. Kit's hunch on the train robbers, were using this pass. It just hadn't worked out. But I'd played plenty of wild hunches myself. About then, I dropped off to sleep. The last thing I remember is hearing my mind say, maybe you're wrong, Poinsett. Maybe those outlaws are using the pass after all. It just kept echoing through my head. Maybe you're wrong, Poinsett. Well, it must have been 6-7 hours later when At first, I wasn't sure what it was that woke me up. One of the horses, maybe. I started to drift off again.
Lex. Shh. What's the matter? It's almost dawn. We gotta start moving.
What about Poinsett? Are you awake?
I don't think so. Brett.
I don't know what it was that kept me from answering back. But I just laid there, hardly breathing, not moving, not even opening my eyes.
Guess he's still asleep. Yeah. We ain't gonna need him the rest of the way, Lex.
That's what I figured.
Trouble is, he knows our names, what we look like. Sooner or later, he'd put 2 and 2 together.
You didn't have to tell him who he was.
I knew it wouldn't make no difference one way or the other.
You're gonna shoot him, kid?
Nope. You are.
Me?
Yeah. I'm already wanted for a couple of killings, Lex. But they're only after you for robbery. Even though you're my brother, if the going got too rough someday, you might want to ease out of the partnership.
You know better than that, kid.
I'll know it for sure. After you kill Poinsett. Well?
Okay, kid. Whatever you say.
I'll get the horses.
Hurry it up. I heard Kit move off across the clearing. For a minute, that's all I heard. Then Lex started moving, too. I lifted my eyelids just a hair, and I saw him through the lashes. He pulled his revolver out of the holster. My gun belt was lying right beside me, and I inched my left hand toward it real slow so he wouldn't notice. I felt my fingers slide across a couple of stones, but the gun was still a little space beyond. I hadn't touched it yet. Lex was standing right over me now. I wasn't going to have much more time. If I didn't get a grip on that gun the next second or two, I spun over as he fired. But the bullet had seared my shoulder and dug into my chest. My right hand jerked up and I let fire. At first I thought I'd missed him. I saw his fingers start to squeeze off another shot, but he never finished pulling the trigger. His whole body was shaking like an aspen tree, and he just tilted forward. I slid out of the way as he fell. I hadn't had time to feel the pain before now, but it started tearing through me so bad I almost let out a yell.
One shot ought to have been enough to... Lex!
Just hold it there, Kit.
Frick, what?
Seems you were right about the trained bandits using this trail to... The words wouldn't come out. And everything started blurring in front of my eyes, and I could barely keep from dropping my gun. It was getting light now. Kit could see how bad I was shot. He whipped his revolver up from his side. The sound kind of jerked me back to my senses, and I managed to pull the trigger. I knew my aim wouldn't be so good, but it was good enough to send Kit diving back of a rock for cover. And there was a tree stump not more than a couple feet away, and I managed to roll myself behind it.
I know you're hurt, Poinsett. You can't hold out much longer.
I sure wasn't in any way to argue with him. If I could just get off a couple of more shots, maybe he'd think twice before, but I didn't have enough strength to... What's that? That couldn't be Kit fired. I pushed my chin up to the edge of the stump. What are there horses coming up the trail from the same direction we'd come? And for a minute I couldn't think who, and then I remembered. The posse. They'd been following us all the time. That's why Kit was so anxious to stay on the move. That's the sheriff, Springer. I wouldn't plan on going much further. I could see him. I knew he was calling his horse. There was only one way back, trail. He had to ride past me in the open. I propped myself up against the side of his stump, and I shifted my gun to my left hand, and for a minute I thought the trigger was stuck, and then I...
He's coming too, Sheriff.
Yeah, good.
How you feeling, Brad?
What? Doc? Well, Doc Easton, what the Sam hell are you doing out here?
Well, there's no law saying a doctor can't go along with a posse, is there?
No. Well, for my sake, it's a good thing you did. Well, what about Kid Springer? Did you catch up with him, Sheriff?
You saved us the trouble, Brett.
Why, I couldn't have done that. He must have got away. That last shot of mine, that was a mile wide.
Well, maybe you didn't exactly hit him, but you sure scared the daylights out of his horse.
What?
Yeah, we saw the whole thing from down below. Springer was just turning onto the trail when you fired. His horse reared and started slipping over the edge. Springer tried to jump clear, but he just couldn't seem to tear himself loose from that saddle.
Yeah, it was the weirdest thing, Brett. When we finally found him, his body was still fastened to that saddle.
Yeah?
Yeah, the belt he was wearing had got caught onto the horn somehow. That must have been what drug him along when his horse fell.
I never heard of a man's belt hooking onto a saddle horn before.
Neither did I, but that's what happened, all right.
Yeah. Well, how about it, Brett? You going to be able to ride on into English Creek after I finish bandaging you up?
Yeah, I'll do my best, Doc. I'll sure do my best.
The Six-Shooter is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burke and is written by him. Mr. Stewart may soon be seen in the Universal International picture The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Eleanor Audley, Forrest Lewis, Bill Conrad, Joel Cranston, and Frank Gerstle. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And now, The Whistler's strange story. The Clock on the Tower.
After a dismal breakfast, Joe Brill stood silently smoking a cigarette, staring through the narrow window of his prison cell at the big electric clock on the tower of the Mercantile Building a few blocks away. Joe had once believed that the pleasanter the circumstances, the more rapid the passage of time. But now he knew otherwise. The 8 weeks since he'd been tried, convicted, and sentenced to death for the murder of his wife, Martha, had passed with incredible speed. And as he watched the hands of the big tower clock, he could hear its ticking in his mind's ear, as clearly as though it were inches away. 20 hours of life. That's all that's left, Joe. Just 20 short hours. For unless a miracle happens, you'll enter the gas chamber at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. As you continue to stare in hypnotic fascination at the clock, the sound of footsteps in the prison corridor causes you to turn quickly around.
Your attorney here to see you, Joe.
Oh, hello, Eddie.
Good morning, Joe.
Well, while I'm here, Joe, I wonder if you've decided what you want for dinner tonight. No, I haven't thought about it. I'll let you know. Okay, and remember, the sky's the limit tonight. Yeah, I'll remember.
I won't be long, guard.
Take as long as you want, Mr. Morris. Our boy gets anything he wants today.
All right, I'll call you in about 45 minutes, okay?
That'll be fine. Well, anything new, Eddie?
Yep.
Good?
I think so. First of all, I just spoke with the governor on the telephone.
You got a stay of execution.
No, wait. Not quite that good, Joe. But he did promise to stand by his phone until midnight in case I come up with anything new today, and it looks like I will.
What?
Here, take a look at this wire.
Let's see. Acapulco, Mexico. A found restaurant owner insists your missing suspect, Fred Barnes, is in Acapulco. Dines there frequently. Hope to verify by noon today, Franklin.
Right, and Franklin's the best investigator in the business.
Yeah, but his wire about somebody seeing Barnes in Acapulco won't do us any good. Barnes been reported seen in a lot of places. Doesn't mean a thing.
It does this time, fella. Even if Franklin doesn't come up with Barnes, the governor says that this Acapulco restaurant man is a respectable citizen with an honest reputation. He'll grant a stay of execution.
You mean even if they don't find Barnes?
Right. And if the governor grants you a stay, I'll guarantee I'll get you a new trial. Even if the stay's only for a few weeks. A new trial's all we need, Joe. The next time we'll win.
Now we're getting somewhere, Eddie.
Sure we are. I told you to keep your chin up. But you know, it just doesn't seem to make sense to me. Barnes not having shown up. He can read. The story's been in every paper in the United States.
Wasn't in the paper until the day after Martha was killed. By that time, Barnes could have been somewhere in the mountains of Mexico. In fact, he probably was.
Yeah. Well, you're positive he can clear you if we locate him?
Well, sure I'm positive. Barnes knows I'd gone back to work when Martha was killed. He was in front of the house when I left. He saw her throw me a kiss.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure. You know, Joe, I've always had sort of a feeling that Barnes never left town. I think he's still here.
You're way off, Eddie. Everybody, including his boss, knew he was leaving for Mexico that day.
Yeah, I guess you're right at that. Oh, here, I brought you the morning papers.
Thanks. I guess I'm front page again, huh?
Well, I haven't had time to look. And don't you spend too much time looking either, Joe. I brought along the transcript of your trial, too.
The trial transcript? Why?
I want you to study every line of it between now and this evening. I'll be back around 6. Read every word of that thing. Maybe you can find something in it that'll help. Something else I can tell the governor when I phone him this evening.
There's nothing in that transcript I don't know already. It was my trial. I was there. I remember every word of it.
All right, but go over it anyway. Especially the testimony of that Jeffers girl. If she hadn't lied, you wouldn't be in here now. She did lie, didn't she, Joe?
Well, of course she did. I broke off completely with her 2 weeks before I married Martha. Where I made my mistake was in being nice to her afterwards. Driving her home from little theater rehearsals, things like that.
Yes, you sure did.
I knew she'd never gotten over my falling for Martha, but I didn't think she hated me enough to deliberately lie. To send me to the gas chamber. You know I was in love with my wife. Don't you, Eddie?
Yeah, I guess I do. All right, now go over that testimony carefully. I've got a hunch this is going to be the biggest day in our lives. I'm positive we'll find that restaurant man in Mexico is a high-grade citizen, and that the governor will grant us a stay of execution. Now, if you happen to dig up anything from the transcript that I can add to that, well, it'll mean a new trial. And many more tomorrow's show.
And now back to the Whistler.
You never thought you'd be in a spot like this, did you? In a prison cell, less than 20 hours away from execution in the gas chamber. The visit from your attorney, Eddie Morris, a few moments ago, had raised your hopes for a last-minute stay of execution. But now that he's gone, your spirits ebb. Force of habit draws your gaze to your cell window and the tower clock in the distance. Again, you seem to hear it relentlessly ticking away the hours remaining before your unsought rendezvous with death. Abruptly, you turn around, open the newspaper Eddie had left you. A headlined column on page 1 reviews your whole story.
Convicted wife slayer due to enter gas chamber. Tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock, Joe Brill, convicted 2 months ago for the slaying of his wife, will enter the gas chamber unless new evidence is unearthed or the police locate Fred Barnes, the missing witness the doomed man insists could prove his innocence.
Yes, Joe, you're in a tough spot. You've read about it happening to other men, but you never dreamed it would happen to you. Your mind races back to that unhappy day when it all began. The day the police picked you up at your office and drove you swiftly to police headquarters for questioning.
Why did you come home at 11 o'clock this morning, Brill?
Because I forgot some papers.
You never went home at that time of day on a business day before.
I never had any reason to.
It's quite a coincidence. The only business day in a year, when you return home from the office, your wife is murdered.
But I didn't do it.
Then the minute you got into the house, you had a quarrel with her, didn't you?
No.
It was over your girlfriend, wasn't it?
I didn't have any girlfriend.
That's not what Corinne Jeffers says.
Corinne Jeffers? You talked with her about me?
Sure. Before we picked you up.
Well, then she told you the truth, that everything was over between us before I ever got married.
She didn't say your little affair was over. She said there was anything else but over.
She couldn't have said that.
She did say it.
I don't care what she said, I didn't do it. I can prove my wife was alive when I left the house to return to the office.
How?
By Fred Barnes. He lived next door.
You better call him.
Why, I can't. He left town today from Mexico.
Whereabouts in Mexico? We'll wire him for you.
I don't know. He said he was just going to hibernate somewhere in the mountains down there.
Another strange coincidence. The only guy who could have testified for you is somewhere in Mexico. Nobody knows where.
But Barnes did go to Mexico.
Sure, he went to Mexico. His landlady told us that. She also told us he left 3 hours before your wife was killed.
The memory of that first day's questioning in police headquarters still rankles, doesn't it, Joe? Even before they saw you, it was obvious the police were convinced you were the killer and would spend far greater effort in proving it than searching for another suspect. You toss the newspaper aside. The time is short. You realize you must do something. You turn to the transcript of the trial in the vague hope you'll find something helpful there. You skip lightly over the original indictment proceedings, scan the testimony of the opening witnesses against you. In the brilliant hands of the district attorney, even the simplest of truths was turned against you. Your every move, however innocent, seemed to stem from a sinister motive. Even the young bride, Mrs. Nancy Walters, your next-door neighbor, was like putty in the hands of the clever prosecutor.
You are Mrs. Walters?
Yes, sir.
You discovered the body of the defendant's late wife the day she was killed, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
What were the circumstances?
Well, you see, I live next door, and I'd just gotten home from my mother's. I went over to borrow some coffee from Mrs. Brill. The side door was open, and I walked in and found her on the floor in the front room, dead.
Tell me, Mrs. Walters, was the defendant Joseph Brill aware that you were going to be absent from home that morning?
Yes, sir. At least I think so.
Your Honor, I object.
Objection sustained. Just answer the question, please.
Mrs. Brill knew. I'd told her.
You used to visit with Mrs. Brill?
She used to visit us quite often, 3 or 4 evenings a week. Mr. Brill was out so much.
Your Honor, I object to that statement. It's irrelevant. If the court please, the witness's statement is quite relevant. The state contends this defendant killed his wife because of his love for another woman. The testimony of this witness proves he spent many of his evenings away from home. Later on, we will prove where he spent them.
Objection overruled. Counsel may continue.
No further questions. That's all, Mrs. Walters.
That's the way the whole trial went, didn't it, Joe? Everything your neighbors said seemed to point directly to your guilt.
Now, Mrs. Briggs, you've testified you were also a next-door neighbor of the defendant. And you further testified that the defendant was aware you were going to be absent from your home on the morning his wife was killed. You've also heard Mrs. Walters testify that she was absent from her home that morning.
Oh, yes, sir.
Then it would have been possible for the defendant to have sneaked home, killed his wife, and returned to work without being seen, wouldn't it?
Your Honor, I object.
Objection sustained. The district attorney is well aware that his question was improper. I must warn counsel that
I apologize, Your Honor. I withdraw the question.
Proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Mrs. Briggs, for several months prior to the murder, you had a boarder, a young man named Fred Barnes, did you not?
Yes, sir.
He left your home to go to Mexico the morning of the murder, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Now, Mrs. Briggs, a little while ago, you heard a police officer testify that the defendant swore to the police that Mr. Barnes was standing in front of your home at a few minutes after 11 on the morning Mrs. Brill was killed.
Yes, sir, I did.
And you know that the defendant further claims that Mr. Barnes saw that the defendant's wife was alive at the time?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what time Mr. Barnes left for Mexico the morning Mrs. Brill was murdered?
Oh, I do, sir. It was about 7:45 when the taxi arrived to take him to the bus station.
And you actually saw Mr. Barnes drive off at 7:45. The same morning, Mrs. Brill was murdered at a little after 11.
Yes, sir. He waved goodbye to me.
Then it would have been impossible for Mr. Barnes to have seen Mrs. Brill alive or otherwise at 11, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Your Honor, please, I object on the grounds that the question calls for a conclusion by the witness. All she knows is that Mr. Barnes said he was going to Mexico and entered a taxi.
Objection sustained.
No further questions. You are Mr. George Adams, president of Adams Incorporated.
I am.
You were formerly the employer of Fred Barnes?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Barnes give you any reason for leaving your employ?
He said he wanted to spend a year in Mexico.
Did he leave a forwarding address?
On the contrary, he said he wanted to go somewhere where no one could find him.
When was the last time you saw Mr. Barnes?
On Thursday morning, September 14th, about 9:15.
Where?
At our offices. Barnes stopped by on his way south to San Diego. He said he couldn't resist stopping in for a minute, even though he had to get off the bus.
The San Diego bus passes right in front of your office, doesn't it, Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir.
You say that Mr. Barnes did stop at 15 minutes before 10 o'clock on the morning of Thursday, September 14th, the morning Mrs. Brill, wife of the defendant, was murdered.
Yes, sir.
Then Mr. Barnes couldn't possibly have seen Mrs. Brill at 11 o'clock, when the defendant claims...
Objection. Your Honor, Mr. Barnes had ample time after he left Mr. Adams' office at 10 o'clock or thereabouts to return to the neighborhood of my client's residence by 11 or a few minutes after. The time the state has established as the time of the murder.
Objection sustained.
No further questions. Now, Miss Jeffers, I know this is a painful subject, but were you and the defendant, Joe Brill, in love?
I was in love with him.
Wasn't he in love with you?
Well, he said he was.
How long had this romantic feeling existed between you?
Oh, off and on since we were in high school.
You broke off with him when he married, of course.
Oh, yes, sir.
And how did it happen to resume your association with the defendant after his marriage?
We were both members of a neighborhood little theater group. He used to drive me home after rehearsals. Sometimes we'd drop in some little place for a sandwich or something, and... Well, you know how those things are.
Yes, I see. The defendant was seeing you regularly up to a week or so before his wife was found murdered.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw the defendant?
About a week before his wife was killed.
Can you recall the date?
Oh, yes, sir, I can. It was Wednesday, September 6th.
What did you do that evening?
We just drove around, stopped at the beach for a while, dropped into a cute little Hawaiian spot. He drove me home early, around 11:30.
Did the defendant tell you that evening that everything was over between you?
Hardly.
What did he tell you?
Well, just that...
Go on, Miss Jeffers.
He said He thought he'd soon be free.
Marry you?
That's what he said.
Thank you, Miss Jeffers. That's all. And in closing, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state contends that the defendant, Joseph Brill, has been proved guilty of the murder of his wife, Martha, beyond the shadow of a doubt, because of his love for Corinne Jeffers. We contend further that the defendant deliberately chose the time for the murder because he knew his next-door neighbors were absent, and because he further knew that Fred Barnes, the man he claims could establish his innocence, was leaving that same day for parts unknown.
Yes, Joe. The district attorney made a brilliant summation. But it was Corinne Jeffers' testimony that was the telling blow, wasn't it? After that, even your own testimony sounded unconvincing. You knew when she left the stand the jury had decided against you. Too late you realized the truth of the age-old proverb that hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Or such was Corinne Jeffers' jealous hatred of you that she deliberately lied, committed perjury, to help send you to the gas chamber. Suddenly you see it. The answer to your hope for a reprieve, a new trial. You can prove Corinne Jeffers lied on the stand. You rush to your cell door.
Guard! Wilson! Wilson! What's on your mind, Joe?
Get my attorney, Eddie Morris, on the phone. Tell him to hurry over here. Tell him I found what he's looking for.
You bet I will, Joe. You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Tell him to hurry. It's all right here in the transcript, Eddie. The only reason I didn't get it at the trial was because I was so knocked out by what Corinne said. I wasn't paying any attention to dates.
All right, never mind the history. Show me what you found.
Right here. Right there, Eddie. You see?
Yeah?
She swore I was out with her the night of September the 6th. Drove her around, stopped at the beach.
Yes, I know all that. How can you prove she lied?
Our little theater group had our dress rehearsal on September the 5th.
Yeah?
Corinne had the lead. Her costumes didn't fit. She phoned her dressmaker. She'd be over the next night. That was September the 6th. That's the night she testified she was with me. She couldn't have been with me.
Are you sure she went there?
She must have. The next night, the night of the show, her costumes fitted perfectly.
Do you know the name of that dressmaker?
I think so. Yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Her name was, Bronson. Bronson. I remember Corinne called her Mrs. Bronson.
You know where she lives?
Somewhere near Silver Lake, that's all I know.
Okay, I'll check on her, Joe. But you know, our best bet with the governor is that we find out that Mexican restaurant owner is okay. Or better yet, that Franklin comes up with Barnes himself.
Forget about Barnes, Eddie. Nobody knows where he is. You can find Corinne Jeffers. She's right here in town.
Well, naturally, I'll try to find her, but time's getting short. She might be out, so might that dressmaker. But look, if Franklin stands a chance of finding Barnes...
That would have been fine before we had proof Corinne's testimony was perjured. Look, Eddie, it's my life. Concentrate on this, will you? It's a lot better than trying to find Barnes.
Well, sure, Joe, sure, if that's the way you feel about it. Just the same,
Get going on it, will you, Eddie? And then call in if you find the dressmaker and she backs me up, will you, please?
Oh, you bet I will, Joe.
After Eddie leaves, you pace your cell. Try to interest yourself in the newspapers. Finally, light a cigarette. Sink down in your cot and stare through the windows at the big clock. Finally, a few minutes after 2, the guard brings you the news you've been waiting for.
Well, kid, so far the news is good. Your attorney said to tell you he found the dressmaker okay and that everything was going great. He's on his way out to talk to Miss Jeffers right now.
The next few hours seem like years as you wait for further word from your attorney. Finally, the lights in the cell block go on. And again you stare out the window at the big clock, its face now brilliant with electrical illumination. "20 minutes of 6. Time is getting more precious with each passing minute, isn't it, Joe? You should have heard from Eddie by now. You begin to wonder if anything could have gone wrong. Again you pace the floor, smoke one cigarette after another. Then at last you hear the guard.
Joe, got news for you. And it's plenty good.
You sure?
Positive. Eddie Morris just phoned. Said to tell you that Corinne Jeffers had admitted her testimony was all one big lie.
When?
Where is Eddie? Why isn't he here? I guess he's trying to get hold of the governor. He sure has worked hard for you. I'll bet he's as happy as you are.
I wonder what's keeping him.
He'll be here soon enough. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, sure he will.
That's not all the good news I got for you. Huh? Eddie said to tell you he'd located Fred Barnes, too. I'm sure glad you hit the jackpot, kid. I always figured you got a bum rap.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. And now back to the Whistler.
The guard's message left you numb, didn't it, Joe? After all the weeks of waiting, you suddenly learned that Corinne Jeffers, the girl you'd broken off with after you became engaged to your late wife, has admitted that her testimony against you, testimony that had been the deciding factor in swaying the jury's verdict against you, was false. Just a matter of hours before your scheduled execution in the gas chamber, you wonder if Eddie has phoned the governor, whether your stay of execution, the first step toward the new trial, has already been granted. Once again, your eyes wander to the big tower clock. 5 minutes pass. 10, 20, before Eddie finally arrives. You're surprised, shocked at the seriousness of his manner.
Hello, Joe.
Thought you'd never get here, Eddie. The guard said Corinne Jeffers admitted she lied.
She did.
Would you call the governor?
Not yet.
But it's after 6, Eddie.
We've still plenty of time. I wanted to see you before I phoned the governor, Joe.
The guard said you'd located Barnes, too.
I did.
Where was he?
I'm coming to that. You know, it's funny the way things work out sometimes, Joe. That little Jeffers girl was hard to break. When I got to her house, she wouldn't talk. Then, when I got a little tough, she said she wanted a drink of water and went out to the kitchen. A minute or so later, I happened to look out the window. She was leaving in her car.
You didn't let her get away?
No, I jumped in my car and followed her. I finally caught up with her and crowded her over to the side of the road. She got out of her car and ran into a grove of trees. I found her on the other side of those trees, hiding in an abandoned quarry. That quarry was right behind your house, Joe. That's where I found Fred Barnes. It was all covered up with an old raincoat and dirt. But not quite enough dirt. Nothing to say, Joe. Well, I guess it wouldn't do us any good to phone the governor now, would it?
I guess not, Eddie.
You knew where Barnes was all along, didn't you, Joe?
Yeah.
Joe, why did you do it? Did Barnes happen to come back and see you kill your wife? Well, it's almost time to order that last big dinner, Joe. Would you like to tell me about it first?
Might as well, Eddie. When I returned home from the office unexpectedly that last morning, Barnes was there, too.
Then he did come back.
Yes, he did. When I opened the front door, I saw him in the living room with Martha. She was in his arms. They were planning to go to Mexico. Together.
Conducted by Wilbur Hatch and is the property of Herman Music Incorporated, ASCAP, Hollywood, California. Broadcast rights granted solely to Audio Arts Productions, La Mirada, California.
Good health to all from Rexall. It's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, presented by the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist speaking to you for all 10,000 of us. The 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. You've learned to know us by the orange and blue Rexall sign on our windows. But our best identification is that we carry the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Many of you are already familiar with some of these famous products, like Rexall Plenamins, for example. 2 of these handy little capsules give you more than your daily minimum requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established. Yes, Rexall Plenamins are a good example of the unvarying quality which enables 10,000 family druggists to tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This morning, there seems to be a little excitement in the Harris household. Phil has gone out to the garage to get his car when suddenly he comes bursting back into the house.
Alice, something terrible has happened. Out of my way. Let me at that phone.
Oh, take it easy, Phil. Calm down. What's wrong?
My car's been stolen. Call the police. Call the FBI. Get Sam Spade.
Phil, your car hasn't been stolen. Frankie borrowed it this morning. Uh-huh.
Borrowed my new chartreuse Cadillac. I've only had it 2 weeks, and he's borrowed it 8 times already. How can that guy be so inconsiderate? How am I supposed to get downtown?
Oh, Frankie arranged for your transportation.
How?
He left you a transfer for the Hollywood bus.
Oh, gee whiz, suppose he wrecks my car.
If you ask me, it'll look better in that condition. Why on earth did you buy a car with such an awful color scheme?
Get who's knocking, chartreuse. To hear you talk, you'd think you never saw a chartreuse convertible with pale fudge fenders.
Philip, what made you get a chartreuse car?
He wanted something to match his shoes.
He has shoes that color?
Why, to hear you talk, you'd think you never saw chartreuse shoes with pale fudge tongues.
Philip, I don't know why you put up with Francis. He does the most awful things. Why, that man doesn't have one redeeming quality.
That ain't so. Renly's all right. Everybody has bad points. He just happens to have a higher score than anybody.
Frankie's always borrowing your car. He wrecked 2 of them last year, and, well, it makes me mad.
Well, if I don't mind too much, why should it make you mad?
Because I can't afford to keep buying you new ones. Maybe it'd be cheaper if I bought Frankie a car.
Hold it, Luella. I ain't gonna have my wife buying some other guy a car. I'll buy him one.
With what?
I'll pay for it out of my mad money. I'll let him go down and pick out a cheap used car for himself.
No, Phil, you know Frankie won't pick out a cheap used car for himself. He'll pick out the best new one on the market.
No, he won't. Not the way I'm going to handle it. With my plan, I'll guarantee he'll be the one to suggest a used car. I'll tell him it's for you and that I'm... Wait a minute, I'll get it. Hi, Curly. Well, Good morning, Mr. Remley. Nice of you to return my car.
Who's returning it? I ran out of gas. I came back to get your credit card.
Remley, you ain't getting no credit card. And furthermore, I want you to stop driving my car, and that's final.
That's okay with me. I wouldn't drive it again anyway until you had it repainted. That awful chartreuse color is affecting my social life.
Frankie, it's a beautiful greenish yellow.
Yeah, that's the trouble. It looks like an unripe taxi.
Now, look here, Remley.
Every time I stop to pick up a girl, she jumps in and yells, "Follow that cab!"
Now, listen, I'm not going to stand...
I don't mind that, but the ticking of the meter is making me nervous.
Well, I don't care if... What meter?
The one I had put in this morning, so it shouldn't be a total loss. Gee, Curly, I don't know.
Will you call a cab? I have to go downtown.
Excuse me, Curly, I got a customer. Get in, lady. Oh!
Oh, hello, Frankie.
Oh, Alice.
Bill, did you tell him about buying the car?
What car?
No, honey, I haven't had a chance to tell him that. No, he just came in.
What car?
Well, it's a car. You see, I'm going to buy a new car for someone very close to me.
Oh, gee, Curly, that's sweet of you. I don't know what to say, except let's get over to the Cadillac agency and pick one out for me.
Just a minute, Remley. This car don't happen to be for you. You see, I'm buying the car for Alice.
Alice? But I'm the one who needs it. Why does she... Oh, well, that's life. Money goes to money. Them who has gets.
And Frankie, you know, you have such excellent taste. I'd appreciate it if you'll help Phil pick a car for me, will you?
Okay, but my heart won't be in it.
Oh, thanks, Frankie. Well, I have to run along now. See you later.
Fine thing. I need a car myself, and I got to go help buy one for somebody else.
Oh, Frankie, don't feel that way about it. Look, I'll tell you what. If there's any money left after buying Alice's car, I'll give it to you, and you can buy one of your own.
If there's any money left over, I can have it?
Yeah. Now let's go down and pick out a nice new car for Alice.
New car? I got a better idea. Let's get her a used car.
Yeah. Maybe a good used car will be all right. But, where can I find a reliable used car dealer?
I know a guy.
I figured you would. Look, Remley, I got $300 to spend, and I don't want to be gypped. Now, is this guy you know, is he honest?
Please, Curly. Oh, thank you not to cast any aspersions on Hot Heap Harrigan.
Hot Heap Harrigan? Is he the guy who used to be with Nothing Down Brown?
That's the gentleman.
Well, in that case, okay, let's go see him. Come on.
I better go see Hot Heap alone, Curly.
Why?
Well, why? Well, he doesn't like strangers. Being a typical used car salesman, he's shy and reticent. Besides, if I go alone, I can get a better price from him.
Okay. Now, here's the $300, but remember, Remley, pick out something nice for Alice. Something you yourself would like. Now, don't try to save anything.
Well, you know me better than that. I'll pick out the best used car they got for Alice. I'll see you soon.
Little does he realize that the automobile he is picking for Alice is in reality for himself.
Well, now that I've reset the plot, I think I'll sing. I got my Sunday best on, going strutting with my Laura Belle Lee. She's waiting for me, and I'll be there, I declare, with an hour to spare. And when we're walking arm in arm down the boulevard, ooh, golly, I'm proud. Have a look at that crowd. Hey, Pop, call the cop or the traffic will stop, 'cause she's so adorable. My Laura Belle Lee. His heart's desire. My bundle of guys, yo, gee. So don't blame me for highfalutin'. It got my horn out, and I'm a tootin' it bust each button when I'm out strutting with my Laura Belle Lee. That's why he is looking like a million. He's got that $1 million goal. He's stepping out. Tell you if you really want to know. I've got my Sunday best on, going strutting with my Laura Belle Lee. She's waiting for me, and I'll be there, I declare, with an hour to spare. We pass the corner where the boys always hang around. They give her the eye as we're going by. That's fine, that's the sign that they know that she's mine. We all agree that she's adorable, your Laura Belle Lee. She's all that a girl might be. Yes, take my word, I got the best of it. One good look will tell the rest of it. I'll keep pitching, 'cause I'll be hitching to my Laura Belle Lee.
Phil, suppose Frankie doesn't like the car when he finds out it's for him and not for me.
Honey, he's got to like it. He can't complain because he's picking it out himself. That's where my scheme is infallible. Infallible! Oh, Philip, watch that pretty mouth of yours. Them $9 words are pouring out promiscuously. Whoop, there I go again.
What kind of a car he picks. He has such awful taste. I can't imagine.
Uh-oh, that must be him now. Hold it. Come in.
Well, I got you an automobile, and it's a beauty. Come on outside. I'll show it to you. Where'd you see it, Alice? And I got a good deal on it, too.
Remley. Did you spend the whole $300?
Well, not quite. I have a little change left over.
How much change?
$275.
You paid $25 for a car. What kind of...
knock it till you see it. Well, Alice, here's your car. Ain't she a knockout?
Frankie.
Notice how low-slung she is.
Frankie.
You'll be proud to drive a sleek, streamlined job like this.
Frankie.
What?
That's the pile of cans Phil put out this morning.
You sure? Could have sworn I parked it here. Oh, there it is, over there.
Where?
The big pile. The one leaning up against the garbage can. The one with the celery sticking up is the garbage can. The program was transcribed for earlier broadcast.
Buy a wreck like that.
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
I guess it's all right, but isn't it kind of tired looking? Why is it lying down?
It's relaxing. When you get as old as that car, you'll sneak a short nap every chance you get to.
It's not an old car. May not be brand new, but it's built better than the cars of today. It's got fine material in it. Just look at the isinglass in that windshield. It comes with a lot of extras. Goggles, duster, and a spare set of candles for the headlights.
It got a radio?
Radio. It's got something better than that. It has a console with a 3-way combination. Crystal set, gramophone, and stereopticon slide. And these records come with the gramophone.
Record?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me see them records.
Yeah, here you are.
Nice set of cylinders. Good tunes, too. Oh, Susanna, Camptown Races. Here's a cute one. I'll be down to get you in a taxi, honey, because I don't think this will make it. Good tunes.
Your feeble attempt at humor is quite pathetic. Alice, aren't you happy with this car?
Would you be happy with it?
Would I? I've dreamed of having a car like this all my life. Would that I could afford it.
You couldst.
What?
Remley, I got news for you. This is your car. I bought it for you, not Alice.
For me? You mean this beautiful car I picked out for Alice is the junk heap you bought for me?
There she lays, Rob, and she's all yours.
I ought to punch you right in the nose.
Well, it's your own fault, Frankie. Phil gave you $300 to buy a car, but you had to chisel and buy one for $25. You made your bet, now you'll have to sleep in it.
I don't feel bad enough she's got to come up with a corny expression like that. I ain't going to keep this scrap pile.
Well, that's all you're going to get. Now, if you don't like it, sell it to somebody else at a profit and buy yourself a better one.
Who can I get to buy this heap?
I know a guy.
Now he's stealing my character. How low can a man get? Alice, I don't know how you live with this man. Are you in love with him?
Of course I am.
Ah, you're just saying that. Come, girl, you can confide in me. What do you really think of him?
Well, if you must know, I'll tell you.
I like the lead to my song much better, and I work alone. I don't know.
I'm as corny as Kansas in August. I'm as normal as blueberry pie. No more a smart little girl with no heart. I have found me a wonderful guy. I am in a conventional dither with a conventional star in my eye. And you will note there's a lump in my throat when I speak of that wonderful guy. I'm as bright and as gay as a daisy in May, as cliche coming through. I'm bromidic and bright as the moon, happy night pouring light on the dew.
She's as corny as Kansas in August, high as a flag on the 4th of July.
If you'll excuse an expression I use, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with a wonderful guy.
She's as bright and as gay as a daisy in May, a cliche coming through. She's romantic and bright as the moon, happy night pouring light on the dew.
I'm as corny as Kansas in August, high as a flag on the 4th of July. If you'll excuse an expression I use, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with a wonderful guy.
All I did was ask her what she thought of him. She could have said I liked him, but no, she had to make a production out of it, going to a 2-minute song.
Hey, look, Frankie, forget about that. Now, look, I've been thinking it over. Now, if you don't like the car, you don't have to keep it. Take it back to the guy you bought it from and get the money.
I can't do that. The guy's no longer alive.
What are you talking about? You just bought the car from him an hour ago.
I know. When I told him I'd take it, he dropped dead. Well, anyway, he collapsed. He fell down.
You know, Remley, come to think of it, now just quiet down a minute. This car doesn't look too bad.
Well, maybe it doesn't.
Well, if it has a good motor, you can have the body fixed up and it'll be okay.
Hiya, fellas, I bring... Hey, what's that dead moose doing in the street?
Julius, this ain't no dead moose. My new automobile.
This is an automobile? Where did you get this monstrosity?
It's not a monstrosity. This automobile happens to be a family heirloom. My grandfather handed it down to my father.
Well, old Butterfingers must have dropped it.
Although it's an heirloom and very dear to me, I'm going to sell this automobile.
Are you kidding? Who'd buy this monstrosity?
Stop calling it a monstrosity.
I will if you stop calling it an automobile.
Look, kid, even though this heirloom's worth a lot of money, I'm forced to sell it at a sacrifice. And since you're the dearest friend I got, I want you to have it. It's worth $3,000, but if you make me a reasonable offer, it's yours.
You mean you're willing to sell me this valuable family heirloom? It's worth $3,000 and you're willing to let me have it at a sacrifice?
That's right. What's your top offer?
$1.35.
You're offering me $1.35 for this beautiful car?
I started too high, huh?
Look, kid, this is a good buy. It's got a wonderful engine.
Do tell. What does it run on, steam or batteries?
Now, don't be a wise guy. It's a modern engine. It's economical to run. It don't use much fuel.
How much mileage can I get?
Well, the last guy who had it got as much as 50 miles to 1 cord of wood.
It burns wood?
You can use charcoal if you want.
Just think you'll be the only kid at school with a charcoal broiled Essex.
You don't happen to have a barbecue Buick, do you?
Look, son, this is a great buy. Come on, we'll take you for a ride. Julius, you start the motor.
Okay, where's the crank?
You don't need a crank for this car.
Of course not. It's a cinch to start this motor. You see that slot, Julius, on the side of the hood?
Yeah, what about it?
Here's the key. Wind it up.
What are you trying to do, kill my sale? No, this car has a self-starter. I'll show you. Something seems to be wrong with the motor.
Choke it.
Sounds like it's being strangled now. I know where you got this. Jack Benny's Maxwell had pups.
You keep quiet, kid. I'll try it again. Hey, she started. Why is the motor coughing?
Maybe it's got an allergy. Now put it in gear and let's get going.
Okay. Fighting me. It won't go. There. Hey, Curly, it's moving. What happened?
I must have kicked one of the galley slaves. Come on, Julius, quick, get in. Ain't you coming with us?
No, thanks. One of us has got to stay alive for the inquest.
Hey, Remley, we're picking up speed. Hey, it's all downhill. Hey, you better brake it a little. Watch where you're driving.
If you don't like the way I'm driving, you take the wheel.
Frankie, put that wheel back on the shaft. Hey, we're heading for that store when to stop the car. Look out, duck, Remley, duck!
I gotta have these brakes relined. Curly, speak to me. Say something. Curly, are you all right?
Oh, yeah, I always ride with my head between my knees like that. Remley, look at that mess you've made out of that store window. You've broken everything. Uh-oh. Here comes the owner.
Well, do you gentlemen wish to be waited on?
No, thank you. We're just browsing.
What's the idea of smashing in here like this? What happened?
Well, we were window shopping and we overdid it.
You'll pay for this. I'll sue you for every penny you've got. I'll take you.
Now, wait a minute,
to court.
mister. I don't want any trouble. It's not our fault. I'll pay for any damage we've done. Now, how much do I owe you?
$1,500, and you're not leaving here till I get the money.
But I haven't got $1,500 on me. Where am I going to get it?
Don't worry, Curly. I'll get it. I feel partly responsible for this accident. I know a guy who'll let me have $1,500. Loan me your car so I can drive over and get it.
All right, here are the keys, but hurry, Remley. Will you hurry?
$1,300, $1,400, $1,500. There you are, mister.
Okay. Now you can go, Harris.
Well, Frankie, you're a lifesaver. I don't know what I would have done if you didn't get that $1,500.
That's all right, Curly. You know me. I'll do anything for a pal.
What a day. What a day. Now, come on, let's get in my car and go home. Where'd you park it?
What's on that lot on the corner of 5th and Main?
Well, let's go on over there and get... Hey, wait a minute. That's a used car lot.
Of course. Where do you think I got the $1,500?
Oh.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. But right now, our Rexall family druggist has a customer.
What's the name of that Rexall antacid you sold me a little while back?
You must mean Bismarex, ma'am.
Bismarex, that's it. I don't think I've ever found faster relief for acid indigestion.
That's because Bismarex works like a team in a relay race.
Like a relay race? What on earth do you mean?
Well, the carefully balanced ingredients in Bismarex vary in the time required for solubility, so that each one works in sequence, like a four-man relay race.
I get it. One ingredient starts in where the other leaves off.
That's it. The first man or ingredient promptly relieves the heartburn that comes from food fermentation in the stomach. The next one races to neutralize hyperacidity. The third one eases gastric distress. And the finish man leaves a soothing protective covering for irritated stomach membranes.
No wonder Bismarex gives such fast relief.
Well, ma'am, that kind of quality applies to all of Rexall's 2,000 or more drug products. And that's why 10,000 family druggists will tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
You know, Phil, you were lucky to get your car back from that used car lot.
I certainly wasn't, Remley. You ain't going to borrow it no more. You got your own car now. Anytime you want it, just go down to the grocery and take it out of the window.
I already got it out. I gave it to my aunt as a present.
Your aunt don't drive. What's she going to do with it?
She's having it wired. She's going to make a lamp out of it.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Ruth Davis and Herb Vickers. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliot Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley. Alice Faye appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox.
Any special tips for drugstore shoppers this week?
You bet, ma'am. A good one. Rexall ammoniated tooth powder. Many dental authorities believe that the use of ammoniated tooth powder means a decided lessening in tooth decay. And now, Rexall brings it to you at the unbelievably low price of only 39 cents for a 3-ounce bottle.
Why, that's less than I pay for ordinary tooth powder.
And what's more, ma'am, Rexall ammoniated tooth powder is licensed by the University of Illinois Foundation and backed by the same uncompromising standards that apply to all of Rexall's 2,000 or more drug products. Ask for it wherever you see the orange and blue Rexall sign on the window. There's a family druggist inside who will tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Stay tuned for the adventures of Sam Spade, which follows immediately on NBC.